Chapter 131. The audience was also discussing the huge difference in mental strength between the two sides. This second match against the masked squad is really risky. Not risky, it's practically impossible for them to win, unless they have some kind of killer move that can forcefully turn the tide. Sigh, my newly raised hope has been shattered. Purple Cloud Pool Flower Team will win. Purple Cloud Pool Flower Team will win. The fans' neat and powerful cheers rang out. After the two sides finished introducing themselves on the stage, they returned to their respective areas. Li Xiang stood in the middle, raised his hand, and waved downwards. The second 3v3 duel begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle erupted instantly. Shui Zhengqi quickly raised his gun and aimed, the sharp grappling hook accurately striking Mu Yongsho's feet. Yin Yuting wielded the Wind Shadow Whip, lightning rapidly descending from the sky, emitting a crackling sound. Crimson flames of the nine heavens. Song Tianqi spread his arms, and 9 clusters of crimson flames, shimmering with red light, swirled and swirled around him, forming a magnificent spectacle. The 3 members of the masked squad unleashed their full firepower. Mu Yongsho immediately went on alert, retreat behind me. At his command, the other 2 members immediately retreated. Mu Yongsho spread his arms, and a giant golden phoenix slowly emerged behind him. The phoenix's feathers shone with a golden luster, radiating a faint golden light under the lamplight, exuding a mysterious radiance. In the blink of an eye, the 9 clusters of crimson flames attacked simultaneously. The phoenix spread its wings, protecting Mu Yongsho and the other 2 under its wings. The flames struck the wings, burning for only a few seconds before extinguishing instantly, leaving only a wisp of white smoke. Fire feathers wither. Song Tianqi activated his power again. A towering burst of flames erupted from the arena, the intense heat scorching the surrounding air. Yin Yuting's lightning power followed suit. The combined damage of lightning and fire was even more terrifying. Despite this, protected by the wings of the radiant phoenix, Mu Yongsho and his companions remained unharmed. All the fire attacks were blocked by its smile. "Captain, shouldn't we make a move?" A teammate behind him asked hesitantly. A serious look flashed in Mu Yongsho's eyes. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Having lost the last match, they couldn't afford any more mistakes. Mu Yongsho was worried that their opponents might pull some unexpected moves. Caution was the best policy. For the first 2 minutes, Mu Yongsho and his companions only defended, their tactics extremely conservative, which made the audience increasingly impatient. Why isn't the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team making a move? Hurry up and attack. It's too frustrating for them to just defend and not attack. Don't rush, the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team is a sure win. It's normal for them to be playing it safe. Li Xiang, riding on the floating ball, was also observing the situation on the arena in real time. That's about enough. Song Tianqi suddenly stopped after attacking several times. Yin Yuting and Shui Zhengqi also retreated to the back. Mu Yongsho and the other 2 had observed the situation sufficiently. Seeing that the opponents had stopped attacking, they immediately attacked, quickly rushing towards them. Mu Yongsho's eyes darkened slightly. He raised his hands and slowly activated his spiritual power. A massive amount of spiritual power surged towards the radiant phoenix behind him, and a dazzling golden light erupted from its body. Just as the attack was about to succeed, Song Tianqi raised his hands. "We concede." Just before they went on stage, the class monitor had instructed them to play casually and concede easily, focusing all their energy on the final team battle. Li Xiang's expression froze for a moment, then he quickly interrupted Mu Yongsho's attack. After a few seconds of hesitation, he announced, "In this 3v3 duel, the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team wins." The audience, still reeling from the shock, were filled with questions. What just happened? Did I miss something? Why did the masked squad suddenly concede? Was Mu Yongsho's attack too strong? Not only were the audience puzzled, but Mu Yongsho himself was also stunned. He stopped, stood up straight, and glanced at the opposing team with a questioning look. He saw Song Tianqi and his 2 companions casually turn and walk off the stage, seemingly unconcerned about their earlier concession. "Captain, what's going on with them?" The team members were bewildered. Mu Yongsho pursed his lips. Looks like they're pinning all their hopes on the 5v5 team battle. With that, Mu Yongsho turned and walked off the stage. At the same time, all the lights in the arena lit up. A high-energy, explosive accompaniment resounded throughout the arena. That's right, the final championship match will begin in 10 minutes. The 5v5 team battle will determine the ultimate champion of this year's superpowered individuals competition. Please wait patiently for the start of the duel. Li Xiang's voice carried through the microphone. Damn! The masked squad conceded so easily in the second match. Yeah, then they can only rely on the team battle. I guessed it, otherwise they wouldn't have sent out their two strongest members in the first match. But what makes them think they can compete in the team battle? The Purple Cloud Pool Flower team has two Tier 5 members, two Tier 4 peak members, and the remaining one is also Tier 4. This large-scale team battle is probably more disadvantageous for the masked squad. I have a feeling the masked squad is doomed this round. As the final match of the championship is about to begin, the number of online viewers in the live stream is skyrocketing. The energetic background music from the match venue continues to play. Su Jitang and his 5 teammates huddle together, discussing tactics for the next match. "Captain, are you sure we can win?" Song Tianqi asked in a low voice, sounding doubtful. Even the usually arrogant Song Tianqi asked this, making the others' anxiety even more apparent. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi also nervously looked up. "I can't guarantee a 100% win, but there's definitely a chance," Su Jintang said calmly. Jiangxi looked up. "So what do you need us to do next?" Su Jintang, "Just play the match as usual." They all knew that Su Jintang seemed to have other hidden trump cards, but he didn't reveal much about what they were. Trusting her, the group exchanged glances and gradually relaxed. The sight of the 5 members of the masked squad huddled together was seen by the opposing Purple Cloud Pond Flower team. Jiang Baimu was a little worried. What tactics are they discussing? Who cares? They have no chance of winning a large-scale team battle. Another team member said firmly. Mu Yongsho's gaze fell on Su Jintang on the opposing team. Don't underestimate them. They dare to place their hopes on a large-scale team battle. They must have something to rely on. Su Mo had just suffered a loss, and her expression was also cautious. We play well next time. The halftime break ticked away second by second. The countdown on the giant screen flashed continuously. In the stands, Yu Wanao and the others' expressions turned serious. Although they had confidence in Su Jintang, seeing this situation, they couldn't help but feel worried. More viewers poured into the live stream. Holy crap! It's already the championship? Has the result been announced? Not yet, but the final match is about to start. Don't miss it. The masked squad must win. I bet 10,000 star coins at the underground black market casino. As the countdown dwindled, the tense and exciting atmosphere intensified. Li Xiang rode his hovering ball around the arena. He rested his chin on his hand, observing the two teams with great interest. At this moment, both sides were still discussing tactics, looking very serious. Soon, only 1 minute remained until the halftime break. Li Xiang straightened his back, raised the microphone, and announced, the final match of this year's superpower competition is about to begin. Don't miss it. Now, let's begin the countdown. 30 seconds remain for the intermission. Both teams, please prepare to take the stage. 10 seconds remain for the intermission. 5 seconds remain for the intermission. Li Xiang smiled slightly, and brought the microphone to his lips. 3, 2, 1. The flashing arena lights froze instantly. The exhilarating background music stopped. The entire arena fell silent, all eyes focused on the two teams. Now, please welcome the members of both teams to the stage. Su Jintang and her 5 teammates looked up in unison, and stood in a neat line. Su Jintang led the way, stepping onto the steps leading to the arena, and walking step by step to the center. The 5 members of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team followed closely behind. The two teams faced off. The duel hadn't even begun, but the atmosphere of mutual antagonism was already building. Masked Squad, Dry Rice Man, Mental Strength Level 4. Masked Squad, Cold-Blooded Assassin. Masked Squad, Hot Air Balloon. Masked Squad, Jade Fox. Masked Squad, Big Watermelon. The 5 introduced themselves one after another, then it was the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team's turn. The satellite camera zoomed in on Mu Yongsho. He stepped forward with a resolute gaze. Mu Yongsho of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team, peak 5th tier mental strength. Ah, it's finally starting. Masked Squad, charge. We must win. The Purple Cloud Pond Flower team must win the championship this year. Fans from both teams began shouting their support. Masked Squad. Masked Squad. Purple Cloud Pond Flower team. Purple Cloud Pond Flower team. Both sides were desperately trying to drown out the other's voice. Yu Wanao and the others covered their ears. This guy, has he lost his voice? Shouting like that, Wei Zixuan couldn't help but remark. Qin Shushu had hesitated for a moment, then asked, should we shout too? Mu Guang cleared his throat, looking a little embarrassed. Let's not. We just support her in our hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Zitao next to him put his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly, Jade Fox. Jade Fox. As an older brother, he naturally thought of his younger sister. Soon, the self-introductions of both teams were completed. Li Xiong smiled slightly, stepped back to the edge of the arena, raised his arm, and made a ready gesture. I hereby declare the final 5v5 team battle of this year's Superpower Competition Championship to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, an even thicker protective shield slowly rose from both sides of the arena. Li Xiong then jumped onto the levitating sphere and maneuvered it into the sky. Chapter 132. On the arena, bursts of different colored supernatural light erupted instantly. The phantom of the radiant phoenix immediately appeared behind Mu Yongshou, its blazing flames scorching the surrounding air to an unbearable temperature, turning the entire arena into an unbearable sauna. Su Jintang raised his hands, and thick layers of ice rapidly spread outwards. From the perspective of a satellite camera, the entire arena instantly split into two poles of ice and fire, one side enveloped in flames, the other covered by ice. The ice melted rapidly upon encountering the fire, and the fire was extinguished by the ice, emitting wisps of white smoke. Members of both teams charged towards each other simultaneously. Ha ha ha, the duel between ice and fire has begun. Quickly, take a screenshot. This spectacular scene is too rare to witness. Waiting for the match results. Waiting to go to the casino to withdraw money. The two finally met. Su Jintang directly confronted Mu Yongshou's radiant phoenix. She braced herself with both hands in front of her, a massive surge of ice attribute power instantly erupting from her palms. With a hiss, a thick layer of ice surged towards her, extinguishing the flames instantly, and white smoke slowly rose into the air. Mu Yongshou's eyes darkened, and his hand swiftly formed a hand gesture. The radiant phoenix behind him immediately spread its wings, raised its neck high, and spat out a ball of fire that shimmered with golden light. The fireball was as large as 3 human heads, dripping scalding lava that flowed across the arena, leaving scorching marks. The golden fireball hurtled towards Su Jintang, tracing a parabolic arc in the air. Su Jintang quickly retreated, spreading her arms to maintain her balance. At the same time, layers of ice rapidly surged from beneath her feet, growing like bamboo shoots, lifting her high into the air. She crouched low, stepping on the ice, using its momentum to leap into the air, bypassing the golden fireball and rushing towards Mu Yongshou below. In the blink of an eye, an intense icy mist descended, and several snow lotuses formed from all directions, enveloping Mu Yongshou within. High in the sky, Su Jintang spread her arms, channeling the power of her dragon blood, and slammed her fist down at Mu Yongshou below. Bang! Su Jintang's fist struck the radiant phoenix's wing. The wing's defense was too strong, they weren't even budgered, and the impact even made her entire arm numb. Su Jintang looked up at the radiant phoenix. Under the suppression of her mental power level, the Ice Soul Dragon's aura was ineffective. This thing was indeed difficult to deal with. At this moment, fighting broke out on the other two sides as well. Jiangxi, carrying a superpowered rocket launcher, frantically fired at the opposite side. The booming sounds of shells echoed continuously, and thick smoke quickly spread across the entire area. Song Tianqi's crimson flames were also relentlessly bombarding the opposite side. The masked squad, unleashing their full firepower, overwhelmed the opposing team, forcing Suemo and her companions to retreat and avoid immediate danger. Wow, the masked squad is quite formidable. It only lasts this long. The Purple Cloud Pool Flower team has a stronger overall strength. If the game drags on, they win sooner or later. Yes! A momentary burst of power won't affect the outcome of the match. The masked squad's advantage lasted only 2 minutes before the opposing team launched a counterattack. Eliminate the cold-blooded killer with me, Suemo said, staring at Jiangxi, who was still firing in the distance. The two teammates behind her immediately nodded. Yes! Lightning Shield, attack mode? Sharp steel needles immediately emerged from the edges of the lightning shield in Sumo's hand, and the pattern in the center of the shield transformed into a sharp sword. The next second, the lightning shield, studded with steel needles, flew like a dart towards Jiangxi, who was not far away. The other two team members also quickly activated their abilities, and began a fierce attack on Jiangxi. Sister, watch out! Shui Zhongqi noticed the danger immediately and fired, shooting the grappling hook at Jiangxi's feet. Jiangxi bent down, grabbed the rope of the grappling hook, and exchanged a glance with Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi immediately cooperated by retracting the grappling hook. Jiangxi used the momentum to quickly move away from the danger zone. Clang! The lightning shield, having missed its target, embedded itself deeply in the surface of the arena. The other two team members also missed their targets. The two exchanged a glance, quickly turned around and continued their pursuit of Jiangxi. Various explosions erupted on the arena, one side filled with thick smoke from the artillery fire, the other dominated by ice and lava. Su Jintang, who had been repelled again by the Radiant Phoenix, shook his arm. The most troublesome aspect of the Radiant Phoenix lies in its inherent burning fire attribute. Once it's touched by an opponent's fire attribute, the wound will suffer a continuous burning effect. Mu Yongshou clearly wasn't going to give her a chance to breathe. Seeing his attack miss, he immediately controlled the Radiant Phoenix to attack again. Golden fireballs continuously spewed from the Radiant Phoenix's mouth. Su Jintang looked up at the golden fireballs attacking again. The intense heat hit her face. Her gaze darkened, and she took out all the attack runes from her bracelet space. Who? She slowly exhaled, raised her head, and quickly manipulated her mental energy, channeling it from her fingertips. The runes were rapidly connected by threads of mental energy, one rune after another lighting up. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, she easily connected more than half of the runes. This scene was witnessed by Shui Zhongqi next door. His eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! Level 2 array patterns can be connected so quickly? If it were him, it would take at least 2 or 3 times longer. Wait, what am I seeing? Gan Fanren is creating array patterns? Am I seeing things? What's with Gan Fanren creating array patterns? What are array patterns? Fun fact, array patterns are a high damage attack method that only inscription masters can activate. Huh? Gan Fanren is an inscription master? Did I miss something? The audience was equally bewildered and shocked. Gan Fanren is an inscription master? Holy crap, that's not right. Isn't Gan Fanren's ability Ice attribute? It has nothing to do with star attribute abilities. How can she be an inscription master? Wait, my brain is a bit slow. Yu Wanyao and the others were just as shocked as the other audience members. Wait, what's going on? When did she learn to create array patterns? Is she an inscription master? Wei Zishuan couldn't help but ask 3 questions in quick succession. Qin Shushua's mouth gaped open, as if an egg could fit inside, and she remained silent for a long time. Strange, this good-for-nothing's ability is clearly ice-based. How could she be an inscription master? Jing Yuanzheng was also astonished by this illogical situation. Yu Wanyao pursed her lips, an unbelievable guess flashing through her mind. What if she has 2 abilities? Her words carried far, and the others turned to look. You know what, it's actually possible. Yin Zitao was the first to nod in agreement. Mu Guang frowned, his expression somewhat grave. Someone actually has 2 abilities. Then she... He paused for a moment, his incredulous gaze fixed on the arena. Just how terrifying must her fighting power be? At this moment, Su Jintang's level 2 array pattern on the arena had taken shape. The array pattern flashed with a blinding white light. Those nearby could sense the immense energy within. Mu Yongshou, riding on the Radiant Phoenix, was also stunned. What is this? Jiang Baimu, who was nearby, subconsciously replied, it's an array pattern. But only inscription masters can create array patterns. Mu Yongshou's expression became even more confused. Before the match, they had studied the 5 members of the masked squad. Except for Jade Fox and Big Watermelon, who hadn't used their abilities at all, they were very familiar with the abilities of the other 3. Gan Fanren clearly had Ice-type abilities. How could he be an inscription master? Captain, be careful. Sensing that the array pattern had taken shape, Jiang Baimu immediately warned him. Mu Yongshou snapped out of his daze, and quickly relayed the command to the Radiant Phoenix to retreat and dodge. The Radiant Phoenix spread its wings, circled once above the arena, and flew away in the opposite direction from which the array pattern had attacked. Jiang Baimu also quickly dodged to the other side of the arena. Seeing the array pattern about to miss, Su Jintang directly pulled it back. She held the array pattern in her hand, and chased after Jiang Baimu, who was frantically fleeing for his life. A level 2 array pattern wouldn't be enough to harm Mu Yongshou. So naturally, she wouldn't use it on Mu Yongshou. But she was confident that this level 2 array pattern would definitely eliminate the other team members. Jiang Baimu sensed the danger behind him and ran even faster, but soon, Su Jintang, holding the array pattern in her hand, caught up with him. He took a deep breath, decisively activated his supernatural ability, and traversed to a spatial rift, then quickly leaped to another safe location. Su Jintang, having failed to catch him again, pursed her lips and decisively shifted her target. Jiang Baimu's supernatural dodging speed was too fast. She definitely couldn't catch him. Turning around, Su Jintang held a brightly glowing array pattern in her hand, her gaze sweeping over the other people on the arena. In just half a second, she swiftly changed her target to the one with the lowest mental strength level in the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team. That person had just dodged Jiang Shi's cannon attack and was fleeing in a very disheveled state. Su Jintang turned and gave chase, hurling the array pattern she held directly at the other person. "Watch out," Su Imo quickly warned. But the team member didn't have time to react. As he turned to dodge, the array pattern was already in front of him. A powerful suction force erupted at the center of the array pattern, attempting to pull the person directly into it. Li Xiang acted swiftly, using some skill to interrupt the array, then directly dragged the teammate away. The duel continues. Seeing this, Yan Yuding and Shui Zhengqi exchanged a glance. It still has to be the squad leader. Yan Yuding's tone lightened. Shui Zhengqi, however, was deeply disheartened. The squad leader had just created the array at least 3 times faster than him. Comparison is odious. "Come on, let me show you my upgraded fire feather withering." Song Tianqi's fighting spirit was ignited. He clenched his fists and clashed them together, then a powerful burst of fire shot into the sky behind him. With the Vermilion Bird bloodline activated, and the amplification effect of his supernatural ability assimilation state stacked on top, Song Tianqi's power was directly amplified to more than twice its normal level. Fire feather withering? Song Tianqi raised his hands high, as if welcoming sacred flames. Countless crimson feathers rained down from the sky. The already tense atmosphere in the arena, filled with the sounds of gunfire, became even more strained. "I'm speechless. Those guys from the masked squad are all using wide area attacks." Su Imo muttered under her breath as she fled. To the left, the dry rice man had taken over half of the ice on the arena. To the right, she was met with a barrage of cannon fire from the cold-blooded killer. Now, the enhanced area of effect attack from the hot air balloon was upon them. The entire arena felt like a minefield. Chapter 133. Silver light flashed continuously on Jiang Baimu's body as he darted back and forth across the arena. Su Imo was struggling, mostly surviving by squeezing into narrow gaps. Mu Yongsho's face darkened as he used his mind to urge the Radiant Phoenix to attack. A fireball wrapped in golden light shot from the Phoenix's mouth, directly attacking Song Tianqi. The previously arrogant Song Tianqi immediately became sullen and quickly turned to retreat. "Su Imo, you guys eliminate the hot air balloon first," Mu Yongsho said to the team members below. "Understood," Su Imo replied, pursing her lips as her gaze fell on the hot air balloon opposite them. "Everyone, attack the hot air balloon together." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jintang suddenly flashed forward and attacked. Still daydreaming? Su Jintang raised his arm, his immense spiritual power instantly condensing into his fist, emitting a faint glow. Bang! With one punch, Su Imo was sent flying back to the edge of the ring. She bent slightly, clutching her abdomen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This guy's close combat ability was terrifyingly strong. He was practically a monster. Su Imo wiped the blood from her mouth and swiftly charged towards Su Jintang. She raised her lightning shield, the center switching to attack mode, countless electric currents instantly crackling around its surface. Su Jintang, who was about to attack, immediately stopped and turned to run away. She definitely couldn't withstand that electric current with her bare body. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze quickly locked onto another member of the Purple Cloud Pool Flower team. That person's ability was a curved blade, which he had been relentlessly slashing at Song Tianqi. Several times, the blows nearly struck Song Tianqi's shoulder. "Damn it!" Song Tianqi cursed as he ran, "If you're so tough, don't chase me. Go hit our captain." The teammate naturally knew how terrifying Su Jintang was. He immediately curled his lip and muttered, "I'm not stupid." With that, he raised his scimitar again, a flash of blue light emanating from the blade, power rapidly gathering within it. "Get out of the way!" Su Jintang shouted, suddenly charging forward. Song Tianqi instinctively quickened his pace, bypassing the battle and running in another direction. Su Jintang followed suit, charging towards the teammate wielding the scimitar. Thick ice instantly surged towards the opposing teammate. The teammate, who was charging forward, tripped on the ice, his attack slowed. At that moment, Su Jintang's fist strike followed. The heavy fist slammed into the scimitar, producing a clanging sound. Su Jintang, having missed, grimaced. She casually raised her hand to activate her ruby-embroidered sleeve darts, several hidden arrows flying swiftly towards the opposing team. Simultaneously, a thick icy mist began to spread outwards. The air temperature plummeted, causing the opposing team members to shiver. "Get behind me!" Mu Yongsho, who had rushed over, leaped from his Radiant Phoenix. The moment his feet touched the ground, he roared, "Radiant Blaze!" The Radiant Phoenix behind him immediately spread its wings high, a resounding cry echoing throughout the arena. Then, a golden red river of fire descended from the sky, cascading down like a waterfall, instantly dividing the arena in two. The intense heat dissipated the ice attribute chill. A wave of heat washed over them. The golden red light reflected on Su Jintang's ghostly mask. The satellite camera captured this scene. The viewers in the live stream tensed up. Oh no, is Gan Fanring going to be eliminated? It shouldn't be. Although there's a difference in mental strength level, she shouldn't be eliminated so easily. I think the masked squad has a very hard time winning this round. Sigh, we can only leave it to fate. After all, the difference in mental strength level between the two sides is too great. Although the audience may have expectations, from a rational point of view, it's still too difficult for the masked squad to win. What about the captain? Yan Yuding noticed Hua next door, and quickly looked at Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi was about to speak when Jiang Baimu teleported directly to his face. He quickly raised his grappling hook, and pulled the trigger. Don't worry, the captain can handle it, Shui Zhongqi said firmly. Then, he used the grappling hook to pull himself to safety. Yan Yuding hesitated for a moment, glancing worriedly at Su Jintang. At this moment, Jiang Baimu, who had missed his target, immediately turned and attacked her. Regaining her senses, Yan Yuding quickly drew her wind shadow whip to meet the attack. A golden red river of fire rushed towards her. The scorching heat quickly enveloped the surroundings, making it difficult to breathe. Su Jintang raised her hands to block in front of her, frantically channeling her mental energy to unleash ice attribute power. Layers of ice continuously surged from in front of her, but as soon as they reached the river of fire, they were instantly melted by the intense heat, turning into white steam. After enduring the attack for a while, the river of fire in front of her could no longer be stopped, and was almost pressing down on her. Behind her, Mu Yongshou, riding on the Radiant Phoenix, continued to channel his mental energy into the river of fire. Jin Xiaobao. Su Jintang called out in her mental sea of consciousness. Soon, a cold snort rang out, followed by Jin Xiaobao's nonchalant voice. What do you want from me? Help me summon the tilted scales. Since her identity as an inscription master was already exposed, she didn't mind revealing a little more. Are you sure? Jin Xiaobao asked again. If I help you now, I won't be able to act again for at least half a month. Sure, hurry up, don't dawdle. Su Jintang was still resisting, but the ice layers surging out were dwindling, almost immediately extinguished by the opposite river of fire. Jin Xiaobao fell silent. After a few seconds, a massive surge of energy erupted from her mental sea of consciousness, spreading throughout Su Jintang's body. The ice layers, which had initially been at a disadvantage, suddenly became dominant, directly crushing the river of fire several meters away. Mu Yongshou on the opposite side was stunned. Strange, how come there's suddenly so much energy? He muttered in confusion, but didn't dwell on it, immediately increasing his mental energy input to continue his fight against Su Jintang. The stalemate lasted for a total of 2 seconds. A blinding silver light shot into the sky from the arena, its power so strong that it drew everyone's attention. Holy crap! What's that? Looks like something the Dry Eater did. Could it be another array pattern? It doesn't look like an array pattern. This energy intensity is at least twice that of an array pattern. No, maybe 3 times or more. The silver light illuminated the entire arena, forcing many spectators near the arena to cover their eyes to avoid the glare. Mu Yongshou, riding on the Radiant Phoenix, also raised his hand to shield his eyes. He was closest to the silver light, so naturally, he felt it the most intensely. The energy was astonishingly vast. I'm going to sleep again, Jin Xiaobao's arrogant voice echoed in his mental sea. Su Jintang replied, go ahead. 2 seconds later, the silver light dissipated. Everyone opened their eyes, looking towards the spot where the silver light had just erupted. There, Su Jintang stood with one hand on his hip, the other holding a miniature, exquisitely crafted scale. The silver scale swayed back and forth, emitting a crisp ding-ding sound. Remember, you can only choose to tilt the scale to the left or right. You should remember the skill effects of these choices. After one use, the scale's energy will be depleted and return to your mental sea. Jin Xiaobao popped up again to remind him. I know. Su Jintang pursed his lips, lost in thought. Tilting the scale to the right is a group buff, usable on himself or up to 3 teammates. The buff increases mental power level by 1 level, lasting 20 minutes. The tilting scale's effect is a group debuff that creates a silence zone. Any enemy target pulled into this zone will have their mental strength level instantly reduced by 1 level for 20 minutes. Given the current situation, reducing the enemy's mental strength level is more worthwhile, because Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi on our side are unable to use their abilities. Even if they were to gain an upgrade, it would be a waste. Having made his decision, Su Jintang immediately channeled the command into the tilting scales. The balanced scales began to slowly tilt. At the same time, dark purple light extended outwards from the tilting scales, instantly covering the entire arena. Everyone sensed a subtle energy field appear, but no one could quite grasp what it meant. Mu Yongsho's mouth gaped open, staring in astonishment at the scales in Su Jintang's hand. What is this? Her second ability? Wait, am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? What is that thing in Ganfanren's hand? A scale. It's clearly a scale, and it's obviously a star attribute ability, which matches Ganfanren's identity as an inscription master. So the question is, Ganfanren actually has two abilities? I'm shocked, it really is a second ability. The live stream of the competition reached its peak of audience discussion. The screen was filled with comments. The audience at the venue was equally astonished, and various discussions erupted. This ticket was totally worth it. It's the first time I ever seen someone with two superpowers. My god, is this the superpower competition? There are even contestants with two superpowers. So, what's the effect of Ganfanren's second superpower? Does that mean the masked squad's chances of winning this match are even higher? Not necessarily. What good is it if only Ganfanren is awesome? If the others aren't good enough, they're still not good enough overall. Yu Wanyao and the others were completely stunned. Sister Jintang. She has this trick up her sleeve? Wei Zixuan looked bewildered. Yu Wanyao's mouth was slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. The others were also all mouths agape, unsure how to express their shock. Zhuang Silin next door was also stunned for a long time. Until Miao Mingji spoke up. This situation. Are you aware of it? Yes, I haven't had a chance to report it to you yet. Zhuang Silin gave an awkward smile. Fortunately, Miao Mingji was experienced, and only showed a moment of surprise before regaining her composure. However, her gaze towards Su Jintang deepened. To be able to keep something like this hidden for so long, this child is no simpleton. I talked to her alone after the competition. Chapter 134. Zhuang Silin nodded in agreement. Okay. At this moment, the entire arena was shrouded in a dark purple, silent domain. The stunned Mu Yongsho and his four companions felt a subtle force creeping through them, followed by a feeling that their spiritual power was being imprisoned. What's going on? Su Imo was the first to react, looking blankly at her two teammates. Jiang Baimu hesitated for a moment. It seems like part of my spiritual power is sealed. The two immediately looked up at Mu Yongsho. Mu Yongsho replied gravely, I'm sealed too. Right now, I can only use spiritual power up to the peak of the 4th rank. Su Imo nodded. I think I dropped a level too. Me too, Jiang Baimu echoed. At the same time, on the other side of the arena, Yin Yuding and the others were completely dumbfounded. Captain, this ability is... Yin Yuding looked at the others in bewilderment. Jiang Shi sensed the situation and guessed, the strength and aura of Mu Yongsho and the others on the other side have all dropped. It's probably a group debuff skill. Song Tianqi looked at Su Jintang's location in astonishment. The captain is terrifying. Don't stand there, attack now. Shui Zhongqi was the first to react, immediately activating his grappling hook and charging towards the enemy. Several high-level attack runes flying from his sleeves. Immediately afterward, Jiang Shi also picked up her super-powered rocket launcher and continued bombarding the enemy. Mu Yongsho and the others, who had been forcibly downgraded, were somewhat bewildered. They had never seen a superpower that could forcibly reduce mental strength levels, especially not a group effect. Don't panic, hold off their attack first. This forced downgrade effect is incredibly powerful, but its duration definitely won't be very long. We just need to hold out until the skill ends. Mu Yongsho quickly made a decision. Then, he rode the Radiant Phoenix directly towards the enemy. Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi's attacks were already flying in. Su Imo and the others could only temporarily suppress their doubts and continue to fight. Mu Yongsho realized Su Jintang's terrifying strength and dared not underestimate her again, immediately unleashing his full power. Phoenix Cry. The Radiant Phoenix beneath him immediately raised its neck high and cried out. The powerful sonic attack immediately penetrated Su Jintang's mental sea. However, protected by the Ice Soul Dragon, this mental attack had no effect whatsoever on her. Su Jintang was completely unaffected and charged straight towards Mu Yongsho. Mu Yongsho was stunned. The Radiant Phoenix's sonic attack hadn't worked. Before he could think further, seeing Su Jintang already charging in front of him, Mu Yongsho had no choice but to control the Phoenix to take flight. However, the moment it took off, 3 enhanced ice blade storms enveloped it from all directions, trapping Mu Yongsho within them. Mu Yongsho had no choice but to urge the Radiant Phoenix to continue flying upwards. Radiant blaze. The river of fire, which had caused Su Jintang so much trouble earlier, reappeared. But this time, the river of fire's energy was noticeably weaker than before, and its area was smaller. The onslaught of heat blocked Su Jintang's path. She activated her ice attribute, and countless glaciers suddenly appeared, rapidly colliding with the river of fire. Previously, during their standoff, the river of fire had always held the upper hand, but this time, a stalemate had formed. Dry Rice Man's second ability is amazing. Directly forcibly downgrading the opponent. I never heard of such a terrifying skill effect before. You saw how much effort Mu Yongsho was putting in to beat even a simple meal. But I'm curious, how long does this insane skill effect last? 1 minute? Or 2 minutes? I feel like 5 minutes at most. Mu Yongsho and the others were actually speculating about the maximum possible duration of Su Jintang's skill. After we're downgraded, the enemy will definitely launch a fierce attack. Everyone be careful, Su Mo quickly reminded them, then raised her lightning shield and charged into the battle without hesitation. Jiang Baimu leaped into the air, gritting his teeth, and charged towards the enemy as well. The remaining team member was a little nervous. After being downgraded, he only had the strength of a peak third-tier player, making him too easy to be eliminated by the enemy. He was already nervous, but then Song Tianqi suddenly shouted and charged from the opposite side. Crimson flame burst. 9 clusters of crimson flames quickly formed, then rapidly compressed together, creating a fireball bursting with energy. By the time the team member reacted, the fireball was already upon them. He swiftly raised his curved blade and unleashed a wave of air in a horizontal slash. The air wave collided with the fireball, lasting only 2 seconds before being engulfed by the fireball. Trying to run. Shui Zhongqi shouted, appearing out of nowhere, and simultaneously unleashed several attack runes. The 2 attackers were fiercely pressing their opponent. In no time, the opponent was forced back, pushed to the edge of the arena. At this moment, Jiang Baimu teleported above Shui Zhongqi and launched a powerful kick, attempting to push Shui Zhongqi away. However, he was prepared. Shui Zhongqi directly crushed the defensive rune in his palm. The energy within the rune rapidly overflowed into the air, then condensed into a defensive shield. Jiang Baimu didn't have time to retract his leg, and his foot slammed into the protective shield. Hiss. He winced in pain, immediately gasping for breath. At that moment, the teammate had already been knocked off the stage by Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi's combined attack. Li Xiang caught the teammate, and then loudly announced, "The match continues." Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi exchanged a glance. The two turned around in unison and quickly pounced on Jiang Baimu. Jiang Baimu immediately teleported away. Now, only 3 members of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team remained on the stage. Mu Yongsho's expression turned serious after realizing the situation was dire. "Captain, should we eliminate Big Watermelon and Jade Fox first?" Jiang Baimu, who had just teleported to Mu Yongsho's side, asked casually. Mu Yongsho's gaze swept quickly across Su Jintang and the others opposite him. "No, I have to stay and hold off Ganfanren. You and Su Mo try to eliminate one of them first." "Okay." Jiang Baimu nodded immediately, then teleported again. Ganfanren's second ability is a bit overpowered. And it seems like 5 minutes have passed, the downgrade effect hasn't disappeared yet. If this downgrade effect lasted for 10 minutes, this ability would truly be heaven-defying. It feels like the masked squad is about to make a comeback. Several more intense rounds of fighting passed. The sweat on Mu Yongsho's forehead grew thicker, and a dark cloud settled over his face. With his mental strength level reduced, he couldn't beat Ganfanren at all, and sometimes he was even being completely outmatched. Soon, Su Jintang delivered another violent punch and kick. This time, Mu Yongsho couldn't withstand it, and was kicked off Yaoyang Phoenix and onto the stage. Su Jintang leaped into the air, clenching her fists, and continued charging towards him. Radiant sunlight. At the command, the Radiant Phoenix immediately spread its wings, and then a blinding light slowly rose from the center of the arena. Su Jintang felt a surge of scorching heat. She glanced up at the golden fireball rising opposite her. The fireball was engulfed in raging flames. The golden light radiated outwards, and the flames within seemed about to burst forth. Su Jintang pursed her dry lips. She spread her arms, and a massive glacier instantly rose behind her, casting a shadow over half of the arena. "Go help the captain. We handle this." Song Tianqi rushed to Jiang Shi's side, and said in a low voice. Jiang Shi glanced at the person next door. "Got it." Without another word, she rushed towards Su Jintang's position, simultaneously hoisting her rocket superpowered cannon, aiming the muzzle at the golden flame ball, and activating lock-on bombardment mode. Soon, The attacks from all three sides converged. A piercing, sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. Mu Yongsho only felt an irresistible force surging towards him, and then his body was directly thrown back. He tried to stop himself, but the impact was simply too strong. Holy crap! Mu Yongsho's out. A scream immediately erupted from the audience stands. This shout caused the entire audience to erupt in cheers. It's over. The Purple Cloud Pool Flower team is really finished this time. Even Mu Yongsho is out. What use are the remaining two? What? Does that mean I'm going to become rich overnight? I bet on the masked squad to win. The odds were 1 to 100. Zhuang Siling gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, a glint of excitement in her eyes. She had never dared to dream that Su Jitang and his group of 5 could win the championship, but judging from the current situation, they were only one step away. Below the arena, Mu Yongsho, already eliminated, shook his head dejectedly. There was no way he could withstand the combined attack of Ganfarin and the ruthless killer after being forcibly relegated. Su Mo and Jiang Baimu, still on the arena, were stunned. They exchanged a glance, a flicker of panic crossing their eyes. Even their captain was out, leaving only the two of them. Was there any chance of winning this duel? Moreover, 10 minutes had passed since their forced relegation, but the effects on them hadn't worn off yet. Attack with all your might! Su Jintang shouted, stepping on the high glacier. Song Tianqi and the others exchanged glances, then quickly rushed towards the opposite side. Su Mo and Jiang Baimu had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept the challenge. The outcome was clear. In a 5v2 situation, even the strongest two couldn't withstand the onslaught, especially since they were both under the influence of the silence field of the tilted scales. After enduring for a few minutes, Su Mo was the first to be eliminated. Only Jiang Baimu remained, using his teleportation ability to survive until the very end, but even then, he was quickly knocked off the stage. The elimination of the last member of the Purple Cloud Pool Flower team marked the end of the match. Su Jintang jumped down from the glacier, one hand on her hip, the other pointing arrogantly to the sky. Jiang Shi, carrying a rocket launcher, stood beside her, striking the same upward-pointing pose. Following her, Yin Yuding, Song Tianqi, and Shui Zhongqi also stood side by side. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the 5 people in the arena. 2 seconds later, a deafening roar erupted. Masked squad! Masked squad! Li Xiang snapped out of his daze, jumped onto the stage, smiled, raised the microphone, and loudly announced, "The ultimate champions of this year's superpowered individuals competition are the Masked Squad." Ah! The Masked Squad really won. Help, my brain is a bit too dense. The Masked Squad really won. The Masked Squad was the real Dark Horse team. Chapter 135. The 5 members of the Purple Cloud Pool Flower team below the arena all wore complex expressions. Especially Mu Yongsho, whose face was so sullen it looked like he'd eaten dirt. Before the match, he considered everything, except that the Egg Eater had 2 superpowers. Even more absurdly, his opponent's second superpower could force a downgrade. They encountered such abstract things. Losing the match was perfectly normal. Don't be discouraged. Anyone would lose this match. It's normal for us to lose too, Mu Yongsho said first, trying to ease the tension. The others understood, but their feelings remained complicated. Age-wise, they were the seniors of the Masked Squad, yet they suffered a crushing defeat. It was like a slap in the face. In the audience stands, Wei Zixuan was the first to excitedly clench his fist and stand up. Awesome! Yu Wanyao and the others exchanged glances, their faces showing both surprise and barely concealed elation. Seeing everyone so excited, Jing Yuanzheng was a little bewildered. However, everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, and he didn't want to disturb them, so he simply stood up and clapped along. On the other side, Zhuang Silan and Miao Mingji exchanged a surprised glance. Wu Jinghong also immediately stood up excitedly, clenched her fist, and shouted along with the fans, "Masked Squad!" The energetic background music resounded throughout the arena. At the same time, countless glittery ribbons shot out from around the arena. Li Xian approached Su Jintang and the other 4, continuing his speech. "Thank you to all the audience members and fans for your support. This year's superpower competition has lasted for a total of 63 days. During this time, there have been hundreds of trending topics related to us, and we have also collaborated with over 100 shops on co-branded merchandise, creating unprecedented sales records. It can be said that this year's superpowered individuals competition is the most successful and fulfilling one in recent years. Thank you all for your support, and congratulations again to the Masked Squad for winning the overall championship this year." As a team with an average age of no more than 16, their hard work and dedication in getting this far are evident to all. Now, please welcome Commander Jing Hongyi to personally present the championship trophy to the masked squad. Spotlights from all around the arena shone on the stage. Satellite cameras simultaneously turned to the judges' panel. Jing Hongyi stood up with a smile, bowing slightly to the cameras and the surrounding audience. He then stepped down from the judges' panel and walked steadily onto the stage. A staff member approached Jing Hongyi with a tray containing the trophy, bowing slightly as they handed it to him. Jing Hongyi first nodded to Su Jintang and the other 4 members before turning to take the trophy. He held the trophy with both hands, approached Su Jintang and smiled. The championship trophy bore the logo of the superpowered individuals competition, its entire trophy base a golden hue, shimmering brilliantly under the lights. Congratulations, Jing Hongyi said, handing over the trophy with both hands. Su Jintang stepped forward, bowed slightly to accept it, and then nodded in thanks to Jing Hongyi. All eyes were on her. Su Jintang, holding the trophy, returned to her team. A few seconds later, the 5 of them raised the trophy high together. The fan shouts and cheers rang out again, "Masked Squad! Masked Squad!" The golden spotlight shone on Su Jintang and her teammates, making the trophy they held aloft shimmer with a subtle glow. Jiang Wenjue and Deputy Director Wang, both judges, stood up and applauded. The 5 members of the Zixiaopan Flower team stood below the stage with complex expressions. Although unwilling, they were unconsciously moved by this scene and joined in the applause. Not long after the competition ended, news of the masked squad's victory spread rapidly across the internet. It sparked a heated discussion online. Wow! This is the first time such a young team has won the superpower competition since its inception. Isn't the important thing that Ganfarin possesses 2 superpowers? Yeah, Ganfarin's second superpower is outrageous. Force downgrade, and it's a group effect, lasting for more than 10 minutes, that's terrifying. The key is that her superpower is of the star attribute, and she's also an inscription master. Isn't that outrageous? It's beyond my comprehension. Can any experts answer this? The masked squad's victory was certainly exciting, but what's generating even more buzz is Ganfarin's possession of a second superpower. Overnight, the name Ganfarin spread throughout the entire Starnet. A replay of her activating her second superpower in the final championship match was specially edited and posted on forums. Inside the villa dormitory. Class monitor. Your video's trending again. Song Tianqi's loud voice came from downstairs. Su Jintang, who had just stepped out of her room, continued down the stairs without changing her expression. Song Tianqi leaned closer. Look, over 1 million likes. Lots of people are discussing it in the comments. Su Jintang glanced at it. Not bad. She walked to the living room and clapped her hands. Everyone, gather in the meeting room in 10 minutes. Teacher Zhuang is coming over to hold a debriefing meeting for us. Yes. The group of people, who were busy in the living room, immediately looked up and answered. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Zhuang Silin arrived at the villa on time. She leaned on the edge of the conference table, her usually serious face now showing a hint of a smile. You did a great job this time. The principal and the military academy leaders are very satisfied with you, so they have unanimously decided that the funds they invested in you before don't need to be returned. Consider it a reward for your victory. In addition, the military academy leaders have also decided to increase investment in the experimental class. If you need any funding in the future, just come to me. Song Tianqi and the others immediately exchanged excited glances, then raised their hands and cheered. Great! We finally made it through. Yin Yuding stroked his chin and began to do the math. The championship prize money plus the bets we placed on the black market, how much money is that? Shui Zhongqi couldn't help but click his tongue. It's faster than how fast I make money selling inscriptions. Only Jiang Shi, the young lady of Tianbao Pavilion, remained calm. After all, this amount of money was nothing to her. Also, after the debriefing session, Su Jintang, you come to the school with me. The principal wants to talk to you about your second ability. Zhuang Silin's meaningful gaze fell on Su Jintang. At this, everyone else leaned forward. Yin Yuding and the others were also quite curious about their class monitor's second ability, but none of them dared to ask directly. Su Jintang nodded obediently. Okay. 40 minutes later, the debriefing of the entire ability contest concluded. Zhuang Silin turned off the projection screen and reminded them, also, Shui Zhongqi and Su Jintang, don't forget the inscription master competition isn't over yet. Yes. Shui Zhongqi immediately straightened his back and answered. After the meeting, Zhuang Silin glanced directly at Su Jintang. Let's go. Su Jintang quickly stood up and obediently followed. In the high-level meeting room of the Lakita's military academy, Miao Mingji and several other leaders sat in a row. Su Jintang sat alone opposite them. The atmosphere was a little silent. Su Jintang coughed lightly and took the initiative to confess, "I told Teacher Zhuang and Teacher Wu about having 2 superpowers before." Zhuang Silin nodded, "You did tell us, but it's a serious matter, so I haven't had time to report it." Miao Mingji looked at Su Jintang, a hint of interest in his eyes. "How many secrets are you still hiding from us?" Su Jintang immediately shook her head, "None." Her only remaining secret was the existence of Brother Long, and this matter concerned her life. She would never reveal it to anyone under any circumstances. Miao Mingji withdrew his gaze. "Alright. Then let's talk about your second ability." Su Jintang didn't hide anything and immediately explained the effects of the 2 skills that the leaning scales currently possessed. Upon hearing that this ability had another skill effect, a hint of astonishment flashed in Miao Mingji's eyes. It can even forcibly increase the mental strength level of allies. This ability is indeed quite interesting. When Rueda, a researcher, also stroked his stubble after hearing this. "In all my years of researching abilities, I never heard of such a monstrous skill effect. And for an ability user to possess 2 abilities simultaneously is truly mind-blowing." The other military academy leaders exchanged glances, a wry smile flashing across their faces. Let alone when Rueda, they had never even heard of him. When Rueda suddenly thought of something, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "In that case, is it possible to cultivate individuals with 2 superpowers simultaneously through artificial intervention in the future?" Su Jintang immediately sat up straight. "Wary teacher, you're not going to dissect me for research, are you?" "Of course not." When Rueda smiled, but the smile on his face looked more like he wanted to devour Su Jintang alive. Miao Mingji spoke up, "Alright, stop scaring him." She looked at Su Jintang, "Don't worry, if he really dares to touch you, I dissect him." The military academy rarely encountered such a freakish genius, so of course she cherished him. When Rueda quickly raised his hands in surrender, and said nothing more. Soon, several leaders questioned Su Jintang about her second superpower. Su Jintang told them everything she could, but she consciously concealed the existence of Jin Xiaobao. An hour and a half later, Su Jintang's back was starting to go numb from sitting so long. She kept shifting her position, rubbing her lower back. The leaders were still arguing fiercely about her second superpower. Some believed that a genius like Su Jintang would need 24/7 close protection and surveillance. Others argued that rectors shouldn't just raise a hothouse flower. Su Jintang needed opportunities to gain experience. Both sides held firm to their opinions, arguing endlessly. Knowing she had little influence, Su Jintang silently lowered her head, trying to minimize her presence. "Alright," Miao Mingji interrupted, "you people are only thinking about your own ideas. Have you considered the child's own feelings?" Chapter 136. These words finally silenced the meeting room. The heated debate that had just taken place fell silent, and all eyes turned to Su Jintang. Miao Mingji looked over as well. "What do you think?" Su Jintang cleared her throat, discreetly withdrawing her hand from rubbing her lower back. "I believe that experience is essential for growth." After briefly stating her position, Su Jintang resumed her obedient demeanor, sitting up straight obediently. Miao Mingji nodded in agreement. "I know you all value talent, but overprotecting her isn't a good thing either. Let's continue as before, no objections, right?" Since the principal had personally spoken, no one dared to object, and they all nodded in agreement. The meeting finally ended, and after each leader rose and left, Su Jintang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuang Silin, who had stayed until the very end, came over, gently patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "Don't be nervous. It's a good thing that the leaders value you, but don't feel too much pressure." "I understand." Su Jintang obediently scratched her head. Leaving the meeting room, Su Jintang walked alone out of the military academy. At this time, all the major military academies had already begun their winter break. The campus of Lectas was almost deserted. She crossed her arms, raised them high, and stretched her body comfortably and relaxed. After the inscription master competition, she could finally rest for a while. The day after the competition ended, Su Jintang and her group of 5 discreetly went to the underground black market to exchange their bets. The casino owner has really lost big this time. Who told him to be so arrogant and offer odds of 1 to 100? No, who would have thought the masked squad would actually win the championship? Anyway, I joined in the fun and placed a lot of bets. At 1 to 100 odds, I made 100,000 star coins straight away, practically a millionaire overnight, ha ha. Su Jintang quietly moved to the back of the line. The other four followed suit. The man in front of Su Jintang suddenly turned around and gave her a curious look. Girl, you also bet on the masked squad to win. Su Jintang was taken aback, then nodded, yeah. The man immediately smiled smugly. Let me tell you, I knew the masked squad would win. When I bet on them, several friends said I was stupid, but now I'm the only one who made money. Su Jintang became interested and looked up curiously. How did you guess the masked squad would win? Intuition. My intuition is usually very accurate. The man immediately patted his chest, looking confident. That's just pure luck. Su Jintang chuckled. Impressive, impressive. Girl, why did you bet on the masked squad? The man continued. Su Jintang smiled back. It was just a gut feeling. I don't know why. I just felt the masked squad was bound to win. The man patted Su Jintang's shoulder cheerfully. We're destined to meet. Seeing that he was about to start acting like a brother, Su Jintang immediately pointed ahead. It's almost our turn. The man quickly turned around and focused intently on the cue. After waiting for about 15 minutes, it was finally Su Jintang and her group's turn to exchange their bets. The casino owner's expression had become completely numb. He looked at Su Jintang and her group with a look of utter despair. Give me your betting slips. Su Jintang smiled slightly and presented the receipts with both hands. The casino owner glanced down at the receipts, and upon seeing the numbers, his vision blurred, and his hands trembled as he held them. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Wait a moment, this is quite a lot of money. I need to contact manager Xingxing. No rush, take your time. Su Jintang smiled politely. Seeing this, Yin Yuding quickly stepped forward. Boss, my bet is also quite a lot. Why don't you contact them together? Song Tianqi also showed his receipts. Boss, mine is quite a lot too. How about we put them all together? 5 receipts were placed in front of the owner, who stared in disbelief. Su Jintang eased the tension. No rush, we can wait. Huff. The casino owner clutched his chest, breathing heavily. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. With that, the owner took his communicator and went inside. Yin Yuding tiptoed and peered inside, but seeing nothing, he looked away. He won't run away, will he? Su Jintang pulled up a stool and sat down. We just sit here and wait. Where can he run off to? Soon, Song Tianqi followed suit, pulling up a stool as well. That's right, we sit in a row and keep watch. Fortunately, the fear of the casino owner running away didn't materialize. Although the wait was a bit long, the owner still paid everyone the winnings according to the odds. Su Jintang and the other 4 left satisfied. The casino owner wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the 5 figures disappear. The more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. Wait a minute, don't those 5 figures look a bit like the masked squad? The casino owner, as if discovering a shocking secret, immediately accessed his communicator's screen and began searching online for a group photo of the 5 members of the masked squad, then comparing their figures to those of the 5 people he had just seen. Holy crap! It really is the masked squad. The owner couldn't help but curse. However, by this time, Su Jintang and his group of 5 had already walked far away. 2 days later, the Inscription Master Championship began. Although the overall attention wasn't high, the event was much more lively than previous ones due to the large number of masked squad fans who came to support them. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi were chatting in the contestants' waiting area. Currently, 4 contestants remained in the Inscription Master Championship. According to the championship rules, these 4 contestants would simultaneously answer the same question live. Finally, the judges would score each contestant's final score to determine the top 4. A short while later, Jiang Xiangyang and another contestant walked in together. At this time, the live broadcast of the competition had already started. Many viewers gradually poured in. Almost forgot the Inscription Master competition wasn't over yet. So today's the finals? Holy crap, Big Watermelon from the masked squad is participating in this competition. Big Watermelon. Big Watermelon. I love Big Watermelon. 48 minutes remain until the finals begin. Many staff members enter the venue, carrying 4 alloy combination lock cases, quickly arranging them neatly in a row. Su Jintang glanced at the row of cases, her gaze immediately drawn to the locks. Shui Zhongqi, standing beside her, also noticed the locks and whispered, there seems to be something wrong with these locks. Su Jintang examined them carefully, but before she could get a closer look, a staff member covered all the cases with a black cloth. I reckon these 4 boxes are definitely our test questions this time, Shui Zhongqi said in a low voice. Let's see, Su Jintang replied. Jiang Xiangyang and the other contestant were clearly on good terms. The two of them kept their distance from Su Jintang and his group, only occasionally glancing over. Time gradually passed, and with only 30 minutes left before the final match, Mu Zhengbai, who had presided over the previous match, slowly walked into the venue. Seeing him, both Jiang Xiangyang and Shui Zhengqi showed relieved expressions. Indeed, only someone of Mu Zhengbai's caliber could serve as a judge for the final. Following him, Sun Yuantian, the president of the Federal Inscription Masters Association, entered the venue. The last to enter was also President Wang, who had previously served as a judge in the competition. Su Jintang and Shui Zhengqi glanced over there. Looks like we have 3 judges for this final, Shui Zhengqi muttered. Luckily, our association president is here too. President Wang can't trick us now. Su Jintang remembered. President Wang was the president of Jiang Xiangyang's association, and he had even deliberately given her difficult questions in previous competitions. Please get ready, all 4 contestants. Our Inscription Master Grand Final is about to begin. The judges for this final are Teacher Mu, and the 2 presidents of the Inscription Master Associations, President Sun and President Wang. Today's questions were developed jointly by the 3 of them, so the final scores will be judged jointly by all 3. The staff member then began explaining the relevant competition rules. He spoke for about 5 minutes before stopping. Su Jintang didn't actually remember many of the rules, but the general idea was that this final would adhere to the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency, and would be broadcast live in real time. Contestants didn't need to worry about any favoritism or cheating. There were also some rules and requirements regarding the contestants' behavior. Now, please have the 4 contestants come to the center of the arena to choose their exam questions, the staff member announced again. Su Jintang patted the wrinkles on his clothes, stood up, and walked to the center of the arena. Shui Zhengqi followed closely behind. The 4 contestants stood in a row. A satellite camera slowly rose up, capturing all 4 figures in its frame. Strange, are there no spectators at the Inscription Master competition? No, probably because there are too few people watching this competition. The organizers haven't put much effort into selling tickets. Anyway, the commercials during the live stream are enough for them to make money. Is everyone here to see Big Watermelon from the Masked Squad? Their team just won the championship next door. Will he come back for another one? That's hard to say. In the last round, Big Watermelon barely made it into the finals, so it's hard to say how he fared in the grand finals. At the competition venue, Su Jintang bent down and tapped the box in front of him. Judging from the sound, each box sounded identical, and since they were currently covered by a black cloth, it was impossible to tell the difference. Su Jintang casually picked one and stood in front, saying, "I choose this one." Because she had advanced as the winner of the previous round, she had priority in choosing her box. A staff member quickly came and took away her chosen box. Okay, next contestant Jiang Xiangyang will choose his test question. A few minutes later, everyone had chosen their boxes and stood aside, waiting for the competition to begin. Mu Zhengbai, standing opposite her, smiled kindly and stepped forward, saying, "The test question for today is to break the lock inscription. The final score will be based on the time and method used to break the lock inscription. The competition will begin in 15 minutes. Please take your seats now." What is a lock inscription? I never heard of it before. Ah, I think I know. These inscriptions are usually used to seal confidential documents or valuable resources. They are very rare, and ordinary people have no access to them. It sounds complicated. Chapter 137. Su Jintang's expression faltered. The words breaking the lock rune kept echoing in her mind. She never heard of it before. She didn't even know what a lock rune was. But she wasn't the only one bewildered. Jiang Xiangyang and the other 2 also looked completely blank. Seeing the expressions on the 4 contestants' faces, Mu Zhengbai's smile widened. I know everyone is probably confused about this lock inscription right now, so let me explain it to you. The Federation has a history of tens of thousands of years, possessing numerous confidential documents and materials requiring secret protection. To ensure the absolute security of these documents and materials, I led the presidents of various inscriptionist associations to jointly develop this lock inscription. Each lock inscription is unique in the world, and the method to break it is not fixed. The cracker must break and decipher it individually based on the different patterns of the lock inscription. The boxes you just chose each have a lock inscription installed. Today's assessment task is to break the lock inscriptions, open the boxes, and take out the contents. As the words fell, a satellite camera zoomed in on the 4 boxes covered with black cloth. Wow, the finals are really impressive. They even use lock inscriptions. But that's incredibly demanding. There are only a handful of people in the entire StarCraft universe who can break the lock runes, and those are usually guild leaders or higher. How old are these players? How could they possibly achieve something like that? It seems scores will be calculated based on the contestants' progress in solving the puzzles. There's still a quarter of an hour left before the finals officially begin. Su Jintang and his 3 companions entered the competition area and took their seats. Contestants may remove the black cloth to observe and study the lock inscription on the chest, but before the start of the competition, they are prohibited from handling it. Any violation will be considered cheating, a staff member reminded them. Su Jintang lifted the black cloth. The chest surface was rusty, looking quite old. Above the lock was a lock inscription that shimmered faintly. The array diagram in its center was extremely complex, with intricate lines so precise that the direction of the lines was almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. Su Jintang lowered his head slightly, bringing the lock inscription closer for a more careful examination. At this moment, 2 staff members entered carrying a tray. The tray held various magical tools. The staff members placed the tools on the tables of the 4 contestants. Mu Zhengbai then introduced, "These are tools that can help you break the lock inscriptions. You can explore how to use them yourselves." Su Jintang's gaze shifted to the newly laid out tools. There was a round, transparent lens. She recognized it. It was a type of magical artifact that could precisely magnify a target. There were also knife-shaped pliers, an electric pen, and a series of other tools that could assist in breaking the lock inscriptions. A levitating satellite camera hovered in the air, broadcasting the scene live to the studio. How many of these 4 do you think will successfully break the lock inscriptions? I bet none, haha. This is supposedly the highest security lock inscription in the entire Federation. It's not something easily broken. Breaking lock inscriptions is truly difficult. However, if such a talent truly existed, the Federation would definitely recruit them immediately. Time ticked by. Only 1 minute remained until the start of the competition. Jiang Xiangyang was the first to lower his head, his gaze fixed on the lock inscription on the treasure chest on his table, poised to act at any moment. Su Jintang rested his chin on his hands, his eyes still glazed over. Until the staff member spoke, the competition begins. The assessment time is limited to 12 hours. During this time, contestants may voluntarily pause the assessment and rest in the outer service area. However, before the official end of the competition, no one is allowed to leave the competition venue. As the words fell, a countdown timer automatically appeared on the light screen at the front of the competition venue. After the start of the competition was announced, Jiang Xiangyang and Shui Zhengqi immediately picked up their tools and began studying the lock inscription on the treasure chest. The other contestant followed suit, picking up his tools and entering study mode. Su Jintang, however, first stretched leisurely, then yawned, dawdling for a while before finally picking up the round lens beside him and beginning to study it. The round lens was a magical artifact similar to a magnifying glass, offering a very high magnification. When aimed at the secret inscription, it allowed him to see the core array diagram much more clearly. Soon, after infusing the round lens with his spiritual energy, a faint white light immediately flickered at the edge. Su Jintang aimed it at the secret inscription on the treasure chest. The secret inscription array diagram, instantly magnified 100-fold, appeared before his eyes. Su Jintang frowned slightly and lowered his head to carefully examine the array patterns within. It was undeniably complex. Just one of the patterns made her dizzy. Silence returned. The 3 judges exchanged glances, then smiled and declined to go first. Finally, Mu Zhengbai stepped forward, entering the room and approaching Su Jintang. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes scanning the lock inscription on the treasure chest. After seeing the pattern clearly, Mu Zhengbai's eyes lit up with interest. This lock inscription was his own work. It was the most difficult of the 4 lock inscriptions. This girl's luck was quite bad. At this moment, Sun Yuantian walked to the other side and discreetly examined the lock inscription on Su Jintang's treasure chest. His brows immediately furrowed. This lock inscription was crafted by Elder Mu. Even he would need considerable time to decipher it. He shook his head and sighed softly. This competition, Miss Jin's chances are slim. Time ticked by, and the 4 contestants gradually focused. Sun Yuantian, hands behind his back, approached Shui Zhengqi with a grave expression. The treasure chest Shui Zhengqi drew had the easiest inscription difficulty of the 4, but even the easiest was extremely difficult to break. He shook his head again. The outcome of this final round was indeed unpredictable. No wonder there were so few viewers watching the Inscription Master competition. It lasted 12 hours. Who could endure that? Ha ha, I'm leaving now. I check back for the results when it's almost time. I need to cultivate anyway, I just leave this as background music. The live stream, which had been quite lively at the beginning of the competition, gradually quieted down as time went on. Aside from a few professional inscription masters, who came to study and research, most of the other casual viewers left instantly. Su Jintang examined the array diagram with the round lens for a long time, carefully discerning each pattern. Then, she rubbed her neck, put down the lens, closed her eyes, and began to silently recall the entire diagram. To completely break the lock inscription, she first needed to memorize every single pattern of the array. But this was clearly difficult. A few seconds later, Su Jintang rubbed her temples, her head aching, and reopened her eyes. The array diagram she thought she had memorized was now completely incomprehensible. Helpless, she took a deep breath and started memorizing again. An hour passed quickly. The competition venue was very quiet. The 4 contestants were still engrossed in their studies. This was Su Jintang's 10th attempt at reciting the core array diagram of the lock inscription. Compared to her previous failures where she couldn't remember it at all, this time Su Jintang could vaguely recall the main patterns. Phew. She rubbed her temples, her head was starting to throb. The creator of this lock inscription is at least 10 times stronger than you. With your current level, breaking this lock inscription is simply impossible. Jin Xiaobao's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Su Jintang frowned, replying telepathically, "You have a way to solve it." Jin Xiaobao continued, "Of course I do. But why should I help you? What do you want?" Su Jintang asked. Jin Xiaobao chuckled, "I want the starlight bronze from this treasure chest." Su Jintang hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched the bronze outer shell of the treasure chest. She hadn't actually noticed that the treasure chest was made of starlight bronze. After thinking for a moment, Su Jintang suddenly raised her hand. Mu Shengbai, who was in charge of proctoring the exam, noticed her movement and immediately looked over. "What is it?" "If I can break the lock inscription on the treasure chest, can I have it?" Su Jintang asked bluntly. Mu Shengbai's expression faltered. "This?" He recovered and chuckled. "If you can break the lock inscription, don't just ask for 1 treasure chest, I can find you 10. In the entire Federation, there are no more than a handful of people capable of breaking lock inscriptions, and they are all at the level of the president of the Inscription Master Association. Xian Duoduo is so young, if she can reach the level of the presidents of the major associations, what's a treasure chest to her?" With this in mind, Su Jintang felt more confident. She immediately replied to Jin Xiaobao telepathically, "Did you hear that? I can find you 10 treasure chests." "Humph, then wait a minute." Jin Xiaobao gave a haughty snort and then disappeared, seemingly doing something else entirely. Su Jintang's gaze returned to the inscription on the lock. After a moment's thought, she picked up the round lens and continued to observe the array patterns within. Time continued to fly by. 2 hours later, Jiang Xiangyang, Shui Zhongqi, and another contestant put down their tools and headed towards the service area. Su Jintang silently reviewed the array diagram again. Feeling mentally exhausted, she also put down her tools, stretched, and walked towards the service area. Shui Zhongqi grabbed a drink and sat down next to her, quietly asking, "Class monitor, how's your progress?" "Not good." Su Jintang shook her head. "Even you're stumped? I doubt anyone can solve this exam." Shui Zhongqi sighed. After chatting, the two sat down to rest. The drinks provided at the service area had a special effect of refreshing the mind. After drinking a cold beverage, Su Jintang's mental fatigue immediately dissipated. Just then, Jin Xiaobao's voice rang out, "I got it." Chapter 138. Su Jintang paused in her study of the array diagram. "How do I need to cooperate?" Jin Xiaobao quickly replied, "I need to release energy by tilting the scales. Just cooperate with me." Su Jintang raised her cold drink and downed it in one gulp. Then she got up and returned to the competition area. She sat down at the table, took a deep breath, and focused her gaze on the lock inscription on the treasure chest. She waited for a long time, but didn't hear Jin Xiaobao's voice. Su Jintang thought for a moment, and since she had nothing else to do, she picked up the round lens again to study the array diagram. The other 3, having finished their break, returned to the area and continued their studies. The atmosphere returned to quiet. This continued for an hour. Su Jintang recited it for the 16th time, her head throbbing, but she still only remembered 1/10 of the array diagram. She rubbed her temples to rest. Just then Jin Xiaobao, who had been missing for half a day, popped up. "I'm here." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy surged from his spiritual sea, forcibly summoning the tilted scales along with him. The undeniable fluctuation of power attracted the attention of those around him. Even in the otherwise stagnant livestream room, several comments appeared. What's going on? It seems to be the commotion from Qianduo's side. Holy crap! She broke the lock rune? Wait, this scale sounds familiar? Where have I seen it before? Those who heard the commotion were also surprised, then turned to look at Su Jintang. A blinding silver light shot into the sky, obscuring Su Jintang and everything around her. Jiang Xiangyang, who was closest, looked over in surprise. What was that commotion? The lock-on inscription had been broken? Mu Xingbai also showed a hint of astonishment. I break this thing right now. Watch me. Jin Shibao's arrogant voice echoed in his mind. Su Jintang's eyes lit up with anticipation as he looked at the lock-on inscription on the treasure chest. A small, silver scale slowly appeared before him, followed by a faint surge of silver energy that landed directly on the lock-on inscription. The originally solid and flawless lock-on inscription began to melt under the erosion of the silver light. Su Jintang watched the scene in amazement. In about 5 seconds, the array diagram at the core of the lock-on inscription was completely melted away by the silver light. Then all the light disappeared. The original fluctuations in power also subsided completely. Su Jintang reached out and tapped the lock on the treasure chest, easily opening it. He then opened the chest. It was empty. Clearly, this treasure chest was specifically for the assessment. It contained nothing. At that moment, the proctoring system announced, "Congratulations to contestant Qian Duo for successfully completing the assessment." The assessment time was 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 27 seconds. Judges, please score and evaluate. The entire room fell silent. Sun Yuantian, sitting next to him, gaped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He hadn't even considered the possibility of a contestant succeeding in this competition. And Qian Duo had not only succeeded, but had done it in just over 2 hours. On the other side, Chairman Wang's eyes were wide open, his astonishment clearly equally profound. Knowing that today's test was to break the locked inscription, he had almost given up hope, but this unexpected turn of events was completely unexpected. At this moment, the staff on site also reacted. They immediately rushed to Su Jintang's side, bending down to carefully examine the locked inscription on the treasure chest. Yes, it's indeed broken. However, this doesn't seem to have been broken by conventional means. It seems to have directly and violently melted the core formation within the inscription. It can directly melt the core formation? Several staff members whispered in surprise. Su Jintang crossed his arms in front of him, straightening his back slightly. Does this mean I completed the test? The staff stopped their discussion. One of them turned around. Please wait a moment, we might need to discuss this matter. Mu Xingbai also came over. He walked much faster than usual, reaching the table and immediately bending down to examine the broken locked inscription. What is it that melted the core formation of the inscription? As he spoke, he turned to look at Su Jintang. Su Jintang coughed lightly and explained, "It's my special ability." Mu Xingbai's expression became even more stunned. Your special ability can break the locking inscription? Yes, that's it. Su Jintang summoned the tilted scales. A miniature scale floated above her palm. Mu Xingbai stared at the tilted scales in disbelief. I never heard of this special ability before. How did it melt the core formation of the locking inscription? Could you tell me? Su Jintang chuckled dryly. I'm not quite sure either. It just suddenly surged out of power. A staff member nearby quickly asked, Elder Mu, this competition doesn't seem to prohibit the use of special abilities to break the locking inscription, but does that seem a bit out of place in our inscription master competition? Because no one had ever thought of using a special ability to break the locking inscription, Su Jintang's action was indeed beyond the staff's expectations. Mu Xingbai was also a little bewildered. The lock inscription, one of the Federation's most secure and difficult to break mechanisms, is completely ineffective with ordinary abilities and methods of breaking it. Even a high-level expert attempting to break it by brute force would immediately trigger the lock inscription self-destruct mechanism. The treasure chest and its contents would be instantly destroyed. However, Qianduo's ability completely defied common sense. When he violently melted the core array of the inscription, the self-destruct program was not triggered. He pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. The other contestants continue the competition. Miss Qian, come with me, we need to talk privately. The seriousness of this matter had surpassed the inscription master competition itself. If Miss Qian's ability could directly melt the lock inscription, then she was terrifying. Su Jintang cleared her throat, realizing that Jin Shibao's move seemed a bit excessive. But it was too late, she could only bite the bullet and proceed. She nodded, quickly stood up, and followed Mu Jingbai out of the competition venue. A few minutes later, Su Jintang followed him into the VIP lounge. Mu Jingbai turned around with a serious expression. Would you mind demonstrating your special ability again? Chapter 139. Su Jintang coughed lightly. It can't be summoned anymore. She had Jin Xiaobao's assistance earlier. She definitely couldn't summon it on her own now. Mu Jingbai's expression froze. Why? Su Jintang quickly explained the special characteristics of the tilted scales. Mu Jingbai's expression grew even more astonished. There was actually a special ability that could only be summoned freely after reaching the 5th rank. As far as he knew, the more demanding the summoning requirements, the more powerful the ability itself. Then could you tell me more about the specific effects of Miss Qian's ability? Mu Jingbai asked again. Su Jintang cleared her throat and continued to reiterate the special effects of the tilted scales. After listening, Mu Jingbai's face became extremely shocked. He had never heard of such a heaven-defying ability as the tilted scales. Moreover, this monstrous level of ability could even violently melt away the core formation of the locking inscription. Knock knock. A knock suddenly sounded on the door. Then Sun Yuantian's voice came through. Elder Mu, would it be convenient for us to understand the situation together? Chairman Wang also came over and echoed, yes, we can discuss it together. Mu Jingbai hesitated for a moment, then turned to the door and opened it. After Sun Yuantian entered, he immediately turned his gaze to Su Jintang. Then he repeated all of Mu Jingbai's questions. Su Jintang had no choice but to answer them again. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. The 3 chairman-level figures looked at each other, unable to utter a word for a long time. This matter was simply too shocking, and none of the 3 had ever heard of it before. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream gradually came to their senses. I remember now, that Libra looked so familiar. Isn't that the second ability of the Masked Squad's Dry Eater? Holy crap! It really is. Right, that's why he looked so familiar. So this Qian Duo is the Masked Squad's Dry Eater? I'm a bit confused. What's going on? The previously quiet live stream suddenly became lively, with many lurking viewers popping up in surprise. In addition, the number of online viewers also began to surge. Suddenly, a lot of Masked Squad fans flooded in. What? Someone said there's a Dry Eater here? It seems like someone said the Dry Eater's ability appeared? But isn't this the Inscription Master Tournament? Here he comes. Here he comes to support the Dry Eater. At the competition venue, Jiang Xiangyang, Shui Zhongqi, and another contestant were still immersed in shock and hadn't recovered yet. It wasn't until a staff member spoke up, reminding him, the competition is still ongoing. Please concentrate on the competition, that Jiang Xiangyang coughed awkwardly and quickly lowered his head to hide his embarrassment. He casually picked up a round mirror from the table and continued studying the core array of the locking inscription. Although he was busy with his actions, Jiang Xiangyang was still replaying the scene in his mind. What kind of heaven-defying ability could melt away the core array of the locking inscription? He wasn't the only one wondering. Shui Zhongqi and the other contestant were also filled with questions. Shui Zhongqi shook his head and sighed softly. The class monitor is getting more and more monstrous. Inside the VIP lounge, Mu Jingbai and the other 2 were already seated. Their expressions were still solemn, but their emotions had calmed down considerably. After we discuss this matter, we still need to give an explanation to the contestants and audience. But how to respond specifically requires careful discussion, Mu Jingbai suddenly said. Sun Yuanqian and Chairman Wang exchanged a glance, then nodded simultaneously yes. Su Jintang sat obediently to the side, not participating in the conversation, but listening attentively throughout. The 3 debated for a full half-hour before reaching a conclusion. Miss Qian, do you think this arrangement is appropriate? Mu Jingbai looked up at Su Jintang. Su Jintang was taken aback. They were even asking for her opinion? She pondered for a moment, then nodded, I'm fine with anything. Seeing that she had no objections, Mu Jingbai looked away, nodded, and stood up. All right, then I go out and announce it now. Sun Yuantian and Chairman Wang also stood up. Seeing this, Su Jintang felt embarrassed to remain seated and quickly followed. Led by Mu Jingbai, the group returned to the competition venue in a grand procession. The staff member who received the notification immediately followed. The competition is temporarily paused. Regarding the incident where contestant Qian Duo accidentally broke the lock inscription, the 3 judges have reached a conclusion, which will now be announced by Teacher Mu. Mu Jingbai stepped forward, cleared his throat, and then spoke. Regarding contestant Qian Duo's use of his special ability to break the lock inscription, Since we did not stipulate before the competition that this operation was a violation, contestant Qian Duoduo's achievement in breaking the lock inscription will be recognized. However, this competition is an inscription master competition, aimed at assessing the contestant's inscription skills. Therefore, contestant Qian Duoduo's score will be calculated separately from the scores of the other 3 contestants. The viewers in the live stream were a bit confused. What does separate calculation mean? Does that mean Qian Duoduo gets 1 score, and the other 3 contestants get separate scores? I just watched the video replay, and Qian Duoduo's ability is exactly the same as Ganfaren's second ability, so are these 2 the same person? Mu Zhengbai continued, contestant Qian Duoduo's assessment score is high enough to rank first, but considering the special nature of her score, another first-place winner will be selected from the other 3 contestants to share first place with her. Then the other 2 contestants will be ranked according to their scores, in descending order. After hearing this, Jiang Xiangyang's anxious mood calmed down slightly. Shui Zhongqi and the other contestant didn't react much, since neither of them had even considered competing for the championship. The competition continues, everyone can begin, Mu Zhengbai said with a smile. The countdown on the screen started flashing again. Jiang Xiangyang took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state, and buried himself in his studies. Mu Zhengbai turned his head and waved to Su Jintang, indicating that she should do as she pleased. Su Jintang smiled obediently, nodded, and walked directly towards the service area. With more than 9 hours left before the end of the competition, and having nothing else to do, she decided to cultivate. Sitting down on a sofa in the service area, Su Jintang immediately closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. The staff knew that many people in the live stream were there for Qian Duoduo, so they deliberately used the satellite camera to zoom in on the service area several times. Ah, is this the real face of Ganfanren? Ganfanren! Ganfanren! The masked squad is really fierce. After winning the superpowered individual competition, they're now aiming for the inscription master competition, haha. Soon afterward, news of Ganfanren from the masked squad appearing in the inscription master competition spread. More and more fans flocked to the event. The number of online viewers in the usually quiet live stream began to skyrocket. Chapter 140. The masked squad's Dry Rice Man makes a surprise appearance at the superpower competition. The related post quickly rose to the top of the forum's trending topics, instantly attracting many masked squad fans. What the heck? What's going on? Dry Rice Man is participating in the inscription master competition again? Really? Oh right, during the superpower master finals, Dry Rice Man's second superpower was the star attribute. So Qian Duoduo is Dry Rice Man? Dry Rice Man is Qian Duoduo? My god, this is a double champion. Various comments propelled the post to the top of the trending list. Following this, more and more fans were drawn to the inscription master competition livestream. At this moment, the atmosphere at the competition venue was extremely tense. Jiang Xiangyang's forehead was constantly dripping with sweat, showing that he was somewhat anxious. Time ticked by, but the number of viewers in the competition live stream continued to increase. The backstage staff were astonished for a long time after seeing this. Shui Zhongqi took a deep breath, suppressing his agitated emotions, and refocused on his studies. This was his 27th attempt to memorize the core formation of the locking inscription. He could probably only remember about 1/10 of it at most. Any more, and his head would start to throb, and his consciousness would begin to waver. This was the terrifying aspect of the locking inscription. After another failed attempt, Shui Zhongqi put down his tools and rubbed his temples. During his break, he glanced up at Su Jintang in the service area, a hint of envy unconsciously appearing in his eyes. Comparing people can be infuriating. Shaking his head and sighing, Shui Zhongqi looked away, picked up his tools again, and resumed his studies. A halo of spiritual energy emanated from Su Jintang. The satellite camera nearby occasionally swept over her. Holy crap! Is this what Ganfanren really looks like? She's so pretty and mature. So Ganfanren's real name is Qian Duoduo? She loves eating and loves money. Exactly the same hobby as me. Ha ha ha. No wonder I like her so much. Ah, she's so cool. She won the ability user competition, and now she's winning the inscription master competition. In less than half an hour, the live stream room was completely taken over by Ganfanren's fans. Adding to that, Deshigua's fans, and the two groups made the live stream incredibly popular. The sun gradually set, ushering in the deep night. At the competition venue, the 3 contestants, Jiang Xiangyang and his companion, looked much more tired than at the beginning of the competition. Shui Zhongqi's gaze and consciousness began to frequently become unfocused. Prolonged periods of intense concentration are too taxing on the mental energy of inscription masters, so the competition time was set at the maximum of 12 hours. Sun Yuantian, who had been proctoring the exam all day, slowly stood up, glanced at the countdown timer beside him, and reminded everyone, the competition ends in half an hour. Please pay attention to the time. Shui Zhongqi, who was diligently studying, suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with alarm at the countdown timer. Only half an hour left, but so far, he had only memorized 3/10 of the core array patterns. He couldn't even memorize them, let alone attempt to break them. He shook his head, rubbing his temples in frustration, and simply gave up. Jiang Xiangyang, on the other side, was also in a state of confusion. He had only memorized 5/10 of the core array patterns so far. He could try to break the lock inscription, but the success rate would be extremely low. Jiang Xiangyang glanced at the countdown timer. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and prepared to give it a try. It all came down to this. Jiang Xiangyang put down his round glasses, picked up the electric pen, and began to try to recreate the array patterns from memory. Buzz! A crackling sound rang out as the electricity from the pen tip was injected into the core array, creating a strong corrosive effect. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the three judges. Mu Zhengbai walked towards Jiang Xiangyang with a surprised expression, leaning forward slightly to observe the electric pen in Jiang Xiangyang's hand. The lock inscription on the treasure chest was flashing a scarlet warning light. This was a notification that the lock inscription self-destruct program was about to start. Upon noticing the warning light, Jiang Xiangyang immediately stopped trying to break it. The red light disappeared. He sighed helplessly. This self-destruct program is the most troublesome. If the breaking time exceeds 10 seconds, it will immediately activate. However, to break it within 10 seconds requires a considerable understanding of the core array's patterns. Mu Zhengbai's smile deepened upon seeing this. He said nothing and turned to leave. Breaking this level of locked inscriptions was still a bit premature for these 18-year-olds. At this moment, Su Jintang slowly finished her cultivation. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, opened her eyes, and looked at the competition venue. A close-up shot from the satellite also swept over at the same time. Ah, it's the freeloader. After waiting for hours, I finally got a shot of the freeloader. Sister, kill me. Su Jintang glanced at the camera flashing in front of her, said nothing, and silently walked off the field with her arms crossed to watch the competition. So far, only Jiang Xiangyang had attempted to break the lock inscription, but he accidentally triggered a self-destruct sequence, forcing him to stop. Shui Zhongqi and another contestant were still stuck memorizing the core formation. Attention all contestants, there are only 10 minutes left in the competition. Su Jintang yawned and stretched lazily. At this moment, a staff member tiptoed over and whispered in Su Jintang's ear, Ms. Qian, our competition is about to end. Would it be convenient for you to come over here for a champion's acceptance speech interview? Su Jintang's expression faltered for a moment. Sure. She had nothing better to do anyway. Soon, Su Jintang followed the staff member backstage. The reporter was already seated and waiting. Upon seeing Su Jintang, she immediately stood up, her face beaming with a smile. Hello, Ms. Qian, I admire your name. Su Jintang politely shook hands with her. Hello, hello. The reporter gestured for her to sit down, the interview will begin now. At the same time, the live interview broadcast automatically started. Wait, the match isn't even over yet, and they're already starting the champion's acceptance speech interview? No wonder, given how powerful Ganfarin is, he directly and forcibly melted the core formation of the locking inscription. I bet Ganfarin will definitely be recruited by the command center. People like that won't do badly in the future. Chapter 141. The reporter smiled and offered her a microphone. Hello, Ms. Qian, I'm the reporter in charge of this interview. If there are no further questions, let's begin. Su Jintang nodded. No problem. A nearby staff member quickly brought over a microphone stand and placed it in front of Su Jintang. The staff member checked the sound and, after confirming it was working properly, gave an OK sign. The reporter raised the microphone and began the first question. I heard that you not only participated in our Inscription Master competition, but also just won the championship in the superpowered person competition next door. What are your thoughts on this? Su Jintang cleared his throat. It's alright, as expected. The reporter smiled slightly. Then, may I ask how you discovered you possess 2 superpowers? Su Jintang replied succinctly, I suddenly discovered it one day when I woke up. The reporter continued, could you elaborate? Su Jintang said without changing his expression, on a sunny morning, I suddenly discovered it after waking up. The reporter, She chuckled twice and quickly changed the subject. Our third question is the one with the most online fan votes. What do you have to say about the rumors circulating online recently about you and Shin Ma-chung? Upon hearing this question, Su Jin-tang was stunned. She asked incredulously, the rumors about me and Shin Ma-chung? When did she get involved with Shin Ma-chung? The reporter continued to smile. Yes. Haven't you heard? Su Jin-tang was a little dumbfounded. Where had she heard of any rumors about herself and Shin Ma-chung? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Gan Fanren was completely dumbfounded. No, this rumor sounds like a fabrication. How can any fans believe it, huh? Is it a fabrication? I thought it was true. I've been shipping them for so long. It's obviously fake. How could Gan Fanren be related to Shin Ma-chung? It must be because the masked squad participated in a program last time and filmed with Shin Ma-chung's group, making the shipping fans start shipping them. Speaking of which, this is actually Shin Ma-chung riding on her popularity. Gan Fanren is so popular, spreading rumors with her, he gained a lot of traffic for free, ha ha. Nonsense, completely unfounded. Su Jin-tang came back to her senses and immediately denied it. The reporter girl probably expected this answer. She smiled twice. Okay, let's continue. The interview continued. At the same time, the most crucial moment of the competition arrived. Jiang Xianyang's final attempt to break the lock inscription failed again. He shook his head dejectedly and put down his tools. Mu Zhengbai, standing at the front, announced, there is 1 minute left until the end of this match. All players, please prepare to wrap up. The countdown on the screen turned bright red. Each flash represented the passing of time. Both Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Xianyang had given up on further study. Another player had also put down his tools early, ready to accept the result. 3 seconds left in the countdown. 2 seconds left. 1 second. Beep, the match is over. An electronic notification sounded. Jiang Xianyang and the other two immediately put down their tools, stood up, and bowed slightly to Mu Zhengbai. Mu Zhengbai returned the bow politely. Thank you for your hard work. About 2 seconds later, the competition records for the 3 contestants automatically appeared on the screen in front of them. Jiang Xianyang memorized the core formation to half completion. Attempted to break it twice, but failed both times, triggering the self-destruct program of the locked inscriptions. Shui Zhongqi memorized the core formation to 3/10 completion. Did not attempt to break it. Song Hongyu memorized the core formation to 2/10 completion. Did not attempt to break it. Mu Zhengbai and Sun Yuan exchanged glances. They had expected this result. The reason they presented such a difficult challenge was simply to test the contestants' mental fortitude. The 3 huddled together to discuss the situation. Then, Mu Zhengbai stepped forward and announced with a smile, the task of breaking the lock inscription is indeed very difficult. For the 3 of you to possess such a level at this age is far beyond your peers. Based on the unanimous agreement of the 3 judges, and according to the completion rate of the 3 assessment tasks, the first place should be Jiang Xianyang. Second place, Shui Zhongqi. Third place, Song Hongyu. If there are any objections to this ranking, please feel free to point them out. The result was unsurprising. Jiang Xianyang remained silent for a moment, head bowed. Shui Zhongqi and Song Hongyu also kept their heads down, saying nothing. In truth, all 3 felt somewhat ashamed of this ranking. They hadn't even completed the task of memorizing the core formation, let alone successfully breaking the lock inscription. Jiang Xianyang felt conflicted. Since the start of the competition, he had always considered Qian Duoduo his benchmark. But in the crucial final round, Qian Duoduo had become a legend. He couldn't even catch up. Since everyone has no objections, this year's Inscription Master competition will now conclude. Next will be the award ceremony and acceptance speeches for the contestants. Please prepare yourselves, a staff member announced. Huh? It's over already. Is there nothing else? No wonder the Inscription Master competition has so little attention. It's not interesting at all, no exciting moments. I just been sitting there studying inscriptions the whole time. Luckily, I arrived early and caught a glimpse of Ganfanren, a nickname for a person who doesn't know how to cook. The viewership in the competition's live stream gradually dwindled. Meanwhile, Su Jintang's interview live stream was gaining increasing popularity. The reporter had now asked the last question. The masked squad is currently incredibly popular, practically the focus of the entire internet. Given this, do you have any plans to enter the entertainment industry, or perhaps capitalize on this popularity by participating in other competitions? No plans at the moment, thank you, Su Jintang answered crisply. The reporter smiled. Okay, that concludes our interview. The competition and interview concluded smoothly, followed by the usual award ceremony and acceptance speeches. After completing all the formalities, Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi finally emerged from the venue. The sun was already slowly setting. The orange-red afterglow bathed the earth. Shui Zhongqi stretched relaxedly, sighing, finally, it's all over. I can finally rest for a while. Su Jintang also let out a rare sigh of relief, her hands behind her back, gazing at the beautiful sunset in the distance, her expression softening considerably. Chapter 142. The superpowered individual competition and the inscription master competition both concluded. A week later, the hype surrounding the masked squad and the dry-eating man's dual superpowers gradually subsided. Early morning, outside the villa dormitory. Golden sunlight streamed onto the newly sprouted grass in the yard. The door opened, and Jiang Shi, preparing for her morning exercise as usual, stepped out. Today she sported a high ponytail, her fair face radiating a cool elegance. Shijia, we're going to see the commander-in-chief this afternoon. Could you help me decide what to wear? Yin Yuding's voice came from inside. Jiang Shi, who had only taken half a step, had to retract her foot, a hint of helplessness on her face. She turned back into the house. What clothes? Yin Yuding held a formal suit in her left hand, and a casual sweatshirt dress in her right, blinking her eyes expectantly. Jiang Shi pondered for a moment, then pointed to the suit jacket on her left. Wouldn't it be better to wear something more formal? Yin Yuding glanced down at the suit jacket in her left hand, and immediately nodded. You're right, after all, we're going to see the commander-in-chief. Then this suit will do. With that, she smiled happily and ran upstairs to try it on. In the living room, Su Jintang was lounging on the sofa, a steaming cup of invigorating tea in her hand, looking quite relaxed. Jiang Shi glanced at her. What do you think the commander-in-chief wants to see us for? To recognize our talent, I suppose. Su Jintang picked up her tea, took a sip, and said. Jiang Shi pursed her lips, walked to the opposite side of the sofa, and sat down. If the commander-in-chief intends to recruit us, won't that create conflict with the military academy? Su Jintang paused, her hand holding the teacup still. She hadn't considered this. He should be able to tell we're still in military academy, right? Jiang Shi lowered her head, lost in thought, remaining silent for a long time. Until Song Tianqi rushed down from upstairs. Look. I changed my clothes, ready to leave any time. It was clear that everyone was excited about meeting the commander-in-chief. Su Jintang's attention was diverted. She turned to look at Song Tianqi. How much longer until we leave? We have to leave in half an hour, or we might be late. Song Tianqi replied. At that moment, Shui Zhongqi also came out of his room. When do we leave? Su Jintang finished the last sip of her invigorating tea and immediately stood up. Let's go now. A few minutes later, Su Jintang and the other four boarded a hover train and arrived at the Federal Command Center. Yin Yuding stood in front of the command center, peering inside expectantly. It's huge inside, and there are so many guards patrolling. The security is incredibly tight. Shui Zhongqi also stood on tiptoe and peered inside. Of course, this should be the safest place in the entire Federation. Su Jintang arrived at the guardhouse by the entrance and knocked on the window. Hello. The guardhouse window opened, and the guard captain on duty leaned out with a serious expression. What is it? We come to see the commander-in-chief. She handed over the commander-in-chief's invitation as she spoke. The guard captain opened the invitation and carefully verified it. He relaxed and accepted the invitation. Wait a moment, I take you in. The guard captain opened the door and gestured for Su Jintang and her group of 5 to enter. You 5 were really popular a while ago. The head guard's teasing gaze swept over the ghost mask on Su Jintang's head, his eyes clearly showing interest. Su Jintang wanted to be a little modest. But before she could speak, Song Tianqi chimed in, not bad, barely managed to get the most popular group of the year award, ha ha ha. Su Jintang immediately shut up. The head guard chuckled and looked at Song Tianqi. Judging from your voice, you're that hot air balloon with the vermilion bird bloodline ability? Song Tianqi became even more enthusiastic, immediately straightening his back and brushing a strand of hair behind his ear. That's right, it's me. To awaken an ability with divine beast bloodline, your future is limitless. The head guard continued to praise. Song Tianqi chuckled and scratched the back of his head. After walking for about 2 minutes, a white palace gradually came into view. Su Jintang stopped. The head guard also stopped, pointing towards the white palace. I take you this far. The commander-in-chief is waiting for you inside. Su Jintang looked up at the opposite side. The white palace complex was vast. Below the main hall in the center were steps made of white jade. To the left of the main hall's entrance stood a statue. The statue was incredibly lifelike. It was none other than the current commander-in-chief, Jing Hongyi. Ahem. Yan Yuding unconsciously lowered her voice. Squad leader, shall we go in? Perhaps the silence within the palace affected everyone. Even Shui Zhongqi and the others, usually so boisterous, were unusually serious. Su Jintang nodded, and said, let's go. With that, she took the lead, stepping onto the steps and heading towards the main hall's entrance. The others quickly followed. Upon entering the main hall, the surroundings became even quieter. Apart from the sound of their footsteps, everything seemed frozen in place. For some reason, the temperature seemed to have dropped after they entered. Su Jintang subconsciously touched her arm and continued walking. Hello. A clear, cool male voice suddenly rang out. Su Jintang looked up. A man dressed in white shirt and trousers was walking towards them. He stopped in front of Su Jintang with a gentle smile. Greetings, all of you. The commander-in-chief sent me to escort you inside. This way, please. The man slightly turned and gestured for them to enter. Su Jintang immediately followed. The group walked along the corridor, turning several corners, until they finally arrived at a room. The man bent down and opened the door. Please, everyone. Su Jintang stepped into the room. A faint, calming incense scent filled the room. Looking up, Su Jintang saw Jing Hongyi standing with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, his broad silhouette reflected on the carpet. You arrived. Hearing footsteps, Jing Hongyi turned around, a friendly smile on his face. Su Jintang bowed slightly. Hello. Yan Yuding and the others quickly followed, bowing in greeting. Don't be so polite. Come, let's sit down and talk. Jing Hongyi reached out to help Su Jintang up, gesturing to the others to sit down. The five of them quickly and obediently sat down. Even Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi, usually mischievous, sat impeccably upright. Jing Hongyi sat opposite them, his hands resting on his knees, his smile gentle, but a hidden chill could still be seen in his handsome features. I invited the five of you here because I recognize your potential. The Federal Command desperately needs talent like you, and I'd like to know your thoughts. Please feel free to share your ideas with me. Chapter 143. A silence fell. Yan Yuding and the others seemed a little reserved and awkward, finally turning to look at Su Jintang. Jing Hongyi also realized that Su Jintang was the core of their group. He looked at Su Jintang as well, a slight smile appearing on his face, awaiting her answer. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then looked at Jing Hongyi. What do you mean? Jing Hongyi's smile deepened. Don't be so reserved. I'm just curious about what the five of you think about the future direction. The atmosphere fell silent again. Yan Yuding subtly nudged Song Tianqi, trying to push him forward. But Song Tianqi sat ramrod straight, motionless, and even pushed Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi, lost in thought, wasn't paying attention and stumbled, falling from the sofa opposite Jing Hongyi. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Shui Zhongqi quickly stood up straight. Report. I plan to focus on my studies first. I'd probably consider my future plans after graduating from military academy. Jing Hongyi smiled at him and nodded. Not bad. What about the others? After someone spoke up, the others visibly relaxed. Yan Yuding quickly raised his hand. I want to join the army and protect the peace of the Federation. Jing Hongyi's smile widened. Good. Seeing his two teammates had finished, Song Tianqi coughed eagerly, and then said, I also want to join the army, fight on the battlefield, and contribute to the Federation. Jiang Shi then calmly said, I probably take it one step at a time. I haven't made any specific plans for the future yet. Jing Hongyi's smile faded slightly, and after a moment's thought, he nodded and smiled at Jiang Shi. Only Su Jintang remained silent. All eyes turned to Su Jintang. Su Jintang pursed her lips, pondered for a few seconds, and then spoke, I might join the army, but no one can predict the future. I prefer to take it one step at a time. Jing Hongyi smiled and hummed in agreement. I understand. You're all young, so of course you'd be a little confused about the future. But these aren't big problems. The five of you are among the most outstanding of your peers. Your actions will become role models for others in the future. I called you here today because I have a good learning opportunity for you. Hearing this, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi quickly looked up, their eyes filled with anticipation. Su Jintang also became interested and looked up. Jing Hongyi continued, the Command Bureau recently established a new type of Special Forces unit, and each battalion is recruiting trainees. If you don't mind, I can help you with introductions. Military academies are currently on holiday, so you have plenty of time. Yan Yuding's eyes lit up. What do you mean by a new type of Special Forces unit? Simply put, It's an experimental unit with greater mobility, newer tactics, and fiercer combat power. Considering the previous military system was too outdated, this unit is being established to absorb more fresh blood, especially young talents like you. Su Jintang raised his hand and asked, military academies only have a month and a half of holiday time. Is that enough? Jing Hongyi smiled and nodded. Of course. With my introduction, the military won't impose too many restrictions on you. With this assurance, the group became eager to try. Especially after their last trip to the border city, where they had to rush back to military academy before accomplishing much, they all felt regretful for not having had a proper experience. Song Tianqi was the first to raise his hand. I want to try. Then came Yan Yuding, me too. I want to try. Shui Zhongqi hesitated for a moment, but decided to join in, then I go too. Jiang Shi, however, didn't follow the crowd, directly shaking her head in polite refusal. I already have other plans for my vacation. It's alright, there will be other opportunities in the future. Jing Hongyi's smile remained unchanged. Finally, he smiled and looked at Su Jintang, asking, what about you? Su Jintang grinned, revealing her white teeth. I also want to try. I contact the military officials right away, Jing Hongyi said gently. After leaving the command center, Su Jintang opened her arms, breathing in the fresh air with a sense of ease. I always heard that important figures were very serious, but I didn't expect the commander-in-chief to be so approachable, Yan Yuding remarked. Song Tianqi immediately nodded. Yes, he seems quite easy to get along with. Jiang Shi didn't participate in their conversation, and for some reason, her expression looked somewhat serious. Su Jintang noticed her mood and moved closer. You don't seem very enthusiastic today. Jiang Shi paused, turning her head. I'm fine. Su Jintang sensed that she didn't want to continue the topic, so she didn't say anything more, simply walking silently alongside her. The next morning, Jing Hongyi's message arrived. Su Jintang compiled the information and summoned the 4 people except Jiang Shi to the conference room. The commander-in-chief sent a message saying that the army currently has 4 battalions recruiting trainees: the recruit battalion, the logistics battalion, the equipment battalion, and the command battalion. Each battalion has different tasks and responsibilities. Whichever battalion you choose is up to your preference. Yan Yuding stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then I could only go to the logistics battalion. Song Tianqi seemed conflicted. He pursed his lips, his expression tense. I'm torn between the equipment battalion and the recruit battalion. Anyway, I definitely can't go to the command battalion. As the name suggests, the command battalion is the unit responsible for overall command and control, belonging to the highest ranking and most powerful battalion. Shui Zhongqi, resting his chin on his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips, said, then I go play in the armory? It'd also be a good opportunity to improve my inscription skills. The armory was responsible for providing other units with military equipment, magical artifacts, or inscriptions, and Shui Zhongqi's identity as an inscription master perfectly suited the unit's needs. Su Jintang stroked his chin and decided, then I go play in the command battalion. Only Song Tianqi, still undecided, remained. His face was incredibly solemn. He couldn't make a choice. Su Jintang walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. Go to the recruit camp. The armory is all about high-tech stuff. Your brain isn't up to the task. This gave Song Tianqi a decision. He nodded emphatically and slammed his hand on the table. Okay, then I go to the recruit camp. After making their choices, Su Jintang compiled the information and sent it to Jing Hongyi. The other side quickly replied, we already communicated with the battalion commanders of the 4 battalions. You can depart tomorrow. Night fell. The crescent moon gradually climbed to the treetops. Su Jintang leaned against the headboard, playing the holographic racing game that Song Tianqi and his friends always played. Damn! The class monitor is awesome. He caught up with us right away. Song Tianqi's voice came through the communicator. Shui Zhongqi's unwilling voice rang out. No way, one more round. I refuse to believe I can't beat the class monitor. Su Jintang slightly raised the corners of her lips. Then let's play again. The 3 of them spent the entire night in thrilling and exciting games. Until dawn. The 5 members of the experimental class, who had been living together for several months, faced the moment of parting. Because each camp was located in a different star city, they had to depart separately. Su Jintang and the other 4 stood in the villa courtyard, forming a circle, all their hands clasped together. See you at the start of the semester? Su Jintang shouted first. Chapter 144. That afternoon after their separation, only Su Jintang remained in the villa. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, in human form, paced back and forth beside her, arms crossed, seething with anger. Tell me, she grumbled, have I had a single good day since I started following you? Being cooped up in that tiny, cramped pet space is stifling enough. And when I finally get a chance to get some fresh air, I have to turn into a little parrot and be played with by everyone else. All her pent-up resentment finally erupted. Su Jintang, while considering the supplies she needed to take to the command camp, tossed her luggage into her bracelet space. As for the green membrane Archaeopteryx's nagging, she completely ignored it. After packing for a while, Su Jintang finally stopped. She suddenly fell into deep thought. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, thinking she had taken his words to heart, became even more excited. So when will my pet space finally be upgraded to the deluxe version? Su Jintang raised her hand to interrupt him. Alright, I buy it for you later. Her bracelet storage space was also a bit insufficient. Anyway, she had so much money to burn, so she could upgrade it. An hour later, Su Jintang arrived at the bustling Wanbage. A shop assistant quickly approached her. Hello, how can I help you? Su Jintang got straight to the point. I'd like to see a larger storage space, and also a deluxe pet space. The shop assistant smiled and gestured. Okay, this way please. There were many styles and types of storage spaces. Some were made into bracelets, some into rings, and others into earrings and jade pendants, etc. These storage spaces may look different, but they all have the same storage area, 100 cubic meters in total. You can take a look and see which style you prefer, the salesperson explained. Su Jintang stroked her chin, her gaze shifting between each storage space, somewhat conflicted. Seeing her hesitation, the salesperson proactively said, if you're really undecided about the style, I can recommend an even more perfect one. With that, she walked to another counter, took out her employee token, swiped it on the counter, and a beep sounded. The safety glass door of the counter slowly opened, and the salesperson took out a jade box treasure chest from inside. Su Jintang's gaze fell on the jade box, and she raised an eyebrow curiously. What's this? The shop assistant smiled and opened the box. This is a storage space that can change its form at will. You can adjust its shape according to your preferences and needs. As she finished speaking, the shop assistant took out a jade pendant from the box. After infusing it with a wisp of spiritual energy, the pendant instantly transformed into an exquisite and stylish bracelet. Infusing it again, it became a pair of bright blue gemstone earrings. Why don't you try them on? Su Jintang's eyes lit up with interest as she took the earrings from the shop assistant. After slowly infusing them with spiritual energy, she imagined a brooch design in her mind, and the earrings in her hand immediately transformed into the shape she envisioned. Su Jintang looked at the brooch in her hand with surprise. Okay, I take this one. The shop assistant's smile widened. Alright. By the way, didn't you just say you wanted to buy a deluxe pet space? We recently launched a trade-in program. If you have an old pet space, you can use it to exchange for one. Okay, then I pick another pet space. After thinking for a moment, she added, the most luxurious one. The shop assistant chuckled, you're so good to your pet. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, currently huddled in its pet space, snorted coldly. Good my foot. It's been suffering for so long, only to get a luxurious pet space. After finishing her shopping, as she left Wanbage, Su Jintang remembered something more important and quickly turned back towards the Inscription Master Association. After the Inscription Master competition, President Sun had told her to visit the association when she had time. She guessed that after winning the championship, the president planned to give her the star attribute-specific cultivation technique. Not long after, Su Jintang arrived at the Inscription Master Association. But unfortunately, Sun Yuanthian was in seclusion for further study, and only his assistant was there. Please wait a moment. President Sun instructed me to give you something if you come. The assistant said politely. Su Jintang nodded, okay. The assistant quickly left, and returned a moment later, with a safe box in his hands. This is what the guild leader asked me to give you. There's a lock inscription on it. The guild leader said you have to break it yourself. If you can break it successfully, the contents inside are yours. Su Jintang took the safe box, glanced at the lock inscription, and immediately understood guild leader Sun's intention. Okay, I understand. I take the treasure chest then. Please give my regards to the guild leader. The assistant smiled and nodded, When they left the Inscription Master Association, it was already getting dark. As the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the horizon, everything around them became pitch black. The streetlights on both sides of the road lit up, emitting a faint light. Su Jintang walked alone towards the villa area. Without the noise of Song Tianqi and Yin Yuding, she felt strangely lonely. Her hands were in her pockets, Her shadow reflected on the road as she walked step by step. Back in her room, the loneliness was even more pronounced. Su Jintang closed the door and took out a locked safe from her storage space. Jin Xiaobao, quickly help me break this lock inscription. His impatient voice immediately echoed in her spiritual sea. What do you want now? Didn't I already say my energy is limited? I can't always help you? This treasure chest contains a cultivation technique specifically for star attributability users. Will you help? This made Jin Xiaobao hesitate for a moment. Really? Let me see. A miniature version of Jin Xiaobao slowly appeared before her. He touched the treasure chest with both hands, closed his eyes, and sensed it for a moment. It really is. Wait, I break it for you right now. Jin Xiaobao put one hand on his hip and pointed to the lock inscription on the treasure chest with the other, beginning to chant an incantation. The tilted scales hidden within Su Jintang's body were summoned. A massive amount of silver energy surged from it, flowing in the direction Jin Xiaobao was pointing. In just a few seconds, the lock inscription, touted as the most secure in the entire Federation, was completely melted away. Su Jintang stepped forward and opened the treasure chest, seeing the cultivation technique jade inside. After picking up the jade, the meridians and methods of the cultivation technique immediately appeared clearly in his mind. Jin Xiaobao's attention wasn't on the jade, but on the treasure chest itself. He excitedly hugged the treasure chest, inhaling its fragrance with relish. Then this treasure chest is mine. After speaking, Jin Xiaobao disappeared with the treasure chest. After the last finals, Jin Xiaobao also took the treasure chest, and shortly afterward, the energy of the tilted scales began to surge. It's likely that some of the metals on the treasure chest can enhance Jin Xiaobao's energy. After obtaining the cultivation technique, Su Jintang went directly to the cultivation room and sat cross-legged. She slowly circulated her mental energy, her breathing gradually becoming steady. With each inhale and exhale, her mental energy began to circulate automatically through her meridians. This time, her mental energy circulation was entirely based on the cultivation technique presented by the jade. It was completely different from the previous method. But strangely, this method seemed to accelerate her cultivation progress. Especially the amplification of the tilted scales was very obvious. Previously, when entering deep cultivation, the illusory Ice Soul Dragon behind her and the tilted scales appeared equally. But after cultivating using this method, the illusory tilted scales noticeably grew larger, completely dominating the position. Su Jintang spent the entire night cultivating the newly acquired technique. She continued until dawn the next day. Su Jintang lifted her hands, slowly concluding her practice. After finishing her cultivation, she examined her inner spiritual sea, a pleasant surprise rising in her heart. The growth rate of her spiritual power was at least twice that of her previous cultivation methods. The effect was so significant. Your cultivation method is indeed excellent. Keep using this from now on. Jin Xiaobao's clear, childlike voice rang out again. Even someone as picky as him approved of this method. It must be truly remarkable. Su Jintang responded with a soft Leaving the cultivation room, Su Jintang checked the time. It was getting late. She needed to hurry to the command camp to report. After a day and a night of travel, Su Jintang finally arrived at the command camp. Su Jintang had been directly introduced to the camp commander by the commander-in-chief. The camp commander couldn't be so idle as to personally lead the trainees, so he delegated the task to his subordinates, who then passed it down through the ranks until it reached Captain Wang. Therefore, in Captain Wang's eyes, Su Jintang was merely a nepotism hire. Wang Yao sized up Su Jintang, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. You're a bit late. Join the training first, and see how others do it. Su Jintang, being new to the job, wasn't too arrogant and nodded in agreement. Okay. So, I train with you from now on? Wang Yao nodded perfunctorily. More or less. You're the last one here, kind of like a transfer student, so there are a lot I can't explain to you individually. If you don't understand anything, be clever and ask others. Also, there are many prohibitions in our command battalion that are absolutely forbidden to be violated, so try not to cause trouble. Su Jintang smiled obediently. Okay. Seeing her good attitude, Wang Yao's expression softened slightly. Well, come with me. I take you to the dormitory first. Our dorms are 4-person rooms. The facilities are definitely not as good as your military academy, but they can meet your daily needs. With that, the two arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Wang Yao stopped. Go inside and complete the check-in procedures yourself. I'll be waiting for you at the training base in an hour. There will be a group training activity for trainee soldiers this afternoon. Understood. Su Jintang gave a crisp military salute, watching Wang Yao's figure gradually disappear before turning away and walking into the girls' dormitory building. Upon entering the dormitory lobby, the dormitory administrator's rest room was on the left. Su Jintang knocked on the window of the rest room. The administrator, who was browsing the StarNet forum, looked up and paused upon seeing Su Jintang. "Who are you?" "Sister, I'm a trainee soldier who just reported for duty today. Captain Wang asked me to complete the check-in procedures." The administrator then realized, "Oh, I see. Then please come with me." She turned off her communicator and got up to leave the rest room. Su Jintang first filled out several information forms, and then signed a military confidentiality agreement. After verifying all the information, the dormitory administrator gave her a chip-enabled room card. Right now, room 807 is one person short. It's for your group of newly joined interns. They arrived early, so if you have any questions, you can ask them. After explaining, the dorm supervisor pointed to the elevator, 8th floor, 807. Just go there. Chapter 145. Ding. The elevator arrived at the floor, and the doors opened automatically to both sides. Su Jintang stepped out of the elevator, her gaze sweeping across the room numbers opposite. Looking down, dormitory 807 was at the end of the corridor. She went to the room and knocked. A quick response came from inside. "Who is it?" "I'm the intern who reported for duty today." The door opened, revealing a girl in a dark green military uniform. She had short, ear-length hair, delicate features, and her gaze swept over Su Jintang with a sharp edge. "You just reported for duty today?" Moyuchi asked, frowning. Su Jintang nodded and smiled. "Yes, I'm a little late." Moyuchi continued to scrutinize her, her tone tinged with displeasure. "Didn't the dormitory manager give you your room card?" "It's my first time here. I was afraid it wouldn't be right to just walk in, so I knocked to see if anyone was home." This made Moyuchi's expression soften slightly. "Come in." She stepped aside, gesturing for Su Jintang to enter. "The lower bunk by the window is still empty. You can take that bed. The other two roommates haven't returned yet. You should see them during training later. I introduce you then." Moyuchi added, "Also, just call me Yuchi." Su Jintang noted it down, "Okay." The bed was quickly made. Su Jintang sat down and turned to observe Moyuchi opposite her. She lived in the lower bunk opposite and was currently cross-legged, cultivating, her breathing steady, but her mental energy circulating at an incredibly fast speed. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. Such a fast operating speed? Beep beep, beep beep. All trainee soldiers of the command battalion, please assemble at the training base within 10 minutes. All trainee soldiers of the command battalion, please assemble at. The loudspeakers suddenly blared, repeating the message 3 times before stopping. Su Jintang quickly got out of bed. Moyuchi, opposite her, also stopped cultivating at the same time and called out to her, "Let's go together." Su Jintang and she exchanged a glance and nodded. The two quickly left the dormitory. The tens of thousands of square meters of training base quickly filled with formations. Because the trainee soldiers had already been assigned to their respective teams during registration, each formation was already full. Su Jintang had nowhere to stand, and could only stand obediently to the side. After a while, Wang Yao walked over with a stern face, glanced at Su Jintang and said, "Today, I'd like to introduce a new partner to everyone. Come up and introduce yourself." All eyes turned to her from the surrounding trainee soldiers. Su Jintang instantly became the focus of attention. She straightened her back, stepped forward, and announced in a loud voice, "Report. My name is Su Jintang, from Rectas. I'm currently a first-year military academy student, with a mental strength level of 4. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Wang Yao looked at Su Jintang with surprise. A first-year military academy student from Rectas, already at the 4th level of mental strength? Moyuchi in the formation also looked over in astonishment. Su Jintang scratched her head modestly. "I just spend a lot of time cultivating." The other trainee soldiers looked at her with more caution. A military academy student who could reach the 4th level at this age was definitely not an ordinary person, especially one from Rectas, the top-ranked academy. Wang Yao withdrew his gaze and waved his hand. "The formation is full now. You can stand anywhere for now. After today, we will be eliminating some of the trainees, and the formation positions will be rearranged." "Eliminating?" Su Jintang asked curiously. Wang Yao put his hands behind his back and nodded. "That's right. Today's collective training activity can also be understood as an elimination test for you. This year, we didn't expect so many people to sign up as trainees. The number of people accepted actually exceeded our expectations, so we arranged this elimination test to reduce the number of trainees. I hope everyone will take it seriously. This news clearly caught many people off guard. For a moment, various noisy discussions arose in the training base. There's an elimination test? What kind of test will our command battalion arrange? I don't know, will it be for command? I applied to the command battalion because I'm aiming to join the command bureau later. I wonder how many people will be eliminated. I suddenly feel anxious. Su Jintang stood to the side, appearing much calmer than most people. Similarly, Emoyuchi remained relatively calm, her expression showing little change. Quiet. Wang Yao raised his hand to silence the murmurs. The training base instantly fell silent. I will explain the specific rules of this elimination assessment. Currently, the command battalion has accepted a total of 1,207 trainees. After this assessment, we will eliminate at least half of them. The elimination assessment will be a simulated battlefield individual survival battle, primarily assessing how individuals can survive in extreme environments. Furthermore, the use of supernatural abilities is prohibited in this survival battle, and the extreme environment will change at any time. Please be prepared. Soon, someone raised their hand and asked, "Then how is elimination determined?" Wang Yao replied, "Those who die from extreme environmental changes are considered directly eliminated. Those eliminated from the simulated battlefield by others are also directly eliminated." Su Jintang pursed his lips, lost in thought. In other words, this survival battle also involves mutual fighting. The elimination assessment will be conducted in the simulated battlefield. You will have 10 minutes to prepare. Then we will begin the assessment immediately. The scene became lively again. Even more intense discussions arose. Wow! Are they going to go this far? Once we enter the simulated battlefield, won't we have to fight each other to avoid elimination? Captain Wang said he eliminate half the number of people, so we definitely have to fight each other. I'm impressed. I thought the competition in the command camp wouldn't be so fierce, but they're doing an elimination assessment right from the start. Wang Yao, hands behind his back, surveyed the various formations with a stern face. Su Jintang stroked her chin, her eyes darting around. Wait. Since it's a command battalion, the assessment can't just test survival skills, otherwise, it loses its command battalion characteristics. Moreover, the assessment rules prohibit the use of supernatural abilities. Emoyuchi, standing beside her, also frowned deeply, probably pondering the purpose of this assessment. 10 minutes passed quickly. Wang Yao glanced at the time, raised his hand to call a halt. Time's up. Everyone, get ready. We enter the simulated battlefield immediately. Su Jintang snapped out of her reverie. She looked around. A semi-transparent wave of energy suddenly enveloped her from above. Then, a strong sense of weightlessness rose within her. Su Jintang's consciousness was instantly pulled away. Her vision went completely black for a few seconds before she regained consciousness. Then, a wave of intense heat washed over her, like a sauna. Chapter 146. Su Jintang slowly opened her eyes. Blinding sunlight appeared before her, 9 round, red suns hanging high in the sky, forming a magnificent alignment. Below lay an endless desert, nothing but yellow sand. First round of the individual survival battle, high temperature desert. All trainees are requested to find the desert oasis base within 1 hour. Successful arrival at the base automatically constitutes passing this round of assessment. A cold, electronic notification sounded. Su Jintang's consciousness gradually returned. She looked around. Every direction was filled with endless yellow sand, without a trace of an oasis. She could only wander aimlessly for now. Su Jintang randomly chose a direction and set off. Continuing straight ahead in one direction, she was bound to see something different. The first round of assessment is already this difficult. It's unbearably hot. It's so sunny, I feel like my skin is going to peel off. Wait, where exactly is this oasis base? There's no sign at all. Are we just going to have to search like this? Several trainees dragged their heavy steps forward. Su Jintang, who was walking ahead, stopped after hearing the noise and turned around to glance back. Who's there? There seems to be someone ahead. One of the trainees noticed Su Jintang and immediately became alert. The other trainees also quickly assumed defensive postures. Su Jintang turned around and waved to them. Don't misunderstand. I won't do anything. This is only the first round of assessment. The competition isn't that fierce yet. There's no need to fight tooth and nail. After a moment of vigilance, seeing that Su Jintang didn't intend to attack, one of the trainees sent over to scout the situation. Are you alone? Su Jintang nodded and shouted to the group opposite, Yes. Just me, can I join you? The group hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances for a few seconds before the girl in the lead approached. Are you the Recta's Military Academy student who just reported for duty today? Clearly, Su Jintang's self-introduction today, boasting a 4th level mental strength, had left a deep impression. Su Jintang nodded. Yes, that's me. You can come with us. But let me make it clear beforehand, we're just traveling together. It doesn't mean we necessarily help each other in case of danger. After all, this is an individual survival assessment, and everyone will prioritize themselves. Su Jintang understood, no problem. She hadn't expected them to be united and helpful after joining. She mainly thought that in this desert, traveling together would make it less likely to get lost. After Su Jintang joined the group, they continued northward. The blazing sun continued to burn high in the sky, and the desert below seemed even hotter. Su Jintang couldn't help but unbutton her collar and fan herself. Hoping to alleviate the heat, she found the air itself was hot, making the fan only make things more stifling. It's too hot. This can't go on, someone said, stopping in their tracks. Besides, there are no landmarks. What if we're going the wrong way? There's no point in continuing. Exactly, we can't keep walking aimlessly like this. The girl leading the group stopped, turned around, and said with a hint of impatience, so what do you suggest? Should we split up and go our separate ways? The temperature had become unbearably hot, and everyone was starting to feel resentful. However, splitting up and continuing might not necessarily be any better. The complaints subsided. Forget it, let's keep going and see, Su Jintang said, standing to the side and fanning herself vigorously to try and reduce the heat. After resting for a while, just as they were about to continue, a bulge suddenly appeared on the flat desert ahead. Wait! The girl leading the group immediately raised her hand in alarm. Everyone stopped and turned their attention to the strange bulge. A giant lizard suddenly emerged from the desert. Its skin was bright red, covered in strangely shaped barbs, and its 2 scarlet eyes stared intently at them, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The weak points of this kind of lizard monster are usually its abdomen and eyes, Su Jintang warned. As soon as she finished speaking, the lizard lunged at them with its long tongue. The group, already prepared, quickly retreated, ready for battle. Su Jintang also took a large step back, and without hesitation, activated the ruby-embroidered sleeve dart on his arm. Several hidden arrows shot towards the lizard ahead. This assessment prohibited the use of supernatural abilities, so everyone could only fight using their physical strength and magical artifacts. A moment later, the others reacted, quickly launching their attacks, manipulating various magical artifacts to assault the lizard. Fortunately, their combat skills were considerable, and they quickly and successfully slew the suddenly appearing lizard monster. The girl leading the group pulled the dagger stuck in the lizard's back, splattering blood. It's a good thing we left together, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for one person to hunt down this lizard monster. Without their superpowers, their combat strength was drastically reduced. The success rate of hunting monsters alone would naturally decrease. The others exchanged glances. Let's go together from now on. Su Jintang stood discreetly at the back of the group, remaining silent. Hello, my name is Wang Qian. The girl leading the group suddenly stepped forward and introduced herself. Su Jintang was taken aback. Hello. You just reminded us that the lizard's weak points are its abdomen and eyes. You seem to know quite a bit about monsters? Wang Qian asked tentatively. Not really, I learned a little when I was studying at the academy. Su Jintang remained modest. Wang Qian's face showed an I knew it expression. Great. From now on, you lead the team with me. If we encounter monsters again, you command us in battle. And so, Su Jintang became the vice captain of the small group, specifically responsible for leading the team in battle against monsters. Not long after they left, several more monsters appeared. Under Su Jintang's command, the group's battles against the demonic beasts went smoothly. They walked for about 40 minutes. A patch of green slowly appeared ahead. It's the oasis base. Someone noticed the green ahead and shouted excitedly. Su Jintang looked up and saw a dense green forest, standing out starkly against the desert landscape. Wang Qian's eyes lit up with joy. Great. Speed up. The group increased their pace and continued forward. But for some reason, after walking for a very long time, feeling they should have reached the oasis base by now, they couldn't get any closer, as if they were stuck in place. Su Jintang sensed something was wrong and gestured for them to stop. This shouldn't be the oasis base, it might be a mirage. Chapter 147. The group stopped and looked ahead. Wang Qian frowned slightly. At their previous pace, they should have reached the oasis base by now, but it still seemed far away. I give up. I thought we actually reached the oasis base. But a mirage means the oasis base should be nearby, right? More than 40 minutes have passed. If we don't find the base soon, we're all eliminated. Their hopes dashed. Everyone grew increasingly frustrated. Wang Qian turned to Su Jintang. What do you think the point of this assessment is? Survival? Su Jintang replied uncertainly. Wang Qian's frown deepened. But if it's a survival test, why use finding the Oasis base, a purely luck-based event, as the standard for elimination? No coordinates, no clues, they could only fumble around like headless flies searching for the Oasis base. In a sense, this was purely a matter of luck, having nothing to do with survival. After being reminded, Su Jintang suddenly realized something. She looked up at the Oasis base not far ahead and flicked out several attack runes. Clang, clang. A crisp sound rang out. The attack blades formed from the runes landed precisely on the trees in the Oasis ahead. Su Jintang's gaze froze. If it were a mirage, the attack blades would simply pass through it, unable to hit the trees. The others also noticed the scene. Wang Qian looked up in astonishment. What's going on? Is that really the Oasis base ahead? But if it's real, how come we haven't arrived yet after walking for so long? This is so weird. What's going on? Time is running out. We only have 10 minutes left. The group's anxiety intensified. Su Jintang's brows furrowed, starting to be confused. The Oasis base is real, but the desert beneath your feet is just an illusion. The Ice Soul Dragon, who had been sleeping, suddenly spoke. The desert is an illusion? Su Jintang realized something and immediately looked down. At that moment, the entire ground began to shake. A cloud of yellow sand was swept up, forming swirling storms. Su Jintang's body swayed, staggering from side to side. What's going on? An earthquake? Deserts can have earthquakes? His teammates were dumbfounded. Several of them lost their footing and fell to the ground. Su Jintang spread his legs, struggling to maintain his balance. A few seconds later, a gigantic tortoise head slowly emerged from the yellow sand ahead. The tortoise head slowly turned, revealing a pair of dark eyes, their calm gaze carrying an aura of death. The tortoise head obscured most of the sky, casting a massive shadow. What kind of monster is this? It only has one head. Wang Qian recognized the monster, her tone becoming serious. It's a desert tortoise. The stronger this kind of monster, the larger it becomes. They prefer hot climates and live year-round in the depths of the desert. Judging from its size, this desert tortoise must be at least a 6-tier beast. 6-tier? How can we possibly defeat it with just the few of us? After regaining her footing, Su Jintang looked up at the flame desert turtle ahead. The flame desert turtle's dark eyes met Su Jintang's. Everything around them seemed to freeze. After only 2 seconds of calm, the earth shook again, this time with even greater force. Su Jintang was thrown to the ground. The others weren't spared either, all landing sprawled on their backs. Wait, what's going on? The sudden turn of events left them all bewildered. Wang Qian crouched slightly to maintain her balance. Look at the size of the flame desert turtle. Even its head is that big, its body must be even larger. I suspect the desert beneath our feet is the flame desert turtle's body. The reason we haven't been able to get close to the Oasis base is probably because we've been walking on the flame desert turtle's body, and the Oasis base is outside its shell. Su Jintang braced herself on the ground, feeling her feet begin to rise. The surrounding yellow sand surged outwards, and an uneven crust of earth slowly emerged beneath their feet. It looked like a tortoise shell, with complex yet somewhat regular patterns, and a faint red light emanated from the recessed crevices. It really is a tortoise shell, someone shouted. Like being in an elevator, everyone's bodies were instantly lifted up. The yellow sand that had been covering the tortoise shell slowly fell away, completely exposing the shell buried underground. Be careful. This desert tortoise's shell can launch a magma attack at any time, Wang Qian warned. The others snapped out of their daze, quickly stood up, and assumed fighting stances. Su Jintang stood firmly with his feet apart. The tortoise head, which had been watching them from the front, slowly began to turn. Its dark eyes gleamed with an eerie aura. Su Jintang felt as if the tortoise was fixated on her, its gaze sending chills down her spine. Suddenly, a burst of red light shot into the sky. Several jets of molten lava erupted from the cracks in its shell, spraying outwards. Wisps of white smoke rose in the air, and a blast of air hotter than the sun rushed towards her. Su Jintang swiftly rolled to the side, dodging the jets of lava. As she rose, she raised her right arm and activated her ruby-embellished sleeve dart. Several hidden arrows whizzed towards the tortoise's head. However, the moment the arrows touched the tortoise's head, the darts were deflected, causing no damage whatsoever. The others also tried to attack the flame desert tortoise's head, but to no avail. No, we can't even scratch it. Didn't Sister Qian say this fiery desert turtle is at least tier 6? We can't even use our special abilities. How could we possibly damage it? Wang Qian frowned deeply. Fiery desert turtles above tier 6 are simply beyond our capabilities. Everyone, be careful and dodge. Su Jintang dodged while thinking. Now that the oasis was in sight, all they needed to do was get rid of the fiery desert turtle. While they were thinking, the fiery desert turtle launched another lava-spraying attack. This time, the attack was more intense. Su Jintang used a great deal of effort to dodge successfully, but his sleeve was still accidentally hit by a jet of lava, instantly burning the fabric to ashes. We have to find a way to get rid of the fiery desert turtle. Otherwise, if this continues, we all be hit by lava sooner or later and eliminated. Wang Qian, who had also been accidentally hit by several jets of lava, spoke urgently. High-temperature magma kept gushing out from the cracks in the shell of the fiery desert turtle. The group didn't even have time to dodge, let alone think about how to get rid of the fiery desert turtle. Until Su Jintang suddenly looked up. Her eyes lit up, and she took out a teleportation rune from her storage space. Su Jintang didn't have time to explain further, and directly grabbed Wang Qian's hand. The rest of you grab Wang Qian, I take you away. Before the lava could erupt, she immediately crushed the rune in her palm. Su Jintang and Wang Qian vanished from their spot, then reappeared 1,000 meters away on the tortoise shell. This is a teleportation rune? Wang Qian was stunned. Su Jintang hummed in agreement, crushed another teleportation rune, and the group was quickly teleported 1,000 meters away again. Having seen through the secret of the flame desert tortoise shell, this time Su Jintang and the others were not stopped by the illusion. With each teleportation, the group drew closer and closer to the oasis base. The base's sign was now almost within reach. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in the eyes of Wang Qian and the others behind her. Just then, sensing their escape, the flame desert turtle suddenly turned its head, its sinister eyes fixed on Su Jintang. The turtle shell beneath their feet trembled even more violently. This tremor was even more terrifying than before. It's planning something big. We need to get out of here, Wang Qian quickly warned. Su Jintang glanced at the flame desert turtle's gaze, but ignored it. Raising her hand, a grappling hook gun appeared in her palm, which she fired at the oasis base sign. The oasis base was now very close. The sharp grappling hook extended and landed precisely on the base sign. Hold on tight, everyone, Su Jintang warned, then pulled the trigger, using the grappling hook to propel themselves towards the oasis base. The moment they entered the base, a familiar electronic notification sounded above Su Jintang and the others. Congratulations Su Jintang, Wang Qian, all 5 trainee soldiers have successfully arrived at the oasis base. Chapter 148. Su Jintang had put in a lot of effort to customize this grappling hook gun for Shui Zhongqi, so after it was finished, seeing that there were still plenty of materials left, she decided to make one for herself as well. Upon entering the oasis base, the sweltering air instantly became cool. The intense heat from being scorched by the sun vanished. Su Jintang and the others landed steadily. When they came to their senses, they were already fully inside the base. That was so exciting! We made it into the base just in the last few minutes. Thank goodness we ran fast, otherwise we would have definitely been burned to death by the lava of the desert tortoise. The teammates were still immersed in the joy of their successful escape. After regaining her senses, Wang Qian glanced at Su Jintang with a subtle expression, thank you. In that situation, Su Jintang could have escaped the desert tortoise's attack alone and then taken refuge in the oasis base. But she didn't do that. Instead, she led everyone away at the crucial moment. If it were them, they might not have Su Jintang's perspective. After recovering from their shock, the other teammates immediately surrounded Su Jintang gratefully. Sister Jintang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would all have been eliminated. Yes, if everyone passes the assessment smoothly, call me anytime if you need anything in the command camp. Me too. Su Jintang instantly became the core of the team. Completely unnoticed Wang Qian, standing neglected in the corner. A few minutes later, the high-temperature desert assessment ended. The emotionless electronic voice sounded again. This assessment has ended. 608 people have been eliminated, leaving 599. The second individual survival test will officially begin in 15 minutes. Please be prepared. Su Jintang's expression showed a hint of surprise. More than half the participants had already been eliminated in just one test. The others were also surprised. How many tests are there today? I feel like if there's another one, more than half will be eliminated again. Didn't Captain Wang say that today's goal was to eliminate half? We already achieved that. Why are we having to continue? Sigh, who knows? Su Jintang and Wang Qian didn't speak anymore, each sitting on one side, heads down, resting. More and more people who passed the test entered the Oasis base. Several groups of people walked past Su Jintang and his group, chatting as they passed. It's a good thing we traveled together, otherwise we would have been eliminated in the first test today. The main problem is that the monsters we encountered on the way were too disgusting, and we couldn't use our abilities. We definitely couldn't win if we fought alone. I wonder what the second test is like. I wish we could continue to team up. The conversation caught Su Jintang's attention. It turned out they had all passed the assessment as a team. However, Wang Qian and her teammates were reviewing the first assessment and didn't hear their conversation. Meanwhile, outside the simulated battlefield, Wang Yao and several command battalion leaders sat around a conference table, discussing the performance of the trainee soldiers in the first assessment. That little guy named Su Jintang just now, the magic weapon he used looks familiar. It should be the same magic weapon as the one that was so popular at the recent superpower competition, the big watermelon. I didn't expect someone to have developed the same one so quickly. Ha. So Old Wei watched this year's superpowered individuals competition too. The masked squad is so popular, a lot of people around me are watching, so I had to follow the trend. Wang Yao's gaze fell on the replay video of the previous assessment. In the video, Su Jintang nimbly dodged the jets of high-temperature lava, his movement swift and agile, clearly a master of close combat. Of course, what surprised him most was the final scene. Su Jintang chose to retreat with his teammates. The difference between their command battalion and other military camps lies in their greater emphasis on cultivating the trainee soldiers' command, organization, and leadership abilities. Although the previous assessment was an individual survival battle, the captain's attention was actually focused on observing the trainee soldiers' leadership abilities. The reason is simple. Given the difficulty of the high-temperature desert assessment, going it alone would have absolutely no chance of passing. Smart people would quickly find teammates to ensure survival. Therefore, in the first assessment, most of those eliminated were the foolish trainee soldiers who chose to go it alone. Captain Wang, shall we continue with the second assessment? The 15-minute break was over, and someone nearby cast an inquiring glance. Wang Yao smiled back, okay. The second individual survival assessment began. The group at the Oasis base was instantly pulled into a new simulated battlefield. Before Su Jintang's consciousness was pulled away, an electronic prompt popped up in her mind. Do you wish to team up with someone nearby to enter the assessment? Please make your choice within 3 seconds. Su Jintang paused, then quickly selected yes. After a series of beeps, the feeling of weightlessness gradually disappeared. Opening her eyes again, the environment had changed, but surprisingly, her teammates from the previous round were all around her. Jintang, did you hear the team-up prompt when you came in? I chose yes. Me too. So we're grouped together again. Great. It feels safer to go together. Su Jintang glanced around. Her teammates were all there, except for Wang Qian. Where's Qian? Someone noticed something was wrong and suddenly asked. Su Jintang looked around but didn't see Wang Qian. She stated, I guess she chose not to team up. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Sensing the sudden awkwardness among the group, Su Jintang smoothly changed the subject. This survival assessment is in a high-altitude snowy mountain area. Everyone's attention shifted to their surroundings. Looking around, all they could see was a blanket of white snow, with towering mountains dotting the landscape. Su Jintang looked up. The sky above was a hazy gray, making the light dim. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in, sneaking into her collar. Su Jintang instinctively pulled her neck in, her mind clearing. Just then, a familiar electronic voice rang out from the horizon. Final assessment of the individual survival battle. Extreme cold snow mountain plateau region. All trainees, please strive to survive to the end. This time, there was only one hint. The rest was up to everyone to figure out. The assessment was more difficult than before. An experienced teammate immediately analyzed. Since it's an extremely cold climate, there will definitely be competition for resources like fire and shelter. We need to find a place to stay as soon as possible, otherwise the temperature will drop even further at night. Su Jintang nodded. Let's talk as we go. The group quickly chose a direction and set off. Meanwhile, in another area, Wang Qian appeared alone at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. She pursed her lips, her expression serious. When she entered the second assessment, the simulation system prompted her whether to enter as a team, and she hesitated. Without Su Jintang's help, she would have had almost no chance of passing the first assessment. But her lifelong habit was to rely on herself. After some hesitation, she chose to enter alone. Not long after entering the simulated battlefield, a light snow began to fall from the misty sky. The swirling snowflakes added to the chill of the surroundings. Continuing north, Su Jintang and her group soon saw a small wooden cabin ahead. "We have a place to stay," a teammate shouted excitedly, pointing at the cabin. The group quickened their pace, approaching the cabin. Upon entering a certain area, the capture mechanism was suddenly triggered, and an electronic notification sounded again. "The cabin at coordinates 109,873 has been captured. It cannot be looted for the next 12 hours. The cabin at coordinates 109,873 has been captured." The announcement repeated 3 times before stopping. Su Jintang was slightly taken aback. The cabin couldn't be looted for 12 hours? What about after 12 hours? The teammate's previous excitement was instantly extinguished. No way. Once these coordinates are announced, everyone nearby will be rushing here. I knew it. Besides the cabin, the fire starter would definitely be looted too. Luckily we teamed up from the start, otherwise, even if we captured the cabin ourselves, we wouldn't be able to hold it. A 12-hour protection period isn't bad, at least we can get a good night's sleep tonight. Su Jintang reached the door of the wooden cabin and pushed it open. Squeak. The wooden door, untouched for years, creaked open with a harsh sound. The cabin was covered in cobwebs, and the wooden floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. Su Jintang stepped on the floor, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. Light from outside streamed into the cabin, glimmering on the white cobwebs. "Come in, let's clean up first. It's covered in dust," Su Jintang said, stepping into the cabin first. The others followed. Seeing the mess inside the cabin, everyone fell silent. A few seconds later, someone responded enthusiastically, "Let's sweep away the cobwebs and dust on the floor first." Notification. Survivor navigation function is now activated. Survivors can directly use the navigation function to locate and track specific landmarks. The electronic voice rang out again from the horizon. Su Jintang and the others, who were tidying up the wooden house, all stopped abruptly, their expressions becoming somewhat complicated. This is too much. It even has a navigation function. Damn! Now everyone nearby will have to come here. As everyone expected, after hearing the announcement, the people nearby tacitly headed towards the coordinates of the wooden house. Wang Qian was quite far from the coordinates. It would take at least 3 or 4 hours to walk there. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to give up. It was too far. By the time she got there, others might have already arrived, and she couldn't compete alone. It was more reliable to find other unoccupied wooden houses. 15 minutes later, the wooden house was sparkling clean, thanks to the efforts of Su Jintang and the others. The extra-large tatami bed could comfortably fit 5 people, and the room even had underfloor heating. Once the door was closed, the room quickly warmed up. I estimate this assessment won't be short. To ensure better teamwork later, I suggest we choose a team leader now. What do you all think? Someone suggested. The others exchanged glances, then subtly glanced at Su Jintang, immediately responding in unison, "I vote for Sister Jintang." Me too. When traveling, everyone knows to seek out a powerful figure to rely on. Su Jintang's 4-tier strength, coupled with her performance in the previous assessment, was enough to convince everyone. Su Jintang became the leader of the 4-person team without any doubt. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Is anyone home? Chapter 149. The atmosphere inside the wooden cabin became tense. The group exchanged glances, then turned their gazes to Su Jintang. "I go out and see," Su Jintang said, pushing open the cabin door. Standing outside in the snow-covered room was a tall man, dressed in black, with strong features and a somewhat serious expression. "What's up?" Su Jintang asked, sizing up the man a few meters away. Lu Weian said calmly, "Need someone to guard the door? I'm at the peak of the 3rd tier of mental strength. Skilled in close combat, I should be perfect as a fighter." Su Jintang was a little surprised. "You want to be the doorman?" Lu Weian nodded. "Yes, I'm alone and want to find a team." "How did you pass the last assessment?" Su Jintang continued. Lu Weian lowered his head and pondered for a moment. "I passed the last assessment on my own. My special ability greatly amplifies physical strength, so dealing with those demonic beasts wasn't too difficult. Later, when the flame desert turtle revealed its identity, I risked everything and jumped off its back, landing right at the oasis base. I passed by sheer luck." Su Jintang had been observing his expression. While giving this statement, Lu Weian's expression remained relatively unchanged, and his tone was calm, suggesting he wasn't lying. "Captain, what's going on?" A team member who had been inside the cabin couldn't help but come out to inquire. Su Jintang crossed his arms and pointed at Lu Weian opposite him. "Here comes someone to guard the gate for us." The team member's expression froze. "Guard the gate?" Lu Weian continued to recommend himself. "Without using my special ability, my close combat skills are among the best in the entire command camp. Choosing me won't be a bad choice." "Captain, this cabin can fit one more person. Should we try him?" A teammate whispered in Su Jintang's ear. The cabin's capacity was limited. Currently, including Su Jintang, there were 4 people inside. Adding Lu Weian would make it a full 5. Furthermore, it would boost their team's combat strength. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's give it a try." Lu Weian breathed a slight sigh of relief, relaxing his body. "All right." After the cabin was occupied, a semi-transparent protective shield formed within a 3-meter radius. This shield could only be activated by those already within the cabin's territory. With a thought from Su Jintang, the semicircular protective shield slowly opened. Lu Weian, who had been kept outside, stepped into the cabin's territory. Immediately, a notification popped up in Su Jintang's and his teammates' minds. The cabin is full. No outsiders are allowed to enter the cabin's territory for the next 12 hours. Furthermore, the 5 people already in the cabin will automatically form a team, and teammates are prohibited from eliminating each other until the assessment ends. The same notification sounded in Lu Weian's mind at the same time. He pursed his lips, looked at Su Jintang, and reassured her again, "Now you can trust me more." Su Jintang returned his smile. "Welcome to our team." The sun gradually set, and darkness fell. Without the sunlight, the night temperature was even lower, and a hard layer of ice formed on the barren ground. Inside the cabin, everyone sat around the fire to keep warm. The firewood used for fuel was collected by Lu Weian and 2 other team members from nearby before dark. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the snowfield timber, the firewood burned very slowly. Lu Weian and his group had gathered enough firewood to last them a day and a night. Su Jintang warmed his hands by the fire. "Our protection period is only 12 hours, but the end of this assessment is uncertain. So, we likely face other teams taking our cabins. Be prepared." "Yeah, we deal with whatever comes our way. With so many of us, they might not be able to take them from us." Perhaps because everything was going too smoothly, the teammates were relatively optimistic. Su Jintang didn't think too much about it. At least they could get a good night's sleep tonight. The night grew even darker. More announcements of cabins being taken over rang out until midnight, when the full-scale simulated battlefield announcement came. As of midnight tonight, 37 people have been eliminated, leaving 562 survivors. Inside a cave somewhere, a faint firelight illuminated the entire cave. Wang Qian sat alone by the fire, her arms wrapped around herself, curled up to keep warm. They had walked for a long time today, only encountering one wooden hut, but it had already been occupied. They would have to try again tomorrow. Because of the protection period, Su Jintang and her group were able to get a good night's sleep, a rare treat. The next day, dawn broke. The misty sky carried a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. The door to the wooden hut was pushed open from the inside. Su Jintang stretched and stepped out of the hut. The fresh outdoor air rushed towards them. "Hey, sis, want to chat?" A cheerful voice rang out. Su Jintang paused, turning to look around. "Who's there?" After searching for a while, Su Jintang finally spotted a chubby boy standing outside the wooden cabin's territory. Su Jintang put her hands on her hips and walked to the edge of the cabin's protective barrier. "You called me?" The chubby boy's smile deepened. "Yes, I'm the leader from the cabin next door. I came to ask if you're interested in cooperating." Su Jintang crossed her arms, looking the chubby boy up and down. "How would we cooperate?" The chubby boy chuckled. "The protection period for both our cabins is only 12 hours. Ours will expire in 4 hours. You probably don't have much time left either. As soon as the protection period ends, people nearby will definitely team up to seize it. In that case, why don't we cooperate?" Su Jintang pondered for a moment, pursing her dry lips. "Okay, let's team up then. But since it's a collaboration, let's go big." Fatty Fong raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by big? There aren't just the 2 of us in these nearby cabins. Let's bring the others along." Su Jintang smiled. Fatty Fong understood her meaning and chuckled. "All right, I continue to the left to bring more people. You go to the right?" "Sure," Su Jintang replied readily. Fatty Fong raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. "Okay." The 2 turned and went their separate ways. Su Jintang returned to the cabin, where the others had just woken up. Captain, we only have 3 hours left in our protection period. Shouldn't we make some preparations in advance? After waking up, the team members immediately went into battle mode. Su Jintang nodded and relayed Fatty Fong's collaborative plan to everyone. The group's eyes lit up after hearing this. That's indeed a good idea. Lu Weian's brow remained grave. Can they be trusted? Su Jintang flexed her wrists. Their character may not be entirely reliable, but our interests are aligned. Until the crisis is resolved, they can be trusted. With the duration of this extreme cold survival test uncertain, having a fixed, warm place to live is essential. For this reason, the survivors with wooden huts must unite. Lu Weian nodded. Okay. Then I go with you to recruit the trainees from the other huts. Chapter 150. As dawn broke, more and more people woke up and emerged from the wooden huts. Brother, want to chat? Su Jintang strode towards the hut, beckoning to the man outside. The man, who was stretching, paused, immediately becoming alert upon seeing the stranger. What do you want to talk about? Su Jintang stopped outside the hut's protective shield, a smile spreading across his face. We're here to discuss cooperation. Lu Weian followed, stopping beside Su Jintang. A number of people immediately poured out of the hut behind the man, quickly forming a line, ready for battle at any moment. Su Jintang smiled and raised his hands. Don't be nervous, we really are here to discuss cooperation. Taking advantage of the fact that the other side hadn't yet made a move, Su Jintang quickly relayed the joint operation plan to the group. A serious glint flashed across the man's brow. If you intend for all of us who occupied the wooden houses to unite, then who will be the leader of this large group? We can discuss that after we found everyone, Su Jintang replied. The man lowered his head in thought for a moment. One of his team members whispered something in his ear. After a brief discussion, the man stepped forward, looked up at Su Jintang, and said, cooperation is possible, but if any unforeseen circumstances arise during the cooperation, we will terminate the partnership at any time. Su Jintang smiled slightly. No problem, pleasant cooperation. The morning flew by, and Su Jintang and Lu Weian had already approached 7 groups. The two retraced their steps and returned to the cabin. They ran into Fatty Fong, who was also returning. He waved to Su Jintang. I contacted 6 teams in total. How about you guys? Su Jintang held up 7 fingers. 7. That's good. With over a dozen teams combined, our fighting strength is definitely not low. Just then, a familiar broadcast suddenly rang out from the horizon. The cabin at coordinates 109, 873 has only 10 minutes left of its protection period. The cabin at coordinates 109, 873 has only 10 minutes left of its protection period. Su Jintang looked up at the sky. The sky was overcast. It looked like it would be another gloomy day. Captain, there are only 10 minutes left. Hearing the broadcast, the team members rushed out of the cabin anxiously. Is our cooperation plan all set? The group chattered excitedly as they huddled together. Is it safe? Lu Weian asked. Everything's arranged. It's just a matter of seeing if anyone dares to make the first move. The other team members exchanged glances and immediately felt relieved. After the protection period for Su Jintang's team's cabin expired, many trainee soldiers who were wandering around nearby began to converge on this area. Last night, the outdoor temperature had already dropped to below -10 degrees Celsius. For ability users, finding a cave and making a fire would barely be enough to survive the night. But with the changing weather, the temperature would only drop lower in the future, and only the insulation of the cabin could keep them from freezing to death. The cabin at coordinates 109, 873 has expired. How about a few of us go and test it out? The leading boy squatted down, his hands on his knees, his tone revealing a hint of eagerness. The group opposite hesitated. Are we going to get attacked? They already know the protection period ends in 12 hours. They'd definitely be prepared. How about we send someone to scout out their situation? Who's going? These people had only met by chance on their way here, so their trust in each other was naturally low. For a moment, everyone hesitated. Seeing that no one stepped forward, the leader slapped his thigh and stood up. I go, see if you guys are chickens. With that, the man swaggered around and walked towards the cabin. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The remaining people felt a little embarrassed and awkwardly asked, should we follow? Let's go. If we don't get a cabin, we freeze to death. Having said that, the others couldn't refuse any longer and quickly followed. The group hurried to the vicinity of the cabin, and as they approached, they instinctively slowed their steps. The surroundings were quiet. The man leading the group stopped and called out towards the wooden house. Is anyone home? A few seconds passed, but there was no response. The man frowned in surprise. Nobody here? Could it be that they knew the protection period was over and were afraid of being robbed, so they ran away? The others behind him chattered amongst themselves. That's possible. The man raised his hand, summoning a longsword magical artifact that shimmered with silver light. He gripped the sword with both hands and approached the wooden house step by step. When he was only 2 meters away from the house, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Jintang, dressed in a dark blue trainee military uniform, stepped out and immediately crushed the signal rune in her hand. This is a functional inscription used to transmit signals. She had been researching new inscriptions recently and had created quite a few of these. The moment the inscription was crushed, a striking red hard mark was immediately projected into the air. The red hard mark was extremely conspicuous, visible for dozens of miles around. The man gripping his longsword, preparing to attack, paused. His teammates behind him also hesitated. What's going on? Don't know, should we go in? Or observe a little longer? The sudden appearance of the red hard mark made the attacking group hesitate. A few seconds later, the leader shouted, What are you all standing there for? Attack! With that, the man raised his long sword and slashed down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, a silver light flashed from the blade, transforming into a shockwave that struck Su Jintang directly. The shockwave ruffled Su Jintang's hair. As the shockwave approached, Su Jintang reacted immediately. Her leg strength exploded instantly. With a push off the ground, she spun around, performing a side somersault in midair, narrowly avoiding the attack. She crouched slightly, one hand bracing against the ground, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she looked up. Having missed her first strike, the man's face quickly hardened, and he launched a second attack. Seeing the battle had begun, the others couldn't stand idly by and unleashed their magical weapons, attacking the cabin. The group instantly surrounded Su Jintang. A cacophony of clanging attacks rang out. Captain, we're here! A team member who had just rushed out of the cabin shouted at the top of his lungs. The others arrived one after another, joining the battle. The battle lasted about 5 minutes, when a series of steady footsteps suddenly approached from not far away. The footsteps grew closer, and there were many of them. The man, engrossed in the fight, paused his attack upon hearing the commotion. He glanced behind him, and saw a large group of people running towards them. This startled him. His teammates also realized something was wrong and quickly retreated. What's going on? Are these people here to take the cabin too? Wait, didn't that woman just send a signal? Could it be reinforcements she called? Stop! Everyone! You're surrounded! The chubby guy, who had led the charge, shouted at the man. We're done for, it really was her reinforcements. Realizing the danger, the men quickly turned to run. The leader froze, realizing he made a huge mistake. Stop them all. Don't let any of them escape. The chubby guy yelled at his men. The team members from the other cabins also coordinated to flank from both sides. A few minutes later, the group that had arrogantly rushed in to seize the cabins were all subdued. The leader was bound hand and foot and pinned to the ground. Fat Fong walked up to him, hands on his hips, glanced at the man, then looked up at Su Jintang opposite him. Take them all down. Tell the others who haven't arrived yet not to come. Su Jintang gave an okay sign, then took out a signal inscription and crushed it. This time, the marker appearing in the air was a blue bird. According to the team's battle plan, the red hard marker represented an enemy attack. They were to assemble at the location where the signal marker was sent within 10 minutes. The blue bird marker indicated safety. Everyone retreated. The man bound to the ground looked up at Su Jintang in disbelief. You? Teamed up? Su Jintang smiled slightly. What else? Fatty Fong crossed his arms and walked over, asking, What should we do with these people? Eliminate them immediately, or keep them? Keep them for now, let others see. With that, Su Jintang turned and walked back to the wooden house. Fatty Fong immediately understood her meaning, waving his hand. Tie everyone up outside the wooden house. Let others who want to take our territory see our strength. Yes. Not far away, Wang Qian, who had trekked a long way, looked somewhat disheveled. She had had bad luck on the way, encountering several waves of monsters, and almost being eliminated early. She clutched her injured arm, and continued walking. She hadn't gone far when a row of bound figures came into view. Wang Qian paused, immediately stopping defensively. Ugh, ugh! The man with his mouth gagged struggled violently upon seeing someone approaching, but with the claw stuffed in his mouth, he could only manage muffled sounds. Wang Qian stopped and observed for a moment. Realizing the group of people in front of her were tied up, her tense body relaxed slightly. "Why are you tied up here?" she shouted towards them. The man continued to make muffled sounds. Wang Qian paused, then remembered that their mouths were gagged. She looked around, and seeing no sign of an ambush, stepped forward to the bound men and removed the gag from the man's mouth. "What happened to you?" The boy, finally able to speak, immediately complained, "We were trying to raid the cabin that just came out of protection, but somehow, they called in a bunch of reinforcements, outnumbered us, and crushed us." Wang Qian frowned slightly, and looked up at the cabin in the distance. "Sister, could you untie us a bit? We need to go get more people, so we can come back and raid the cabin," the man pleaded desperately. Wang Qian pursed her lips. "Do you know who's in this cabin?" The man shook his head. "I don't know them. But the leader is a girl." Wang Qian continued to scrutinize the cabin in the distance. "Okay, then I join your group." A day and a night of traveling alone had already given her a taste of the hardships of survival. This survival battle would be much easier with teammates. Chapter 151. "Boss! Someone suddenly came over there. Looks like they're going to untie those guys. Could it be one of their teammates? Should we take them down together?" A teammate suddenly rushed over to report. Fang Pengzi, who was discussing the follow-up operation plan with Su Jintang, looked up, frowning at the place where people were being tied up in the distance. "Just one person." "Yes." Fang Pengzi waved his hand. "Tie him up and bring him over." Su Jintang glanced over there, not paying much attention. After seeing everyone else go to arrest people, he looked away. "Now, including you and me, there are 15 teams that have joined us. The teams are quite large, but they'd definitely be difficult to manage." Fang Pengzi nodded. "Yeah, we need to choose a captain who can command respect." As he said this, Fang Pengzi cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, and sat up straight. "On this matter, I'd like to volunteer myself." Su Jintang glanced at him, but before she could speak, Lu Weian stepped forward. "Regarding the selection of the team leader, I recommend our team leader." Fatty Fong choked, his mouth slightly open, and after a long pause, he managed to stammer, "Of course, the most capable should be chosen. I think it's more appropriate to gather all the teams together, and then have everyone elect one." "Okay." Su Jintang nodded in agreement, stood up, and brushed the dust off her clothes. "Then it's settled. We discuss it further when everyone arrives." With that, she turned to walk towards the wooden house. At this moment, the team members who had gone to arrest Wang Qian brought her back, bound and gagged. "Captain, we captured her." Su Jintang glanced at her out of the corner of her eye, then suddenly stopped. "Wait," she called out. The men holding Wang Qian immediately stopped, looking up with questioning eyes. Su Jintang stopped, turned around, and walked to Wang Qian, bending slightly. "Sister Qian?" Wang Qian, who had been restrained, immediately looked up and struggled the moment she saw Su Jintang. Because her mouth was gagged, she could only make whimpering sounds. Su Jintang removed the gag from her mouth. "Sister Qian, what's this?" The men responsible for tying her up were also stunned. "Sister, do you know this person?" Su Jintang waved her hand. "I know her. Untie her quickly." The men exchanged glances, said nothing more, and quickly released Wang Qian's hands and feet. After regaining her balance, Wang Qian awkwardly apologized to Su Jintang. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Su Jintang was a little surprised to see Wang Qian again in this way. "It's all right. How are you now?" Wang Qian's mouth was slightly open, somewhat embarrassed. Ever since choosing to enter the assessment alone, she had hardly had a comfortable day. But she still had to maintain her pride, so she forced a reply, "I'm fine." Su Jintang noticed her embarrassment and didn't press further, naturally changing the subject. "Are you with that group outside?" At this, Wang Qian became even more awkward. "No, I just met them." Su Jintang glanced over there and casually reminded her, "They're being held up over there by us for a show of force. If you're not familiar with them, try to avoid getting involved." At this point, Wang Qian couldn't say anything more, only offering an awkward smile. A moment later, Fatty Fong, having heard his subordinate's report, rushed over. "What's going on?" "You know that?" Seeing Wang Qian beside him, he immediately stopped himself from continuing. Fatty Fong smiled at Wang Qian and nodded politely. Hello. Sorry about earlier, I didn't know you knew Sister Jintang." Wang Qian didn't recognize Fatty Fong, but she knew the team members behind him were the ruthless individuals who had just easily overpowered her. Fatty Fong, being the captain of this group, must be quite strong. Wang Qian forced a polite smile and replied, "It's all right, I was presumptuous earlier." Fatty Fong's gaze continued to Su Jintang. Shall I call everyone together now to discuss choosing a captain? Okay, Su Jintang replied. But there's a problem. Fatty Fong looked at Wang Qian. Our cabin is already full. What are you going to do with your friend? Su Jintang was also considering this. Wang Qian, quick-witted as ever, spoke up. I won't take your spots, I leave now. She then looked at Su Jintang. Thank you for today. Without waiting for Su Jintang's reply, Wang Qian turned and left, leaving only her back view. Fat Fong glanced in the direction Wang Qian had gone. Sis, what if your friend suddenly betrays us and gets stabbed? Su Jintang looked away, her tone calm. No. Go get people to prepare for the team leader selection. Seeing her resolute attitude, Fatty Fong ignored the matter and waved to his underling. Go get people. Half an hour later, all 15 teams had gathered at Su Jintang's team's cabin. What do you mean? Electing a captain? With so many teams, there are plenty of people who could be captains. Who can guarantee that the chosen captain can manage all our teams? Exactly. We were just partners before. If we elect a captain, won't we all become subordinates? I have no problem with electing a captain, but at least choose someone more capable than me, right? Otherwise, I won't accept it. Seeing the divided opinions, Fatty Fong immediately stepped forward to mediate. He raised his hands and pressed them down. Don't rush. Electing a captain definitely needs careful consideration. We already have more than 10 teams. If this continues, more and more people will join our joint plan in the future. The more people there are, the easier it is for internal strife. So, electing a captain is for everyone's benefit. As for how to elect, of course, it will be based on merit. Only those who can command respect are qualified to sit in the position of overall captain. Everyone can rest assured. These words calmed the dissatisfied crowd down slightly. Since it's about meritocracy, let's just have a competition to choose the captain. Whoever lasts the longest will be the captain. Someone suggested. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Fat Fong turned to look at the expressions of the other captains around him, then tentatively asked, What do you all think? I have no objection. I agree too. A competition is the best way to elect a captain, fair, just, and transparent. Then let's have one. Finally, only Su Jintang hadn't spoken. Fat Fong's gaze fell on her. What about you, Sister Jintang? Su Jintang raised her hands and flexed her wrists. Sure, let's have a competition. Meanwhile, outside the simulated battlefield, Wang Yao, who was observing the battle, started a conversation with great interest. Who do you think can be elected as the captain? I think Fatty Fong has the ability. He was the one who initiated this joint plan from the beginning. That kid has good leadership skills and a quick mind. I think it's Fatty Fong too. Everyone expressed their opinions. Most people thought Fatty Fong would become the final captain. Wang Yao nodded thoughtfully. I had high hopes for Fatty Fong when he first joined the command camp. He's quick-witted and capable. With a little training, he'd definitely be a talent in the future. Inside the simulated battlefield, the group formed a large circle not far from the wooden house, surrounding the candidates for captain. Because the rules for defending the position were quite strict, the first person to go up was easily worn down by the others. For a moment, no one volunteered to be the first to step forward. Fatty Fong also stood quietly in the group, without saying a word. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. Wait, weren't you guys arguing fiercely just now? Now nobody's stepping forward? Fatty Fong lowered his head and rubbed his nose. While being the first to step forward would be cool, he was more interested in securing the captain's position. For the sake of his chances of winning, it was better to wait a bit longer. Seeing everyone still silent, Su Jintang rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. I go. This shout drew everyone's attention. Fatty Fong was also taken aback, his gaze towards Su Jintang filled with surprise. 2 seconds later, someone reacted, All right, then this lady will be the first to defend the title. Anyone who wants to challenge, raise your hand now. A moment of stunned silence followed. The team member in charge of the match paused slightly. If no one wants to challenge, then the defender wins. Only then did someone finally speak. I go. A burly man stepped forward from the group. He carried a meteor hammer on his shoulder, his arms were incredibly muscular, and his beard was very thick. He was clearly a strong close combat fighter. Su Jintang flexed her wrists, glanced at the burly man, and took a half step back, making way for him. The burly man spun the meteor hammer a few times in the air, then slammed it forcefully to the ground. Dust billowed up instantly. Su Jintang took another half step back and fanned away the dust in front of her. The burly man walked steadily to Su Jintang, scratching his other arm to relieve an itch. Shall we get straight to it? Su Jintang didn't waste any words. Come on. The two stood face to face, and the others around them slowly backed away, making room. Fat Fong retreated to the back, giving Su Jintang a subtle look. Anyone who dared to step forward first was either prepared to be cannon fodder or had absolute confidence in their own strength. He was somewhat curious which possibility Su Jintang would be. Silence fell. A serious look flashed across the burly man's brow. He gripped the chains of his meteor hammer firmly with both hands, taking a step back to steady himself. His massive frame blocked the way like a small mountain. Su Jintang stretched his neck, took a step back, and clenched his fists in front of him. The team member in charge of the match stepped back outside the circle, raised his hand, and swept it downwards. The duel begins. As soon as the words fell, the burly man opposite him stomped his foot and charged forward, wielding his meteor hammer. Try this hammer. A rough voice rang out. A cold glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. She raised both hands, directly meeting the burly man's attack. A faint white light flickered from her body as immense power rapidly gathered in her fists. Chapter 152. With a loud bang, the meteor hammer slammed heavily onto the ground. Su Jintang, who had just dodged to the side, quickly circled around and attacked the burly man from behind. She clenched her fist and slammed it down. The burly man's eyes narrowed. He swung the meteor hammer around his head, using its weight to fly to the other side, narrowly missing Su Jintang. Su Jintang braked sharply, turning around and charging at the burly man again. The burly man was physically strong, but noticeably less agile. Su Jintang lunged forward, appearing behind him and raising her hand to try and strangle him. The burly man reacted quickly, grabbing Su Jintang's wrist and bending down to pull her forward. Su Jintang used the burly man's back as a springboard, performing a front flip to break free and leap to the other side. The two were once again locked in a stalemate. The surrounding crowd also became serious, watching the two fight intently. Several times, the burly man nearly caught Su Jintang, but she nimbly dodged each time. After a series of mishaps, the burly man's temper began to flare. His face darkened as he gripped the chain of his meteor hammer, suddenly roared, and slammed it into the ground. A crack quickly spread from the ground, and the attack energy radiating from the meteor hammer rushed towards Su Jintang. Su Jintang raised her hands, maintaining her balance, and quickly retreated. At this moment, the burly man, who had been holding back, finally revealed his true colors. A slight smile played on his lips, which were surrounded by a thick beard, as he swiftly raised his hand and lifted the meteor hammer, shouting, "Meteor flame!" As soon as he finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Sparks flew into the air, accompanied by the acrid smell of gunpowder. It's a weapon with special effects. These kinds of magical artifacts are priceless. No wonder they dared to challenge it second. They definitely have something to rely on. I saw one of these magical artifacts at the Wanbage auction before. It sold for over 8 million. The surrounding chatter reached Su Jintang's ears. She frowned slightly, staring at the rapidly spreading fiery cracks opposite her. She had heard of these magical artifacts with special effects. Not only were they expensive, but their attack damage was also 2 to 3 times higher than ordinary magical artifacts. While she was thinking, the fiery cracks had already reached Su Jintang. The intense heat wave that hit her brought a strong sense of oppression. The flame shot into the sky, transforming into a fierce tongue of fire. 2 attacks came simultaneously. Su Jintang had no time to dodge. She pursed her lips and decisively raised her hands to block in front of her. The dragon blood power within her instantly ignited and boiled, its powerful energy rapidly spreading throughout her body, forming a thin energy shield on her skin. As the flames scorched towards her, the energy shield instantly solidified, becoming as transparent as glass, firmly blocking the fiery waves. Simultaneously, the incoming attack was also blocked. Su Jintang gritted her teeth, continuously channeling her dragon blood power back at her opponent. In just a few seconds, she was evenly matched with the 2 attacks from her opponent. The burly man was stunned for a moment. This woman could actually block his fiery attack with her physical strength, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention. Su Jintang raised her hand, clenched her fist, and forcefully broke through the fiery attack. Then, she swiftly lunged towards her opponent, her speed leaving a blur. Before the burly man could react, Su Jintang was already upon him. She raised her leg high, bent it slightly, and thrust her knee directly into the man's abdomen. Hiss. The overwhelming force of her leg caused the burly man to wince in pain. Su Jintang gave him no chance to escape, pressing her knee into his neck, her right arm holding a ruby-embroidered sleeve dart against his throat. Her voice was cold as she said, "You lost." The fight lasted less than 5 minutes. The burly man felt the chill on his neck, a wave of fear washing over him. If Su Jintang hadn't stopped in time, the hidden arrow might have already pierced his throat. I surrender, I surrender. The burly man quickly raised his hands in surrender. The onlookers, regaining their senses, stared at Su Jintang in astonishment. To actually withstand the special attack of a magical artifact with her bare body, that's insane. No wonder she dared to stand up and defend the arena. Those who can come to the command camp are indeed hidden talents. Su Jintang's performance in this battle completely refreshed everyone's understanding of her. The other captains, who hadn't paid much attention to her before now, had a more serious look in their eyes. That Fong pursed his lips, lost in thought. The next challenger can raise their hand. The team member in charge of the proceedings snapped out of their reverie and continued the process. Many people hadn't recovered from the previous battle. For a moment, no one responded. Su Jintang flexed her wrists and looked around. Seeing that no one was willing to challenge her, the team member in charge of the proceedings spoke up. Then let's take a 10-minute break, and then continue the challenge. Su Jintang didn't waste any time, immediately sitting cross-legged and beginning to recover her mental energy. Outside the simulated battlefield, several commanding officers observing the battle were also somewhat surprised. This trainee soldier's combat strength is actually so strong. I don't remember her at all. Wang Yao explained. She just reported for duty today. She came from Rectas, and her mental strength level is already at level 4. Several people turned their gazes towards her. She only reported for duty today? Wasn't the reporting time long ago? Her mental strength level is level 4? Reaching this level at this age, her talent can only be described as freakish. Let's observe further. Wang Yao didn't say anything more, his gaze returning to the live broadcast screen opposite. Inside the simulated battlefield, Su Jintang was surrounded by the crowd, her breathing steady, her mental strength already in automatic operation mode. The others stared at her with complex expressions, probably hesitating whether to attack the arena later. The 10-minute break is over. The team member hosting the selection process stepped forward again. Anyone want to challenge the reigning champion? Just a reminder, if no one challenges again, the reigning champion will be considered successful. The previously silent crowd finally reacted. A few seconds later, a girl in a white trainee military uniform stepped forward. I'd give it a try. She had 2 braids, shallow dimples when she smiled, and a sweet voice. When Fatty Fong saw this girl, he suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories, and his lips twitched. Su Jintang exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly finished her training. She stood up, looked up at the girl opposite her, and quickly entered a fighting stance. Chapter 153. This girl is named Fong Kersen, and she's quite a celebrity in the command camp. However, she's famous for her unorthodox fighting style. The onlookers, upon seeing Fong Kersen, involuntarily twitched their lips, as if conjuring up some terrifying image. Continue the challenge. The team member in charge of the proceedings ordered. As soon as the words fell, Su Jintang swiftly clenched her fist and charged towards the opponent. Fong Kersen reacted just as quickly, smiling slightly, turning to dodge to the side. Bang bang. Su Jintang's 2 punches both missed. She frowned, stopped, and turned to look at Fong Kersen, who had already fled to the other side. She dodged quite quickly. Su Jintang pursed her lips, turned around, and facing Fong Kersen again, clenching her fist and charging forward, simultaneously activating the ruby-embroidered sleeve dart in her right arm. The homing dart shot straight towards Fong Kersen. She suddenly bent backward, her body contorting into an unimaginable arc. As the hidden arrow shot towards her, Fong Kersen twisted sharply, her body spun a full 360 degrees, skimming the ground by 10 centimeters. The arrows all embedded themselves in the ground. Fong Kersen regained her footing, 2 throwing knives suddenly appearing in her hands. Giving Su Jintang no chance to react, she hurled them directly at him. The edges of the throwing knives were extremely sharp, reflecting a cold light. Su Jintang raised his hand and fired another hidden dart. Clang, clang. 2 sounds rang out as the hidden darts and throwing knives collided and bounced away. Fong Kersen's fighting style was much more agile than the previous burly man's. Su Jintang had been locked in a fierce struggle for a long time without gaining much advantage. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. This Fong Kersen is indeed extraordinary. Her fighting skills are incredibly refined. You don't understand. Her most terrifying thing isn't even this. What? She has something even more terrifying? It's a long story, you see for yourself? Hearing this, Fatty Fong shuddered and quickly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Another fierce struggle ensued. Su Jintang, slightly out of breath, stopped her movements and faced Fong Kersen. "Sister, you better watch out now. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." Fong Kersen played with the braid hanging over her shoulder, a smile playing on her lips. A serious look flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. When Fong Kersen came up earlier, many people around her gave her strange looks. They were definitely wary of her. This ultimate move might really be quite monstrous. As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on Fong Kersen's face vanished instantly. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, then she raised her hand and swiftly threw a throwing knife. This time, even more knives were thrown, reaching Su Jintang in the blink of an eye. She braced herself with one hand on the ground, performing a side somersault while simultaneously throwing a ruby-embroidered hidden dart from her right arm. The knives and darts clashed repeatedly, producing crisp clink-clink sounds. But Fong Kersen didn't stop. She kept raising her hand and throwing knives, each one smaller than the last, but the number increasing. Su Jintang initially managed to parry, until later, the sheer number of knives became overwhelming. The number of hidden darts in her ruby hidden dart was also running low. Several knives grazed Su Jintang's arm, nearly cutting her. How many hidden weapons does Fong Kersen carry? No wonder she's a monster. She looks like a cute girl, but she's actually a knife-throwing maniac. She's covered in hidden weapons. It's terrifying. Rip. The sound of clothes being torn rang out. Su Jintang frowned slightly, clutching the wound on her arm. Across from her, Fong Kersen would raise her hand, kick her leg, and even shoot out several throwing knives from the soles of her feet. In less than a minute, hundreds of throwing knives were flung from Fong Kersen's body. Su Jintang's lips twitched several times as she watched the swarm of throwing knives attacking like a bee. No wonder everyone had been looking at Fong Kersen so strangely. The whoosh sound enveloped her. A dense swarm of throwing knives completely surrounded Su Jintang, almost obscuring her figure. Everyone around her stared intently at the situation within the knife formation. Realizing she was surrounded, Su Jintang's expression gradually turned serious. With so many throwing knives, she had absolutely no chance of escape. She pursed her lips, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. "Then I have no choice but to tough it out." Su Jintang spread her legs, clenched her fists, and rapidly spread the dragon blood power within her body. As the flying knives attacked, the burning of the dragon blood power reached its peak. Break. Su Jintang gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her arms, and stomped her feet firmly on the ground. The energy wave formed by the dragon blood power surged powerfully in all directions, instantly deflecting many flying knives. But then, more flying knives continued to pounce. The energy wave of the dragon blood power gradually weakened, faintly suppressed by the flying knives. Su Jintang bit her lip, blood seeping from the corner of her lips from the force of the bite, her face turning pale from the massive exhaustion. "It's over. Is she about to give up? Should I call a halt? Don't get eliminated later. Fong Kersen is a real monster." Seeing this, Fatty Fong's lips twitched again. When he first met Fong Kersen, he only thought she was a cute, adorable girl. But after a friendly sparring session, Fong Kersen suddenly unleashed a knife-throwing frenzy, almost slicing his head off. After that, Fatty Fong was left with a deep-seated trauma regarding this cute girl. Whoosh whoosh. The edge of a throwing knife grazed Su Jintang's cheek, leaving a bloody mark. More and more throwing knives pierced through Su Jintang's power shield, heading straight for her body. Seeing this, Fong Kersen hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to stop. But then, a sudden change occurred. A deep blue light shot out from Su Jintang's body, concealing a faint dragon shadow, and suddenly pounced on the surrounding throwing knives. A chill descended, and the surrounding air instantly turned cold. The advancing throwing knives seemed to encounter an obstacle, suddenly halting for a moment before being frozen in place. A terrifying chill suddenly erupted, freezing all the remaining throwing knives in place. Under the light, the countless throwing knives in the air instantly transformed into ice sculptures, shimmering with a cold light, before crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. Feeling the surging, immense energy within her, Su Jintang realized something. Brother Long had not only modified her blood, but also transformed her spine into dragon bones. This power was erupting from her dragon bones. She pursed her lips, clenched her fist, and charged towards Fong Kersen. Fong Kersen, who was waiting to win the match, didn't even have time to react before Su Jintang was already in front of her, slamming a punch down and pinning Fong Kersen to the ground. Fong Kersen was caught completely off guard. "How is this possible?" she asked incredulously. Upon entering the simulated battlefield, everyone's abilities were sealed and unusable. How could Su Jintang possibly use such a method? A teammate beside her, regaining her composure, quickly announced the defending champion wins this duel. With the outcome decided, Su Jintang released her, stood up straight, and helped Fang Kersen to her feet. After standing still, Fang Kersen hesitated for a moment before asking, "What was that just now?" Su Jintang smiled, "It's a secret." Fang Kersen fell silent. Because the simulated battlefield sealed everyone's abilities, what happened just now was definitely not an ability effect. Could it be a special effect of some magical artifact? The onlookers stared in astonishment at the unharmed Su Jintang. Is this a special effect of a magical artifact? Probably. I thought Fang Kersen would respond this time. I'm impressed, you guys are all hiding your true strength. The burly man who lost the first round also looked at Su Jintang with a serious expression. He thought only he possessed a magical artifact with such a special effect, but it turns out everyone was holding back. 2 consecutive duels completely refreshed everyone's understanding of Su Jintang. When the team members hosting the challenge asked again, no one dared to challenge him. Even a monster like Fang Kersen was quickly dealt with. The others were simply no match. That Fang was also hesitant about whether to challenge. Su Jintang's sudden burst of power just now felt a bit too strong. With his strength, it seemed he really might not be able to beat him. If no one challenges, then the defender wins. The team members asked again. Still no one answered. That Fang pursed his lips, and when he looked up, his face was smiling again. In that case, let's make Sister Jintang our captain. The other captains who participated in the selection exchanged glances, and after a few seconds, they all nodded in unison. We have no objections. Although they could use a series of challenges to wear down Su Jintang's physical and mental strength before challenging her, that would be an unfair victory. And even if they won, their strength would indeed be inferior. No one wanted a victory gained that way. So after Fat Fang spoke, everyone went along with it. The brief challenge ended. Not long after, news of the united owners of the wooden houses spread. I heard those who occupied the cabins have joined forces. We have even less chance of survival now. It's alright, if they join forces, we join forces too. There aren't many cabins, and our group is definitely larger. It's hard to say who will win in a fight. But, even if we join forces, we might not be able to work together. The trainees scattered throughout the simulated battlefield had all heard about this. Wang Qian, who had just escaped danger, returned alone to the cave where she had stayed the previous night to warm up. The temperature outside was getting lower and lower. Even spending a long time outside during the day would slow down blood circulation. She needed to stop and warm herself by the fire. Recalling her encounter with Su Jintang earlier, Wang Qian lowered her head and fell silent. It would be a lie to say she didn't regret it. If she hadn't chosen to go in alone, perhaps her situation would be completely different now. But there was no turning back. From now on, she had to rely on herself. Wang Qian rubbed her hands together, feeling warmer, then got up and left the cave, intending to find new teammates. Su Jintang and his group's joint plan inspired her. In this survival test, cooperation was essential, and only through cooperation could they have a chance of winning. Chapter 154. After selecting the captain, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective territories and cabins to guard them. The overcast sky grew even lower, and just as noon approached, snowflakes began to fall, quickly covering the ground with a thin layer. Squeak! Su Jintang pushed open the cabin door and stepped outside, looking up at the continuously falling snowflakes. Lu Weian followed her out and suddenly said, "It feels like it's going to get colder again tonight." If it gets colder, relying solely on the cabins and ordinary firewood for heating won't be enough, Su Jintang replied. They'd probably release some special fuel for fires. Lu Weian pursed his lips and added, "But if that happens, our cabin alliance is very likely to experience internal strife." The cabin alliance is currently maintaining peace largely because everyone is a community of shared interests. But once new competition for resources arises, this peaceful situation will soon be shattered. Ding. Friendly reminder. The temperature in the extreme cold simulation battlefield has dropped to -13 degrees Celsius. As night falls, the temperature will continue to drop. Survivors, please take precautions to keep warm. The announcement suddenly sounded. Su Jintang stretched and beckoned to Lu Weian. "Let's go back inside. It's too cold outside." Lu Weian hummed in agreement and followed. The snow was falling heavier and heavier, reaching ankle deep. Survivors who couldn't find a cabin could only search for caves for warmth, but the caves offered poor insulation, and the wind kept blowing in, quickly extinguishing the fires they had painstakingly lit. Hiss, it's so cold. Fatty Fang leaned against the wall of the wooden hut, curled up in a ball. Su Jintang glanced at him. So cold? Yeah, aren't you cold? Fatty Fong looked at her in surprise. Although everyone was inside the wooden hut, the cold air outside was almost penetrating the walls and seeping into the house. Even with Fatty Fong's thick layer of fat, he could feel the chill seeping in from the outside. Su Jintang paused. Perhaps it was the transformation of her body by Brother Long, and the subtle influence of her supernatural abilities that made her basically immune to most cold air. She didn't continue the topic. Next, it's likely that the competition for fire seeds and special fuel will begin. Our alliance has too many teams. It's possible that not everyone will have a share. What are your thoughts on this? Fong Kersen also participated in the meeting. She fiddled with her braid hanging over her shoulder, a slight smile playing on her lips. Or we could just ignore it and let each team go and grab it themselves. If they get it, they keep it. If they don't, they bear the consequences. Fatty Fong countered, the teams that don't get it will definitely complain. If other cabins are in danger, they won't be willing to help. But not getting it just means they're not as skilled. Who can they blame? Fong Kersen continued arguing. Their argument echoed throughout the cabin. The other team members stood quietly to the side, heads bowed, pretending not to hear. Su Jintang raised a hand to interrupt them. You two, be quiet. Let me think of a solution. The two then quieted down, each leaning to one side, ignoring the other. Lu Weiyan, who had been silent all along, raised his head. If any team doesn't receive supplies, they definitely get dissatisfied. Since that's the case, why don't we just take all the supplies? Su Jintang glanced at him. The premise is that we can actually take all the supplies. Fong Kersen chuckled. Although our team is indeed quite strong now, don't be so arrogant. Taking all the supplies is a bit of an exaggeration. Even the usually arrogant Fatty Fong didn't dare to be careless about this. He crossed his arms. Taking even half the supplies would be amazing. Just as they finished speaking, the familiar electronic notification sound rang out from the horizon. The first batch of supply packages will be randomly dropped into Area A of the High Mountain region in 30 minutes. The first batch of supply packages will be dropped in 30 minutes. Fatty Fong rubbed his temples. Sure enough, what I said came true. Fong Kersen tossed aside her braids, stood up, and dusted herself off. Let's get to work. 20 minutes later, Area A of the High Mountain region gradually became lively. Wang Qian was also hiding in a grove of trees. Hey girl next door, stop hiding. I saw you. Want to join our team? Don't listen to his nonsense. None of his team is trustworthy. Right now, the strongest team in the entire simulated battlefield is the Wooden House Alliance. Several teams, hidden in different locations, began communicating remotely. When Su Jintang and his group arrived, everyone was engaged in a heated discussion. Until someone suddenly swore, the Wooden House Alliance is here. The noisy discussion instantly ceased. The area for miles around became completely silent. Speak up, why is nobody talking? Fatty Fong swaggered into the jungle, stretching lazily with his arms crossed. Su Jintang glanced at him, the invisible pressure immediately silencing Fatty Fong. More and more teams gathered in Plateau Area A. Because of the large number of people, no one dared to act rashly, so it was relatively peaceful. Su Jintang's team was the largest, occupying the best position in the entire plateau area, on a boulder slope. Su Jintang stood on a boulder, arms supporting his knees, his gaze sweeping across the terrain below the slope. The plateau area was full of loose rocks and high mountains. Due to the cold climate, the distant mountain peaks were covered with thick layers of snow. The cold wind howled, bringing a slight stinging sensation to his cheeks. Su Jintang rubbed his hands together, exhaling a breath of air. 5 minutes until supplies are deployed. Everyone, listen to my instructions. Yes. In the woods on the other side. Hidden behind a boulder, Wang Qian held her breath, her body slightly hunched, poised to strike at any moment. She didn't have a team yet, making it impossible to compete with other teams. Therefore, she could only scavenge among the loot during the chaos. Time ticked by, and the once bustling plateau region gradually quieted down. All the teams awaited the upcoming supply drops. Ding! The first batch of supplies has been randomly dropped into Plateau Area A. The first batch of supplies has been randomly dropped into. The announcement rang out. The teams that were waiting for their chance to move reacted quickly. To the west. There's a red marker in the northwest mountains. Someone suddenly shouted, pointing northwest. Standing atop the boulder slope, Su Jintang also looked in that direction. A deep red light was flashing continuously in the northwest. Captain, shall we go? Lu Weiyan asked in a low voice. Su Jintang pursed her lips. Take the rest of the others and grab as much as you can. Okay. Lu Weiyan nodded solemnly, then turned and gestured, "Everyone follow me." The boulder slope offered excellent visibility and convenient access in all directions. Lu Weian led his team quickly along a shortcut towards the red light. Only Su Jintang, Fang Kersen, and Fatty Fong remained on the slope. Fang Kersen crossed her arms, flexing her wrists as she walked, her gaze falling on the other teams below who hadn't yet left. "These people are ours." Fatty Fong's expression also became quite serious. He stretched, raised his hand, and revealed a circular badge. After slowly channeling his spiritual energy into it, a faint light emanated from the badge's surface. Then, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, extending down the boulder slope under his control. "Holy crap, my head! What is that?" The boy who accidentally bumped into the barrier exclaimed speechlessly. Following this, the other teammates were also blocked by the transparent barrier. Who's playing tricks? The blocked group quickly realized the problem, and cautiously looked around. At this moment, Su Jintang stepped onto the boulder and jumped down the slope. Dragon blood power instantly gathered in her palm, and as she clenched her fist, the overflowing power distorted space itself. Bang! A punch landed, and the group trapped inside the transparent barrier were instantly thrown back by the force of the wave. Immediately afterward, Fang Kersen's throwing knives rained down from the sky. The gleaming blades attacked the crowd in unison. "Damn it! What's she doing?" Caught off guard, the crowd immediately cursed. But before he could finish speaking, Su Jintang's fist was already upon him. "You!" Before he could finish speaking, Su Jintang grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up sharply, and slammed him to the ground. "Take this!" Fang Kersen shouted. Hundreds of throwing knives flew from her hand. The surprise attack by Su Jintang and his companions was highly effective. This single move stopped 80% of the attackers. "You two hurry up!" Fatty Fong pressed his hands against the transparent barrier, rapidly channeling a large amount of mental energy into it. This transparent barrier was his defensive magic weapon. Every 10% of his mental energy injected would sustain it for 1 minute. But only if it wasn't attacked. If someone launches a massive attack, the transparent barrier will consume more mental energy, until no more mental energy can be injected, at which point it will shrink back to its original size as a badge. At this moment, some people have already reacted and begun to attack the transparent barrier together. Everyone, attack together. The transparent barrier trembled violently after being hit. To maintain the stability of the barrier, Fatty Fong had no choice but to grit his teeth and inject more mental energy. Su Jintang and Fang Kersen were not idle either. The two of them flanked from one side, and in less than 2 minutes, they had eliminated dozens of people. Wang Qian, who had been hiding deep in the jungle undetected, hesitated and peeked out, glancing towards Su Jintang and the other two. Her position was just out of the way of the transparent barrier, and she still had plenty of time to run. She snapped out of her reverie, and without further hesitation, turned and ran towards the red light marker in the northwest. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer." Fatty Fong's face turned deathly pale, and his hand against the transparent barrier trembled violently. The combined attack of the group was too much for him to withstand alone. He had already reached his limit by the time he reached this point. After eliminating 2 more people, Su Jintang turned and retreated, pulling Fang Kersen along with him. "Let's go, retreat." Their sneak attack was merely to buy Lu Weian and the others some time. This was enough for now. Chapter 155. At this moment, at the red marked location in the northwest, Lu Weian and his team had already arrived at the supply drop-off point. Large, waist-high green iron crates were neatly arranged, forming a small mountain. Lu Weian surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no safety hazards, immediately gestured move. At his command, dozens of team members swarmed forward, 2 people lifting each crate, then quickly retreating. Everyone moved swiftly. In less than a few minutes, more than half of the mountain of supply crates had been moved. At this time, those who had just escaped from the transparent barrier began to rush towards the location. Hearing the commotion in the distance, Lu Weian quickened his gestures. "Hurry, prepare to retreat." Everyone sped up simultaneously, and while other teams arrived, Lu Weian had already led his men safely away via side path. Wang Qian arrived at the supply drop-off point next. She quickly glanced around, and seeing no one was watching, swiftly climbed onto the top of the supply crates, grabbed one from the very top, and hurriedly ran into the depths of the adjacent jungle. Half a minute later, the main force rushed over. "Damn! Most of it's already been taken. It must have been the people from the Cabin Alliance. Stop talking nonsense. Let's grab it. There won't be any left." After a brief chatter, everyone started moving the supplies. When only a few supply crates remained, The previously harmonious atmosphere became tense. Brother, I saw this supply crate first. How can you prove you saw it first? If all else fails, let's fight. A thunderous roar of battle erupted instantly across the plateau region. On the other side, Lu Weian and his group, who had already moved most of the supply crates, had safely returned to their cabin territory. Team leader Lu, we finished counting. 23 crates of supplies in total. A team member reported. Lu Weian nodded. Good job, everyone. A short while later, Su Jintang and his two companions, who had been responsible for blocking the way, also returned. Except for Fatty Fong, who looked slightly disheveled, Su Jintang and Fong Kersen were still presentable. Su Jintang stopped in front of Lu Weian. How was it? We managed to grab 23 crates of supplies, no casualties. Lu Weian reported. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. Their cabin alliance currently had 15 teams in total. 23 crates of supplies were more than enough to cover all of them, and there would even be some left over. Great, let's distribute the supplies first. Fatty Fong and Fong Kersen exchanged a surprised glance. They hadn't expected the plan to be so successful. They lost the three of them, but gained supplies for the entire team. Fatty Fong suddenly straightened his back, his voice becoming firmer. I deserve a lot of credit for the success of this plan. Su Jintang glanced at him. Yes, you deserve a lot of credit. Fong Kersen also glanced at him. What reward do you want? Fatty Fong coughed slightly, then let our team take an extra supply box. Okay. Su Jintang immediately agreed. Fatty Fong had indeed played a significant role in this operation. Taking an extra box of supplies wasn't a big deal. Fong Kersen didn't say anything, tacitly acknowledging Fatty Fong's contribution to the operation. 15 minutes later, each team received a box of supplies, enough to sustain them for a week. The remaining supplies were temporarily kept by Su Jintang as backup. That very night, after the supplies were distributed, a heavy snowfall began. A thick layer of snow covered the entire land. The outdoor temperature plummeted, and trainees who hadn't managed to collect supplies or find shelter for warmth froze to death at night, being eliminated from the simulated battlefield. Overnight, the number of survivors in the extreme cold simulated battlefield dwindled dramatically. The next morning, Su Jintang, yawning, pushed open the door of the wooden hut. The snow outside was waist-deep. Everyone, get up and shovel snow. Su Jintang stretched and called out to his team. People gradually got up inside the hut, exclaiming in surprise at the depth of the snow outside. With such a thick snowfall overnight, won't we be buried alive in a few days? That shouldn't be the case, right? Make way, let me do it. My magic weapon is perfect for shoveling snow. As soon as the words were spoken, a half-person tall iron feather fan appeared in one of the team members' hands. The feathers of the iron feather fan were all made of refined iron, reflecting an even colder light under the sun. Seeing the iron feather fan being taken out, the others quickly stepped aside, making way. Su Jintang and Fong Kersen also stepped aside. The team member holding the iron feather fan gripped the handle tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and fanned it forcefully. A hurricane quickly formed, sweeping towards the snow piled up outside the door. The thick snow was instantly sucked into the hurricane's vortex, and under the team members' control, the hurricane blew towards the distant wilderness. After a few quick fanning motions, the snow in front of the cabin was quickly swept away. The team member retrieved the iron feather fan, shrunk it, and hung it back on his waist. Su Jintang curiously examined the iron feather fan at his waist, his interest piqued. There was even such a magical weapon. Captain, we took the lion's share of the supplies this time. The others will definitely be dissatisfied. We might need to strengthen our defenses in the next few days, Lu Weian reminded him at the opportune moment. Su Jintang responded, starting today, double the number of patrols each night. Be vigilant during the day as well. No outsiders are allowed to approach the cabin territory. Yes, sir. The assessment had been going on for 3 days now, and more than half of the participants had already been eliminated. Outside the simulated battlefield, several leaders, who were still watching, decided to drop some bombshells. Let's not delay any longer. Let's go for the big one and see how they react, Wang Yao said. The other leaders exchanged glances, a hint of a smile in their eyes, and responded in unison, yes. The snow continued to fall steadily. Every so often, the snow outside the cabin would thicken considerably, requiring someone to clear it. Su Jintang stood by the cabin window, hands behind her back, gazing at the swirling snow, silent for a long time. Lu Weian walked up behind her. This snow is a bit strange. If it keeps falling like this, the number of people eliminated will increase by more than half. Su Jintang hummed in agreement. This assessment will probably be over soon. Hiding inside the cave, Wang Qian lit special fuel, the flames instantly illuminating the entire cave, warmth gradually spreading. She rubbed her hands together and sat down by the fire to warm herself. Suddenly, the signal sensor in her pocket vibrated rhythmically. Receiving the corresponding coded message, Wang Qian clenched her fist slightly, a serious look creeping into her eyes. Will this snow ever stop? At this rate, we're all doomed outside the cabin. It probably won't stop. In that case, let's fight to the death one last time, go fight the people inside the cabin, and see who wins. How can we fight? They're organized and disciplined, while we're just a random bunch of people, we don't even have a leader. As the snow fell heavier and heavier, panic gripped the people outside the cabin. But the more panicked they became, the less organized their group became. Some shouted that they wanted to fight Su Jintang and his group, while others felt it wasn't necessary, and that it was better to wait. Everyone had a different opinion, preventing them from acting in unison. Until suddenly, the earth shook violently. The earth trembled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Captain, there's been an avalanche on the plateau next to our cabin. A patrolman rushed in to report. Su Jintang immediately got up and followed the team outside. They saw a thick layer of snow surging towards their cabin area from the distant snow-capped mountains. Her expression changed slightly. Tell everyone to take all the supplies they can, and retreat immediately. With that, she took out a signal token and crushed it. The signal marker instantly rose into the air, being deployed to other cabin teams within a 10-mile radius. The cabin area instantly became abuzz with activity. What's going on? An enemy attack? An enemy attacked my ass. Didn't you see the avalanche? Quickly gather your supplies and retreat. Damn it, this avalanche will bury all the cabins. The place we finally found to stay is gone again. Everyone complained as they gathered their supplies and prepared to retreat. The sky was terrifyingly gloomy, and an atmosphere of death permeated everything. Faced with the natural disaster of an avalanche, the frantically fleeing humans seemed so small. Some who were slow to retreat hadn't even left the area of cabins before the blizzard caught up with them and instantly buried them alive, disappearing without a trace. Damn it! They're catching up. Everyone speed up. Fatty Fong, who was fleeing, glanced back and saw people already buried alive. Startled, he immediately sped up. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed his magical transparent barrier, extending it backward. The power of the transparent barrier was clearly insufficient against the terrifying avalanche. It only held off the snow for 2 seconds before being instantly shattered. Fatty Fong cursed under his breath, not daring to stop, and continued running at full speed. Su Jintang ran incredibly fast. A massive shadow loomed overhead. Beep beep, beep beep. An alarm suddenly sounded from the horizon. The operating system is under attack. Automatic protection mode will be activated shortly. All survivors in the simulated battlefield will be ejected from the battlefield in 3 seconds. Su Jintang froze. The other fleeing team members also paused for half a second. Huh? What's going on? Fatty Fong stopped, looking completely bewildered. Due to a malfunction in the simulated battlefield system, the snow behind them had frozen solid, and everything around them was frozen in place. Fong Kersen hesitantly looked around. Is the main system malfunctioning? That shouldn't be the case. This is the command camp simulation pod. Who would dare attack it for no reason? So our assessment is over like this? Before the murmurs subsided, a beep sounded, and everyone present was ejected from the battlefield. A strong sense of dizziness rose from their heads. Su Jintang's eyes were tightly closed, his brows furrowed. It took him a while to regain consciousness. He opened his eyes, and a bright light shone in, followed by an overwhelming urge to vomit. This was a side effect of being forcibly ejected from the simulated battlefield. Soon, the other trainees around him also began to feel nauseous. Chapter 156. Vomiting sounds echoed across the training ground, creating a chaotic scene. On the other side, the alarm continued to sound in the lounge where Wang Yao and his superiors were sitting. Team Leader Wang, we caught the person who attacked the main system of the simulation pod. It's the trainee soldier who was absent from training today due to illness. 2 subordinates immediately brought the man over to report. The alarm slowly subsided, and everything in the lounge returned to calm. Wang Yao frowned and looked up at the man who had been brought in. The man was young, his teeth clenched, a stubborn and unyielding expression on his face, his eyes filled with resentment. Why did you attack the simulation pod system? The man remained silent, not even glancing at Wang Yao, his attitude full of disdain. Wang Yao's face hardened, a chilling aura emanating from him. He uttered only one word, investigate. Yes, sir. The sudden turn of events made the atmosphere in the lounge extremely tense. Attacking a running simulation system is a serious crime. This young man certainly didn't do it on his own. First, check the physical condition of the trainees who were ejected from the simulated battlefield. Report any findings immediately. Report to the Control Bureau immediately. After regaining their composure, the leaders began issuing orders one by one. Inside the training ground, the trainees were vomiting uncontrollably. Some reacted so strongly that they collapsed to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Su Jintang vomited for a while, and the dizziness in her head gradually subsided. She crouched slightly, resting with her hands on the ground. At this moment, the regular army personnel responsible for checking the situation arrived. Their team leader stood at the front of the training field, shouting, "Don't panic, everyone. The vomiting and dizziness are just side effects of being forced out of the simulated battlefield. Just rest for a bit, and you'll be fine. If your physical reaction is severe, immediately inform the team doctor for help. Also, we suspect this attack on the simulation pod system was a group attack. If anyone spots anyone suspicious, please report it immediately." A moment later, the team doctors from the command battalion rushed into the training field and began releasing a large-scale group healing ability. A holy white light shone on Su Jintang, a warm current covering his skin, quickly dispelling his discomfort. What does this mean? Someone attacked the simulation pod system? What about our assessment? I don't know, my head is killing me. Who would attack a simulation pod for no reason? Speechless. The training field became very noisy. Many people were complaining about the attacker. Su Jintang recovered and rubbed his temples. In the Interstellar Federation, attacking a functioning simulator is a serious crime. Anyone capable of such an act is either an anti-Federation group or courting death. Hey! Can you hear me? Suddenly, a cheerful male voice rang out from the training grounds loudspeaker. Let me introduce myself first. I am Shiranyu, the captain of the first team of the Reform Society. Regarding the frequent rebellions that have broken out across the starfield recently, it's all a frame-up. However, the attack on the simulator system today was indeed our doing. I don't know which idiot tried to pin the blame on the Reform Society, but listen to me carefully. Starting today, the Reform Society is going into full force. You better keep your tail hidden, or if I catch you. He. Shiranyu, speaking in a nonchalant tone, showed none of the timidity or restraint expected of a rebel. The trainee soldiers who heard this speech all stared wide-eyed, glancing around in terror. Su Jintang was also stunned for a long time. Are all the members of the Reform Society this arrogant? Furthermore, the Federation is a load of crap. All the dirty deeds you've done behind the scenes will be exposed sooner or later. We will definitely overthrow you, thank you. After saying this, the broadcast completely stopped, and the training ground fell silent. Everyone stared at each other, too afraid to utter a sound for a long time. Everyone had heard of the Reform Society's exploits, but this was the first time they had heard such an arrogant statement, leaving them somewhat bewildered. The regular soldiers in the command battalion were also dumbfounded. After regaining his composure, the captain immediately shouted, "Seal off the entire command camp immediately. From this moment on, not even a single blue-eyed insect is allowed to fly out." The fact that members of the Reform Society had infiltrated such a serious place as the command camp, and then, in front of the trainee soldiers, made so many alarming and rebellious remarks, had exceeded many people's expectations. If anything else went wrong, the entire command camp would be held responsible. The regular soldiers, after recovering from their shock, quickly issued the sealing off order to the guards at the command camp gate. The broadcast was immediately cut off to prevent the Reform Society members from making any more dangerous statements. The entire training ground was also sealed off and under control. Su Jintang stood discreetly in the crowd, lost in thought. What Shiranyu had just said, that the explosion and disturbance she had experienced earlier, was indeed not the work of the Reform Society. This doubt had been resolved. But who could have done it? The emergence of the Reform Committee made the assessment end abruptly. Moreover, to eliminate potential problems, all trainee soldiers underwent rigorous questioning that day. Su Jintang was allowed to return to her dormitory to rest late at night. I heard you formed a cabin alliance inside? Moyuchi, who was in the opposite bunk, suddenly started a conversation. Su Jintang replied, yes. Moyuchi sized her up for a while, said nothing more, and then looked away. During the assessment, she hadn't encountered Su Jintang, but had heard many rumors about her. For example, forming a cabin alliance, becoming the captain, and leading Fang Pongzi and his companion to ambush her when seizing supplies, etc. She had thought the other was just someone with connections, But it turned out she actually had some ability. Moyuchi didn't say anything more, quickly closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Su Jintang leaned against the headboard, unusually not meditating that night, but instead browsing the forum. The news of the Reform Society's sneak attack on the command battalion has spread throughout the Starnet. Although the authorities tried to suppress the news, the information spread rapidly, and videos have been uploaded to internal forums of various military academies and camps. The video is of Shiranyu making a threatening speech over the loudspeaker at the training ground. Every word has been clearly recorded. Good heavens, the Reform Society has become this arrogant? They even dare to accuse the Federation of doing some dirty deeds? TSK, they're incredibly audacious. Now the Federation has even more reason to be ruthless in eliminating this stubborn Reform Society. But don't you find it strange? The Reform Society already has such a bad reputation. Why would they risk everything to stage this incident, just to clear their names that they weren't the ones who did those things before? One possibility is that the previous unrest wasn't actually caused by the Reform Society. Damn, has another group of rebels emerged in our Federation? Su Jintang kept refreshing the chat until late at night, unable to sleep. Until someone suddenly sent a message in the experimental class group chat. Yan Yuding at Su Jintang, class monitor, what's the situation over there? Did you run into the Reform Society again? Is everything alright? Shui Shengqi, I saw the video online. The Reform Society people are pretty arrogant. If they're so capable, they should come and visit us too. Our armory battalion has recently developed a lot of high-damage precision weapons. Yan Yuding, do you think the Reform Society people are stupid? They just run into your armory battalion's cannons for no reason. Song Tianqi, damn! Your lives are so interesting. Shui Zhongqi gets to play with cannons, and the class monitor gets to run into the Reform Society causing trouble for no reason, while here I'm just standing at attention every day. I'm almost losing weight from exhaustion. Yan Yuding, it's good that you're thinner. Jiangxi hadn't posted anything, probably still in secret training, completely unaware of all the events that had transpired at the command camp today. Su Jintang, I'm fine, but the matter might be quite serious. It'd probably take another 2 or 3 days to investigate. Knowing Su Jintang was alright, the others were relieved. Song Tianqi had to get up early for training tomorrow, and had been silent for a while. Yan Yuding and Shui Zhengqi were probably quite busy too. After a brief banter, they said goodnight to each other and disappeared. Only Su Jintang remained, browsing various forums. She had been wondering who would deliberately frame the Reform Association. Su Jintang repeatedly stroked her chin, deep in thought. Gradually, the image of Gu Xiaowen suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be related to the owner of the underground black market? The next day, as dawn broke, the atmosphere in the command camp remained serious and tense. After leaving his dormitory, Su Jintang underwent a rigorous body search before being allowed to enter the training ground. At this moment, Wang Yao stood on the training grounds arena, his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed deeply. Because yesterday's assessment was suddenly interrupted, the final selection for elimination had not yet been determined. All the trainee soldiers gradually arrived, forming neat square formations. Su Jintang still had no place, so he stood alone outside the formation. Wang Yao's gaze swept across the entire area. First, I must apologize to everyone for yesterday's unexpected incident, which delayed everyone's assessment and training schedule. But fortunately, the matter has been resolved smoothly. Next, I will discuss the elimination. Upon hearing this, the trainee soldiers below immediately tensed up. Su Jintang also looked up at Wang Yao. The first assessment was a high-temperature desert survival battle. Trainees eliminated in this round will not be eligible for subsequent training in the command camp. Thank you all for your participation. Yesterday's second assessment was an extreme cold plateau survival battle. Similarly, trainees eliminated before the avalanche disaster will also be ineligible for subsequent training. Thank you all for your trust and cooperation. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again next time. As soon as Wang Yao announced this, sighs and lamentations filled the training ground. Sigh, I thought yesterday's accident would prevent my elimination. I knew I couldn't get away with it. Next time, I have to try again. After the elimination notice was announced, many people left the training ground, leaving it empty. Also, let me introduce someone else. Wang Yao clapped his hands, his gaze turning to the entrance of the training ground. Influenced by him, the other trainees also turned their attention to the entrance. Su Jintang looked over as well. A tall, well-built man walked slowly towards them. A sharp, clean-cut dark blue military uniform stood out, and neat black hair fell across his forehead. Su Jintang's expression froze for a moment after recognizing the newcomer. This person looked a bit like Gu Xiaowen? The last time she saw Gu Xiaowen, he always wore a half mask, but his facial features and demeanor were still clearly visible. This will be Gu Xiaowen, the commander-in-chief, who will lead everyone in training and missions. Let's give him a warm welcome. Wang Yao led the applause. Chapter 157. Gu Xiaowen's appearance brought a brief silence to the training ground. The trainees all stared at him, bewildered. Su Jintang's gaze fell on the rank insignia on Gu Xiaowen's right shoulder, the rank of Major. Gu Xiaowen comes from the Federal Command Bureau, possessing top-tier command thinking and operational guidance capabilities. With his guidance, I believe you will all gain even more from the next month's training program. After speaking, Wang Yao took a half-step back, slightly turning to make room for Gu Xiaowen. Gu Xiaowen strode up the steps of the training grounds arena, steadily walking to the center. Hello, please guide me. He surveyed the entire area, his deep voice carrying a hint of magnetism. After the meeting, the trainees who failed the assessment gradually packed their belongings and left the command camp. Su Jintang and Moyuchi walked together towards their dormitory. The command actually sent a major-level leader to lead us, Moyuchi muttered in bewilderment. Su Jintang didn't reply, still pondering Gu Xiaowen's matter. In a mountain cave 10 kilometers away from the command camp, Shiranyu, who had been engrossed in operating the hacking equipment, suddenly looked up and snapped his fingers at his teammates beside him. Okay, we got all the data. Notify the others to retreat. Boss, Wang Qian has already infiltrated the command camp. I doubt anyone will discover her identity. Shiranyu scratched his chin. Then let her remain still. Collect as much evidence as possible. Yes, sir. With that, Shiranyu quickly put away the hacking equipment, clapped his hands, and stood up. He gazed at the command camp buildings, faintly visible in the distance, and slowly curled his lips into a smile. Before I leave, let me give the Federation one last surprise. It was midday, and everyone in the command camp was taking their lunch break. The entire camp was quiet. Only the patrolling guards were checking things out. Suddenly, bang! A firework shot up directly above the command camp, exploding in all directions, like a shooting star. This noise instantly attracted the attention of the patrolling guards, and everyone went on alert at the same time. The command camp's alarm bells rang again. Su Jintang, who was cultivating, paused for half a second, then looked up at the window. He saw a striking silver circular planet pattern left in the sky after the fireworks display, the emblem of the Reformed Society. How arrogant! They actually dared to set off fireworks at the command camp. Moyuchi, who was next door, saw this and her face darkened. She said coldly. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze. With so many people in the command battalion yesterday, how come they couldn't catch them? After the incident yesterday, the command battalion immediately sealed off the scene and conducted a search. But they couldn't find a single member of the Reformed Society. Moyuchi's expression turned serious. The Reformed Society isn't as simple as you think. Many people in their group are geniuses with talents far exceeding ordinary people. Not only are they strong in combat, but they also have high IQs, and their combat methods are unpredictable and difficult to catch. Su Jintang became even more curious. Logically speaking, such geniuses should be under the attention of military academies and the Federation. Why would they join the Reformed Society? Maybe they're too talented and find life too boring, so they have to do something special to make their presence known. Moyuchi replied calmly. The sudden explosion of the Reformed Society's fireworks once again jolted the command camp for an entire afternoon. However, the result was the same. After a half day of sealing off and searching, not a trace of the Reformed Society was found. The matter had to be temporarily shelved and handed over to the Bureau of Governance for further investigation. The final scene of the Extreme Cold Plateau Survival Assessment, the Avalanche, was designed to test everyone's reaction to sudden emergencies. Most survivors chose to flee immediately, but a small number reacted too slowly, and were buried forever under the snow before they could even react when the avalanche struck. This is a typical example of being overprotected and lacking the most basic survival skills. Next, we will focus on increasing training in this area, Gu Xiaowen said calmly, his hands behind his back. Su Jintang immediately raised her hand. Report. Gu Xiaowen looked up at her. Speak. If our final assessment hadn't been interrupted and had proceeded normally, what would our final fate have been in the face of the avalanche? Would the avalanche have stopped? Would we have had a chance to escape? Gu Xiaowen replied, the avalanche wouldn't stop, and you wouldn't have had a chance to escape. It's just a matter of who gets buried alive first, and who gets buried alive later. These words stunned all the trainees. Doesn't that mean we're all going to die? What's the point of this assessment? To experience death? No wonder only those trainees who were eliminated before the avalanche arrived yesterday were eliminated. So the final avalanche won't eliminate anyone. Gu Xiaowen's gaze swept across the entire room, his voice cold and clear. Some of you have already guessed the correct answer to the meaning of the avalanche. That's right, it's to let you experience death. Being buried alive in the snow doesn't kill you instantly. The time spent waiting to die will be the most agonizing and desperate moment of your lives. Unfortunately, I couldn't let all of you experience that feeling. Su Jintang's lips twitched. Thank goodness she didn't experience it. The expressions on the faces of the others also twitched to varying degrees. After yesterday's 2 assessments, the command battalion currently has 198 trainee soldiers remaining. Based on each of your performances in the assessments, we have divided you into teams. Now my assistant will announce the team assignments. After speaking, Gu Xiaowen's subordinate immediately stepped forward, took out a list, and began calling out names one by one. This time, the teams are divided into groups of 5. The names I'm calling now belong to the first trainee team of the command battalion. Su Jintang, Mo Yuqi, Fatty Fong, Fong Kersen, Wang Qian. The 5 people called immediately stepped out of their teams, and stood in a row outside the formation. Gu Xiaowen walked up to Su Jintang and her group of 5, glanced at them, and said, I will personally lead the 5 of you. Follow me. Su Jintang looked around, immediately straightened her back, stood at attention, and replied, Yes, sir. She turned first and followed Gu Xiaowen. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Xiaowen pushed open the door to the command center and led Su Jintang and her group inside. Today's first lesson is a tour of the command center and familiarization with every combat system and piece of equipment here. You can look around first and ask questions anytime if you don't understand anything, Gu Xiaowen said, turning to face the 5. Su Jintang immediately raised her hand. I have a question. Does Captain Gu do anything else on the side? Gu Xiaowen's expression froze. The others, hearing the question, also turned to look. Gu Xiaowen cleared his throat and replied, To be precise, leading your training is my side job. So your main job is a black market boss? Su Jintang continued to ask. Gu Xiaowen's gaze met hers, his voice magnetic, you could say that. Fong Pengzi, who had just learned of this, immediately widened his eyes. A black market boss? The one I know about? Fong Kersen and the others were clearly curious as well, turning their heads. However, Gu Xiaowen obviously didn't want to continue this topic and quickly changed the subject. Why are you looking at me? Your task is to tour the command center. After confirming she hadn't mistaken him for someone else, Su Jintang didn't delve further and quickly began the tour. The command center was very large, with each area divided by partitions of different colors. The red area was the core hub, where all the mechanisms and equipment of the entire command camp could be controlled. The green area is the cross-battalion communication zone, allowing direct communication across systems to the equipment battalion, logistics battalion, and recruit battalion, and to issue operational instructions to them. The yellow area is the monitoring zone, which can monitor everything within a radius of 100 kilometers in real time via satellite surveillance. The blue area is the rest area, where command center personnel can relax. Su Jintang walked through each area one by one, then stopped at the yellow area. She pointed to the control panel opposite and looked at Gu Xiaowen. Can I try it out? Gu Xiaowen turned around, of course. He then went to the yellow area, stood in front of the safety lock, and began facial recognition. After successful identification, the security lock beeped. Simultaneously, the security doors slowly opened to both sides. Su Jintang arrived at the central monitoring console. A massive light screen occupying half a wall was divided into countless smaller monitoring images. Each small frame displayed the current situation captured by satellite surveillance. Su Jintang bent slightly, grasped the lever on the console, and gently pulled it back. The monitoring images immediately began to move. The lever directly controlled the movement of the satellite surveillance. With her pull, all the external satellite cameras rotated along with it. That Fong followed curiously in, looking at the monitoring screen in astonishment. Our every move is clearly visible on this satellite monitor. Su Jintang nodded. Yes. She continued to push the lever, and soon the monitoring image focused on the training ground. A patrolling guard happened to walk past the satellite monitor. He was expressionless, his lips tightly pressed together, a weapon in his hand, and he walked forward with steady steps. Su Jintang watched the surveillance footage for a while, gaining a new understanding of the Federation's satellite surveillance technology. An hour later, the 5 of them finished touring and experiencing all the equipment and functions in all areas, and were unanimously impressed by the Federation's advanced technology. The basic knowledge you need to master to enter the command battalion is several times that of other military battalions. You need to work hard for the next month, Gu Xiaowen said calmly. Fong Kersen raised her hand and asked, Captain Gu, I heard that after a month of training, we have a simulated combat assessment? Gu Xiaowen hummed in agreement. The simulated combat assessment will be conducted jointly with the Recruit Battalion, Logistics Battalion, and Equipment Battalion's trainee troops. Its main purpose is to test whether you mastered what you learned this month. A glint of hope appeared in Su Jintang's eyes, as she began to look forward to her month-long training. After the morning's tour and experience, Gu Xiaowen led Su Jintang and her group of 5 into simulated combat training in the afternoon. Inside the simulated battlefield, the yellow monitoring area of the command center, Su Jintang sat in front of the main satellite monitoring position, responsible for monitoring the main camp area. Fong Pengzi and Moyuchi sat on either side, responsible for monitoring the situation in the left and right flank camp areas. Fong Kersen and Wang Qian were responsible for providing support during shift changes. The task for this simulated combat training is to detect any abnormal situations within the monitored area within the time limit, and issue attack support orders to the Armory Battalion and Logistics Battalion. A voice prompt sounded. Su Jintang turned to look at Moyuchi and Fatty Fong beside her. Did you see anything unusual? Moyuchi frowned and shook her head. No. Fatty Fong sighed softly, rubbing his sore neck. I didn't see anything either. What's unusual about this? Why don't we try? Fong Kersen suggested from behind. Fatty Fong immediately stood up to relieve her. Quick, you guys come on, my eyes are about to go blind. Moyuchi also got up and retreated to the rest area. Fong Kersen and Wang Qian moved to the front line and began a new round of surveillance. Soon, half an hour passed, and both of them were dizzy and exhausted. Watching the surveillance is tiring work after all, Fong Kersen said weakly, rubbing her temples. Su Jintang, sitting in the main monitoring position, suddenly turned around. Who's going to relieve me? Silence answered her. Su Jintang, She knew no one would want to take on this exhausting task. She rubbed her temples, rested for a moment, then sat up straight and began her surveillance again. Gu Xiaowen, observing the 5 people's performance outside the simulated battlefield, crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Su Jintang on the screen. This practical training wasn't difficult, but for Su Jintang and her group of 5, who were just getting started, completing it smoothly wouldn't be easy. A while later, suddenly, a beeping alarm sounded in the monitoring room. The huge monitor screen in front of Su Jintang instantly turned red, displaying an abnormal situation warning. What's going on? Fatty Fong rushed in immediately, leaning on the control panel to anxiously check the situation. Su Jintang's brows furrowed instantly, her eyes rapidly scanning the monitor screen. The beeping alarm grew more urgent. Fatty Fong and Moyuchi, who were resting, also rushed to the adjacent communications area, ready to contact the Equipment Battalion and Logistics Battalion for support at any moment. Here, Su Jintang's gaze fixed on a red marker on the monitor screen. A strange black shadow was circled in red by the system. This shadow didn't look human, it appeared to have 4 legs. It's a monster invasion. Su Jintang reacted quickly. However, it was too late. The entire monitor screen suddenly vibrated violently, and the next second, the screen went completely black. Ding! This simulated practical training session has ended. Mission completion status, failure. After the announcement, Su Jintang and the other 4 were ejected from the simulated battlefield. Chapter 158. When Su Jintang regained consciousness, she was already back inside the simulation pod. She sat up and pressed the button to open the pod. The pod slowly opened, and Su Jintang jumped out. Was that anomaly a monster invasion? She asked Gu Xiaowen. Gu Xiaowen nodded. Yes, but your reaction was too slow. The mission was set up as a 6th-tier shadow form monster invasion. These monsters are adept at hiding in various shadows, but due to their shape, their shadows take on rather strange forms. This is one of the clues that can quickly detect its invasion. Your mission failed just now, because you discovered it too late. If a 6th-tier monster invades the camp for more than 10 seconds, it's enough to instantly destroy all the equipment and devices in our camp. Su Jintang lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She really didn't know much about this 6th-tier shadow form monster and missed the best time to sound the alarm. The others also emerged from the simulation pod one after another. After hearing Gu Xiaowen's explanation, everyone lowered their heads in reflection. It's normal to fail the first practical training. Take a 5-minute break, then try again, Gu Xiaowen said calmly. That Fong slumped dejectedly onto the nearby coffee table. It was too hard. My eyes are practically blind from staring at it for so long. I thought the command battalion would have it easier. Gu Xiaowen glanced at him. Who told you the command battalion would have it easy? Other battalions might be able to slack off a bit when things were quiet, but the command battalion couldn't afford to relax for a moment. After all, whenever an enemy invaded, they would always strike directly at the headquarters first. Fatty Fong sighed and continued resting. Su Jintang leaned against him, reviewing the points of their recent failure. The entire afternoon had been spent in practical training. The first few attempts almost all ended in failure, until the final attempt, when the 5 of them developed some synergy and completed the practical exercise smoothly in one go. When they emerged from the simulated battlefield, everyone felt a sense of triumph. Fatty Fong straightened his back. Finally, we got it. Fong Kersen, however, looked dejected, her voice weary, but I feel like this is just the beginning. Gu Xiaowen glanced at them, probably not wanting to discourage them after their afternoon of despair, and quickly looked away without saying anything. Go back and rest. We continue tomorrow. Night fell. The crescent moon slowly climbed over the mountain. Inside the training army dormitory, Su Jintang sat cross-legged on his bed, his breathing gradually becoming steady. Threads of spiritual energy coiled around her, shimmering with faint light. Buzz? The communicator suddenly began to vibrate. She initially didn't intend to pay attention, but the communicator kept ringing. After enduring it for a while, Su Jintang slowly finished her practice and exhaled a breath of stale air. She opened her eyes and tapped on the communicator screen. It was a message notification popping up in the experimental class group chat. Yen Yuding, holy crap, did you guys see today's StarNet headlines? The captain of the second team of the Reform Society went and pulled down the flag of the command base at Border Star City. Shui Zhongqi, first time seeing a group more arrogant than us. Song Tianqi, then we need to be even more arrogant in the future. We can't let them overshadow us. Yen Yuding, you too, that's enough. Jiangxi, who hadn't been active until now, finally appeared today. Jiangxi, the border city's defenses are extremely tight. To be able to silently take down their flag, the members of the Reform Society must have an overall strength of at least rank 8. Shui Zhongqi, rank 8? They all look very young. To reach rank 8 at such a young age, they must be incredibly talented. Yen Yuding, then I don't understand. Since they're all so powerful, why would they do something so illegal? Jiangxi replied after half a minute, probably because she's seen too much. Su Jintang quickly scrolled through everyone's chat history. She had a feeling that Sister Shi knew more inside information. However, after replying to the last sentence, she disappeared, probably busy again. Su Jintang started chatting in the group chat, idly chatting with Shui Zhongqi and the other 2 for a while before it got late. Everyone had training scheduled for tomorrow, so they all said goodnight, and the group chat quieted down again. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the emergency assembly alarm sounded throughout the camp. Su Jintang quickly left his dormitory and rushed to the training ground. He saw Wang Yao standing on the training ground's platform, hands behind his back, his expression serious. After everyone was divided into groups yesterday, you all received relevant practical training. According to your captain's feedback, everyone seems to have performed rather poorly, so today's physical training will be doubled. 20 laps of slow running on the training ground. You can continue practical training whenever you finish. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, all the trainees immediately groaned in despair. Seriously? Yesterday's practical training was exhausting enough, and today the physical training is doubled. 20 laps? I really can't do it. I heard the physical training in recruit camp wasn't that bad. How come our command battalion is so intense? Wang Yao chuckled, then his smile vanished instantly, his tone turning cold. What are you all standing there for? Get moving. The crowd stopped complaining, shut their mouths, and reluctantly began running laps around the training field. Su Jintang, on the other hand, was fine. This level of physical training was a piece of cake for her. She didn't say anything, pursed her lips, and quickly took the lead in running. Seeing the trainees start running one after another, Wang Yao turned his gaze away, went to Gu Xiaowen's side, and lowered his voice. Captain Gu, I'm counting on you for the next few days. The joint simulation combat exercise for the 4 battalions in a month will be observed by the Commander-in-Chief and other leaders. We must take this matter very seriously. These 4 battalions were newly formed by the Federation and had a strong experimental nature. The joint simulation combat exercise in a month would determine whether these 4 battalions would continue operating. Wang Yao had no choice but to take it seriously. Gu Xiaowen hummed in agreement, Captain Wang, you worked hard too. Wang Yao smiled back. He looked away and stood up straight again. While waiting for the trainee soldiers to run laps, Wang Yao glanced at Gu Xiuwen a few more times out of the corner of his eye. He had heard a bit about Gu Xiuwen's story. The Gu family was considered a prestigious clan in the Federation, and Gu Xiuwen was the only son of the Gu family in this generation. His birth had initially been met with high hopes from his clan, but when he later awakened his special ability, he only developed a support-type ability. The specific nature of his ability was never revealed, presumably because the Gu family didn't want their shameful secret to be discussed by outsiders. Since then, Gu Xiuwen has started to take an unconventional path. He neither attended military school nor sought the limelight. In his spare time, he established an underground black market, which did make a name for him, but compared to joining the federal command, this achievement was insignificant. However, for some unknown reason, Gu Xiuwen was parachuted into their battalion and directly promoted to major, a rank higher than him. Wang Yao pursed his lips and silently withdrew his gaze. Half an hour later, Su Jintang easily completed his 10th lap. The training ground was large. Running one lap took at least 10 minutes. After 10 laps, many trainees were panting heavily. Wang Yao stood aside and shouted, 10 laps left. If you can't finish, don't train this afternoon. Just run here. The trainees who originally wanted to stop and rest were spurred on, and had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue running. Gu Xiuwen pursed his thin lips and suddenly spoke, my team did quite well in training yesterday, let's skip the remaining 10 laps. Wang Yao paused, then smiled, since Captain Gu has spoken, then let's skip them. Gu Xiuwen stepped down the stairs and waved to Su Jintang, who was still running laps, that's enough, let's go train. Su Jintang understood his lip movements and immediately stopped. Fong Kersen and the others following behind her also stopped. It's good to have the captain backing you up, Fong the fatty remarked smugly. Wang Qian breathed a slight sigh of relief, her rapid breathing gradually calming down. Standing on the platform, Wang Yao stroked his chin, smiling as he watched Su Jintang and the others leave. This Captain Gu is quite protective of his own. Gu Xiuwen had personally participated in the initial team selection, and Su Jintang and her group of 5 were essentially his chosen team members. Inside the simulated battlefield, the yellow monitoring area of the command center, Su Jintang sat intently at the main monitoring position, her eyes fixed on the monitor screen. Yesterday's training included not only monster invasions, but also external enemy invasions, high-damage weapon lock-on attacks, and natural disaster warnings. Having experienced so many failures, she had figured out all the anomalies. Beep beep, beep beep. The alarm sounded again. Su Jintang quickly focused her attention, her gaze rapidly scanning the monitor screen. After about 2 seconds, her gaze settled on a certain spot. According to the command battalion's patrol schedule, a patrol team should pass by this entrance every 5 minutes. But now the patrol time had passed, and there was no sign of any patrolling guards. She immediately pushed the lever, zooming in on the scene with the anomaly, and then circled it in red. A patrol lapse has occurred at coordinates 309,782. Immediately notify nearby control towers and patrolling officers to verify the situation. Fong Kersen, responsible for communications, rushed into the adjacent area to report the situation. Wang Qian and Mo Yuqi, sitting at the left and right flank monitoring stations, quickly switched their satellite cameras to track and photograph the anomaly. Fat Fong from logistics also tensed up, standing aside awaiting instructions. 2 patrol guards have been found unconscious at coordinates 290,134. Foreign intrusion confirmed. Immediately activate alarm mode. Wang Qian calmly stated. Roger. Roger. The alarm continued to beep. Su Jintang and his group of 5 were completely unaffected, calmly continuing with their tasks. Ding. This simulated practical training session is complete. Congratulations to the trainee officers for passing this training session. Completion time, 5 seconds. Grade rating, excellent. Chapter 159. After the mission ended, Su Jintang and her 4 companions were quickly ejected from the simulated battlefield. Light returned to their vision, and Su Jintang slowly opened her eyes, opened the simulation pod door, and jumped down, holding onto the handle. Gu Xiuwen turned around, his gaze falling on the 5 of them. Good job. Take a lunch break first. This afternoon, I take you to try other practical training. Su Jintang led the way, replying yes, sir. After the team dispersed, Su Jintang and Fong Kersen walked side by side towards the military canteen. We always head to the canteen after training, but why does our Captain Gu always head towards the training ground? Fong Kersen asked curiously, looking at Gu Xiaowen walking ahead. Su Jintang looked up. Gu Xiaowen strode towards the training ground without hesitation, his figure gradually shrinking. Maybe there's some mission. Su Jintang didn't pay much attention, quickly averting her gaze, and continuing resolutely towards the canteen. Don't be fooled by the fact that their practical training is all done sitting down. The intense concentration required is incredibly physically demanding. The canteen wasn't crowded, other teams' morning training was probably still ongoing. Su Jintang and his group of 5 quickly got their food and sat down. The atmosphere at the table was quiet during the meal, everyone was focused on eating. We're so unlucky. We're with a captain who has no power. Not only do we have to run 20 laps, but our training is also longer than others. Sigh, there's no comparison. They have connections. They can even be late for registration. A group of trainees who had just entered the canteen suddenly chimed in, with this sarcastic remark, clearly harboring ill intentions. Fong Pengzi, who was picking up food with his chopsticks, frowned and immediately slammed his hand on the table, standing up abruptly. Are you sick? What are you spouting nonsense about? Su Jintang, who had been quietly eating, also stopped eating and looked up at the group opposite her. The first part of the sentence was an insult to their entire team, but the second part, calling her a connected person, was specifically targeting her. Su Jintang crossed her arms. What do you mean? Fong Kersen and Imoyuchi did the same, both looking at the group with stern faces. Feng Ruihan paused, quickly regaining his composure, and looked back at Su Jintang expressionlessly, his demeanor condescending. What's wrong with talking to you? Aren't you a connected person who arrived late? Su Jintang smiled speechlessly. Since you know I'm a connected person, why don't you report me? You don't dare report me, yet you're still here spouting nonsense. Frankly, you're just jealous and envious. Feng Ruihan froze, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. Fong Kersen, standing to the side, chuckled in agreement. Exactly. What's the use of just talking? If you really can't stand it, go ahead and report it. Report every single leader in the command battalion from top to bottom. Get a thorough investigation. Feng Ruihan's face darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, his hands clenched into fists. Captain, don't bother with them. We have other training later, a teammate behind him promptly reminded him. Everyone knows that the last thing you should mess with is someone with connections. Who knows which leader stands behind her? If it's someone with real power, they all be in deep trouble. Feng Ruihan understood this, so he could only offer sarcastic remarks, daring not to actually do anything. Feng Ruihan took a deep breath, calmed himself, and turned to walk to the other side. Su Jintang ignored him, and continued eating. Sister Jintang. Fatty Fong suddenly chuckled, looking over with a gossipy gaze. Is your connection strong? After spending the last 2 days together, everyone recognized Su Jintang's abilities, so even knowing she had connections, no one objected. In fact, they were a little curious. Su Jintang paused in her act of picking up food. The commander-in-chief must have the strongest connections in the entire Federation, right? She didn't elaborate, only nodding repeatedly. Pretty strong. With that, Fong Kersen and the others suddenly felt more confident. Fatty Fong even slapped his thigh arrogantly. You should have said so earlier. With such connections, I would have latched onto them long ago. Sister. Fatty Fong immediately put on a fawning smile. From now on, I follow you. Imoyuchi gave him a subtle look. Fong Kersen's lips twitched twice. You're quite the ladies' man. After the meal, Su Jintang and her group of 5 emerged from the cafeteria. At this time, the trainees from other teams gradually finished their training and began heading towards the cafeteria. Looking at it this way, our Captain Gu is really good, he's never made us stay after school, Fong Kersen suddenly remarked. Imoyuchi said more objectively, one possibility is that we completed our practical training tasks much faster than the other teams, so we finished training quickly too. Wang Qian nodded in agreement. On the other side, Fatty Fong followed Su Jintang expectantly, like a little brother. Sis, when do we start training this afternoon? Su Jintang replied as she walked, you have to ask Captain Gu. Hey, what's Captain Gu? Sis, your backing is definitely more powerful than Captain Gu's. My eyes are sparkling, Fatty Fong said. Su Jintang glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. When you see Captain Gu this afternoon, you better repeat what you said to him. This finally brought Fatty Fong to his senses. He chuckled dryly, scratching his head awkwardly. I was wrong, I shut up. The first week of training in the command camp was mostly tedious. They opened their eyes, and were immediately thrust into a simulated battlefield for practical training. Repetition and familiarization over and over again. Su Jintang and his 5 companions progressed rapidly during training. Then, in the second week, Gu Xiaowen suddenly announced, "Practical training is suspended today. I take you to the Equipment Battalion, Logistics Battalion, and Recruit Battalion for a site visit." Fong Kerson's eyes lit up. "Visit the other 3 battalions?" Gu Xiaowen nodded. "As members of the Command Battalion, you must understand the operational models of the other battalions to facilitate command and dispatch at any time." Su Jintang immediately stood at attention. "Understood. Captain Gu, when do we depart?" Gu Xiaowen turned to look at her. "Now." "Understood." Fong Kerson and the others answered in unison. In the afternoon, the dazzling sunlight shone brightly on the earth, creating a warm feeling. In the Equipment Battalion workshop operating room, all the trainee soldiers stood neatly in a square formation. The Commander-in-Chief stood at the front and spoke. "Today is the day the Command Battalion trainee soldiers are here for a visit. Everyone, cheer up and show the spirit of our Equipment Battalion." "Yes, sir." Shui Zhongqi, standing in the crowd, straightened his back and stood ramrod straight. "All right, dismissed. Everyone go back to your work." After the announcement, everyone dispersed and returned to their assigned areas to continue working diligently. A few minutes later, the door to the workshop control room opened. Then, the deputy commander of the Armory Battalion walked in with a smile. He stopped at the doorway, slightly turning aside in a gesture of invitation. "Captain Gu, please." Gu Xiaowen was dressed in a silver-white military uniform. The collar turned up, revealing his Adam's apple, and a silver moon pendant dangled from his waist, swaying gently with his movements. Su Jintang and his 4 companions followed behind, entering the workshop together. "You know, we're getting such good treatment. Everyone else is still touring outside, and we're going straight into the workshop," Fong Pengzi muttered softly from behind. It all started when Gu Xiaowen led them into the Armory Battalion, preparing for a tour, and they happened to run into the deputy commander. The deputy commander had previously interacted with Gu's elders, so he was very enthusiastic, offering to show Gu Xiaowen and his team inside the workshop, which led to this arrangement. Our workshop is also divided into different areas. The newly recruited trainees are currently helping out in the logistics area, responsible for inspecting and classifying basic military equipment parts, the deputy commander explained. Su Jintang glanced curiously into the depths of the workshop. "So the further in you go, the more crucial the work becomes?" The deputy commander smiled and looked over. "That's right. The innermost part of our workshop is the assembly and testing area, responsible for the final assembly of military equipment and simulated combat experiments." Su Jintang became somewhat interested. When she was previously responsible for creating tracking inscriptions for the military equipment depot, she specifically learned about the current state of military equipment. She continued, "I heard that many high-damage attack military equipment now have special amplification or functional inscriptions added to enhance their combat effectiveness." The deputy commander nodded. "The combination of weaponry and inscriptions will make the weapons more lethal. However, the requirements for custom inscriptions are also high. There are very few inscription masters who can meet our requirements." Wang Qian, standing nearby, suddenly asked, "What is the lethality of the highest level weaponry in the current armory?" "This?" The deputy commander shook his head with a smile. "That's a military secret. I'm not too sure either." Su Jintang glanced at Wang Qian casually, said nothing, and continued following the deputy commander inside. "Squad leader." A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Su Jintang immediately recognized who it was. She turned around. Shui Zhongqi was waving excitedly at her. "I'm here." The deputy commander and Gu Xiaowen turned around simultaneously. "You two know each other?" the deputy commander asked. Su Jintang nodded. "We're from the same military academy." "I see." The deputy commander's smile widened. "No wonder Recta's is the top military academy. Your classmate has performed exceptionally well in our equipment battalion." Shui Zhongqi walked up to the deputy commander and immediately gave a proper salute. "Deputy commander." How did today's training go?" the deputy commander asked. Shui Zhongqi, "All done, currently doing extra training." "Good. Your classmates here. I give you 20 minutes to rest and catch up." The deputy commander waved his hand generously. A flicker of excitement crossed Shui Zhongqi's eyes. "Yes, sir." Su Jintang stood to the side, looking at the transformed Shui Zhongqi with amazement. It's only been a week, and the once carefree young Master Shui has become so disciplined. The equipment battalion is something else. Gu Xiaowen looked over as well. "Then you can all disperse and go explore on your own. Meet back here in 20 minutes. "Yes, sir." After being dismissed, Fatty Fong and the others immediately ran off to explore and study the areas that interested them. Su Jintang didn't move, still observing the rather changed Shui Zhongqi. Class monitor, have I become more handsome, or more dashing? I'm getting embarrassed staring at me like that. Shui Zhongqi suddenly snapped open his folding fan, and awkwardly held it up to his face. Su Jintang, She thought he had changed, but it turns out he was just pretending. Chapter 160. Su Jintang, too lazy to respond to his words, went straight to the point. How's it at the armory? Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat, put away his folding fan, and his face returned to seriousness. It's alright. I learned a lot of things I wouldn't have access to at military academy. Su Jintang looked at him. Can you get access to the core area of the armory? Shui Zhongqi shook his head. We trainee soldiers can only do logistics in the outer areas. But our captain thinks highly of me, and said he'd take me to visit the core area if there's a chance. The two walked and talked, soon arriving at the parts handling area of the workshop. This is where you make ordnance parts. You need some technical experience, Shui Zhongqi continued. Su Jintang's gaze swept across the entire area, a map of the entire workshop forming in her mind. She spent the entire morning in the workshop learning about various aspects. Until lunchtime, she was led to the armory canteen for a meal. Wait, why is the menu in the military equipment camp's mess hall so much more lavish than ours? Fatty Fong noticed something was amiss and immediately asked. Wang Qian and Fong Kersen also noticed this. They exchanged a glance. Different camps, different mess halls, different treatment? Fong Kersen asked. Shui Zhongqi chuckled twice and quickly explained, the mess hall's food was improved with funds invested by the military equipment camp's own members. As you know, many in the military equipment camp are inscription masters. These guys are the least short of money, and they're picky eaters. Fatty Fong sighed enviously. It's good to be rich. Fong Kersen, it's good to be rich too. After spending a day touring the military equipment camp, the command battalion members visited the logistics battalion the next day. Su Jintang's team of 5, following Gu Xiuwen, once again enjoyed VIP treatment. However, perhaps due to the busy training in the logistics camp, Su Jintang didn't see Yin Yuting. Then, on the third day, they arrived at the last recruit camp area, just in time for the recruit training soldiers challenge match. Come on! Anyone want to challenge me? Today I show you if the title of number 1 in the recruit camp is just empty boasting. Song Tianqi stood ramrod straight on the platform, hands on his hips. Su Jintang had just walked in when she heard his arrogant voice. Fat Fong, standing nearby, laughed. This guy's even more arrogant than me. Su Jintang pretended not to recognize him, casually glancing at the platform. Met an old friend. Aren't you going to say hello? Gu Xiuwen suddenly looked over. Su Jintang, what old friend? I don't know him. Gu Xiuwen chuckled twice, not pursuing the topic further. Song Tianqi was still shouting and yelling on the platform. Although he was arrogant, not a single person in the audience stood up to refute him. They all awkwardly lowered their heads. They were probably intimidated by Song Tianqi. If no one challenges me, then this match is considered my victory. Does anyone have any objections? Song Tianqi continued. The people below immediately flattered him. No. Brother Tianqi certainly has the strength. Alright, then I declare this match the winner. Song Tianqi pointed to the sky and announced in a loud voice. The audience immediately responded with enthusiastic applause. Su Jintang's lips twitched, and she quickly lowered her head and turned to walk to the side. Hey! Class monitor! Song Tianqi's loud voice suddenly rang out. Su Jintang's face stiffened, and he didn't dare to stop, immediately continuing forward. However, the voice behind him grew louder. Squad leader, why are you running? It's me! Song Tianqi strode up and stood directly in front of Su Jintang. Their movements instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. All eyes turned to them. Su Jintang's lips twitched several times before he stopped. Song Tianqi caught up from behind, looking at him with surprise. Squad leader, why are you running? Nothing. Su Jintang lowered his head and touched his nose. Fat Fong, standing to the side, stared at the two of them in astonishment. You know each other? Yeah, we're from the same military academy. Song Tianqi patted Su Jintang's shoulder, his other hand on his hip. Moyuchi looked up. No wonder, they're all from Rectas. Fong Kersen stroked her chin and muttered, are there so many ruthless people in Rectas? By the way, why is it only your command battalion that gets to visit the other camps? Our captain said, we don't have this activity, and I was disappointed for a long time. Song Tianqi asked, scratching his head. Su Jintang gestured towards Gu Xiuwen's location with his chin. You have to ask our captain. Song Tianqi immediately looked over, stared for about 10 seconds, and suddenly realized, wait, this guy looks familiar. Gu Xiuwen explained calmly, the command battalion needs to have a thorough understanding and mastery of all the camps to coordinate and mobilize all forces at critical moments. There will be a related assessment after returning to the command battalion from this visit to the other 3 camps, so prepare in advance. What? Fatty Fong immediately bristled. There's an assessment? Gu Xiuwen added, I shouldn't have revealed this beforehand, but you guys have been a bit lax these past few days. If I hadn't reminded you, you all fail when you get back. Su Jintang paused for 2 seconds. No wonder the command battalion went to all the trouble of bringing the entire battalion of trainees here for a visit. It was all to pave the way for the assessment. She snapped out of her daze and chuckled, Captain Gu, can you reveal a little more? Gu Xiuwen's expression remained unchanged as he lightly parted his thin lips. I already given you preferential treatment. If I give you any more, the other trainees will complain. Su Jintang didn't press further. Song Tianqi, still puzzled, leaned close to Su Jintang's ear and whispered, Squad leader, this guy. Yeah, he's the boss of the underground black market. He's probably just bored and is teaching us as a side job. Song Tianqi's mouth dropped open. Is that possible? Moyuchi began to speculate. If the assessment and visits to the 3 camps are related, it might be a practical assessment involving issuing orders to the 3 camps. Right, the day before yesterday, we visited the armory workshop, and the deputy commander introduced us to many of the high-damage weapons and magical artifacts newly developed by the armory this year. That could also be an assessment point, Fong Kersen added. That Fong pursed his lips. Then where will the assessment points for the logistics battalion and the recruit camp be? Su Jintang lowered his head, lost in thought. The command battalion's assessment will definitely be related to leadership and command coordination abilities. The visit to the recruit camp was the most serious and focused Su Jintang and his group had been in the past few days. Upon arriving at each location, the 5 would immediately disperse to carefully examine the terrain and various facilities. Moyuchi even took out a recorder and started recording every time they went to a new location. This continued until the sun was almost setting. The main force of the command battalion finally began to return along the same route. Night gradually fell. Su Jintang and his 4 companions walked together towards the dormitory building. You guys think the assessment starts tomorrow? Fong Kersen was still guessing. Moyuchi analyzed, not necessarily. The command battalion is known for its surprise attacks. If you're saying that, they won't start the surprise assessment now, will they? Fatty Fong casually remarked. Before Su Jintang could reply, a sharp alarm blared. Beep beep, beep beep. The alarm quickly spread throughout the entire command battalion. Damn, what kind of jinx is this? They're not really going to launch a surprise assessment, are they? Fatty Fong was stunned. Su Jintang silently turned and glanced at him. You might actually be right. Fong Kersen sighed wearily. Let's go. Apart from Su Jintang and his group of 5, who already knew about the assessment, the other trainee soldiers were completely unaware and were bewildered by this sudden alarm. Assembling in the middle of the night? What's this for? I don't know, let's go! All the trainee soldiers and regular soldiers quickly headed to the training ground to assemble. 2 minutes later, neat formations were arrayed. Wang Yao, dressed in full uniform, stood at the front, hands behind his back, and began to speak. Over the past 3 days, I've taken you to visit the equipment battalion, the logistics battalion, and the recruit battalion. As a new type of special forces unit, the 4 battalions must work together as if they were a single rope, and our command battalion is the key to making the 4 battalions cooperate. I won't waste any more time on pleasantries. Next, we be conducting a surprise assessment of your visits to the other 3 camps over the past few days. A cacophony of voices immediately erupted below. Why so suddenly? Oh my god, there's an assessment? I had no idea. I thought these past 3 days were just a relaxing visit. Why is there an assessment? Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Jintang and his group of 5 already knew about the assessment beforehand, and remained relatively calm. Wang Yao calmly turned around and gestured to his subordinates behind him. The assessment begins now. I wish you all the best in your performance. As the words fell, a familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over him. Su Jintang closed his eyes, and a wave of dizziness rapidly washed over him. This is an individual simulated practical assessment. You will be acting as a command relay officer in this command center. Your main responsibilities are to accurately receive instructions from the command center and promptly relay them to other camps. An electronic voice echoed in his mind. Su Jintang slowly regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and the familiar scene of the command center appeared before him. What are you standing there for? Shift change. A man in formal military uniform walked out of the command room and glanced at Su Jintang. Su Jintang snapped out of her daze, quickly composed herself, and walked into the monitoring area. Everyone at their post was working diligently. Su Jintang tiptoed and sat down on a small stool. She had already done dozens of simulated training exercises, and the procedures were quite familiar to her. In just a few seconds, she was in working mode. Monitoring Area A is normal, Monitoring Area B is normal, Monitoring Area C is normal, the team member at the main monitoring position reported. The team members at the left and right flank monitoring positions followed suit. Su Jintang listened intently, straightened her back, and didn't dare miss a single word. These reports were given every 5 minutes, frequently, and without any room for error. Su Jintang maintained a state of high concentration throughout. Half an hour later, suddenly, the familiar alarm sounded, beep beep, beep beep. Beast intrusion detected in monitoring area C, confirmed to be a Tier 6 soft-bone Vajra beast. Immediately notify the other 3 camps to prepare for support. Specific operational instructions will be confirmed by the messenger. Ding. Mission instructions. Based on the anomaly detected in the monitoring room, issue corresponding instructions to the Armory Battalion, Logistics Battalion, and Recruit Battalion within 10 seconds. Chapter 161. As the electronic voice sounded, Su Jintang immediately stood up and walked towards the intercamp communication area, his mind racing. The 6th-tier soft-bone Vajra beast possessed extremely strong defense and a massive size, capable of inflicting terrifying destructive damage on buildings in a very short time. Most of the command camp's buildings couldn't withstand such an attack. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate it swiftly and decisively. Furthermore, during the soft-bone Vajra beast's invasion, there was a possibility of casualties among regular army personnel. The logistics battalion's medical team also needed to be notified to assemble. As for the recruit camp, while pondering, Su Jintang entered the intercamp communication area and sat down at the communication station. She immediately pressed the communication button and issued her first instruction to the Armory Battalion. Initiate the launch of the lightning missile near coordinates 83, 592. Activate the automatic lock-on tracking function for the monster until the threat is eliminated. Next was the Logistics Battalion. A Tier 6 monster has invaded near coordinates 83, 592. Regular troops are already en route to provide support. Casualties are possible at any time. Medical teams are requested to provide support as well. Armament Battalion has arrived. Logistics Battalion has arrived. 3 seconds remaining in the mission. The notification sounded again. Su Jintang pursed her lips, no longer hesitating, and decisively issued the instruction. The recruit camp must evacuate immediately to prevent casualties from the monster invasion. 3 seconds passed quickly. Ding. This individual simulation assessment has ended. Mission completion evaluation. Good. Su Jintang was quickly ejected from the simulated battlefield. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the command camp's training ground. Gu Xiaowen was standing next to their formation. Seeing Su Jintang regain consciousness, he suddenly glanced at her and asked, "Did you pass?" Su Jintang shook her head. The mission completion evaluation was good. Does that count as passing? Gu Xiaowen, yes. A short while later, Fang Kersen and the others also regained consciousness. Fat Fang asked nervously, "Captain Gu, my mission completion evaluation was barely pass. Is that okay?" Gu Xiaowen glanced at him. Barely pass is still passing. Fat Fang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. That's good, at least I passed. Su Jintang glanced at him. How come you only barely passed? What instructions did you give? Moyuchi and Wang Qian's mission evaluations were also good. Fang Kersen's evaluation was average, meaning that, apart from Fat Fang, the others performed quite well. Fatty Fang was also puzzled. I feel like I done my best to give the most detailed instructions. How come it only barely passed? By the way, what instructions did you give to the recruit camp? Su Jintang answered truthfully, retreat. Most of the recruits in the recruit camp are newbies. We can't fight them, we can't defend them, so we have to retreat. Moyuchi and Wang Qian nodded, responding in unison yes. Fang Kersen was stunned for a moment. Oh, it was a retreat? I gave the recruit camp instructions to stay put, so my evaluation is just average. Is that all that's missing? Fat Fang looked utterly hopeless. That's it, I sent the recruit camp out. A while later, the other trainees were gradually ejected from the simulated battlefield. Some were happy, some were worried. A cacophony of voices arose. Oh no, I failed the assessment. Will Something bad happened? Me neither, but I clearly gave the instructions. What exactly is the evaluation based on? Wang Yao on the platform clapped his hands. I heard someone asking what the assessment is based on. The answer is simple. The assessment is based on a real-world simulation of the instructions you gave. Those who failed the assessment mean that their instructions led to the complete destruction of all 4 camps by the enemy. Those who barely passed mean that their instructions, to a certain extent, did not lead to the complete destruction of the camps, and a small number of survivors will remain. And so on. The lower the degree of destruction of the camps, the higher your assessment evaluation. Hearing this, Fatty Fong's face turned green. Ah? My barely passing is terrible. Wang Yao's gaze swept across the room, his tone turning serious. Judging from the pass rate of this spot check, over 80% of you failed. You all need to work even harder from now on. The previously noisy trainees immediately quieted down, stood at attention, and answered in unison, yes, sir. After the surprise assessment, the command battalion entered an unprecedented period of high-intensity training. Su Jintang and his 4 companions, under Gu Xiuwen's leadership, also began their daily extra training. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The joint simulated combat assessment of the 4 battalions was about to begin. Where's Su Jintang? Tell her to come out. I want to challenge her. Feng Ruihan stormed into the cafeteria, looking defiant. Everyone eating was startled, looking up blankly at the entrance. Su Jintang remained unfazed, continuing to put food into her bowl. Feng Ruihan rushed to her side and slammed his hand on the table. You're still eating? I said I want to challenge you. Okay, I talk to you after I finish eating. Su Jintang glanced at him, picked up her bowl, and started eating. Feng Kursen, sitting opposite Feng Ruihan, chuckled. What's the rush? You're going to lose anyway. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Feng Ruihan's face instantly darkened. The incident stemmed from a month ago, when Su Jintang and Feng Ruihan developed a grudge due to mutual dislike. Since then, Feng Ruihan had frequently picked fights, driving Su Jintang to distraction. Having no other choice, Su Jintang simply challenged the other to a duel. The winner would be the other's boss for a week, and anyone dissatisfied could challenge him again afterward. So, for the entire month, Feng Ruihan served as Su Jintang's lackey without pay, making the whole command camp aware of the situation. Today happened to be the last day of the duel's deadline. Feng Ruihan stood to the side, gritting his teeth. Then hurry up and eat. Su Jintang was completely unaffected, continuing to eat slowly and methodically. 20 minutes later, a full-fledged Su Jintang leisurely emerged from the canteen. Feng Ruihan followed behind her. Can you hurry up? I want to challenge you. I need to digest my food. Wait a minute. Su Jintang stretched, arms crossed. Feng Ruihan's words were immediately cut off, his face turning pale, and then red. Fang Pengzi and his friends glanced at Feng Ruihan with amused expressions, ignoring him and continuing to walk forward behind Su Jintang. So when are you going to finish digesting? Give me a straight answer. Feng Ruihan asked through gritted teeth. Su Jintang gestured, half an hour later. Fine. See you at the training ground in half an hour. After uttering this harsh remark, Feng Ruihan turned and left. However, half an hour later, the command battalion's assembly alarm sounded first. The trainees, already used to occasional surprise attacks, were no longer panicked. Instead, they walked in groups of 3 or 5, chatting as they hurried to the training ground. Do you think it's the 4th Battalion's Joint Simulated Combat Assessment about to begin? Probably. Our internship ends in a week, so this is the perfect time for the assessment. I'm suddenly a little excited. We trained so hard for a month, finally, it's time to see the results. After arriving at the training ground, Su Jintang and his group of 5 stood neatly in formation, heads held high, chests out, their posture impeccable. After all the trainee soldiers had arrived, Wang Yao appeared on the platform. A month has passed since we started recruiting trainee soldiers. During this time, we conducted dozens of surprise attacks and extra training exercises. Now your training mission is coming to an end, and I believe everyone understands what this assembly call signifies. Captain Wang, stop beating around the bush. Are we about to begin the 4 Battalion Joint Simulated Combat Assessment? The trainee soldiers had been interacting with Wang Yao daily, and had become quite familiar with him, so their conversation was naturally quite friendly. Wang Yao smiled. That's right. Tomorrow morning, the Commander-in-Chief and other leaders from the Command Bureau will be visiting our 4 battalions to observe this joint combat assessment. Considering everyone has been training very hard lately, all training this afternoon is cancelled. Everyone should rest well, or get together with friends and buddies for a chat. Tomorrow we officially begin preparations for the assessment. The long-awaited Joint Operations Assessment is finally here. All the trainees are very excited, especially after hearing that the Commander-in-Chief and the Command Bureau leaders will be visiting. Their excitement is even more palpable. The Commander-in-Chief is coming to visit. We're really making something of ourselves. Sigh, time really flies. Training was quite tiring at first, but we gradually got used to it, and it felt okay. Now we're about to part ways before we even gotten to know each other. Don't be sad yet. Let's think about how to handle tomorrow's 4th Battalion Joint Operations Assessment. Wang Yao smiled and waved his hand. Alright, dismissed. Discuss how to handle tomorrow's assessment privately. Upon hearing this, each formation immediately dispersed. Su Jintang and his group of 5 walked towards the training ground exit. Su Jintang, wait! I challenge you. Feng Ruihan's voice came from behind. Many people around were drawn to their gazes. Everyone had heard about the bet between Su Jintang and Feng Ruihan, who had been each other's underlings for a month. Hearing this, they immediately stopped and looked at him with a teasing expression. I heard Feng Ruihan kept losing, being someone's underling for a month. Why is he still so determined to challenge him? He's still not giving up. He probably wants to make Su Jintang his underling after the internship ends. That'd be a bit difficult, haha. Su Jintang stopped and turned to look at him. Didn't you hear Captain Wang say that the 4 battalions are having a joint assessment tomorrow? What's the challenge? Take a break. You just promised me you accept my challenge in half an hour. You broke your promise. Are you afraid I beat you? Feng Ruihan shouted angrily. Su Jintang, I didn't promise. I definitely accept your challenge. Feng Ruihan's anger flared even more. Then I say it now, I challenge you. Su Jintang flatly refused. No time. Feng Kurson and the others exchanged amused glances, said nothing more, and quickly followed Su Jintang out of the training field. Only Fatty Feng felt sorry for Feng Ruihan, walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and then earnestly advised, give up. Su Jintang and his group of 5 gradually walked away. Feng Ruihan clenched his fists, looking like he wanted to grind his teeth to dust, staring intently at their retreating figures until they disappeared at the end of the road. Captain, how about we think about how to handle the joint assessment of the 4 battalions tomorrow? One of his team members approached to offer advice. Feng Ruihan then withdrew his gaze, sneering, she's definitely afraid of me. Then we crush them in tomorrow's official assessment. Teammate, they might not necessarily be afraid of you. At most, they're just annoyed by your nagging. Chapter 162. In the private meeting room of the command battalion, Su Jintang and his 4 companions sat around the table, chattering excitedly. Since it's a joint operations assessment for the 4 battalions, it definitely tests our teamwork and cooperation, Feng Kurson was the first to mention. Fatty Feng swirled his teacup lightly. That's beyond question. So, what we should discuss first is how to steal the spotlight in front of the Commander-in-Chief and the other command leaders tomorrow. Moyuchi's lips twitched. The phrase steal the spotlight is a bit of an exaggeration. Su Jintang rested his hand on the table, tapping his knuckles on the surface. The wording may be exaggerated, but it's definitely our main objective. Wang Qian interjected at the opportune moment. I checked the data. Other camps have had similar joint operations assessments before, mostly conducted in the form of attack and defense battles. Fatty Feng turned his head. Then tomorrow's assessment will definitely be an attack and defense battle too. Sigh, another tough battle ahead. If you ask me, if there are no restrictions, tomorrow's assessment should be done like the previous one, by the Wooden House Alliance. Su Jintang raised a finger and shook it. Have you considered who the attacking and defending sides will be in this attack and defense battle? This question caused everyone to fall silent. Gu Xiuwen, seated at the head of the tent, put down his teacup. Need me to give you some special treatment? Feng Pengzi and the others all turned their gazes to Gu Xiuwen. Feng Pengzi pleaded, Captain Gu, could you give us a little hint? Gu Xiuwen looked up at Su Jintang. Judging from what you just said, you already guessed who will be attacking and defending the city? Su Jintang pursed his lips. Since we're going to put on a grand show in front of the Commander-in-Chief and the other leaders of the Command Bureau, tomorrow's assessment will definitely be at its most difficult. So I guess the attacking side might send their regular troops? Impossible, Fatty Feng immediately retorted. The regular troops are several times stronger than us. How could we possibly win against them? Feng Kurson frowned slightly, lost in thought. But that possibility does exist. Moyuchi and Wang Qian didn't speak, but judging from their heads bowed in deep thought, they were also wondering how likely that was. Su Jintang looked up at Gu Xiuwen, waiting for his answer. Half a second later, Gu Xiuwen hummed in agreement. You guessed right. Damn it! Fatty Fong blurted out, are we really going to fight the regular army? Moyuchi frowned deeply. In that case, tomorrow's assessment will be difficult. The regular army consisted of a group of senior soldiers who had already graduated from military academies and had undergone long-term training in the barracks. Their physical strength and overall quality were definitely far superior to Su Jintang and his group. Gu Xiuwen, get a good rest tonight and accept reality tomorrow. He then stood up first, dusted himself off, and put his hands in his coat pockets. Good night, everyone. Everyone, After Gu Xiuwen left, Fong Kersen and the others all turned their gazes to Su Jintang, their eyes pleading. Su Jintang spread his hands and leaned back in his chair. Let's leave it to fate. But I guess the command battalion leaders won't make things too difficult for us. There's bound to be a way out. Fong Pongzi and the others exchanged bitter glances. We can only leave it to fate. After their conversation, it was already late outside. Su Jintang and Moyuchi returned to their dormitory together. Coincidentally, Song Tianqi and the others were chatting in their group chat. Su Jintang sat cross-legged on his bed and accessed the communicator screen. Song Tianqi, you all received the notification for the joint assessment of the 4 battalions tomorrow, right? Yan Yuding, sigh, this doesn't seem simple. Shui Zhongji, what are you worried about? With our equipment battalion here, one shot will solve it. Su Jintang suddenly chimed in. I doubt one shot will solve the assessment tomorrow. Yan Yuding, what's going on? Squad leader, do you have inside information? Su Jintang, I can't reveal too much. Let's see tomorrow. After replying, Su Jintang immediately turned off the communicator and quickly entered a cultivation state. The next morning, as dawn broke, a number of figures began to appear on the command battalion's training ground. Su Jintang yawned, stretched, crossed his arms, and walked steadily into the training ground. Su Jintang. Feng Ruihan's annoying voice came from behind. Su Jintang stopped, turned around, and glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye. What do you want? Feng Ruihan sneered and strode after him. Want to make a bet? Whoever can catch the Commander-in-Chief's attention during today's assessment will be the other's boss for a week. Su Jintang smirked. No bet. After today's assessment, they would all be disbanding and returning to their respective military academies. What kind of boss was he? With that, Su Jintang continued walking without looking back, leaving only his back view. Feng Ruihan stood there, stunned. At this moment, his teammate caught up and advised, Captain, I think we should just forget about it. Feng Ruihan looked incredulous. Forget it? I was her lackey for a month. How can this be forgotten? A quarter of an hour later, the familiar assembly whistle blew. The trainees who were still on their way immediately quickened their pace and ran towards the training ground. In less than half a minute, all the trainees were assembled. Wang Yao and Gu Xiuwen stood on either side of the arena, both in the same standard stance, their gazes sweeping across the entire area. The 4th Battalion's Joint Operations Simulation Assessment will begin in half an hour. Everyone, get ready. Wang Yao's voice echoed across the training ground. The atmosphere quickly became tense. Various murmurs arose. Wang Yao smiled and walked to Gu Xiuwen's side, bowing slightly. Captain Gu, the Commander-in-Chief and other leaders of the Command Bureau will be arriving soon. We go and greet them personally. Gu Xiuwen, okay. Unlike most people, who would become reserved and serious upon hearing the Commander-in-Chief's name, Gu Xiuwen remained completely calm. Wang Yao turned around, took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and looked expectantly towards the entrance of the training ground. Given his rank, he normally had no right to meet someone as important as the Commander-in-Chief, so he was extremely excited about today's meeting. Time ticked by. The atmosphere on the training ground grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, the trainee troops from the other 3 battalions had all assembled. Because the Commander-in-Chief and his superiors had visited the command battalion first, the other 3 battalions had projected huge light screens. The screens would directly broadcast the situation at the command battalion. Captain Wang, they're here. A team member guarding the training ground entrance suddenly shouted inside. Wang Yao's expression changed instantly. He quickly straightened his clothes, stepped off the platform, and headed towards the entrance to greet them. Gu Xiuwen was slightly slower, walking down the steps leisurely, and following behind Wang Yao. Su Jintang also looked up. Not long after, a large group of people, led by Jing Hongyi, strode in. Please. The leaders accompanying Jing Hongyi bowed and made way. At this moment, Wang Yao, who had come to greet them, also arrived. You finally arrived. Please come in. The trainee soldiers have already assembled at the training ground, waiting for your inspection. Wang Yao's face was full of smiles. Jing Hongyi smiled warmly. I heard you had a tough month of training. Wang Yao replied, It's alright. It's mainly because these students are very hardworking, and everyone cooperates well. The two chatted as they walked into the training ground. Jing Hongyi's figure immediately became the focus of attention. This is the commander-in-chief? He looked so approachable. He even seemed to smile at me. Jing Hongyi smiled as he walked to the platform and stood down. His gaze quickly swept across the crowd below, pausing briefly when he saw Su Jintang, before he nodded in acknowledgement. Su Jintang, sensing the gaze, quickly returned a smile. Everyone around was focused on observing Jing Hongyi and the other leaders, oblivious to this little interlude. Only Feng Ruihan was watching Su Jintang the entire time. He quickly sensed something was amiss, his brow furrowing rapidly. The commander-in-chief was just looking at Su Jintang. Thank you all for your hard work during this period of training. After today's assessment, you can officially end this tedious internship and return to Military Academy for further studies. I believe you will all become pillars of the Federation's peace in the future. Here, I wish you all the best in your final assessment. Jing Hongyi concluded his speech with a smile. Following this, several other leaders from the Command Bureau also came up to give encouraging speeches. Half an hour later, the enthusiasm of all the trainees on the training ground had been ignited. Wang Yao stepped forward and asked, Are you all ready? Ready! The trainees from the other 3 battalions also answered in unison, Ready. I hereby announce that the 4 Battalion Joint Simulated Combat Assessment is now beginning. This assessment will be a city defense and attack battle. All trainees from the 4 battalions will be the defenders, and the mission objective is to defend the main city from being breached. The attacking side will be all regular troops from the 4 battalions, and the mission objective is to breach the city within 3 days. Upon hearing this, all the trainees were stunned. We're going to compete against the regular army? How is that possible? Aren't we doomed to lose? No, wait a minute, let me think about the current situation. However, Wang Yao didn't give everyone much time to react. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, and he directly announced, the assessment now begins. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible energy wave emanating from the simulation pod instantly covered the entire area. Su Jintang closed his eyes, his body gradually losing weight. About 3 seconds later, he felt the ground beneath his feet. Su Jintang slowly opened his eyes, and the surrounding scenery transformed into clumps of withered trees and barren mountains. The scorching air was so dry it made his skin wrinkle. Su Jintang pursed his dry lips. Ding! The assessment environment is set in a high-temperature, arid zone, which may be accompanied by natural disasters such as fire rain, lava flows, and drought. Please be vigilant. Chapter 163. Su Jintang looked up at the murky sky. The withered, yellow mountains stretched endlessly, and in the distance, vast fields of dry grass created a desolate, lifeless atmosphere. It's so hot, I feel like I'm going to be dried out by the sun, a complaint rang out from beside her. Fong Kersen raised one hand to shield her head, while fanning herself with the other. The air was stifling due to the high temperature, and even the fan breeze felt oppressive. Su Jintang looked away, and turned to look at her. This weather could cause fires or rainstorms at any moment. Let's go back to the city. Okay, Fong Kersen nodded quickly. The two walked around the area, but didn't see anyone else. They guessed they were the only ones who had been accidentally teleported to the wilderness. Let's go! Su Jintang took the lead and set off towards the main city buildings not far away. Although it was called a long journey, the two of them had only walked for about 10 minutes. The weather was unbearably hot, and the 10-minute walk had left them drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their bodies, sticky and uncomfortable. Upon reaching the main city gate, Su Jintang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ding! Detected that all relevant personnel have been loaded into the simulated battlefield. The countdown for the main city's protection period for the defending side is now initiating. Friendly reminder, the main city's protection period will expire in 5 hours. As the notification ended, a transparent semicircular protective shield slowly rose from around the main city. Su Jintang stepped forward and knocked on the city gate. A response quickly came from inside. Who is it? We are the trainee troops who were teleported to the wilderness, Su Jintang replied truthfully. With the protective shield activated, only teammates were allowed to enter the main city area. Those inside quickly opened the door. It's Sister Jintang. Come in quickly. The team members recognized Su Jintang and immediately stepped aside. Upon entering the city, a cool breeze swept over Su Jintang, dispelling the heat on her brow. Is this place cooling? Su Jintang asked, looking up. The team member immediately nodded. Yes, the temperature inside the main city is lower than outside, and we just found quite a few cooling machines. Injecting energy stones will continuously produce cool air. Fong Kersen followed behind. Feeling the coolness, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Comfortable. What's the situation in the city now? Su Jintang asked. The team member looked troubled. It's a bit chaotic. Trainee soldiers from all 4 camps are mixed up together, and we have absolutely no idea what to do. Fong Kersen followed up. Then let's choose a captain first. The team member shook his head and sighed. That's why it's so chaotic. Each camp has its own squad, and each squad has a captain. Now that they're all mixed up, there are more than 10 captains. A few minutes later, Su Jintang and his 2 companions arrived at the chaotic scene. Wait, what's going on? I think the most important thing is to choose a captain first, right? How do we choose? The problem is we don't have much time. We only have 5 hours of protection time. We can't afford to waste that much time. Can you guys be a little more efficient? Dragging it out will waste even more time. When Su Jintang arrived, the scene was so chaotic that it was impossible to hear anyone speaking. Listen up, recruits. Assemble behind me. A loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Song Tianqi raised his hand and shouted. Due to Song Tianqi's fierce demeanor in the recruit camp over the past month, the other trainees had long been subdued. At his command, the trainees quickly rushed to assemble behind him. The previously chaotic scene quieted down slightly. Then, Shui Zhongqi on the other side raised his hand at the same time. Come on, everyone from the Armory Battalion, assemble behind me. Let's all be a little more orderly. Another wave of people rushed to assemble behind Shui Zhongqi. Then the rest of the Logistics Battalion, come over here too. Yin Yuding beckoned, his voice much gentler than the other 2. The competition within the Logistics Battalion wasn't fierce, but their overall unity was much stronger than the other 3 battalions. At Yin Yuding's suggestion, the Logistics Battalion members immediately gathered around. When Su Jintang walked in, the 4 battalions of trainee soldiers were already standing in distinct rows. Everyone's eyes quickly fell on Su Jintang. Apart from the command battalion, the trainee soldiers from the other 3 battalions didn't recognize Su Jintang and didn't pay much attention, quickly averting their gazes. There were too many people present, and it was impossible to see who was who amidst the jostling. Song Tianqi and his 2 companions were organizing their respective battalions' members, shouting loudly. Everyone, calm down. Each of our 4 battalions has its own strengths, and the command battalion is definitely the best at coordination and command. To avoid chaos, I suggest that all instructions from now on be issued by the command headquarters, and we just be responsible for executing them. What do you think? Shui Zhongqi raised his hands, stepping forward to take charge. Song Tianqi was the first to raise his hand in agreement. I agree. Our recruit battalion will follow the command battalion's orders throughout. His men immediately echoed, we agree. The logistics battalion quickly followed suit. Yin Yuding led the way, shouting, our logistics battalion is okay too. Shui Zhongqi's equipment battalion had even fewer objections. Finally, only the command battalion remained leaderless. But how do we command? Shouldn't we find a captain to lead the charge? As the command battalion discussed amongst themselves, Feng Ruihan suddenly raised his hand. He was about to speak when another voice beat him to it. The command battalion will follow my instructions. Does anyone have any objections? Su Jintang raised his arm, speaking calmly. It's Sister Jintang. I knew something was missing, but with Sister Jintang here, I immediately felt reassured. Feng Ruihan's brows furrowed instantly, his face darkening, as he looked at the suddenly appearing Su Jintang. When they first entered the simulated battlefield, Su Jintang had vanished without a trace. He thought she chickened out. I did? Feng Ruihan raised his hand, loudly protesting. But before he could finish, an even louder chorus rang out, we have no objections. No objections. No objections. After a month of training, Su Jintang's reputation had deeply penetrated the hearts of everyone in the command battalion. In just a few seconds, all of the hundreds in the command battalion had raised their hands in agreement. Feng Ruihan, who had only uttered half of his protest, suddenly stopped. His expression twitched. The protest he was about to utter simply wouldn't come out. Alright, since everyone agrees, I start assigning tasks now. Su Jintang didn't even notice Feng Ruihan, quickly getting into the swing of things and beginning to assign tasks to the trainee soldiers. Feng Ruihan had no chance to object. He suppressed his annoyance and lowered his head to await instructions. 10 minutes later, Su Jintang had assigned all the command positions. When it came to assigning the mobile personnel in the command center, she finally turned her gaze to Feng Ruihan. Feng Ruihan, You be in charge of managing all the mobile personnel, providing support and contacting members in other camps as needed. Although she sometimes found Feng Ruihan annoying, his abilities were undeniable. She only felt comfortable having him in this position. Feng Ruihan paused, then looked up and pointed to himself. Me? In charge? This position was quite important. He thought that since Su Jintang disliked him so much, she would definitely put him in a position no one cared about. Yes, you do, Su Jintang said succinctly, then turned her gaze to the next person. Feng Ruihan froze for a moment, then, realizing he'd been assigned a decent position, a secret delight began to creep in. A faint smile crept onto his lips, and he couldn't help but chuckle, the resentment he'd been holding back instantly vanishing. Feng Ruihan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. He straightened his back slightly, and cleared his throat. Those assigned to mobile positions, come with me. We have a small meeting. Outside the simulated battlefield, Jing Hongyi and several leaders, including Wang Yao, were already seated in the lounge. A huge screen at the front displayed a live feed of Su Jintang assigning positions. Although there was a brief moment of confusion, they reacted quickly and performed quite well, Wang Yao said with a smile. Jing Hongyi cast a probing glance. A competition between the regular army and the trainee army? That seems a bit too difficult. Wang Yao explained, I was thinking that increasing the difficulty might unleash the trainee army's true potential. After all, our assessment isn't about winning or losing, but about evaluating their training results. Jing Hongyi nodded, his gaze returning to the light screen. Looking forward to it. Chapter 164. Ding. Friendly reminder. The main city's protective shield will disappear in 4 hours. A temporary camp area was set up 20 miles outside the main city. The sweltering heat made everyone increasingly irritable. Lei Wenxie, who was leading the regular army in the siege, held a handkerchief and kept wiping the sweat from his brow. Team leader Lei, the main city's protection period still has 4 hours left. Should we go find some water first? A team member suggested. Lei Wenxie looked up at the sky outside. Alright, let's split into 2 teams to find water. In the high temperatures, water was the most basic necessity. The regular army team was clearly more experienced, there was no chaos, and they quickly divided into teams and assigned positions. 2 5-man teams emerged from the camp area and set off in 2 different directions to search for water. Half an hour later, the regular army team discovered a spring in the wilderness 10 kilometers from the camp. After everyone worked together to break it open, a clear spring immediately gushed out, splashing water droplets onto many team members. Everyone, hurry up and collect water. Meanwhile, inside the main city, Su Jintang and the others were also taking stock of their supplies. The clean water resources in the city are running low. We estimate it will only last all of us for 1 day, and that's assuming the temperature inside the city isn't too high. If we need to go out, the water consumption will probably double. There are some specially made ice blocks at the ice cave. We can carry them with us when we go out, they should keep them from melting for about an hour. The group reported their findings. Su Jintang's brows furrowed. It seemed they not only had to defend against the regular army's attack, but also search for new clean water resources. Alright. Where's the armory battalion? Su Jintang snapped out of his thoughts. A team member immediately pointed in a direction. Over there, the armory battalion just passed by. Su Jintang turned and headed in the direction he pointed. The armory battalion was located in the left half of the central area of the main city, roughly half the size of a real-world armory battalion. After Shui Zhongqi led the team into the armory area, they immediately began to inventory and check the types and quantities of military equipment. The armory battalion was a crucial element in any army. Firstly, its combat capabilities were strong. Compared to the individual strength of a superhuman, specially customized military equipment would obviously inflict greater damage. Furthermore, its positioning and firing accuracy were higher. The military equipment consists mostly of defensive weapons. The offensive types are mostly missile launchers, a team member summarized and reported. Shui Zhongqi stroked his chin, lost in thought. Currently, the missiles launched by the armory only have lock-on inscriptions. Their effectiveness in accurately locking onto enemy targets is certainly not as strong as those with tracking inscriptions, so there will still be some margin of error in the attack. What's the situation here? Su Jintang walked in, looking around. Shui Zhongqi replied, the situation isn't as good as we thought. Most of the weapons in this armory are defensive, meaning we can only defend. Launching an offensive might be difficult. Su Jintang wasn't too surprised. This assessment was originally designed for the trainee troops. If it were too lenient with them, it would defeat the purpose of the assessment. First, make a list of the military equipment and weapons you can fire from here, and then hand it over to the mobile department of the command battalion. We contact you anytime if needed. Okay. Shui Zhongqi nodded, then quickly turned around and focused intently on his work. Su Jintang stood there, observing his retreating figure. He was indeed much more mature than before joining the military equipment battalion. Another hour passed. The weapons list for the military equipment battalion was completed. The medical supplies and various support buffs for the logistics team were also inventoried. Finally, the personnel numbers and combat formations for the recruit battalion were checked. Having received 3 different lists at the same time, the members of the command battalion also began to busy themselves, inputting the information for each battalion into the command system. Ding! Friendly reminder. The main city's protective shield will disappear in 1 hour. At this time, the regular army had already taken advantage of this time to quickly occupy the 3 springs. Lei Wenqie stood in the main tent, listening to his subordinates' reports. Another spring has been discovered at coordinates 20978 in the southeast. A small team has been dispatched to set up camp there. We currently have 4 springs under our control, enough for our team for now. Lei Wenqie gazed at the barren mountains outside the window, stroking the jade thumb ring on his ring finger. That's about enough. Have everyone assemble. The team members, sensing the deeper meaning in his words, slightly raised their eyes. You mean? Lei Wenqie's lips slowly curved upwards. There's only 1 hour left in the protection period. Of course, we need to plan our strategy carefully. The team members smiled in unison. Understood. Time flew by. The outdoor temperature rose higher and higher, the sky grew increasingly murky, causing the outdoor light to become oppressive, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. Su Jintang stood atop the city gate tower, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant camp. From the main city, only the tent roofs were visible. The scouts we just sent out discovered a spring, but it seems to have been occupied by the regular army and is being guarded. We seem to have been a step too late, Feng Ruihan reported. A dark glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes, then he pursed his dry lips. Notify the armory to prepare to launch missiles, directly targeting the spring's coordinates. Feng Ruihan hesitated. Bomb the spring? But that would mean neither of us gets the water. That's exactly what we want, Su Jintang said, a slight smile playing on his lips. Our warehouse's water reserves can last another day, but the camp definitely won't have any. It's more advantageous for us if neither of us gets the water. Feng Ruihan quickly understood. He nodded thoughtfully. Understood. I go notify them now. A short while later, the armory received the attack order. Shui Zhongqi, in overall command, was taken aback when he received the order to attack the springs. Attack the springs? Feng Ruihan on the other end of the communicator nodded. That's right. Our team has already discovered 2 springs occupied by the regular army. The specific coordinates have been sent. You lock onto them and attack, destroying the springs. Shui Zhongqi pursed his lips, thinking for a long time, then suddenly realized something and asked, guessing, this order was given by Su Jintang, wasn't it? Feng Ruihan hummed in agreement. Yes, do you have any objections? Shui Zhongqi quickly smiled and said, No, we execute it immediately. Only the squad leader could come up with such a terrible idea as blowing up the spring. 10 seconds later, 2 superpowered electromagnetic missiles launched from the main city, rapidly heading in 2 completely different directions. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions rang out in succession, followed by massive mushroom clouds rising into the sky. Damn it! What is that? Retreat! The regular army soldiers guarding the spring sensed something was wrong and quickly turned and ran away. Those who reacted too slowly were directly blasted away by the missiles and eliminated from the simulated battlefield. In just 2 seconds, 7 regular army soldiers were blasted away by unexpected missiles. When Lei Wenqie received this news in the tent, his expression clearly froze for a moment. Was the missile definitely launched from the main city? The team member awkwardly replied, yes. Besides the main city's military camp, there's no one else capable of launching missiles. Lei Wenqie laughed in exasperation. Bombing the spring? They're really ruthless. Now, neither of us can get the water resources, so let's see who dies of thirst first. The team member quickly added, the main city's warehouses might have a certain amount of water, probably not much, but definitely more than we do. So this move was definitely targeted at us. Lei Wenqie had considered that the enemy might try to take the spring from them, which was why he specifically sent people to guard it. But he never expected the enemy to be so ruthless, directly launching a missile to destroy it. He shook his head. All right, quickly notify the teams at the other 2 springs to prepare for evacuation. Yes, sir. Half a minute later, bang bang. 2 explosions rang out. The other 2 springs occupied by the regular army were also destroyed in succession. The 2 teams of regular soldiers, who had evacuated the springs ahead of time, glanced back at the explosion sites with lingering fear. That's really vicious. What good people would blow up springs first in a war? Luckily we were quick. We managed to collect some extra water, enough for me to drink for a day. Let's go back to camp. Inside the main tent of the regular army, the team members who had just returned from the springs began to report. Because the missiles came rather suddenly, 7 members were eliminated at the first 2 springs. The members at the latter 2 springs were all safely evacuated beforehand, with no casualties. Lei Wen's brow slowly furrowed into a deep frown. Eliminating 7 is a somewhat unnecessary loss. Because they hadn't expected the enemy to destroy the springs directly, they were completely unprepared, resulting in the unexpected loss of 7 team members. The good news is, we already stored some water resources in the past 2 hours, a team member added. Lei Wen looked over. Is the stored water enough for the team for a few days? About half a day. Lei Wen sighed, rubbing his temples. Pass the word down. Continue searching for other springs. This operation must be covert. The enemy military camp might have drone reconnaissance equipment beyond guard. Understood? Ding. Friendly reminder. The main city's protective shield will disappear in half an hour. The notification sounded again. High above the entire desolate mountain area, several incredibly realistic stealth reconnaissance drones were searching for traces of the main army in springs. Report. No main army personnel found in Area A. Report. No findings in Area B. Report. Main army personnel present in Area C, beginning to pinpoint coordinates. Chapter 165. Inside the Equipment Battalion's control room. A huge screen was projected at the front, displaying images of several regular military personnel lying prone behind boulders on the desolate hill. Their bodies were completely flat against the ground, believing they were perfectly concealed, unaware that their figures had already been exposed to the reconnaissance drones. Team leader Shui, what do we do with him? A team member asked excitedly, turning around. Shui Zhongqi crossed his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. Prepare for missile launch. Understood. A few seconds later, a deafening boom echoed as a massive shockwave erupted from the blast site. The 3 regular military personnel concealed behind the boulder were instantly blasted away, eliminated immediately. Ding. Friendly reminder. The number of eliminated regular military personnel has exceeded 10. Lei Wen and his team, far away in their tent, were stunned. What's going on? Another one of our team members has been eliminated? Lei Wen frowned immediately. Go check which side was eliminated. Yes, sir. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became tense. The other 2 squad leaders exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. Until Lei Wen looked up. This won't do. We need to seize the initiative. One of the squad leaders immediately nodded in agreement. How about we wait for the main city's protection period to end, and then attack directly? A direct attack is still disadvantageous for us. We need to wait for the right opportunity. Lei Wen looked up at the sky outside the window, and pondered for a moment. The other squad leader realized something. He tentatively asked, does Captain Lei mean to wait for the first fire rain disaster? Lei Wen hummed in agreement. Judging by the sky, a fire rain is probably coming soon. The 2 squad leaders exchanged a glance, smiles appearing on their faces. Understood. After losing more than 10 members, the entire regular army withdrew, completely ceasing their search for new springs. The Armory Battalion, unable to find any regular army members, also ended its reconnaissance activities. For over half an hour, neither side made any further contact. Until the notification sound rang again. Ding. The main city's protection period has ended. Then, the oval protective shield covering the entire main city instantly dissipated like melting snow. A sweltering airflow rushed into the city, causing the indoor temperature to rise sharply. Inside the main city command center, the Armory Battalion will continue reconnaissance and monitoring, but the area of surveillance needs to be reduced, focusing on monitoring enemy activity near the main city. You are in charge of the arrangements for the logistics team and the recruit camp. Su Jintang quickly instructed. Shui Zhongqi leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Why is the regular army suddenly so quiet? Logically, they should have rushed over as soon as the protection period ended. Yin Ying spoke up. What we can think of, they can naturally think of too. Once the protection period ends, our defenses will be at their tightest, making their attack futile. Su Jintang stroked his chin, a dark glint in his eyes. So, logically speaking, when are we at our lowest point? The group fell silent. After a moment of quiet, Shui Zhongqi suddenly remembered something, slamming his hand on the table and standing up abruptly. I almost forgot about Fire Rain. Su Jintang turned her head to look. Fire Rain? She remembered being warned during the initial assessment that this simulated battlefield might be accompanied by natural disasters, such as fire rain and lava flows. Shui Zhongqi, generally speaking, after the protection period ends, the first natural disaster will erupt immediately. Yin Ying added, and once a natural disaster erupts, the main city buildings will definitely suffer the most damage. The regular army's tents can be moved at any time. Even if destroyed, they can be rebuilt quickly. But once a fixed building like the main city is destroyed, it's basically impossible to rebuild. Su Jintang looked up at the sky. Judging from the sky, it should change soon. The others also looked up and fell silent. Time flew by, and half an hour passed quickly. Surprisingly, neither the regular army nor the trainee army made any move. Outside the simulated battlefield, Jing Hongyi rested his hand on the edge of the table, his knuckles lightly tapping the surface, his expression becoming meaningful. Since they all expect the fire rain, let's grant their wish. According to the simulated battlefield's environment, the first fire rain disaster would indeed arrive soon after the main city's protection period ended, but the timing was uncertain. Wang Yao immediately understood and gestured to his subordinate. The subordinate quickly nodded and withdrew. The scorching sun beat down on Su Jintang's skin, and soon a large patch of her cheeks turned red from sunburn. Without the protective shield, the radiation from the sun in the main city became even stronger. Su Jintang stepped forward, slowly raising her hands, and a vast amount of spiritual power instantly gathered in her palms. An extremely cold current rapidly spread outwards. Sizzle. The ice block, barely formed, was instantly melted by the scorching sun, turning into white steam. Su Jintang pursed her lips, her mental energy surging outwards from her palm. A massive glacier spread out from beneath her feet. In just a few seconds, the ground within a 10-mile radius of her was completely frozen. The appearance of the ice block caused the surrounding sweltering temperature to plummet, sending waves of coolness through the air. Song Tianqi stretched and walked out. Squad leader, this ice-type ability is awesome. It's like turning on a refrigerator the moment I use it. Su Jintang didn't stop, continuing to walk into the city, releasing her ability as she went. In no time, the sweltering main city was transformed into an ice castle, frozen solid everywhere, with chilling air permeating the entire city. The team members, who had been irritated by the heat, immediately opened their shirts and ran around joyfully. Damn, it's so refreshing. Where did this ice come from? It's Jintang's superpower, she's ice type. After walking around the entire main city, Su Jintang's mental energy was mostly depleted. She returned to the command room, intending to find a place to recover her mental energy, when the alarm suddenly sounded. Beep beep, beep beep. Warning, fire rain disaster may occur in 10 minutes. The satellite detector suddenly issued a warning. Feng Ruihan, on mobile duty, reacted immediately. Notify the Armory Battalion to immediately activate large-scale defensive weapons and prepare in advance. Also, recall all the drones and satellite equipment currently conducting reconnaissance outside. The Logistics Battalion is ready to provide support at any time. He issued instructions methodically, without any panic. After issuing all the emergency orders, Feng Ruihan went straight to Su Jintang to report, Captain, the emergency preparations are complete. Any further instructions? Chapter 166. Su Jintang's gaze fell on the monitoring screen ahead, and he pondered for a moment. Nothing for now. Observe first, and be ready to defend against any attack from the regular army. Feng Ruihan immediately replied, yes. Time ticked by. Su Jintang stood by the window, gazing at the distant scenery. The sky grew increasingly dark, the crimson light pressing down from overhead, and the surrounding air became stiflingly hot. Bang! A shower of sparks suddenly descended from the sky, slamming directly into the defensive shield near the main city with a deafening roar. The fire rain has begun. Everyone, be careful! The trainee soldiers guarding the main city gate shouted to warn their teammates. As soon as they finished speaking, more and more sparks rained down. The protective shield began to shake violently. The sweltering air spread rapidly into the city. Meanwhile, 10 miles outside the main city, in the wilderness, a swift squad of regular soldiers began advancing rapidly towards the main city. Remember, move quickly. Once you eliminate one person, retreat immediately. Don't linger, the squad leader emphasized. Understood. After giving the instructions, The squad leader immediately led his team to continue their charge towards the main city. A few minutes later, the area affected by the fire rain disaster expanded further. The entire sky above the main city was shrouded in fire clouds, casting patches of gradient orange-red light on the ground. Bang bang bang. Martian meteorites continued to fall. The main city's defensive shield became increasingly unstable, quickly developing numerous cracks. Until a crack sound rang out. A huge crack spread from the shield, and after only a short while, the shield split open from both sides. A Martian meteorite fell directly from the sky and crashed onto the main city. Under the intense heat, the city's bricks and tiles were instantly covered in ash. Run! A meteorite is coming! The guards at the city gate quickly turned and retreated. The others reacted quickly and followed. However, several guards were slower to react and were hit by the Martian meteorite. Flames quickly scorched and rose on their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, several trainee soldiers were eliminated. At this moment, the regular army, which had secretly advanced to the back gate, took advantage of the chaos inside the city to climb the city wall and jump into the city. The squad leader gestured, "I'm going to the warehouse. You guys cause a little trouble, and then retreat." The guards immediately replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The squad leader lowered his head slightly, gripped his dagger tightly, and quickly rushed into the depths of the main city. Lei's secret mission for him, this time, was to take advantage of the chaos to destroy the trainee army's warehouse supplies. Before setting off today, team leader Lei had practically given a death order. Even if he were eliminated, he had to destroy the trainee army's warehouse supplies. A sudden firestorm struck the city. Although prior instructions had been given, chaos was inevitable as the trainees scattered and fled. The squad leader, who had made his way to the warehouse area amidst the chaos, slowly stopped. He pressed himself against the wall, his eyes scanning the surroundings. 4 trainees stood guard at the warehouse entrance, each with an infrared pistol at their waist, their bodies ramrod straight. The squad leader held his breath, his body pressed tightly against the wall, and slowly moved towards the warehouse entrance. He thought he was perfectly concealed. But just as he moved halfway, a beep beep sounded. An alarm sounded. "Who's there?" The 4 trainees guarding the warehouse entrance turned sharply, their eyes warily drawing their infrared pistols. Seeing they were exposed, the squad leader no longer concealed himself, quickly raising his hand and activating his superpower. A massive battle axe appeared in his hand. Crimson flames flickered on the axe, and he swung it down. A massive burst of energy erupted from the axe, striking the 4 trainees. "Get out of the way! Let me handle this!" Song Tianqi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, arms outstretched, leaping directly in front of the 4 trainees. The 4 trainees, clearly prepared, quickly retreated, giving Song Tianqi the space to unleash his power. 9 balls of crimson flame rapidly materialized, slamming into the energy wave from the incoming battle axe. The 2 attacks collided in midair. The squad leader was knocked back several steps. Song Tianqi didn't move. Instead, he charged forward, activating his superpower once more. A deluge of fiery red feathers rained down from the sky, engulfing the squad leader before he could react. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises. The fiery red feathers exploded instantly. The squad leader's figure was buried in the flames and vanished from sight. Song Tianqi clapped his hands, with a relaxed expression, and looked around. "Is anyone else here?" No response. The 4 trainee soldiers, who had retreated to the side, returned and quickly surrounded Song Tianqi. Luckily, Captain Song arrived in time, otherwise they would have been ambushed. Song Tianqi scoffed, "That's a tactic our squad leader has already mastered." "Should we continue guarding?" the team members asked. Song Tianqi looked around. "I don't think there are any regular soldiers left. You 4 continue to guard. Signal immediately if anything happens." "Yes." On the other side, several regular soldiers, who had already infiltrated the city, began preparing to act. "Attack!" The trainee soldiers, who had been lying in ambush on both sides, gave the order and quickly surrounded the regular soldiers. Fire control. Thunderous strike. Flying blade impact. Various supernatural attacks rained down on the regular soldiers simultaneously. There were simply too many attacks. The regular soldiers didn't last more than a few seconds before being eliminated. Ding! The number of eliminated regular soldiers has increased to 15. Lei Wenqie, in a distant tent, paled instantly and jumped to his feet. What happened? The other squad leaders were also somewhat bewildered. We only sent out a 5-man team this time, right? Weren't we supposed to launch a sneak attack? How come they were eliminated so quickly? Lei Wenqie's brows furrowed. Something must have happened. The 5 men he sent out were carefully selected, ranking among the top in the entire regular army. No matter what, they shouldn't all be eliminated. Could it be they were accidentally caught up in the fire rain disaster? Someone speculated. That's unlikely. Their strength isn't bad either. How could they be affected by the fire rain disaster? I reckon the trainee army was prepared and wiped them all out. Lei Wuqian looked up at the still falling fire rain outside the window. This fire rain should end soon. Now that the sneak attack failed, they'd definitely be more cautious. Captain Lei, what do we do now? Chapter 167. As time passed, the fire rain's onslaught began to weaken. Reactivate the defensive shield. Shui Zhongqi braced his hands on the edge of the control panel, his eyes fixed on the monitor screen. The operator immediately pushed the lever. The shield, previously destroyed by the fire rain, slowly entered repair mode. In just a few seconds, the shield was fully restored, once again enveloping the entire main city. The shrunken fire rain was also blocked. The operator breathed a sigh of relief, flicking his wrist. The sudden rupture of the shield almost scared me to death. Shui Zhongqi's tense expression relaxed. He relaxed, glancing around at the others. Be careful, don't repeat the mistake we made earlier. Yes, sir. The shield's rupture hadn't been expected. The main reason was that the operators from the military camp had initially underestimated the threat of the fire rain. After a while, the fire rain gradually subsided. Everything returned to calm. Song Tianqi walked into the command room, hands on his hips. Squad leader, everyone's been taken care of. The other side was rather timid. They only sent a small squad to ambush us. Su Jintang turned around, somewhat surprised. Just a small squad? She thought Lei Wuqian would send a large force directly. Yeah, I should have known better than to waste so much energy arranging so many people to lie in wait. But it's alright, at least they didn't succeed. Song Tianqi explained as he walked. Su Jintang looked away and pursed her lips. It seemed the other side was still in the probing phase. Report. A team member entered and reported, our supplies were all intact during this firestorm disaster. However, when the protective shield broke, 7 team members were accidentally hit by the fire and eliminated from the battlefield. Also, our water resources are already 70% depleted. If we don't find new water sources soon, it might be dangerous. Su Jintang, let everyone rest and recuperate. I inform you of the subsequent arrangements later. Yes, sir. The team member quickly withdrew. Song Tianqi approached Su Jintang, squad leader. What's next? Find a spring. Su Jintang leaned slightly forward, his hand resting on the control panel, his gaze sweeping across the monitor screen opposite. After the firestorm, both sides had consumed enormous amounts of water resources, so for the next period, they would definitely be competing for water. A few minutes later, a concealed reconnaissance drone took off again from within the city. Several elite teams were also dispatched from the main camp at the same time to begin their operations separately. I'm really fed up. There used to be springs around here, but they were all blown up by the other side. Now we have to find new ones. What if we find a new spring, but it gets blown up again? Probably not. If they blow it up again, it'd be gone for good. The group chatted as they walked, completely unaware that several tiny bees had appeared overhead. A faint red light flashed in the bees' eyes from time to time. And behind them was the surveillance camera of the military camp. Zoom in, Shui Zhongqi said, arms crossed, staring at the monitor screen. The team member quickly pressed the zoom button. The image on the other side was instantly magnified several times. The captured figures of the regular army soldiers immediately appeared clearly on the large screen. It's a regular army squad. Should we prepare for missile launch? A team member asked immediately. Shui Zhongqi slightly raised the corners of his lips, of course. A few seconds later, the whoosh of missile launches rang out. Listen, what's that sound? Someone noticed something was wrong and immediately stopped. Everyone stopped and looked around. Damn it! It's a missile. Split up and run. The regular army soldiers had learned their lesson once before, so this time everyone reacted very quickly. As the missiles approached, the 5 members of the squad had already scattered in different directions. The missile, flashing a scarlet light, exploded instantly. The blast radius was large, and those who were slower to escape were directly injured. Don't worry about me, you guys run. The injured team member simply gave up struggling and sat down. At this moment, another missile was launched. The blast radius directly covered the injured team member. The other team members, who had already run far away, could only steel themselves and turned back to continue running towards safety. At the same time, Regular army personnel in several other locations also encountered missile attacks of varying degrees. Ding. The number of regular army personnel eliminated has increased to 20. The notification sounded continuously throughout the afternoon. By sunset, the number of regular army personnel eliminated had increased to 46. The total number of regular army personnel participating in this joint assessment was only a little over 150. By the end of the day, the number of eliminations had approached 1/3. As darkness fell completely, the scorching sun subsided, and the evening temperature dropped slightly. The entire regular army gathered in the main tent for a collective meeting. Lei Wenqie sat at the front, his hands resting on the armrests of his chair, his brow furrowed. Today, our team has already lost over 40 men. We can't afford to sit idly by any longer. I think this assessment is completely unfair. The trainee army has so many advanced uniforms and equipment, it's very difficult for us to defend against them. Exactly. And they have 4 battalions of trainee soldiers, so many more than us. Various complaints arose. The scene became chaotic. All right. Lei Wenqie raised his hand, signaling for silence. Our regular army's strength and experience are inherently superior to theirs. The high number of eliminations is due to our own negligence. So from now on, we must take this seriously. The tent quickly quieted down. The trainee soldiers, who had been complaining, quickly regained their composure. Lei Wenqie's gaze swept across the entire area, his tone turning serious. Tonight, I will personally lead the team to trap you like a turtle in a jar. Everyone, prepare to come with me. Yes, sir. The night deepened. The city remained brightly lit, and many trainee soldiers began their shift changes and patrols. Everyone, be vigilant against enemy attacks. During patrols and shift changes, you must verify the identification tags of any teammates you encounter. If anything seems amiss, send a signal immediately. Yes, sir. After giving the instructions, the patrol members immediately turned and began their patrol. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the city. Under the moonlight, a figure suddenly appeared outside the main city. Lei Wenqie, dressed in a black cloak and a black hat covering his head, slightly raised his head, a cold glint in his eyes. Team leader Lei, we be under surveillance if we go any further in, a team member reported. Lei Wenqie, you all step back, I go first. The team members behind him quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Lei Wenqie's gaze swept towards the main city opposite, his eyes darkening. Then, he slowly raised his hands, his palms instantly gathering immense spiritual power. Thunderous thousand-slash-wave. Lei Wenqie shouted, his hands coming together, and a 10,000-foot-long wave of lightning appeared before him. A blinding flash of lightning streaked through the originally pitch-black night. A deafening roar erupted in the air. The previously impenetrable protective shield was instantly pierced by the lightning, creating a crack. Then, the alarms throughout the camp sounded. Beep beep. Beep beep. Everyone follow me. Lei Wenqie flung off his cloak and charged into the city first. Charge. Avenge our team members eliminated during the day. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everyone, prepare for defense. A moment later, the sounds of fierce fighting erupted from within the city. Su Jintang was awakened by the alarm. Captain, something bad has happened. Lei Wenqie has led a surprise attack, breaking through our protective barrier and storming in. A team member rushed in to report. Su Jintang rubbed his temples and got up to go to the main command room. The surveillance footage showed that the fighting was already extremely intense on the outer edge of the city. Su Jintang frowned slightly. Has the entire regular army come? Song Tianqi, who had just received the notification, also rushed over. He ran over shouting, it's over. That 6th-tier Lei Wenqie has led his team to attack, squad leader. I know. Su Jintang's eyes remained fixed on the surveillance footage. This Lei Wenqie is not easy to deal with. The biggest threat to them in the regular army came from those with mental strength levels of 5 or higher, led by Lei Wenqie. Yeah, as soon as he came in, a lot of our trainees were eliminated. Song Tianqi clenched his fists, his fighting spirit ignited. Squad leader, should I give it a try? Su Jintang turned to look at him, pondered for a moment, you come with me. Also, notify the logistics battalion and the armory battalion to provide support at any time. Tonight's battle won't be easy. Okay. Ding. The number of trainee soldiers eliminated has increased to 20. After Lei Wenqie joined the battle, the trainees were basically powerless to resist, and large numbers of members were eliminated. Team leader Lei, should we continue? The other side is probably sending reinforcements. Lei Wenqie's squad leader shouted. A flash of lightning, and Lei Wenqie eliminated the member in front of him, looking up at the other side. A large number of trainees began to rush towards them. Lei Wuqian pursed his lips, a dark glint in his eyes. Continue. With me here, they can't cause any trouble. Understood. His team members began a new round of charging. In less than 10 minutes, the number of trainee soldiers eliminated soared to 50, and this number continued to rise. When Su Jintang and Song Tianqi arrived at the scene, Lei Wuqian and his team were already in a frenzy. Blinding lightning flashed continuously, each flash taking away a trainee soldier. Blazing flame burst. Song Tianqi had barely steadied himself when he immediately activated his ability. 9 golden red flames formed behind him. Su Jintang pursed his lips and raised his hand, summoning his domain power. An invisible force rapidly spread outwards, followed by a chilling current that created a thin layer of frost on the ground. Squad leader, let's go together. Song Tianqi clenched his fist and charged towards Lei Wuqian's position. Su Jintang raised her cold eyes, and as she did so, a massive glacier surged forth from behind her. An ice blade storm. A storm enveloped in icy blades suddenly descended. Chapter 168. 1,000 rays of lightning. Lei Wuqian's eyes darkened slightly, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Lightning flashed wildly, covering most of the city, illuminating the previously pitch-black main city. It's an area of effect attack. Everyone retreat. Song Tianqi immediately rushed to the front, arms outstretched, activating his ability assimilation state. Fire feathers wither. Blazing flames burst. Attacks followed one after another, striking the lightning opposite. Su Jintang pursed her lips, her eyes darkening slightly. She swiftly raised her hands, her mental energy instantly concentrating in her palms, activating her ability assimilation state. Suddenly, a storm of ice and snow descended, 3 icy storms sweeping in simultaneously. But unnoticed, 3 icy snow lotuses were slowly blooming. The swirling ice and snow enveloped most of the city. Blinding lightning clashed quickly with the onrushing flames and snow. Feeling the impact of the attack, Lei Wuqian frowned slightly. These 2 trainee soldiers weren't even at the 5th rank, yet they could withstand such an attack. Team leader Lei, reinforcements have arrived. If this continues, we'd be bogged down, his subordinate immediately reported. Lei Wuqian's gaze swept over Su Jintang on the other side, and he decisively turned and ordered, retreat. The regular army, which had been launching a fierce offensive, quickly withdrew. Seeing this, Su Jintang smiled slightly and raised his hand to issue an order, chase. Stop as many as you can. Song Tianqi was the first to lead the pursuit, everyone, charge with me. Following him, a large group of trainee soldiers, who had arrived to provide support quickly followed. Brothers and sisters in the logistics battalion, unleash debuff skills immediately. Song Tianqi shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, some soldiers acted in unison. Shadow Step. Vine Binding. A series of skills that could slow down enemy movement were unleashed on the regular army members. Many people's speed was forcibly reduced. Lei Wuqian had no choice but to stop and turn around to shield the rear. He spread his arms, his brows revealing a murderous aura. You go, I cover the rear. Blinding lightning once again appeared between his palms. Lightning blaze. A deafening thunderclap resounded through the sky. The trainee soldiers in front were collectively repelled. Lei Wuqian used his supernatural abilities a few more times, and only after seeing his teammates had gradually retreated did he stop, quickly turning around to join the main force in retreating out of the city. Su Jintang stood at the rear of the group, watching Lei Wuqian and his men's figures gradually shrink. Squad leader, should we continue the pursuit? Song Tianqi asked, leaning closer. No need, we can't catch up anyway. Let's call it a day. With that, Su Jintang turned and walked towards the city. Song Tianqi straightened his back and gestured, everyone, call it a day. Night patrols will continue as planned. Yes, sir. Su Jintang quickly returned to the main command room. Just then, Yan Yuding arrived from the logistics battalion. What's the situation? An enemy attack? As soon as he entered, Yan Yuding's eyes scanned the room. How are you all? Song Tianqi waved his hand. We're fine, but this attack resulted in the elimination of over 100 men on our side. Yan Yuding frowned. Are they that fierce? Lei Wuqian is, after all, a 6th-tier ability user, Song Tianqi added. Su Jintang stroked her chin, her gaze fixed on the distant scenery outside the window. Yan Yuding and Song Tianqi exchanged a glance, then walked around to Su Jintang's side. Class monitor, what idea have you come up with this time? Yan Yuding asked, a probing look in her eyes. Nothing much, we see. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, crossed her arms, and stretched lazily. If there's nothing else, you two can go back and rest. There shouldn't be any more surprises tonight. The two didn't say anything more, and after a while they left. The tranquil atmosphere lasted until early the next morning. As dawn broke. Report. 2 new springs have been discovered 20 kilometers outside the city. They have been secured and water collection has begun. Report. The outdoor temperature has risen to 56 degrees Celsius and is continuing to rise, expected to reach 60 degrees Celsius by tonight. Report. There is no official movement from the military, everything is normal. Report. A fissure in the Earth's crust has been discovered 10 kilometers outside the city. A lava flow could erupt at any time, the situation is urgent. Upon hearing lava flow, Su Jintang turned to the team member who reported, "Are you sure it's a lava flow?" The team member nodded. Generally, the sudden appearance of such fissures in plains areas indicates an impending eruption of underground magma. Su Jintang pursed his lips, a sly glint in his eyes. "Come on, take me to see." The team member hesitated, not understanding what was so interesting about a lava flow. Half an hour later, a group of hurried figures appeared in the scorching, barren forest of the plains. "Captain, this is it." Su Jintang arrived at the fissure in the Earth's crust, bent down slightly, and crouched down. His gaze fell upon the crack. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything clearly. But a faint heat emanated from it, burning his cheek. "It's probably magma inside." "Yes." A teammate caught up, reminding him, "This fissure is already quite large. It's estimated to erupt completely today. A magma flow disaster would be a major problem. Moreover, this fissure isn't far from the city. Once it erupts, it could easily affect the main city." Su Jintang stroked his chin. "Go and call Song Tianqi over, and bring a few more strong combatants." The teammate hesitated. It'd be useful. Go quickly." Su Jintang crouched in front of the fissure and clapped his hands. The teammate didn't ask any further questions, and quickly turned to go and fetch the others. Scorching heat billowed from the crack, and a faint gurgling sound could be heard from within. Su Jintang rolled up his sleeves, a thin layer of frost forming on his palm, which he then slowly extended towards the crack. As the ice reached the vicinity of the crack, it instantly melted, releasing a considerable amount of steam. Su Jintang increased the flow of his mental energy, and the almost melted ice solidified again, beginning to penetrate the crack in the Earth's crust. Sizzle. As the ice penetrated deeper into the crack, even more white steam immediately rose. "Squad leader, what's going on?" Song Tianqi rushed over. The team members behind him quickened their pace. The group quickly reached them. Su Jintang looked up. "See this crack? We need to work together to make it even bigger." Song Tianqi stared in shock at the crack in the Earth's crust. "Why make it even bigger? Won't that cause it to erupt prematurely?" "Yes, that's exactly what we want," Su Jintang said, a smirk playing on her lips. The team members behind them exchanged bewildered glances. "Make the lava flow erupt prematurely? Really? We're really going to do it?" Su Jintang stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes. "Yes, let's begin. Let's try to completely break open this crack within half an hour." Song Tianqi was still confused. But they had to obey their squad leader's orders. He wouldn't betray them. After thinking for a moment, Song Tianqi rolled up his sleeves, put his hands on his hips, and shouted, "Come on! Everyone get ready, I lead the charge." As soon as he finished speaking, various kinds of supernatural lights flashed across the scene. Song Tianqi's crimson flames led the charge, smashing towards the edge of the crack. The entire earth began to tremble. Su Jintang wasn't idle either, quickly activating his supernatural abilities to join in the smashing. With the combined efforts of the team, the crack, initially only a hand's width wide, grew larger and larger, revealing the scene inside. Dark red magma gleamed, flowing silently deep within the Earth's crust, occasionally bubbling and gurgling. "Almost there, keep going." Su Jintang raised his hand again, activating the ice mist snow lotus to smash into the crack. Crimson flame 9 heavens. Crimson flames continuously formed behind Song Tianqi, then lined up and smashed into the crack one by one. After another round of attacks, the crack began to buckle, trembling violently. Su Jintang stopped, taking a step back. "All right, you all step back, let me handle the rest." Song Tianqi led his team to retreat to safety immediately. At this moment, the scalding lava could no longer be contained and erupted from the cracks. As the molten lava flowed across the wasteland, it instantly scorched the land into ashes. Su Jintang slightly curled his lips and raised his hands. A glacier taller than a person instantly formed, enveloping the lava opposite. The impending eruption of lava was completely contained by Su Jintang's ice layer, temporarily brought under control. Song Tianqi curiously approached. Squad leader, what are you doing? Giving the regular army a surprise. Su Jintang withdrew his hands, turned around, and his smile was meaningful. Meanwhile, inside the main tent of the regular army, Lei Wenqie and several squad leaders were reviewing the situation of last night's sneak attack. Overall, we had the upper hand in last night's battle. It was all thanks to Captain Lei personally leading the charge. Yes, if we can pull off a few more sneak attacks like this, slowly whittling down the trainee army's numbers, it will be even more advantageous for us later. Lei Wenqie sat in the main seat, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. These kinds of sneak attacks probably won't be feasible anymore. After last night's attack, the trainee army will definitely be on guard. However, we have other plans. Report. A new spring has been discovered not far to the north. We immediately dispatched men to occupy it and collect water. A team member entered the tent to report. This good news immediately lightened the atmosphere in the tent. Great. Finding a new spring means we don't have to rush. Luck is definitely on our side. Several squad leaders beamed with joy, exchanging pleasantries. Lei Wenqie's expression softened slightly. All right, you guys go first. Before he could finish speaking, another team member rushed in, his face showing panic. Something's wrong. Lava, we don't know where it came from, suddenly erupted outside our tent. At this moment, outside the tent, the lava, which had been encased in ice, had broken through the ice and turned into a wave of fire, surging towards the main military camp area like a ferocious beast, its momentum fierce and savage. Chapter 169. When Lei Wenqie stepped out of the tent, he was met with a scene of flames rushing towards him. Scalding lava was erupting wildly, and the resulting high-temperature radiation made the surrounding air extremely hot. Lei Wenqie frowned slightly, and immediately raised his hand to summon his supernatural power. A powerful bolt of lightning surged towards the opposite side, blocking the lava. The blocked lava was deflected to both sides, flowing to the ground and burning into streaks of ash. Everyone else follow. The squad leader gestured, then immediately activated his supernatural power. The intense heat generated by the lava flow turned the tent area into an oven. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on the foreheads of the team members resisting the lava outside, their faces flushed red from the heat. No, where did this lava come from? I don't remember any fissures in the Earth's crust near our camp. Stop talking, force the lava back first, or our entire camp area will be doomed. The team members had no choice but to shut up and bury themselves in activating their supernatural abilities. About half an hour later, a team member guarding the rear of the camp area rushed over. Team leader Lei, a lot of lava flows have suddenly appeared behind us too. Lei Wenqie took the opportunity to stop, frowning as he turned to look. There are some behind us too? Send someone over to deal with it first. Make sure the camp area is safe. Yes. Not long after, two more team members ran over. There are lava flows of unknown origin on the left side of the camp area. There are some on the right side of the camp area too. Hearing this, Lei Wenqie's expression became somewhat uncontrollable. It was as if the entire camp area was surrounded by lava flows from all sides. But normally, lava eruptions only start from fissures in the Earth's crust. There weren't any fissures around their camp area, so how could so much lava appear? Send people to handle this first. We discuss the rest later. With that, Lei Wenqie intensified his mental energy, forcefully slamming it into the lava opposite. The team members on both sides quickly turned and led their respective groups away. Meanwhile, on the hillside outside the camp, Su Jintang stepped onto a boulder, brushing the ashes from his palms. All done, let's go! Song Tianqi stood on tiptoe, peering into the chaotic camp area not far away. Squad leader, that was a pretty ruthless move. He hadn't understood Su Jintang's intentions at first, until he saw Su Jintang directly engulf the gushing lava in a glacier slide, then extend the slide all the way to the camp area. A surprise, huh? If you're going to surprise me big. Su Jintang turned around. Let's go! Song Tianqi clapped his hands and quickly turned to follow. Half an hour later, the lava around the camp was gradually extinguished. Lei Wenqie, his face dark, turned to the other squad leaders. Pass the word, everyone, to the main tent for a meeting in 5 minutes. The squad leaders, looking dejected, replied yes, sir. The lava flow was suspicious. Everyone knew something was definitely wrong. Since it wasn't a natural disaster, only one possibility remained. It was the work of the training army next door. Inside the main tent, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Until one of the squad leaders spoke up. I just went to investigate the site. There are ice fragments and water stains. The commander-in-chief in the opposite command center, Su Jintang, has an ice-based ability, so I speculate that she might have used her ability to transport lava from other places. Lava is extremely hot. Any container used to hold it would likely melt instantly. But ice is different. Extreme cold can temporarily hold lava. Another squad leader added. Lei Wenqie rested his hand on the armrest of his chair and sneered. That's the enemy's doing. They're too weak, so they resort to these petty tricks. Squad leader Lei, how about we counterattack? Someone suggested. Not now. The temperature will continue to rise after today. We don't have time for this. Lei Wenqie decided. Everyone be on guard against enemy attacks. Continue to intensify the search for water resources. We must find at least 2 new springs before tonight. Yes, sir. Squad leader, if we do this, won't they launch a sneak attack too? Should we take precautions? Song Tianqi reminded him. No, they still need to find water resources. They can't spare that much energy. Su Jintang stepped into the command room. In the command room, all the team members were intently focused on the screens, operating the controls. Su Jintang arrived at the main monitoring station, his hands resting on the edge of the control panel. Have the armory battalion continue scouting the regular army's movements. Don't attack this time. Give them a chance to catch their breath. Understood. Noon arrived. The scorching sun beat down on the earth. The temperature continued to rise. The regular army soldiers searching for a new spring rested behind a boulder. One of the soldiers carefully took out a bottle the size of a test tube, unscrewed the stopper, and poured the remaining water into his mouth. Refreshing. Drink sparingly. Water resources are scarce. I'm just so thirsty. Be careful. Watch out for any flying insects or anything like that. Remember to swat them away. A green-eyed flying insect quietly perched on a nearby dead tree trunk, unnoticed by anyone. Behind it was the drone surveillance footage from the military equipment battalion. Shui Zhongqi, arms crossed, slightly bent over, staring at the several regular military personnel on the monitor. Let them off this time. Keep an eye on them. Yes, sir. Shui Zhongqi turned around, went to the communications area, and initiated a communication with Su Jintang. Squad leader, we got them under surveillance, but they're quite vigilant. A lot of our reconnaissance equipment has been damaged. Su Jintang, have they found any new springs? They found 2 new ones, but they're keeping a close watch. We don't dare let the drones get too close. Su Jintang pursed his lips. Keep an eye on them, then wait for my notification. Shui Zhongqi, okay. After their mutual ambushes, both sides temporarily returned to peace, both diligently searching for new springs and collecting water resources. Night slowly fell. At the spring at coordinates 402-93. It was the time for the regular military personnel to change shifts. A dark figure suddenly flashed in. Who? The regular army member immediately shouted alertly, taking out a signal inscription from his pocket. Just as he was about to crush it, the ice that had already spread to his feet lunged at him like a venomous snake, instantly freezing him solid. Crimson flame 9 heavens. Get out of here! Song Tianqi's furious voice followed. In less than 2 minutes, all the regular army members were eliminated, without even having time to send a signal before being knocked out. Su Jintang removed the hood from his cloak, revealing a slightly upturned smile. Notify Shui Zhongqi and the others to smash this spring immediately. Song Tianqi chuckled as well. Okay. After committing their evil deed, the 2 quickly fled the scene. Because the team members didn't have time to send a signal, no one in the regular army knew about the incident at the spring. It wasn't until the armaments battalion launched a missile and successfully destroyed the spring that the regular army members realized something was wrong. Damn it! Our newly discovered spring has been destroyed again. Are those trainee soldiers crazy? If they keep doing this, we're done playing. Let's just go and blow up their springs. Calm down. They can destroy it because they have missiles. How can we destroy it? By manpower? Several squad leaders in the main tent started arguing for no apparent reason. Lei Wenqie's temples were throbbing. All right. What are you all arguing about? The group finally quieted down. Lei Wenqie took a deep breath. Strengthen security at the remaining 2 springs, with patrols rotating every hour. Also, speed up water collection. Captain Lei, are we just going to let this loss slide? Lei Wenqie calmed himself, a cold glint in his eyes. Of course not. I get my revenge for you. The squad leaders exchanged glances, immediately relieved. It seemed Captain Lei was serious. The night deepened, but the city remained brightly lit. The patrol members moved about, not even missing a small flying insect. Everyone, be extra vigilant tonight. They could attack at any moment. Yes, sir. After giving the instructions, the patrol team turned and continued along the outer edge of the city. Alone outside the city, Lei Wenxie pressed himself against the wall. After a while, no one noticed his presence. Lei Wenxie withdrew his gaze, slightly lowered his body, quickly evaded the drone's reconnaissance range, raised his hand to gather lightning power, and swiftly slammed it towards the protective shield in front of him. Beep beep, beep beep. A sharp alarm immediately blared throughout the city. Lei Wenxie glanced at the situation within the city, and in the blink of an eye, several nearby patrol teams rushed over. He quickly turned and left the scene. Many people's attention was drawn to the suddenly shattered protective shield, and no one noticed Lei Wenxie's figure. After circling around, Lei Wenxie moved to the least heavily guarded area and struck again. Immediately afterward, another sharp alarm sounded. By the time the nearby trainee soldiers arrived, Lei Wenxie had already left. Within half an hour, the main city's defensive shield had inexplicably broken 5 times. Each time, only a small crack appeared. The problem wasn't serious, but it kept the patrolling trainee soldiers on the run in a whirlwind. When the alarm sounded for the 6th time, Su Jintang emerged from the main command room. She stretched, raising her hands. The alarm beeped incessantly, and several patrol teams surged from all directions, rushing towards the location where the protective shield had been attacked. Su Jintang lowered her hands, putting them in her pockets, and strolled over casually. Several patrol teams were gathered around the cracked protective shield, warily surveying the surroundings. No enemy sightings. Only a 6th-tier Lei Wenxie could crack the shield with a single blow. They'd probably already escaped. So annoying, launching sneak attacks in the middle of the night. Su Jintang walked over, hands in her pockets, glancing outside the shield. It was empty, not a soul in sight. Upon seeing Su Jintang, the patrol members quickly surrounded her. Captain, the person who just attacked was definitely Lei Wenxie. We don't know what he was up to, he attacked and ran. You guys continue patrolling, I go check it out. Su Jintang flexed her wrists, then lightly leaped out from the crack in the protective shield. Outside the main city, the light wasn't good, it was dark and quiet everywhere. Su Jintang stopped at a corner of a wall, crouched down, and focused her gaze on the deep and shallow footprints on the ground. She stood up, raised her eyes, and began to trace the footprints. Lei Wenxie, who had just finished his attack, had returned to the original position. His back was pressed against the boulder, he held his breath, and his eyes were fixed on the situation inside the protective shield. Because this area had just been attacked, the number of guards had increased significantly. Lei Wenxie clenched his fist, and faint lightning slowly gathered in his palm. Captain Lei, ambushing us in the middle of the night, isn't that a bit unfair? A clear female voice rang out from above. Lei Wenxie froze, then abruptly looked up, throwing a ball of lightning from his hand. The crackling sound of lightning filled the air. Su Jintang's face turned cold. She raised her hand, channeling her mental energy, and icy ice instantly extended from her palm, blocking the lightning ball. The two retreated simultaneously, quickly creating a safe distance. Lei Wenxie stopped, his gaze deep, his hands clenched into fists as he stared at Su Jintang. So you think it's fair that you're always ambushing our spring? Su Jintang smiled slightly. In that case, we're even. Let's end it here. Lei Wenxie pondered for a moment, then said, okay. Su Jintang smiled and took a half step back, making room for Lei Wenxie to leave as he saw fit. Please. Seeing how agreeable Su Jintang was, Lei Wenxie was somewhat surprised. He remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on Su Jintang, slowly moving away. Su Jintang stood with her hands behind her back, a smile on her face, watching Lei Wenxie walk away. Only when he was completely out of sight did Su Jintang turn and walk into the city. Both sides reached a temporary agreement, and the rest of the night passed safely without incident. Until dawn the next day. The outdoor temperature had already exceeded 65 degrees Celsius. Ding! Attention! New supplies will be randomly dropped into Plains Area C in 30 minutes. New supplies will be dropped in 30 minutes. The electronic notification sounded. Su Jintang raised her hand and placed it on the main gate of the city. The ice that had gathered in her palm immediately spread across the entire city. In the blink of an eye, the ice layer seemed to be sped up, covering all the buildings in the city with a thin layer. Under the sunlight, the ice layer refracted a shimmering glow. However, the temperature was too high, and coupled with the scorching sun, the ice covering the buildings only lasted a few minutes before showing signs of melting. Su Jintang stopped and turned to walk into the main command room. The captains of the other camps had already assembled. The new supplies will be delivered in half an hour. Everyone should have some experience by now. The reconnaissance equipment from the Armory Battalion will go first, followed by the Recruit Battalion and the Logistics Battalion. During the looting of supplies, the Armory Battalion should provide support. The rest of you, adapt as needed. Song Tianqi answered first, understood? After 2 days of training and adjustment, the 4 battalions of the training army had developed a fairly good working relationship. Su Jintang didn't give any further instructions, simply gesturing, let's go. The remaining dozen or so concealed drones from the military equipment battalion discreetly flew out of the city. Under the scorching sun, many dry grasses in the desolate field spontaneously combusted. Quick, quick, squad leader, there's a fire here. Song Tianqi jumped up in fright. Su Jintang glanced over, summoned eyes to cover the dry grass, instantly extinguishing the sparks. Song Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Now I can't act recklessly, otherwise it become a fire. Yin Yuding caught up, glanced at him. Just remember to be discreet, don't burn the supplies. Normally, fire-type ability users would see their combat power increase significantly in such high temperatures. Song Tianqi's predicament was that while their combat strength had indeed increased, it could easily escalate into a major conflict. Song Tianqi scratched his head and chuckled, I guarantee it. Shui Zhongqi hadn't accompanied the team, he remained at the equipment camp to command and provide support. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, and lightly tapped his right earpiece. Have you found the official army's coordinates? Shui Zhongqi's voice quickly came through the earpiece. They appeared at coordinates 702, 521 2 minutes ago, and are moving northwest. They might run into you. If you don't want to fight, you can take a detour. Okay. Su Jintang looked up, turned, and led the team out. This way. A nearby unit of regular troops, also heading this way, suddenly stopped warily. Hey, look over there. Could that beetle over there be a reconnaissance drone from the other side? One of the team members suddenly pointed at the beetle and asked. Everyone's eyes turned to it. Should we try killing it? Without a word, Lei Wenqie raised his hand and unleashed a burst of lightning. The intense lightning instantly charred the beetle's shell, followed by a strong, pungent stench that quickly spread in all directions. Ugh! Several team members couldn't stand the stench and vomited on the spot. This damn bug is really annoying. It has to release its stench before it dies. Ugh! I can't take it anymore. It stinks too much. Let's get out of here. Lei Wenqie's brows furrowed slowly, and he covered his nose with his hand, his expression showing disgust. Let's go! At that moment, a reconnaissance drone disguised as a similar beetle flew over. Lei Wenqie didn't even glance at it, waving his hand dismissively and walking around the beetle. Let's go! The other team members, not wanting to endure the stench any longer, didn't even look at it and quickly followed, speeding away. The beetle drone followed slowly behind them, continuing its reconnaissance. Shui Zhongqi, crouching in front of the monitor, curiously examined the beetle that the regular army had just killed. Just how stinky was the stench that thing released before it died? The teammate next to him chuckled awkwardly. You haven't smelled it? No. Shui Zhongqi shook his head, a hint of interest rising in his eyes. I smell it sometime. The teammate's lips twitched. But a second later, he suddenly remembered something and proactively mentioned, when I was inventorying the military equipment in the warehouse, I think I saw a special weapon. It was equipped with this kind of beetle-like stench. It wasn't very powerful offensively, its main purpose was to repel enemies by releasing the stench. Shui Zhongqi's eyes lit up. There's this weapon too. Quick, go get it, it might come in handy later. With that, he raised his hand and pressed the call button on his headset. Squad leader. I found a fun weapon. Want to try it out later? Chapter 170. Ding. 5 minutes left until supply drop. The regular army members rested, concealed behind a pile of boulders. Why don't we just wait here? We don't even know the exact drop location yet. Let's not waste our energy. One of the captains suggested. Lei Wenqie nodded. Okay, let's rest first. The team members relaxed and sat down against the boulders. It's been 3 days already. If we don't complete the siege mission soon, we automatically lose tomorrow. Everyone knows that. The problem is we don't have enough survival resources right now. If we rush in headlong, we only get counterattacked. What's the rush? With Captain Lei here, there's no need to panic. At this point, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Lei Wenqie. Lei Wenqie's expression was no longer as relaxed as when he first entered. He clasped his hands together, his thumb rubbing the jade ring on his right ring finger, and spoke in a low voice. It's not important. Whether we can seize the supplies today is the key to victory. He had expected to easily defeat the opposing force on the second day. However, The trainee soldiers' collective attack on the first day completely disrupted his plans. But now, on the third day of the assessment, the outdoor temperature had risen to nearly 70 degrees Celsius. No one had the strength to fight. From now on, it would be a matter of who could seize the supplies first, thus gaining the upper hand. Buzz, buzz. Many beetles, smelling the scent of humans, flew towards them. The military reconnaissance drones, taking advantage of the chaos, hid among them and flew towards Lei Winch's position. I give up. Why aren't these bugs dead in this heat? Wanting to fight but afraid to, many team members could only stand up and wave their hands to shoo them away. Until one of them couldn't take it anymore and accidentally used his supernatural ability to kill one. The stench quickly spread throughout the area. Lei Winch and the others, I told you not to kill them. Don't kill them. Fine, we have to find another place. Quick, quick, let's go. Lei Winch also gave the team member who had attacked a complicated look. Next time, be more tolerant. The team member nodded awkwardly. Yes, we remember. On the other side, Su Jintang was leading his team to take shelter behind a dry hill for shade. Lei Winch and the others have moved again, starting to head this way. It seems like your two teams are likely to collide. Should we avoid them? Shui Zhongqi's voice came through the earpiece. Su Jintang stretched his wrists. No need. The supplies will be deployed soon anyway. We run into each other sooner or later. Shui Zhongqi smiled. Shall I set up the poison gas weapons first? Sure. Song Tianqi, unbearably hot, looked over pleadingly. Squad leader, give me another slap. It's too hot. Su Jintang's lips twitched, and he raised his hand to sweep over. A layer of ice, radiating cold air, covered Song Tianqi's forehead, and his previously flushed face gradually returned to normal. Phew, that feels good. Song Tianqi closed his eyes, and leaned comfortably against the pile of rocks. Captain, we want to cool down too. The other team members looked over expectantly. Su Jintang could only act like a cooling machine, raising his hand and sweeping over them one by one. After cooling down, everyone, like Song Tianqi, rested their hands on their bodies, closed their eyes, and comfortably began to rest. Due to her supernatural ability, Su Jintang was naturally cold sensitive, so the high temperature didn't affect her much. Ding! Supplies are being dropped. Please pay attention to the locations marked with red lights. After the notification sound, 3 red supply boxes with parachutes suddenly appeared from the horizon and then descended in different directions. The red lights at the 3 supply drop points began to flash, clearly visible for dozens of miles around. Su Jintang stood up, stretched, and looked up at the nearest red light. Everyone, get up and get ready to work. Yes. Buzz, buzz. The reconnaissance drone, disguised as a beetle, was the first to arrive at the first supply drop point. Squad leader, hurry, hurry, you're closest to the supply point now, you should be able to get it first. Shui Zhongqi's urging voice kept ringing in the headset. Su Jintang gestured for everyone to speed up. The team members behind her hurriedly followed. The group quickly arrived at the nearest red light marker. Quickly, quickly! We don't need the crates, just take the supplies inside. Without needing a word, Song Tianqi, with his experience, began giving instructions. The other team members didn't waste any words either, quickly grabbing the supplies. In just 2 minutes, the supply crates were completely empty. Shall we retreat? Song Tianqi turned to Su Jintang, awaiting instructions. Su Jintang stroked his chin, a slight smile playing on his lips, and tapped his earpiece. Ready? Shui Zhongqi, who had been waiting for the signal, immediately replied, ready to fire at any time. Su Jintang raised his chin, gesturing to the location of the supply crates. Before we leave, close the lids. Song Tianqi hesitated, not understanding what this meant, but still obediently did as instructed. Nearly 10 minutes after Su Jintang and his group left, the regular army soldiers hurriedly arrived at the scene. We're too late, as expected. Several captains of the regular army gathered near the supply crate. The supplies in the crate should have been emptied, but why is the lid still on? Could there be a trap? Lei Winch glanced at another red marker, then looked away. You all step back, I check the crate. Yes, sir. The captains quickly retreated, creating a safe distance from the supply crate. Lei Winch didn't think much of it. With his strength, even if there was a trap hidden in the crate, it couldn't cause him much harm. He lifted the lid of the crate and bent down slightly to look inside. All the supplies in the crate had been removed, nothing was left. There's nothing left inside. Let's go to the next place, Lei Winch said. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp firing sound rang out from the horizon. Lei Wenqie froze, instinctively looking up to see the missile already hurtling towards him. His expression changed instantly, and he immediately raised his hand to activate the lightning bolt. The lightning struck the missile, shattering it instantly. The missile's outer shell cracked, releasing the beetle-like stench stored inside. In the blink of an eye, a thick, pungent, dark green stench spread throughout the area. Holy crap! What the hell is this? It's all dark green. This must be the combined stench of countless beetles. No, ugh, don't talk, it stinks too much. Lei Wenqie stood frozen, his gaze falling to examine the stench-covered liquid on his arms. Team leader Lei, you should take your clothes off, shouldn't you? A team leader, pinching his nose, leaned closer and asked tentatively. The missile had hit Lei Wenqie directly. The toxic gas couldn't dissipate. Lei Wenqie finally came to his senses and gagged. However, the moment he raised his hand, the pungent stench immediately assaulted his nostrils. Ugh! Even a 6th-tier Lei Wenqie couldn't withstand the intense stench and vomited violently on the spot. The other team members, who had been enduring the stench, were also forced to vomit. Ugh! A beetle drone, hidden behind a dead tree trunk, quietly filmed the scene. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Shui Zhongji laughed so hard, he almost fell over. Laughter echoed throughout the control room. Captain, isn't this a bit too sneaky? Someone, suddenly having a change of heart, asked. Shui Zhongji straightened his back and cleared his throat. All's fair in war, understand? The team member hesitated for a moment, then chuckled dryly and nodded. Yes, yes. While Su Jintang's group had already found the second supply depot, Lei Wenqie and his men were still disgustedly dealing with the foul-smelling liquid clinging to their bodies. Team leader Lei, you still smell? A team member said awkwardly, covering his nose. Lei Wenqie, his face dark, took out another bottle of water, poured it on his arms, and began to scrub. It's probably because this foul-smelling liquid is very sticky. Water alone can't wash it off. The team member said, pinching his nose and forcing a smile. Lei Wenqie's expression worsened. He gritted his teeth and forced out a single word. They're the first group to dare to play me like this. The team members beside him exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After a while, the red marker in the distance gradually dimmed, its glow fading. Team leader Lei, they've taken the second supply point too. Shouldn't we? Hurry up. Lei Wenqie snapped out of his thoughts, immediately taking off his shirt and throwing it on the ground. Let's go, follow me to grab the third one. After successfully taking 2 supply points, Su Jintang immediately announced a retreat back to the city. We're not going to take the third supply point? Wouldn't that give them a way out? Song Tianqi asked, scratching his head. The third supply point is far from us. Lei Wenqie's side has probably finished dealing with the stench by now. They definitely arrive faster than us. There's no need to fight them head-on. Su Jintang explained simply. Song Tianqi nodded, raising his arm to signal, okay, everyone prepare to retreat. Outside the simulated battlefield, the expressions on the faces of Jing Hongyi and the other leaders were quite interesting. Wang Yao broke the silence first. There are only 7 hours left until the end of the 3rd day. Whose side are you all on now? All eyes turned to Jing Hongyi, awaiting his answer. Jing Hongyi smiled slightly, his tone composed. Currently, it seems the trainee army has a better chance of winning. Logically speaking, the regular army members are of a higher level and shouldn't be in such a disadvantageous position, someone muttered quietly. Gu Xiaowen, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. That's because the people leading the trainee army are unpredictable, completely disrupting Lei Wenqie's expectations. This immediately drew everyone's attention to Su Jintang. I must say, this trainee soldier named Su Jintang's ideas are truly baffling. Blowing up a spring is quite ingenious. And this subsequent gas attack. That's pretty ingenious too. Ha ha, the command battalion needs this kind of unconventional talent. Which military academy is Su Jintang from again? Gu Xiaowen added casually like this. Several leaders raised their eyebrows. No wonder, so he's a talent trained by the 1st Military Academy. Chapter 171. Inside the simulated battlefield. The 3rd supply drop point. Team leader Lei, all the supplies here are intact. There shouldn't be any traps left. The team member in charge of searching the crates turned around to report. Lei Wenqie grunted, move them all, head straight back to camp. The team member next to him coughed lightly, slightly lowered his head, and moved to the side, touching his nose. Yes. It was probably because the stench of the liquid was too sticky. Team leader Lei still had a pungent, strange smell on him, but no one dared to show too much disgust, so they just endured it. Lei Wenqie noticed the team member's discomfort and impatiently shook his hand. You guys go first. I go deal with it. The team members nodded quickly. Yes. It was noon. The scorching sun beat down, the outdoor temperature soared to 70 degrees Celsius, an environment in which ordinary living things could no longer survive. However, insects like beetles and euglena, which live in such high temperatures year-round, actually become more active due to the rising temperatures. Line up for supplies. The special ice source can cool you down. Remember to carry it with you. One heatstroke first aid kit for each squad. Use it in emergencies. While distributing supplies, Su Jintang used his supernatural ability to reinforce the ice layer around the main city buildings. Squad leader, they're probably launching a full-scale attack tonight. What's our plan? Song Tianqi asked curiously, leaning closer. Su Jintang withdrew his hand and turned to look at him. If you were attacking the city, where would you start? Song Tianqi looked confused and didn't answer for a long time. Feng Ruihan interjected promptly. If I were Lei Wenqie, I'd take on the armory battalion myself first. Lei Wenqie's mental strength is at level 6. None of us here can defeat him alone. But if the armory battalion's weapons hit, they're very likely to eliminate him. So, to deal with him, we need to eliminate the biggest threat first. Song Tianqi scratched his head. Should we strengthen the armory battalion's defenses? No need, just continue patrolling as scheduled. Let Shui Zhongji handle him. Su Jintang waved his hand casually. This made Song Tianqi realize something. Oh right, I almost forgot about Brother Shui. Then it's alright. Feng Ruihan, unaware of the situation, froze. Lei Wenqie is at level 6. If he really sneaks into the armory battalion, the entire battalion might be wiped out. The biggest threat to the armory battalion is their missile launchers, but the soldiers' individual combat capabilities are definitely no match for Lei Wenqie. Song Tianqi gave him a reassuring look. Don't be afraid, Brother Shui is here. Feng Ruihan's expression became even more bewildered. It's just a pity that Brother Shui has to die again. Song Tianqi said casually, his hands behind his head. The two camps remained very harmonious throughout the afternoon. There was a sense of calm before the storm. Until night slowly fell. Ding. Friendly reminder, 5 hours remain until the end of this assessment. The notification broke the silence. Official military camp area. Lei Wenqie stood at the forefront of the main force. Tonight, everyone prepare for a full-scale attack. All team actions will be commanded by the captain of each team. A thunderous reply rang out. Yes, sir. Lei Wenqie stood ramrod straight, raised his hand in a military salute, and said, I wish you all the best. He then withdrew his hand and turned to leave. The other regular soldiers stood at attention and saluted, watching his figure disappear from sight. The patrols and security measures within the main city were exceptionally tight. Team members rotated almost every 10 minutes, and the defensive shield's defense value was at its maximum. Lei Wenqie pressed himself against the outer wall, glancing at the patrol members inside. Having learned from the previous ambush, his action this time was even more decisive. Taking advantage of the patrol shift change, Lei Wenqie slowly raised his hands, and instantly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the dark night sky, striking the top of the defensive shield. Boom! The thunderous roar immediately alerted the patrol. Enemy attack! Everyone be careful! The defensive shield was instantly shattered by the lightning and slowly crumbled to the sides. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lei Wenqie slipped into the city quickly, his movements unnoticed. The armory was located in the western part of the main city. Due to the sudden rupture of the defensive shield, many people rushed into the operations workshop to begin emergency repairs. Lei Wenqie hid in a concealed corner, and when a team member was separated from the group, he swiftly struck. The team member didn't even have time to cry for help before being knocked unconscious. Lei Wenqie dragged the unconscious team member to a corner and quickly stripped him of his uniform. A few minutes later, Lei Wenqie, now disguised as a trainee soldier, emerged from the corner. He kept his head slightly lowered and walked quickly towards the armory's operations room. Upon entering the operations room, facial recognition was required. He followed closely behind a trainee soldier, trying to blend in amidst the chaos, but as soon as he stepped over the threshold, the scanner beside him began scanning him. Within 2 seconds, the scanner emitted a buzzing alarm. Unauthorized intrusion, alarm activated. The warning light mounted on the ceiling of the control room immediately shone on Lei Wenqie. The team members, who had been standing next to Lei Wenqie, immediately realized what was happening and quickly distanced themselves. Who are you? Immediately afterward, more trainee soldiers rushed in, surrounding Lei Wenqie. Everyone was armed, their faces filled with vigilance. Shui Zhongji, from the workshop control room, also rushed out. "Who goes there?" he shouted, his face stern and his tone harsh. In a short time, Lei Wenqie was surrounded by layer upon layer of trainee soldiers. He coldly surveyed the crowd, slowly raising his hands, his palms already subtly gathering spiritual energy. Lightning flowed in his palms. The surrounding trainees, sensing his intention to attack, immediately took a half step back and raised their infrared electronic guns. "You're surrounded. If you don't want to be eliminated, give up the fight now." A cold glint flashed in Shui Zhongqi's eyes. "No need to waste words, just attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly activated his ability, and a shimmering starlight scepter slowly appeared before him. A large amount of mental energy rapidly poured into the starlight scepter, fully activating its internal starlight. Soul sharing. After the skill effect was activated, a chain of starlight slowly extended from the top of the starlight scepter. Lei Wenqie also attacked at the same time. A ball of lightning instantly condensed in his palm. His eyes turned cold, and he quickly swung his hand in all directions, unleashing a stream of lightning towards the surrounding trainees. The trainees also opened fire. A fierce battle instantly began. At this moment, Lei Wenqie's sixth-tier power was revealed. Despite the larger number of trainees, the attacks had absolutely no effect on him. With a casual wave of his hand, he repelled many trainee soldiers. Lightning flashed continuously in the control room. Before long, most of the trainees were forcibly eliminated. Ding! The number of eliminated trainees has increased to 163. The elimination notification sounded repeatedly. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi's starlight chain also quietly extended towards Lei Wenqie. "What is that?" Lei Wenqie muttered, frowning. As the chain reached out, he subconsciously reached out to grab it, trying to break it. But after grabbing it, he realized that it couldn't be broken at all, like some kind of illusory object that didn't exist. "Captain Lei." Shui Zhongqi raised the corners of his lips and looked at Lei Wenqie opposite him. "Looks like we'd be going to the Yellow Springs together today." Lei Wenqie frowned slightly, not understanding his meaning. Until the next second, Shui Zhongqi, without saying a word, turned around and went directly to the wall of the control room to press the attack button. Chapter 172. The instant the attack button was pressed, a massive surge of electromagnetic energy erupted from above, striking Shui Zhongqi. At the same time, Lei Wenqie's attack froze. A sharp dizziness spread rapidly from his head throughout his body, the numbing effect leaving his mind blank. The other trainees around him were stunned by what they saw. Lei Wenqie and Shui Zhongqi were completely frozen in place. The electromagnetic energy above continued to be released until, 2 seconds later, Shui Zhongqi could no longer withstand the voltage, and his figure vanished from the workshop. Immediately afterward, Lei Wenqie also disappeared. 2 notification sounds followed. The number of trainee soldiers eliminated has increased to 179. The number of regular soldiers eliminated has increased to 48. The trainee soldiers, bewildered, stood frozen in place, staring at each other. What's going on? How come Captain Shui was eliminated along with Lei Wenqie? I don't know. The vice captain, who had been instructed by Shui Zhongqi beforehand, stepped forward from the crowd and gestured. Captain Shui's ability is quite special. He can take Lei Wenqie away directly. Therefore, I will now command everyone in the command battalion. Everyone return to your posts and enter emergency combat readiness mode. With someone taking charge, everyone quickly calmed down. A short while later, everyone returned to their posts and continued preparing for battle. At this moment, the captain, who was waiting for an opportunity to attack the city on the other side, heard the notification sound and immediately froze. He glanced back at his teammates, who was just eliminated. Today's siege plan saw them all mobilized, but before the fighting even began, how could someone suddenly be eliminated? The team members were all stunned. Has anyone fallen behind? No. Shouldn't be, right? They immediately began counting heads, verifying the number of people in each squad 2 minutes later. Each squad leader reported, "No one is missing, everyone is present." Silence fell. Until a team member suddenly asked, "Could it be Team Leader Lei?" This question made the atmosphere even more tense. Impossible. How could Team Leader Lei be eliminated so quickly? And there wasn't a sound of fighting inside. Right, Team Leader Lei is a 6th level ability user. Then who was eliminated by that notification sound just now? They were stuck in a vicious cycle again. Judging from the numbers, everyone on their side was present. It couldn't have been one of them who was eliminated. The only reasonable possibility was that Team Leader Lei was eliminated. Should we wait? Wasn't Captain Lei supposed to go in first and open a protective shield for us? If the shield opens later, that's not Captain Lei. But if it doesn't open? The speaker trailed off. The captain in charge gestured for silence. Everyone immediately shut up. For some unknown reason, the patrol teams in the main city suddenly began to assemble. Because of the distance, they couldn't hear what the patrol teams were saying. The captain quietly turned to the side, glancing at the expressions of the patrol members inside. They looked somewhat nervous. Something seems to have happened in the city. Captain Lei might have succeeded. Everyone, get ready. The team members nodded in agreement. The battalion commander gripped his weapon, his nerves immediately on edge, his eyes glued to the situation inside. A minute passed. The protective shield remained motionless. 2 minutes passed, still nothing. A team member began to sense something was wrong. Strange, if Captain Lei has already succeeded, why hasn't the shield opened? The battalion commander raised his hand and gestured. No rush. Captain Lei means he signaled to attack after he secured the armory. We just need to wait. The team members dared not object, and could only continue waiting. A few more minutes passed, and everyone's bodies began to stiffen. The battalion commander, who was in charge of leading the entire force, also began to feel strange. Captain Lei wasn't the type to drag things out. Why was there no response after so long? He pursed his lips and flexed his wrists. A team member behind him cleared his throat. Captain, should we keep waiting? The battalion commander looked up at the sky. We can't wait any longer, or the team's fighting spirit will wane. No more waiting, let's go first. Team leader Lei might still be looking for an opportunity. We can rush in and buy him some time. The captain pulled out a signal inscription from his pocket and crushed it. A roar erupted, and a huge red fire tree pattern bloomed in the air, illuminating most of the night sky. Beep beep, beep beep. The main city's alarm sounded again, and crimson lights flashed incessantly. The regular army acted simultaneously, various skill effects rapidly striking the protective shield. Crack. The protective shield gradually developed numerous cracks, then shattered instantly. The city patrols quickly assembled and formed ranks, blocking the main city gate, while sentries on both sides swiftly ascended the city walls. At the same time, all the armaments and weapons of the military battalion were activated. Even the logistics team at the rear moved out in perfect unison. The entire battalion entered combat readiness mode. Everyone, prepare to attack. Song Tianqi, at the forefront, raised his hand and shouted. The soldiers responded in unison, charge. A dense array of troops filed out from the 2 exits of the main city, quickly confronting the regular army head-on. Song Tianqi charged at the very front of the column, arms outstretched, shouting in a booming voice, blazing flames of the 9 heavens. A crimson gold fireball quickly appeared behind him, hurtling towards the enemy. The already sweltering environment rapidly intensified. The crimson fireball landed in the regular army's formation, instantly creating a wave of fire. The surging flames made everyone's cheeks burn. The battle quickly became intense. Various sounds of fighting rang out. At the very top of the city wall, Su Jintang stood with his feet on the city gate railing, arms resting on his knees, his body slightly bent forward, his gaze fixed on the battle lines below. Captain, the armory battalion's missile launchers are ready. We can fire at any time. A teammate rushed over to report. Su Jintang raised a hand to stroke his chin. Fire now. Yes, sir. Less than 2 minutes after the order was given, the superpowered weaponry activated. Missiles were launched one after another into the sky. Previously, the missile cannons only had basic locking capabilities. But after several days of joint research by Shui Zhongqi and Su Jintang, they had specially installed tracking runes on the missile cannons. The current missile trajectories can automatically track enemy movements, achieving 100% precision strikes. The buzzing sound of missile launches filled the air. A few seconds later, the dark shadows of missiles descended from the sky, directly striking the positions of the squad leaders in the formation. Everyone be careful. This missile only has a wide area lock-on effect, remember to avoid it. The captain at the forefront shouted. The team members quickly retreated, trying to temporarily avoid the missile's lock-on. But as soon as they retreated, the missile in the air suddenly changed direction and continued its pursuit. A look of panic flashed in the eyes of the locked-on team member. What's going on? This missile can change direction? Chapter 173. While the men were still stunned, the missiles were already upon them. Bang bang. Explosions rang out in succession, the mushroom clouds from the missiles rapidly expanding, covering most of the battle area. Ding. The number of regular army personnel eliminated has increased to 51. The battle intensified. The battalion commander at the forefront began to feel uncertain. Given Lei's style, after so much time, he should have already stormed the armory. But now, it seemed the trainee army was unaffected. Another round of close combat began. After being pushed back step by step, many on the regular army side began to consider retreating. Captain, the armory's firepower is too intense, and these missiles are all tracking enabled. We can't shake them off at all. When will they come to our aid? A team member asked. With the armory battalion here, it'd be difficult for us to break through their defenses. The battalion commander raised his hand and unleashed his supernatural wolf claws, eliminating the charging trainees. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he glanced up at the city wall. Su Jintang, chin in hand, leaned lazily against the city wall railing, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Their eyes met. Su Jintang slightly curled his lips and waved to the battalion commander. The battalion commander's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, could something really have happened to Captain Lei? The two sides had already begun a formal confrontation. The commotion here couldn't have escaped Captain Lei's ears. If Captain Lei knew, he would definitely take immediate action against the armory battalion. But so much time had already passed. At that moment, another round of homing missiles was launched from the sky above the main city opposite, the buzzing sound almost shattering eardrums. Captain, the armory battalion is firing from behind. If this continues, we won't be able to hold out. A team member, whose morale was already crumbling, cried out urgently. The battalion commander pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and unleashed a burst of power, channeling immense mental energy into his hands, instantly repelling all the trainee soldiers around him. I'm going in to find team leader Lei. You cover me. The other team members exchanged glances and immediately rushed forward. Yes, sir. The battalion commander's mental energy level was also at least level 5. If he could be the first to break into the city and join team leader Lei, their combined strength would greatly increase their chances of breaking through the armory battalion's defenses. The regular army soldiers around him charged forward rapidly, activating their special abilities, and forcefully pushing back the nearby trainee soldiers. The trainee soldiers didn't try to withstand the attack and retreated to make way. The battalion commander quickly withdrew from the battle and rushed to the rear via a detour. Su Jintang on the city wall noticed this scene. Her gaze narrowed slightly as she flexed her wrists. Yuding, you keep an eye on this place. I'm going to meet this battalion commander. Yan Yuding looked worried. He's a 5th-tier soldier? Will he be able to handle it? No problem. With that, Su Jintang raised his hands and easily leaped down from the city wall. With a few bounds, his figure quickly disappeared ahead. Yan Yuding withdrew his gaze, put on his headset to contact the various camps, and quickly took over command. The battalion commander took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the city. By this time, all the team members had rushed outside, leaving only a few patrol teams to guard the area. He easily bypassed the patrol teams and quickly rushed towards the armory camp. Hiding in a corner, the battalion commander pressed himself against the wall, slightly tilting his head to observe the situation on the other side out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, a thin layer of ice spread to his feet. Feeling a sudden chill beneath his feet, the captain frowned and instinctively glanced down. Looking for your Captain Lei? Su Jintang's voice came from behind. The captain's breath hitched, and he looked up. Su Jintang had one hand in her dark blue military uniform pocket, the other holding the earphone she had just taken off, which she was gently shaking. Where's our Captain Lei? The captain asked calmly, regaining his composure. Su Jintang pointed to the sky. He's already been eliminated. The captain's pupils contracted slightly, but he still denied it. Impossible. He knew Captain Lei's strength. Even when surrounded by multiple attackers, they could put up a fight. But so far, there hadn't been any movement within the main city, proving that Captain Lei hadn't made a move at all. Seeing his continued disbelief, Su Jintang gave up on explaining. She put the earphone in her pocket, a smile playing on her lips, and quickly activated her supernatural power, rushing towards the other side. A thick, icy mist descended silently, instantly cooling the previously sweltering air. The captain swiftly summoned his supernatural abilities. Golden light enveloped his entire body. Sharp wolf claws emerged from his fingertips, gleaming coldly. His arm and thigh muscles instantly grew thicker and more powerful, and gray-white wolf fur sprouted from his mouth. Wolverine transformation. For a short time, he fought as Wolverine, his strength and speed increasing fourfold. A glacier rose from the ground, pressing down on the opposite side. The captain clenched his fist and slammed it into the glacier. The previously unshakable glacier froze instantly, then cracked into pieces scattered everywhere. Su Jintang quickly retracted his legs, spread his arms, and retreated. Ice Blade Storm. A massive storm, carrying icy blades, attacked the opposite side. The captain's face hardened, and he crossed his arms in front of him. A blinding golden light erupted from his arms, forcefully blocking the storm. The raging storm whipped up dust from the ground. The captain gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging with veins, his gaze fixed on Su Jintang opposite him. The destructive power of this ice storm had actually become strong enough to pose a threat to him. Diamond repulsion. With a loud shout, the captain raised his arms to block, instantly releasing a massive amount of repulsive energy. The previously indestructible storm was instantly shattered. Su Jintang's eyes turned serious. He immediately lunged forward, raising his right arm, and glaciers instantly erupted from the ground, then rapidly spread across the opposite side, like an endless mountain range. The captain quickly retreated, but Su Jintang was too fast. He couldn't dodge in time, and Su Jintang was already in front of him. Bang bang. The two began their head-on confrontation. As the close combat began, the captain became even more alarmed. He never expected Su Jintang's close combat skills to be on par with his. However, in terms of mental strength, he was the one suppressing his opponent. After several exchanges, the captain was repeatedly knocked back several steps. He braked hard, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually darkened. Withdraw wildfire slash. The captain raised his arms, golden light covering his entire upper body, and slashed down at Su Jintang, immediately unleashing a cross-shaped wildfire slash attack. Su Jintang waved his hand, and several miniature ice mist snow lotuses floated lightly towards the captain. The wildfire slashes collided quickly with the snow lotuses, unleashing a terrifying aftershock. Both were knocked back at the same time. But Su Jintang quickly stopped, pursed his lips, and rushed towards the captain, unleashing two more icy blade storms with a flick of his wrist. Immediately, countless gleaming ice chains erupted from the ground, instantly binding the captain in place. His eyes narrowed, and he forcefully broke free of the chains, rolling to the side. Su Jintang gave him no chance to escape, continuing her pursuit, unleashing several attack runes simultaneously. The captain could only roll to dodge. The attack blade struck the ground with crisp, clanging sounds. Just as he dodged the blade attack, more ice chains emerged from the ground, binding him once more. Brother, go with your late team. Su Jintang descended from the sky, a smile playing on her lips, raising her hand and slamming it down vertically, a faint phantom of a dragon claw enveloping her palm. An irresistible force descended from the sky, striking the captain's abdomen. Intense pain surged, and the captain's face contorted in agony. The next second, his figure vanished from sight. Ding! The number of regular army soldiers eliminated has increased to 53. Because of the fierce fighting outside the city, no one paid much attention to this notification. Captain, shouldn't Team Leader Lei and the battalion commander have gone in already? Some of the soldiers, nearing their limit, asked. They should be. Don't worry, we get reinforcements soon. Hang in there a little longer. The soldiers encouraged each other. The regular army soldiers, who had been somewhat demoralized, rallied and began charging forward again. The battle intensified. On the city wall, Yin Yuding calmly observed the battle below, occasionally tapping his earpiece to issue new commands. Waves of missiles were launched into the battle zone. The number of regular army soldiers dwindled rapidly. But reinforcements from Team Leader Lei and the battalion commander were nowhere to be seen. The regular army was on the verge of being pushed back. Finally, someone mustered the courage to ask, Team Leader Lei and the battalion commander, could something have happened to them? No one dared to answer. The situation was already unfavorable for them. If everyone's morale collapsed, it would be even worse. Never mind, everyone listen up. From now on, give it your all. Don't hold back any trump cards. The leader of the charge shouted. The regular army members also mustered their strength for a final sprint. On the city wall, Yin Yuding's eyes were fixed on the situation below. It's over. Su Jintang's voice came from behind. Yin Yuding immediately turned around, his expression somewhat surprised. So fast? Su Jintang clapped his hands, walked to the city wall railing, placed his hands on it, and looked down. This assessment should be over now. Yin Yuding withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly. Yes. Half an hour later, the last member of the regular army was also eliminated. A notification sound rang out. Ding. All regular army members have been eliminated. The winner is the trainee army members. This assessment will end early. Everyone will be automatically ejected from the simulated battlefield in 3 seconds. Please prepare. After a 3-second countdown, Su Jintang slowly closed his eyes. A familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and soon after, a blinding light appeared before his eyes. Wow, that was fast. The assessment is over already? We won. The trainee soldiers, who had regained consciousness, explained in surprise. Was it that easy? I thought it would be a close fight. Sigh, even the regular army isn't that good. Upon learning of their victory in the assessment, many trainee soldiers smugly put their hands on their hips. On the other side, the regular soldiers, upon waking, looked increasingly grim. No one had expected such a crushing defeat. And in the end, none of them knew where Captain Lei and the battalion commander had gone. Captain Lei, you are. The battalion commander, upon waking, immediately looked at Lei Wenxie beside him. His lips moved slightly, hesitant to speak. Lei Wenxie explained with a somber face, I was eliminated by that Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi. The battalion commander was stunned, taking a long time to react. The one from the armory battalion? Yes. Lei Wenxie rubbed his temples. His ability is a bit strange. I accidentally fell for his trick. The moment he was eliminated, Lei Wenxie realized that the opponent's skill effect was life-sharing. Shui Zhongqi's sudden suicide was naturally a pre-planned move to take him with him. The battalion commander was dumbfounded. So Captain Lei really had been eliminated long ago. The other regular army members around them gradually woke up, and upon hearing the conversation between the two, they were all immediately dumbfounded. Even team leader Lei was eliminated. What terrifying figures are in this trainee army? First of all, congratulations to all members of the trainee army for achieving this victory. Everyone has passed the assessment for this training program. Secondly, everyone's performance was excellent. Now, the commander-in-chief will come up and say a few words to you. Wang Yao appeared first before the two armies, smiling and clapping his hands. The eyes of both the trainee and regular army members turned to him. Jing Hongyi walked steadily onto the stage. His smile was very friendly. I'm very happy that everyone has given us such a wonderful assessment presentation. The trainee soldiers' performance in all aspects exceeded our expectations. So congratulations on successfully completing this training exercise. As for the regular soldiers, I must say that your performance today was indeed inferior to that of the trainee soldiers. Therefore, your captains will probably have to increase the intensity of the training in the coming days. I hope everything goes well for you. Hearing this, the regular soldiers' spirits collectively sank, their expressions almost collapsing. Their usual training was already terrifying. Increasing the intensity would likely cripple them. However, they also knew that their defeat in this assessment was truly outrageous. Subsequently, other leaders spoke. Most of them praised the trainee soldiers' outstanding performance. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi were mentioned particularly frequently. Each time they were mentioned, everyone's eyes turned to them. After the assessment, Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi instantly became celebrities in the trainee soldiers, their number of fans skyrocketing. As the training program drew to a close, the start of the new semester at various military academies was fast approaching. The trainee soldiers began preparing to leave and return to their schools. I contributed a lot too. How come only you two are so famous? Song Tianqi grumbled sullenly. Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Su Jintang straightened up as well. Then it's probably because I'm cool. Yin Yuding glanced at them speechlessly. Alright, hurry up and pack up. We have to go back to school. Teacher Zhuang just sent a message in the group saying that at the start of the new semester, we might have to represent lectors to challenge other military academies. So be prepared. Chapter 174. Song Tianqi's attention was finally drawn. He immediately rubbed his hands together, his expression eager. What does this mean? We can be in the open now? The establishment of the experimental class had always been a secret operation, so they weren't allowed to participate in many public activities. Su Jintang also looked over in surprise. We're representing Lakitas to challenge the other teams? Yin Yuding raised his index finger and shook it. To be precise, we're the reserve team. The official team representing Lakitas is Yu Wanyao's team. According to Teacher Zhuang, Yu Wanyao's team is capable of handling most military academy teams, so we're going along to familiarize ourselves with the other military academy teams. Oh! Song Tianqi's enthusiasm waned. It means we basically won't have much of a chance to participate. Yin Yuding nodded. Yes. You got all excited for nothing. Song Tianqi put his arms behind his head, reverting to his carefree demeanor. Shui Zhongqi remained largely calm throughout. I knew we wouldn't be allowed to intervene. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, and continued walking towards the military mess hall. Just as she was about to enter, a familiar figure appeared before her. Su Jintang stopped and looked up at Gu Xiuwen. He was dressed in a silver-white military uniform, walking with a straight posture. Seeing Su Jintang and the others, he stopped. You did well yesterday. Many leaders were very impressed with you. Su Jintang smiled and leaned closer. Didn't you embarrass you? Gu Xiaowen gave a faint Su Jintang continued, we're going back to school tomorrow. Who knows when we see each other again? Aren't you going to treat us to a farewell dinner today? Gu Xiaowen paused for a moment, then said, take whatever you want to eat, I pay. Yin Yuting and Song Tianqi behind him immediately cheered, great. We can freeload. When the group reached the cafeteria entrance, they ran into Feng Ruihan. Feng Ruihan, followed by a group of henchmen, stopped abruptly upon seeing Su Jintang. In the past, he would have definitely been eyeing Su Jintang and challenging her. But this time, he just chuckled, Captain Su, you're here to eat too? What a coincidence, want to join us? His politeness was unexpected. Su Jintang remained calm, nodding and replying, sure. The group entered the cafeteria one after another, moving two empty tables together to make one large table. After ordering, Su Jintang carried her tray back to the table and sat down. Gu Xiaowen sat opposite her, adjusting his cuffs. Su Jintang looked up and casually asked, I've been training with Captain Gu for so long, and I never seen your special ability. Gu Xiaowen looked up at her. Want to know? Curious, Su Jintang replied. The others around them also looked over. Feng Ruihan was the most excited. It's true, Captain Gu has never shown his strength. But to become a major, his strength must be extraordinary. He looked at Gu Xiaowen expectantly. Song Tianqi and the others also joined in the excitement, waiting for Gu Xiaowen's answer. Gu Xiaowen pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and said, after dinner, I take you to the training ground. Su Jintang's eyes lit up. Was he going to demonstrate his ability to them on the spot? Okay. Yin Yuting and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance. They both knew that Gu Xiaowen was the former underground black market boss, and naturally, they were curious about his strength. During the meal, the atmosphere was quiet, everyone focused on their food, quite relaxed. Oh right, Feng Ruihan suddenly said, pausing as he picked up some food, have you guys heard of the masked squad that was all the rage a while ago? This question instantly tensed the atmosphere at the table. Yin Yuting put down his chopsticks and looked up, what's wrong? Su Jintang and the others also turned their gazes to Feng Ruihan. Feng Ruihan sensed the subtle feeling of being watched. He quickly lowered his head and coughed lightly, nothing. Actually, he had always been a die-hard fan of the masked squad. From the moment Su Jintang started acting during the assessment, he had roughly guessed her identity. That terrifying close combat strength and familiar eyes type ability, no one but Gan Feiren could possess that. Especially with Song Tianqi, who possessed fire type abilities, and had the Vermilion Bird bloodline by his side, Su Jintang's identity became even more unquestionable. But for some reason, it seemed only he knew about this. Hadn't the other trainees seen the recent superhuman competition? After lunch, Gu Xiaowen led his team to the training ground. He walked alone up the steps to the arena, stopping in the center and turning to face Su Jintang and the others. Su Jintang stared at Gu Xiaowen, arms crossed, her curiosity at its peak. Gu Xiaowen didn't look very old, at least compared to the leaders like Jing Hongyi, he was truly young. Such a young major, and a 9th-level superhuman naturally aroused curiosity. The others also stared intently at Gu Xiaowen, their eyes full of inquiry. Gu Xiaowen stood on the platform, slowly raising his hands. A faint silvery white light emanated from him, exuding a subtle sense of mystery. Su Jintang frowned. This energy seemed somewhat familiar. Gu Xiaowen closed his eyes, chanting a mysterious incantation. After a few seconds, a silver star compass appeared before him, divided into different fan-shaped sections, each imprinted with mysterious symbols. The silvery light flickered slowly around the star compass. A hint of surprise rose in Su Jintang's eyes. He also possessed a star attribute ability. In that case, Gu Xiaowen was also an inscription master? The second person to be shocked was Shui Zhongqi. He gaped slightly. It's a star compass. Su Jintang looked over. You know this ability? Shui Zhongqi recovered slightly and nodded. This is a god-level ability that ranks among the top 10 of all star attribute abilities. Yin Yuting and the others also looked over. Shui Zhongqi continued. The owner of the star compass ability has a mental strength level of at least level 5 when they first awaken their ability, and their cultivation speed is incredibly fast. Su Jintang pursed her lips and looked at Gu Xiaowen again. No wonder he's a level 9 ability user at such a young age. He started at level 5 as soon as he awakened. Shui Zhongqi continued, moreover, the most terrifying thing about the owner of the star compass ability isn't their mental strength level, but the effects of their skills. The star compass possesses predictive and interference abilities. With each level increase, the strength of these abilities increases by 10%, reaching 90% at level 9. Su Jintang asked curiously, What do you mean by predictive and interference abilities? The kind that can predict the future? Song Tianqi's eyes widened involuntarily. Yin Yuting was also startled. Then interference. Could it be interference with the future? Is it that terrifying? Shui Zhongqi nodded. That's right. It predicts and interferes with the future, and the success rate is at least 90%. At this moment, Gu Xiuwen had already deactivated his superpower and stepped down. He walked over calmly, looking at everyone. Is it okay now? Feng Ruihan originally didn't understand the characteristics of the Star Compass superpower, but after hearing Shui Zhongqi's explanation, he immediately realized how terrifying Gu Xiuwen's ability was. He immediately became reserved and nodded hurriedly, yes, yes. Let's go! Gu Xiuwen took the lead and headed towards the training ground exit. Su Jintang watched his back, a hint of interest in her eyes. The effect of this skill is indeed terrifying. No wonder he became a major at such a young age. Shui Zhongqi leaned closer and whispered, You two haven't messed with him lately, have you? Be careful, he can predict your future, and then hold a grudge to interfere with you. At this, Feng Ruihan immediately shuddered. Oh no, I guess I really have been a bit disobedient. Then I won't. Su Jintang added, he probably doesn't have the time or inclination to pay attention to little kids like us. That's true, but... Song Tianqi stroked his chin with interest. I'm quite curious about what my future will be like. Should I go ask your Captain Gu? Yin Yuting also looked eager. I want to find out too. Shui Zhongqi waved his hand. You too, hurry up. Predicting the future is very taxing, and interfering with the future can easily lead to all sorts of messy karma. He probably won't use it easily. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. Su Jintang stroked her chin. Then wouldn't he also be able to predict and interfere with the Federation's future development? Of course, Shui Zhongqi said seriously. That's why he could become a major at such a young age. Su Jintang's expression revealed a hint of feeling. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. She had always thought her own tilting of the scales was exaggerated enough, but she hadn't expected there to be something even more exaggerated. The next morning, the trainee soldiers who remained at the military camp also began to prepare for their withdrawal. Gu Xiuwen stood on the platform of the Space Hub terminal, raised his right arm, and waved to Su Jintang and the others. Su Jintang, who had already entered the manned spacecraft, returned the greeting. A few seconds later, the hatch closed automatically. Su Jintang continued to look at Gu Xiuwen through the transparent layer of the hatch. Gu Xiuwen was also looking at her. Their gazes met in midair, until the manned spacecraft slowly rose. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, and turned back to the cabin lounge. Squad leader, shouldn't you go find the medical team to give you some anti-dizziness treatment? Yin Yuting suggested. Su Jintang then remembered her air sickness. She quickly turned to call for help. Just then, the aircraft, which had already begun its high-speed ascent, experienced a slight swaying sensation. Su Jintang bent over and vomited violently. The others who witnessed the scene, It's hard to imagine that someone as strong as the squad leader would vomit so miserably on an aircraft, Song Tianqi said, while cracking sunflower seeds. Shui Zhongqi nodded. Next time you don't like the squad leader, just take her on a ride on the aircraft. Yin Yuting glared at them both. That's enough, you two. A moment later, the medical team arrived, and a beam of energy struck Su Jintang's head, instantly dispelling her dizziness. She leaned against the wall, her strength and consciousness quickly returning to normal. Su Jintang pursed her lips, flexed her wrists, and walked over to Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi. What were you two saying just now? The two men simultaneously paused in their sunflower seed cracking motion. Huh? Nothing. Song Tianqi wore an innocent expression. Shui Zhongqi immediately pointed at Song Tianqi and began to complain. Class monitor, he just said you're no good. Song Tianqi, ? He rolled up his sleeves and immediately retorted, Class monitor, I swear, Shui Zhongqi definitely said that about you too. You can discipline me, but you absolutely can't let him get away with it. Su Jintang smiled slightly, grabbed Song Tianqi by the collar with one hand and Shui Zhongqi's arm with the other. You two go stand outside and reflect on your actions. With that, she forcefully pulled the two of them off the sofa and pushed them towards the door of the lounge. Yes! The two rushed to the door and began to stand there as punishment. Yin Yuting's eyes lit up with a smile. You're really good at handling them. Su Jintang straightened her clothes, sat down next to her, and started cracking sunflower seeds. I wonder how sister she is doing. She hasn't been posting much in the group chat lately, Yin Yuting muttered. Su Jintang braced herself with her hands behind her back. Let's go back and ask. The spacecraft sped forward. The next morning, It slowly landed at the Federal Star System Space Hub Center. The hatch opened, and Su Jintang stepped out first. She stretched, arms outstretched, the fresh outdoor air rushing in. As soon as she reached the terminal, Su Jintang's communicator began buzzing. It was a call from Zhuang Silin. She answered, and Zhuang Silin's miniature avatar immediately popped up in front of her. Arrived? Did everything go smoothly? But you probably won't have time to rest. We're heading to the Middle Star System to challenge the military academy there. Chapter 175. Su Jintang was taken aback. So urgent? Yes, wait for me at the terminal. You Wanyao, and I will be there soon. With that, Zhuang Silin hung up the call. Yin Yuding and the others followed, walking to Su Jintang's side. What's going on? Su Jintang turned around, gesturing with her chin towards the landing craft. Teacher Zhuang told us to wait here. We're going directly to the military academy in the Middle Star region to challenge them. So urgent? Shui Zhongqi gave a strange look. Yeah, sounds pretty urgent. Su Jintang put her hands in her coat pockets and leaned against a pillar to wait. A short while later, Zhuang Silin appeared on the terminal with Yuan Yao and the other four. Zhuang Silin quickly approached, her expression somewhat serious. The tickets for the aircraft have been booked for you. Just get on in a bit. Su Jintang asked curiously, why the rush? I just received the notification from above today. This challenge isn't just about winning percentage, but also about time. The earlier we leave, the earlier we finish, Zhuang Silin explained. Yuan Yao and the others followed one after another. Wei Zixuan smiled and nudged Shui Zhongqi's elbow. I heard you guys were dominating the military camp again. It's alright, it's alright. I just accidentally won an easy game against the regular army. Shui Zhongqi brushed a strand of hair from his forehead. Yin Zitao also joined his sister. Not bad. I heard you're doing well in the logistics camp. Yin Yuding smiled smugly, of course. A group of people started chattering amongst themselves. Su Jintang looked around, then, as if remembering something, asked, it seems Sister Shi hasn't arrived yet. I told her. She'd meet us in the Middle Star region this afternoon. Zhuang Silin hurriedly ended, then looked at the others. Stop chatting for now. Get ready to board the spacecraft. You can chat as you like afterwards. The noise subsided. A few minutes later, Su Jintang and the others returned to the spacecraft. Having been hit by a skill that caused motion sickness, Su Jintang slumped listlessly on the lounge sofa. Although using his ability meant he no longer had to worry about motion sickness, the suffocating feeling of being in the spacecraft for so long was still quite unbearable. Zhuang Silin gathered everyone together and began explaining the current situation. This cyclical challenge battle is an annual sparring event. The specific rules are that the 5 major military academies take turns challenging other academies. Last year, Clifford challenged 10 academies with a 100% win rate. This year it's our academy's turn, so the instructions from above are that we challenge more academies than Clifford, and our win rate must also be 100%. Time is tight, the task is heavy, everyone be prepared. Song Tianqi was the first to clench his fist and shout, damn! I love this kind of exciting mission. Yin Yuding's brows furrowed with worry. A 100% win rate. Isn't that a bit too high? The remaining people remained silent, heads bowed in thought, seemingly considering the feasibility of the mission. The other military academies were completely outmatched by Clifford last year, and they're all resentful. So compared to last year, this year's challenge will definitely be more difficult, but we're rectas, there's no turning back. Zhuang Silin's tone was firm. Silence swept through the lounge. Until Su Jintang spoke up, then let's fight. If it really comes down to it, how about our experimental class? Zhuang Silin turned to look at them. Hopefully it won't come to the point where we have to send you. However, if necessary, we might make an exception. Song Tianqi became excited at this. This is really something. We finally have a chance to shine. Zhuang Silin continued, this time, Yuan Yao and her 5 teammates will be the official team. The 5 from the experimental class will be the substitutes. If unforeseen circumstances arise, to ensure the win rate, the experimental class team will be sent in. Yuan Yao and her 5 teammates exchanged glances, the pressure immediately mounting. We will definitely do our best to complete the mission and try our best to prevent the experimental class from being sent in, Yuan Yao said, leading the way. The others nodded in unison. We guarantee to complete the mission. Su Jintang continued to slump on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Another day passed, and the manned spacecraft slowly descended. This flight is complete. We have now arrived at the mid-range star system K006. The announcement sounded, and the hatches opened one after another. Su Jintang was the first to rush off the spacecraft. Upon reaching the terminal, she immediately spread her arms in relief and took a deep breath of air. Zhuang Silin, seeing her like this, asked in surprise, "With your incredible physical strength, how come you get motion sickness?" "Nobody's perfect," Su Jintang replied, standing still with a sigh. The others followed one after another. Yuan Ao walked at the front. "Teacher Zhuang, what's our schedule for today?" A serious look flashed across Zhuang Silin's eyes. "Today we're going to challenge our first opponent, the Elton Military Academy. We have information on their official team members online. I hold a brief meeting with you all when we get to our accommodations." Everyone immediately took it seriously. "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, everyone checked into the highest-class interstellar hotel in the area. The entire hotel had 128 floors, with staff on call 24/7. Privacy and all kinds of facilities were excellent. Of course, with such high standards, the hotel wouldn't be cheap. All travel expenses for this challenge will be reimbursed by the military academy. You only need to focus on how to win the challenge. In the meeting room, Zhuang Silin stood at the front, turned around, and turned on the projection screen. "This time, we're challenging the Elton Military Academy. Our appointment is at 3 p.m. They said their leaders and students will be visiting, so it might be noisy. Please be careful not to get distracted." Zhuang Silin waved her hand, switching the screen's display. Coincidentally, the second-year members of the Elton Military Academy's official team also participated in the superpowered individual competition 2 months ago, but they were eliminated in the early rounds. As she finished speaking, the screen changed. It showed a video of the elimination rounds for the 5 members of the Elton Military Academy's official team. Their captain's mental strength is at the peak of the 3rd tier. His superpower is a mechanical gun, a wide-area destructive skill. Be careful. The other team members are generally weak. Look at the information yourselves, and summarize the points you need to be wary of. Su Jintang rested his chin on his hands, his eyes blankly staring at the video screen. He seemed physically present, but his mind had been wandering for a while. Song Tianqi, watching for a while, also started yawning. "Hey, there's nothing to see. They're all below the peak of the 3rd tier. Just go for it." Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding also lay idly beside him, neither even offering an opinion. After the intense competition of the previous superpowered individuals tournament, Su Jintang and his group of 5 were already mentally stable. They were too lazy to even pay attention to those with mental strength below the 5th tier. Compared to them, Yuan Ao and her group of 5 were much more diligent. Yuan Ao was the most focused. She pursed her lips, carefully studying and memorizing the video frame by frame, memorizing the information of each team member. Until the video ended. Zhuang Silin looked at Yuan Ao and the other 4. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. There are still 4 hours until the scheduled battle time, so you can discuss your tactics first." "Understood," Wei Zixuan replied first. After the meeting, Su Jintang stretched and walked out of the conference room. Yuan Ao followed behind her. "Wei Zixuan and I are going to discuss our tactics later. Do you want to come along? Let's go together." "We observe," Su Jintang said after thinking for a moment. The 2 teams quickly went downstairs to the training ground on the middle floor. The good thing about this hotel is that it also provides free private training grounds and cultivation rooms for ability users. Su Jintang scanned a private training area. The group entered the room in an orderly fashion. The training area was about the size of 4 basketball courts, spacious enough, and the central arena was equipped with an energy shield, ensuring adequate safety. Soon, Yuan Ao and the other 4 took turns practicing tactics and team battle formations. Su Jintang and the other 4 sat in different corners, dozing off, until the buzzing of her communicator woke the drowsy Su Jintang. She jerked her head up, her consciousness gradually returning, and pressed the answer button on the communicator. It was a message from Jiangxi. Jiangxi's miniature figure immediately appeared before her, still with that indifferent expression. "Where are you?" "I just got off the spacecraft." Su Jintang rubbed her eyes and yawned. "We're at the Interstellar Hotel. Come over first. Let me know when you get to the front desk, and I come down to meet you." "Okay. How strong is the military academy we're challenging today?" Jiangxi continued to ask. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment. "It's alright. The captain is at the peak of the 3rd rank. The others are just average." Jiangxi was stunned. Only the peak of the 3rd rank? In the semifinals of the superpower competition, 4th and 5th rank contestants were commonplace, so the sudden appearance of a 3rd rank contestant caught Jiangxi off guard. "Yeah, probably not a big problem. We won't need to participate. We can just watch the fun today." Su Jintang stood up and stretched. Jiangxi didn't say anything more. "Okay, I head out now. I message you when I get there. Meanwhile, inside the Erton Military Academy, a grand collective meeting was being held. The principal stood at the top of the podium, arms outstretched, his expression serious. Class, you all heard that the second-year Military Academy students from Rectus have arrived in our star system today, ready to challenge us. You all heard enough about the reputation of Rectus's first military academy. Today's challenge match is one of our few opportunities to crush them. I hope everyone will take this seriously. Teachers, please don't keep the students training or teaching right now. Let's try to have everyone come to the event to watch and cheer on our official team members. Does everyone understand? A unified shout immediately rang out from below. Understood. The meeting ended, and the 5 official team members responsible for the match were kept behind separately. The principal walked up to them and gently patted their shoulders. Just do your best, everyone. The team captain, Siegawi, spoke nervously. Principal, I heard that the 5 official team members from Rectus this year are incredibly strong. The principal gave him a reassuring look. Don't be nervous. There aren't many who can beat Rectus. Winning is a bonus, but losing isn't shameful. So the pressure is on them. Just relax. Siegawi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Okay, then we give it our all. Time flew by. It was soon 2 p.m., only an hour before the challenge match began. The stands around the Elton Military Academy training ground began to fill with people. From first-year students to second- and third-year students, as well as teachers and leaders at all levels, everyone was there to watch. The principal paced back and forth in the lounge, his hands behind his back, his tense expression impossible to hide. Not here yet? The assistant shook his head. No, probably still on their way. The principal pursed his lips and waved his hand. Come on, let's wait at the entrance. Yes. Meanwhile, inside the Cosmic Interstellar Hotel, Su Jintang had just finished checking Jiang Shi in. The two were hungry as they went upstairs, each buying a crushed ice soda. They leaned against the window, enjoying the view while sipping, completely relaxed, showing no awareness of the tense and exciting challenge that was about to begin. Yu Wanao came down in the elevator and saw Su Jintang and Jiang Shi. She paused. Why are you two still drinking? We should be leaving. Can you be serious? Just then, Song Tianqi's voice rang out from behind. Class monitor, I found a super delicious dessert. Do you want to try it? It really is delicious. Yin Yuding's voice also drifted over. Yu Wanao, Chapter 176. Under Yu Wanao's serious emphasis, Su Jintang and his group of 5 finally straightened their attitude, putting down their food and drinks, and prepared to head to the Elton Military Academy. 40 minutes before the agreed-upon time, Su Jintang and his group arrived at the entrance of the Elton Military Academy. The long-awaiting principal and assistant immediately greeted them. You are? From Rectus? Hello, I am the principal of the Elton Military Academy. Zhuang Silin, leading the group, nodded in response. Hello, just call me Zhuang Silin. She proactively shook hands with the principal, her tone neither humble nor overbearing, showing no servility despite his position. The Elton principal didn't find this inappropriate. Although he was the principal, his strength was only at the peak of the 6th rank. In a sense, he even had to address Zhuang Silin as a senior. Principal Erden stepped aside slightly to make way. Please come in, everyone. Our official team members are already waiting at the training ground. Zhuang Silin stepped into the military academy first. Su Jintang and the others followed behind. Inside the training ground, the surrounding stands were already full, and a noisy discussion was constantly rising. Do you think the Rectus official team members are terrifyingly strong? Definitely. Anyone who can get into the top military academy can't be weak, right? Hopefully, we won't get a 0-win rate. Even just 1 win would be great. As everyone was talking, several figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training ground. It seems the Rectus people have arrived. After this announcement, the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the entrance of the training ground. Zhuang Silin and Principal Erden walked at the front, one aloof, the other beaming. Principal Erden continued enthusiastically, Our military academy rarely has the opportunity to exchange skills with Rectus. So many students and teachers have come to visit. You don't mind, do you? Zhuang Silin nodded. It's alright. Su Jintang, following behind, looked around at the packed stands, clicked her tongue, and turned to Yu Wanyao. With so many spectators, are you feeling any pressure? Yu Wanyao's expression was calm. Not really. After all, she had seen many big events before, so the small audience didn't affect her much. Qin Shuxua and Mu Guang also appeared calm. The most nervous one was Wei Zixuan. Wei Zixuan took a deep breath, then quickly exhaled slowly, trying to calm himself down. It's nothing, a minor incident. Principal, are these the official members of the Recta's team? Xie walked over, his gaze tense as he looked at Yuan Yao and the others. Principal Erden smiled and nodded. Yes, these are the official team members. The ones behind are substitutes. You can practice and exchange experiences with each other. Xie glanced at Su Jintang and the other four behind him, but didn't pay much attention. For them, the only team they needed to study and pay attention to was the Recta's official team. Xie gaze quickly fell on Yuan Yao. He smiled slightly and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Xie, and I'm the captain of the second-year official team at Erden Military Academy. Yuan Yao extended her hand and shook his. Hello, just call me Yuan Yao. Soon, the other official team members also stepped forward to shake hands and get to know the others. The 5 substitutes, including Su Jintang, were completely ignored. No one paid them any attention, and Su Jintang didn't say anything either, simply standing silently at the back, taking out a crushed ice cream cup from her storage space. Jiangxi glanced at her, and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she also took out her half-empty crushed ice cream cup from the morning and continued drinking, just like Su Jintang. These 2 big shots were starting to slack off. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding exchanged a glance, then immediately took a big step back and silently ate the new dessert they had just discovered that morning. After Zhuang Silin finished talking with Principal Erden, she turned around to call Su Jintang and the others to the lounge to watch. But when she turned around, she saw Su Jintang and the other 4 eating and drinking, slacking off. Zhuang Silin cleared her throat. You 5, come with me. Principal Erden also happened to be looking over. His gaze swept over the crushed ice cream cup in Su Jintang's hand, and he suddenly paused. Are the Recta's substitutes really this relaxed? They're already drinking before the match even starts. Principal Erden was filled with respect, his expression turning serious. The only reason the substitutes are so carefree is probably because the main team is so strong that they hardly need substitutes. It seems they're going to face a one-sided crushing defeat from Recta's in today's challenge match. After introductions, both sides retreated to their respective back areas. As Xie retreated to the back area, his teammates surrounded him. Captain, Recta's substitutes are too arrogant. They're already eating and drinking. Aren't they afraid their main team will lose? Exactly, and those 5 substitutes look so lazy. I don't know how they were even chosen as substitutes. Xie raised his hand to interrupt them. None of those from Recta's are simple-minded. Don't underestimate them. He then turned and looked at Su Jintang and her group from a distance. At that moment, Su Jintang had just finished her last sip of her crushed ice cream and was looking for a trash can to throw away the empty glass. Her gaze met Xie. Su Jintang paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled, raised her empty glass, and made a toasting gesture with Xie. Xie snapped out of his daze and quickly smiled back. Class monitor, why is that guy looking at us? Song Tianqi leaned over and whispered, still stuffing a small cake into his mouth. I don't know, anyway, it's none of our business. Let's go! Su Jintang finally found a trash can, casually tossed her empty glass aside, clapped her hands, and turned to leave. Yan Yuding also glanced in Xie direction. Xie was still watching. She smiled slightly, raised her hand to wave to the person opposite her, and mouthed, go for it. Then she looked away, and followed Su Jintang's footsteps towards the rest area. The figures of Su Jintang and the other 4 quickly disappeared from sight. Xie looked away. That girl actually cheered us on just now. What do you think she meant? Insulting us? It can't be that bad. She probably genuinely meant it. Those 5 substitutes from Lakita seem a bit strange. Just as the 5 were puzzled, their military academy instructor walked over. Come on, let me go over the tactics and formations we arranged earlier again. Xie and the other 4 immediately focused their attention and leaned over to listen. A short while later, Su Jintang followed Zhuang Silin to the high platform rest box. The rest box was located at the very top of the training field, offering a wide view and a clear view of the situation on the stage. Teacher, Wan Ao and the others should be fine, right? Yan Yuding stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the box, her gaze fixed on the stage below. Zhuang Silin replied, the official team members from Erden aren't much of a threat. In a best-of-5 series, Yuan Yao and her team will most likely win 4-1. Su Jintang looked up. Why 4-1? Because this mission is stressful. Yuan Yao and the others might not be able to handle the pressure at the beginning, so losing one match is normal. Shui Zhengqi stroked his chin thoughtfully. I wonder when we can go on stage. Zhuang Silin glanced at him. You guys better not go on stage yet. Meanwhile, in another rest box on the other side, Principal Urton was still speculating about their chances of winning today with several other leaders. Do you think we have a chance to win against Rectus today? Even just one win wouldn't be a disgrace, Principal Urton said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The other military academy leaders exchanged glances and began to speculate. I think winning should be no problem. However, I saw some combat videos of Yuan Yao and her group online. They're really impressive. Sigh, I think we should stop guessing. The match is about to start, so let's just see the result. But don't you guys find Rectus's reserve team a bit unfamiliar? There are practically no combat videos of them online. It's really strange. Last time when Rectus challenged the dojo, it seemed like they didn't even have a substitute team. A single official team wiped out a whole bunch of military academy students. Principal Urton didn't say anything more, his hands gripping the handles, his eyes nervously fixed on the arena below, waiting for the match to begin. About half an hour later, the military academy instructor in charge of hosting the challenge walked onto the arena. He raised and lowered his hands, signaling for silence. Today's challenge is initiated by Rectus Military Academy. The standard rules are best of 5, with each match requiring a 5-person team battle. The first side to achieve 3 wins wins. I will serve as the referee and safety officer for the entire challenge. Now, please welcome the official team members from both sides to the stage. Yuan Yao and her 5 teammates lined up neatly and walked onto the stage. Both sides stood firmly in the center of the stage and began their self-introductions. Rectus Yuan Yao, Mental Strength Level 3. Rectus Wei Zixuan, Mental Strength Level 2 Peak. The 5 people announced their names and mental strength levels in turn. Then it was the turn of the 5 from Elton Military Academy. Elton Military Academy Xiagaoi, Mental Strength Level 3 Peak. Elton Military Academy Ton Lei, Mental Strength Level 2. The mental strength levels of both teams were similar, and if you were to be precise, the 5 from Elton Military Academy were even slightly higher. A new murmur immediately arose in the audience. My God, I thought Rectus's students all had exceptionally high mental strength levels. Turns out they're about the same as us. You don't understand, do you? Their strength lies in combat ability. As for mental strength levels, everyone is the same age, so the difference can't be too great unless they're all freakish geniuses. That's true. Speaking of which, it reminds me of the masked squad that was so popular a while ago. Those 5 were all freaks. Chapter 177. After introductions, both teams retreated to either side of the arena. The referee stood in the center, raising his hand in a ready-to-fight gesture. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. All eyes turned to the arena. The referee glanced at the teams on both sides, and after confirming there were no issues, raised his hand and waved it downwards. The first match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee spread his arms and quickly retreated to the edge of the arena. The battle erupted instantly. Xiao Shan Ding, the Ding's resounding cry. A powerful sonic attack instantly spread throughout the arena. Mu Guang, controlling the Xiao Shan Ding, calmly charged to the front. Yuan Yao retreated to the center, slowly raising her hands, and a huge phantom of a Xuanjia turtle appeared behind her. Suddenly, a blanket of snow descended, the ice layer rapidly spreading from her feet to the opposite side. At the same time, Wei Zixuan, hiding at the back, knelt on one knee, his hands quickly forming a summoning gesture before pressing them to the ground. A mysterious stone gate, exuding an ancient aura, slowly emerged. The gate opened, and a winged dragon with 2 wings burst forth. The silver-white winged dragon instantly soared into the air, its enormous eyes gazing down, revealing the oppressive aura of a superior being. My God, it's a peak 3rd-tier winged dragon. How are we supposed to fight this? Exclamations immediately erupted from the stands. When a demon beast and a human are at the same tier, the demon beast is undoubtedly stronger. And Xiagaoi's team only had 1 peak 3rd-tier member. Captain, what do we do? His teammates immediately surrounded Xiagaoi, their voices filled with tension. Xiagaoi's gaze was fixed on the dragon high in the sky. I deal with the dragon. You hold off the others. Yes, sir. The team members immediately scattered, each heading towards a different opponent. Bang! Bang! The sound of clashing forces echoed across the arena. A cold glint flashed in Yuanyi's eyes. She immediately raised her hand and flung out several ice arrows, the gleaming arrows flying towards the 4 members of the Elton Military Academy. Blizzard Ape Possession. Yin Zitao spread his arms, and a blinding white light instantly erupted from his body. Snow-white fur rapidly covered his entire body at a visible speed. His original physique began to grow rapidly, transforming him into a Tarzan-like figure in just a few seconds. Thump! Yin Zitao clashed with the charging Elton Military Academy members. A fierce battle quickly erupted. Xie Gaoi tiptoed, and a finely crafted mechanical gun instantly appeared in his hand. His long, slender fingers rested on the trigger, his hands supporting the gun, his gaze calmly fixed on the dragon high in the sky. Click! Xie Gaoi pulled the trigger, a crisp sound of a bullet firing rang out. A bullet the size of a thumb flew towards the two-winged dragon. Faced with the massive two-winged dragon, Xie Gaoi's machine gun seemed utterly powerless. But upon contact with the dragon's body, a powerful explosion erupted instantly. Yuan Yao, who was very close, was also forced back by the force of the explosion. She looked up at Xie Gaoi opposite her, her eyes now showing a hint of seriousness. Inside the private lounge, Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa and suddenly spoke. How about we all take a gamble and see how many minutes this duel will last? Song Tianqi warily crossed his arms in front of him, adopting a defensive posture. No betting. Shui Zhengqi and Yan Yuding exchanged a glance and quickly shook their heads as well. No betting. They had suffered countless losses at the hands of their class monitor. They wouldn't fall for it this time. Su Jintang sighed softly. This is boring. At this moment, Jiang Shi suddenly chimed in. How do we bet? Hearing this, Su Jintang immediately perked up. We bet on whether this duel can end within 5 minutes. Jiang Shi looked at her. Which side are you betting on? I bet it can end within 5 minutes. Jiang Shi was silent for a moment. I also bet it can end within 5 minutes. The atmosphere fell silent. Song Tianqi turned his head in confusion. It can end within 5 minutes? The situation looks a bit tense. Su Jintang crossed her arms. Then why don't you bet with us? No. Song Tianqi immediately refused, resolutely turning his head back to stare at the arena below. The betting attempt failed, and silence returned to the private room. Su Jintang leaned back idly on the sofa, continuing to watch the match. Jiangxi spoke up again. How did you know the fight would be over in 5 minutes? Her probing gaze swept towards Su Jintang's seat. Su Jintang slightly raised the corners of his lips. I guess you noticed too. Wanya's strength has improved considerably since we first started school. Jiangxi nodded. Yes, I noticed. Their conversation reached Song Tianqi's ears. He turned his head curiously. It's just that she went from the peak of the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Is that a big improvement? You wouldn't understand. Su Jintang shook her index finger at him. Just wait and see. This piqued the curiosity of Yan Yuding and Shui Zhengqi. Everyone quickly turned their attention to the arena. At this moment, 3 battle circles had formed in different positions on the arena. At the very top were Xie Gaoi and Wei Zixuan's twin-winged dragons, fighting fiercely, but judging from the current situation, Wei Zixuan's twin-winged dragons had the upper hand. In the center of the arena, Yuan Yao was fiercely fighting against 2 opponents. Yuan Yao was fighting 2 against 1, holding her own and forcing her opponents to retreat steadily. On the outermost edge were Qin Shushua and Yin Zitao. Qin Shushua's support ability covered the entire arena, occasionally raising her hand to release holy light. The students and teachers in the surrounding stands stared intently at the situation on the stage. Until Yuan Yao suddenly erupted. She pointed to the sky, her face cold as she mobilized her immense mental power. Frenzied Dance of Ice. This was the area of effect damage skill she acquired after reaching Tier 3. While its coverage area was slightly less than a domain-type ability, its destructive power was by no means weak. In an instant, the area where the 2 opposing team members stood was completely covered by ice and snow. The blizzard descending from the sky swirled into a cylindrical shape, enveloping the 2 team members within it. The biting cold wind howled, and the 2 shivered simultaneously. Just as they were about to defend themselves, the ice that had silently spread to their feet suddenly erupted, freezing them solid in half a second, turning them into ice sculptures. Yuan Yao didn't give them a chance to escape. She rushed forward, raised her foot, and kicked the 2 frozen ice sculptures off the stage. The referee, regaining his composure, immediately announced, both members of the Erden Military Academy have been eliminated. The duel continues. Xie Gaoi, still locked in combat with the dragon, was startled. He instinctively turned to look at the 2 team members, who had already left the stage. The 2 had just thawed and were shivering, hugging their arms. Brother, don't get distracted now. Wei Zixuan's voice came from above. Xie Gaoi snapped back to reality and looked up. He saw Wei Zixuan sitting on the back of the 2-winged dragon, a playful smile on his face. Xie Gaoi was startled and immediately raised his gun and fired. Several bullets fired in quick succession. Explosions rang out one after another. The two-winged dragon slowly raised its wings, blocking Wei Zixuan's path. Yuan Yao, now free to fight, glanced at the two-winged dragon. Seeing that Wei Zixuan could hold his own, she immediately turned and rushed to the other side of the battle. With Qin Shushu as assistants, Yan Zitao maintained the upper hand. Yuan Yao's entry into the fray further increased their advantage. Shortly afterward, the opposing team members were also knocked off the stage. In the blink of an eye, only Xie Gaoli remained from the Elton Military Academy. The twin-winged dragon continuously spewed flames, the intense heat scorching the surrounding air and burning Xie Gaoli's cheeks red. At this moment, Yuan Yao's ice and snow dance attack came crashing down. The combined attack of ice and fire overwhelmed Xie Gaoli. He fired a volley of bullets, then quickly retreated, raising his hands in surrender. "I concede." The referee immediately stepped forward to shield Xie Gaoli from the attacks from both sides and announced, "The first match is won by Recta's Military Academy. After a 10-minute break, we will continue with the second match. Please wait patiently." A chorus of boos immediately erupted from the stands. "I give up. We knew we couldn't beat Recta's, but this was too quick. They didn't even last 5 minutes. It's a good thing it was best of 5. If it had been a single elimination match, we wouldn't have had a chance. Recta's Yuan Yao is indeed exceptionally strong. I think the key to turning the tide lies with their Wei Zixuan. If he summons a weaker monster in the next match, our military academy still has a chance to win. Sigh, in that case, it's just gambling on their bad luck." The murmurs reached Xie Gaoli's ears. His expression darkened slightly. The team members surrounding him looked tense. "Captain, do you think we still have a chance to win? Their strength is terrifying, especially the Yuan Yao. And their support is also very strong. Once they unleash their healing skills, their team is practically invincible." Xie Gaoli took a deep breath, gradually calming down. "Of course we had a chance to win. We were crushed this time mainly because Wei Zixuan summoned a Tier 3 peak twin-winged flood dragon. But he can't be that lucky every time. So if he summons only a Tier 3 or lower monster next time, we have a chance to win." The team members exchanged glances, nodded, and clasped their hands together, shouting, "Go for it." Yuan Yao and her group of 5 then stepped off the stage. They clearly hadn't exerted their full strength yet, and their victory was entirely within their expectations. Wei Zixuan crossed his arms and stretched his body backward. "I don't know if I'd be so lucky next time. If he only summons a Tier 2 peak monster, then everyone will have to bear a bit more pressure." Yan Zitao patted him on the shoulder cheerfully. "Don't worry, we can handle it." After stepping off the stage, Yuan Yao lowered her head and flexed her wrists, her mind replaying the details of the battle. That Xie Gaoli on the other side probably didn't unleash his full power. If Wei Zixuan's summoned beast isn't too threatening in the next round, Xie Gaoli will likely target the rest of you. "Be careful," Yuan Yao warned. The others replied in unison, "Understood." Inside the rest box, Su Jintang rested his hands on the sofa armrests. Sure enough, the battle was over in just 4 minutes. Jiang Shi nodded. Yuan Yao's ice and snow dance skill damage could probably be even stronger. "Huh? How did you two figure that out?" Song Tianqi scratched his head in confusion. Su Jintang turned her head and explained, "When I interacted with Yuan Yao just now, I sensed that her strength was stronger than that of an ordinary third-tier ability user, so she should currently possess a strong ability to fight beyond her level. Secondly, the ice and snow dance she just performed clearly wasn't her final form. She's definitely holding back some of her strength." Song Tianqi realized what she meant. His mental strength level was only 3rd tier, the same as Yuan Yao's, so he naturally couldn't accurately sense her strength. But the class monitor and Sister Shi were at higher levels, so their perception was much more accurate. He patted his chest thankfully. "Luckily I was smart enough not to bet with you guys, otherwise I would have been ruined again." Su Jintang smiled and continued to look down. The 10-minute break ended quickly. The second match began, and this time, luck wasn't on Recta's side. Wei Zixuan only managed to summon a peak 2nd-tier demon beast. Taking advantage of the situation, Xie Gaoli unleashed his power, quickly engaging Yuan Yao in a fierce battle. Su Jintang picked up a thunder fruit and silently put it in his mouth. "Who do you think will win this match?" Jiang Shi suddenly asked. Su Jintang chewed the fruit in his mouth for a while. "It seems that Yuan Yao and her team are still better." Before he finished speaking, 2 members of the Erton Military Academy were knocked off the stage. Having lost their numerical advantage, the Erton Military Academy team suffered a complete defeat, once again showing signs of weakness. "The second match is won by Recta's," the referee announced again. Under the best-of-5 format, Recta's had already won 2 matches. If he wins just one more match, today's challenge will be considered a victory for Rectus. The members of the Urton Military Academy immediately tensed up. In another lounge, the Urton principal and several leaders looked grim. What happened? They haven't won a single match. Principal Urton looked sternly at Siegawi's team's coach. The coach's expression was also somewhat grim. The kids are probably a bit nervous. Siegawi hasn't shown his full potential, and neither have the others. Principal Urton pursed his lips, his brows furrowing deeply. Go and have a good talk with him. The next match is match point. If we lose again, we'd be completely crushed by Rectus. The coach understood his meaning and quickly nodded. I go and remind them. For them, losing was acceptable, but losing without any dignity was unacceptable. Even winning just one match would be acceptable to everyone. Chapter 178. After winning 2 consecutive matches, Yuan Ao and her 4 teammates naturally relaxed considerably. Qin Shushu rested her ankles on the railing, raised her hands high, and began to stretch and relax, slightly turning to the side. In the previous 2 matches, she hadn't exerted much effort, mostly just occasionally casting support skills on her teammates. But the next match was crucial. The opposing team would definitely go all out. She needed to increase her intensity appropriately. On the other side, Wei Zixuan suddenly pulled out a delicate, small inscribed talisman, held it in his palm, piously clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to pray, "Bless me to summon a peak 3rd-tier demon beast in the next match. Bless me to summon." Mu Guang and Yan Zitao beside him didn't move, only silently lowering their heads, seemingly deep in thought. In contrast, the atmosphere in the rest area of the Urton Military Academy on the other side was rather somber. Siegawi and his 4 companions sat silently in their respective corners, heads bowed. Until their instructor walked in. "You haven't lost yet? Why are you all looking so miserable?" Siegawi was the first to look up. A hint of guilt crossed his face as he took the blame. "Instructor, it's all my fault." "Instructor, we also bear some responsibility. It's not the captain's fault," the other team members chimed in. The instructor, his face stern, continued, "Are you convinced you lose the 3rd match? Our Urton Military Academy may not be the top ranked in the Federation, but you 5 are the most outstanding talents carefully selected and trained by the Academy. If you can't even win a single match against a student from Rectus, do you think you lived up to the Academy's expectations?" These words finally brought Siegawi and his friends to their senses. Siegawi took a deep breath and straightened his back. "The teacher is right, we haven't lost yet. We still have a chance in the next round. The principal and other leaders, as well as all the students here, are watching you." The coach patted Siegawi's shoulder lightly. "Adjust your mindset and win the next round." "Yes," Siegawi responded loudly. The 10-minute intermission quickly ended. The 2 teams returned to the stage. This is the 3rd match, and also the match point of this challenge. Please be prepared. The referee's gaze swept over the players of both teams. The duel begins now. At the command, the players from both sides rushed towards each other. This match was more intense than the previous 2. Less than a minute into the game, the 2 sides had already exchanged more than 10 blows. While hiding in the back, Wei Zixuan, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, crouched down and began summoning a demonic beast. The ancient stone gate slowly opened. A colossal creature emerged from the arena, causing it to tremble and shake. "This is..." Siegawi's pupils contracted slightly. A peak stage tier 3 demonic beast, a mammoth. The giant mammoth, easily twice the height of 2 men, charged forward, its long trunk swaying. Its snow-white tusks gleamed faintly in the light. "Captain! Watch out!" A teammate behind him suddenly shouted. Siegawi snapped back to reality, and quickly retreated. The mammoth was already upon him, its trunk raised high, emitting a buzzing sound. Rings of gray light began to emerge from its trunk. Siegawi reacted, his gaze calming. He gripped his gun with both hands, raised it high, aimed at the mammoth opposite him, and pulled the trigger more than a dozen times in quick succession. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Siegawi was shoved to the edge of the arena, his feet slamming on the brakes. His face was tense as he stared at the mammoth in front of him, his grip on his mechanical gun tightening slightly. It seemed this was a fight to the death. The other team members felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the mammoth. This was already match point, and now they were being put under so much pressure. "Everyone, attack the mammoth with me!" Siegawi shouted immediately after temporarily forcing the mammoth back. The team members scattered in other positions turned around. Without hesitation, they quickly surrounded Siegawi. At the same time, Yuan Yao and her group of 5 also quickly gathered together. The mammoth stood at the forefront, its trunk raised high, staring menacingly at its opponents. Captain, Xie is hiding at the back of the group. He seems to have some powerful move up his sleeve. Should we take him out first? Wei Zixuan, sitting on the mammoth, had a clear view of the situation on the other side. Yuan Ao frowned. Her biggest worry was Xie on the other side. She could sense that Xie hadn't used his full strength yet, and might be holding back some powerful move. Can we bypass his teammates' defenses and attack Xie directly? Yuan Ao asked, looking up. Wei Zixuan stared at the other side, thinking for a moment. It seems unlikely. His teammates look like they're ready to die. They fight to the death to stop us. Qin Shuxue and Mu Guang turned to look. Mu Guang still had his signature gentle smile on his face. Then let's take care of his teammates first. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand first, controlling Xiao Shan Ding to attack the other side. Meanwhile, in the private room lounge above, a knock came at the door of the private room where Su Jintang and her group were. Zhuang Silin turned around and looked at the door. Come in. The door opened. Principal Erden appeared outside, smiling warmly as he welcomed them in. Sorry to disturb you all. I saw this match is nearing its end, so I came early to congratulate you. Zhuang Silin quickly stood up. Principal, that's too early. The match isn't over yet. Congratulations are premature. Su Jintang, with great tact, stood up and offered her seat. Why don't you sit here, Principal? The match probably won't end for a while. Principal Erden finally noticed her and smiled. Thank you. It was probably Su Jintang's gesture of offering her seat that caught Principal Erden's attention. The principal suddenly shifted the topic to Su Jintang. Speaking of which, in previous years, the Recta's challenge never included a substitute team. Why is it? A sudden change of heart this year? As he spoke, his probing gaze fell on Su Jintang. Zhuang Silin, prepared, immediately explained, because I heard that Clifford's 100% win rate last year annoyed many military academies. This year, fearing something unexpected might happen, we prepared an extra reserve team. Principal Erden paused, then smiled helplessly. Sigh, judging from your tone, Teacher Zhuang, we're probably doomed to lose today. Zhuang Silin didn't respond, simply turning back to her seat. The others, seeing Principal Erden enter, felt embarrassed to remain seated and stood up, moving closer to Su Jintang. Principal Erden looked Su Jintang over with interest. The 5 of you who made it onto the reserves must be just as good as the 5 on the regular team, right? Su Jintang scratched his head modestly and waved his hand. SOSO, my skills are just average. The others exchanged glances and echoed the same sentiment. SOSO. Principal Erden, of course, knew these were just their modesty. He smiled and didn't press the matter further. The atmosphere in the private box returned to silence. The battle in the arena below, however, grew increasingly intense. When his 4 teammates were once again repelled by the opposing mammoth, Xie finally reacted. A faint crimson light flashed in Xie eyes. He slowly raised his gun, gripping it with both hands. An invisible energy surged from the muzzle, distorting the surrounding air. Yuan Yao immediately looked up, alertly summoning her Xuanjia turtle. She stepped onto the turtle's back, and glaciers rapidly spread outwards from her. The others sensed something amiss and retreated to a safe distance. All eyes were on the arena. Xie, his face cold, pulled the trigger, and a dark red bullet shot from the muzzle. Yuan Yao's gaze swept over the bullet. A dark red bullet? It was indeed different from her previous attacks. Yuan Yao raised her hand and swung it towards the other side, and ice rapidly spread outwards. The dark red bullet exploded instantly upon contact with the ice. The energy contained within surged outwards, like a volcanic eruption. Yuan Yao's ultimate move, Ice and Snow Frenzy, was unleashed at the same time. Inside the VIP box, Su Jintang instinctively tiptoed, straining towards the window to watch the outcome of the ultimate duel. Principal Erden did the same. His hands clenched, his body leaned slightly forward, and his gaze was entirely fixed on the arena. The final duel between Yuan Yao and Xie sent everyone else flying off the stage. Wei Zixuan reacted quickly. As he was launched into the air, he grabbed the mammoth's tusk, managing to stay on the stage despite the impact. The blinding shockwave forced the entire audience to close their eyes. The burst of power lasted for several seconds. The referee, now airborne, looked down at the situation on the stage. He could sense the rising auras of both fighters, but couldn't intervene, so he let them continue their duel. He won. A voice suddenly rang out from the quiet VIP box. Principal Erden, who had been intently watching the fight, froze, slowly turning his head towards the source of the voice. It was Su Jintang who had spoken. She leaned silently against the wall, her expression calm and collected. Immediately afterward, Zhuang Silin chimed in, "Principal, you flatter us." Principal Erton snapped out of his reverie, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "You're too kind. Your students are indeed quite capable. We learned a great deal." As their conversation ended, the referee simultaneously announced the results. In the third match, Rectas emerges victorious. The ultimate winner of this round of the challenge is Rectas Military Academy. The remaining energy on the stage slowly dissipated. Siegawi, somewhat disheveled from the impact, looked up and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally lost? Having anticipated their defeat, he was now less tense after the decisive loss. Yu Wanao stood up straight, clasped her hands in a fist salute, and bowed to Siegawi. "You flatter us." Meanwhile, Wei Zixuan, still clinging to the mammoth, jumped down. He clapped his hands, smiled, and walked towards Siegawi. "Brother, let's spar again next time." Siegawi smiled, "Okay." After the challenge match ended, the video of the fight between the two sides was quickly uploaded to the StarNet. Wow, Rectas swept his opponent 3-0 in the first match. A 3-0 sweep means a complete victory. This kind of win requires a complete and overwhelming dominance of the opponent, so it inevitably causes a lot of discussion. Awesome, Rectas is truly something else. Looking forward to their next challenge match. Ha ha, who will they fight next? Last year, Clifford had a 100% win rate in his challenge matches. Rectas will probably achieve a 100% win rate too. That make this challenge match interesting. Ha ha ha. Chapter 179. In less than half a day, the video of Rectas's challenge battle against Elton Military Academy had spread throughout the StarNet. Netizens from all walks of life began to discuss it. However, the principals and leaders of the remaining military academies in the K006 mid-level star system were not so relaxed. Generally speaking, such challenge battles usually wipe out all the military academies in a star system. Therefore, after Elton, it would soon be the turn of other military academies. Early the next morning, the principal of Sophie Military Academy received a challenge from Zhuang Silin. Principal Alice had flowing blonde hair. Her emerald eyes scrutinized Rectas's challenge invitation on the screen opposite her, her red lips slightly pursed. Elton Military Academy got shut out in their first match. Now the pressure is on us. The head of the grade standing nearby rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Our K006 star system is really unlucky, getting picked by Lakitas. Challenges are always randomly drawn. They never expected to be chosen by Lakitas this year. We be challenged sooner or later. Being challenged by the top military academy, even if we lose, it's not shameful. Take it easy. Principal Alice stood up with a relieved expression, her red lips curving upwards, brushing aside a strand of blonde hair that fell beside her ear, regaining her elegant and beautiful demeanor. The head of the grade thought it made sense. He nodded. "All right, I inform our students to prepare." Inside a suite at the Cosmic Interstellar Hotel, Su Jintang was lounging in a corner, holding a new crushed ice cream cup, idly idling. Until Zhuang Silin suddenly called out, "Su Jintang, you guys, pay attention. Even though you're the reserve team, you can't be too relaxed." Su Jintang immediately sat up straight and replied seriously, "Yes." The others also answered one after another, "Yes." The ranking of Sophie Military Academy is more than 100 places higher than that of Erton, so the strength of their team members is definitely stronger. Therefore, Yuan Yao, the 5 of you will definitely not have it easy this time. Zhuang Silin continued to emphasize, "Before this challenge, we will have a day off. You can adjust well and contact me anytime if anything happens." Yuan Yao nodded, "Okay." After the meeting, Zhuang Silin turned and left first. Yuan Yao and the others fell silent. "What's the arrangement? Tell me, I'm listening." Wei Zixuan spread his hands and went straight to the point. Su Jintang nodded along, "Yes, yes, tell me, I'm listening." Yuan Yao's expression gradually became serious. The strength of the 5 people from Sophie Military Academy is definitely stronger than that of the 5 from Erton, and the members of the Sophie Military Academy's official team have never had any public competition experience. We don't know their mental strength level and special abilities. Qin Shushue continued, but all 5 of our abilities were exposed yesterday. This challenge against Sophie has added a lot of difficulty for us. Okay, this afternoon the 5 of us will practice other formations. Yuan Yao nodded in agreement. Su Jintang and the other 3 continued to be left to their own devices. Seeing that there was nothing for them to do, Su Jintang volunteered, "Then I'd like to ask to go for a stroll." "Go ahead." Yuan Yao didn't have time to pay attention to her, and quickly nodded. Su Jintang immediately got up, patted her bottom, and swaggered out of the room. A moment later, Song Tianqi followed. Squad leader, wait for me. Let's go together. Shui Zhongqi still needed to study the new inscription techniques, and planned to go back to his room for a secluded afternoon of cultivation. Jiang Shi and Yan Yuding also needed to cultivate and return to their rooms. 2 minutes later, Su Jintang and Song Tianqi walked out of the hotel one after the other. I researched it. The most famous and unique attraction in the K006 star system is the ascending platform. This ascending platform is different from ordinary tourist attractions that can only be visited. Song Tianqi muttered in his ear. Su Jintang took a sip from her crushed ice cream mug. Let's go check it out. Song Tianqi nodded. Come on, maybe we can even give it a try. A challenge? Su Jintang turned around. What do you mean? That ascension platform is like a challenge arena where you can fight and compete. And once you break a record, your name will be displayed at the top of the platform forever. It's a great place to show off. That's why it's so popular. Many people from other star systems come here specifically to challenge the ascension platform just to show off their skills. Su Jintang bit her straw. Let's go check it out. Half an hour later, the lightspeed levitation train that had passed the ascension platform arrived at the station. The doors opened, and Su Jintang got off, holding her crushed ice cream mug. Looking up, she saw a towering observation deck stretching as far as the eye could see. The highest point of the observation deck pierced the clouds, leaving a faint, indistinct silhouette. The gaze shifted downwards until it was level with the observation deck in front of them. On the ground floor stood a vertical sign that read Ascending to Heaven platform. So this is the legendary Ascending to Heaven platform. It doesn't look particularly special. Don't underestimate it. This ascension platform looks like an ordinary pavilion on the outside, but it's a hidden world inside. It has a virtual magic array inside. Once you enter, enemies corresponding to each level will automatically spawn. The conversation of two passers-by drifted over. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. Isn't this similar to a simulated battlefield? Yeah, actually quite similar. The main thing is that you can break records and show off after completing the challenge here. Song Tianqi nodded in agreement. At this moment, Song Tianqi suddenly leaned over and nudged Su Jintang with his elbow. Class monitor, how about we give it a try? Su Jintang had just finished the last sip of her crushed ice cream. Let's go, let's play. She then tossed the empty cup into the trash can. Song Tianqi rolled up his sleeves, rubbed his hands excitedly, and followed. The registration area on the first floor of the ascension platform was crowded with people, but most were just observing, clearly there to watch the excitement. The staff at the ascent platform were explaining, our ascent platform has a total of 18 levels of challenges. With each level you ascend, the strength of the enemies you face increases by 10% until you reach the top, where you face enemies twice your strength. Each challenge ticket costs 1,000 star coins. If you fail the first time, the ticket is invalid, and you need to buy a new one to try again. Furthermore, challengers who reach the 8th level will receive a bonus of 3,000 star coins. For each additional level reached, the bonus increases by 10%, and if you reach the top, the bonus will double to 1 million. A chance to get rich overnight is right in front of you. Don't miss it. Su Jintang clicked his tongue. 8,000 for a ticket? This attraction is making a killing. I'm going to buy tickets. Song Tianqi rushed into the ticket booth without a word and quickly bought 2 tickets. His actions quickly attracted the attention of those around him. Many people had been waiting to see what was going on, and their eyes lit up when they saw someone buying tickets. Someone's gone crazy for the prize money again. Look, look. Sigh, there are always those young people who don't believe in the power of luck. 1,000 each, the attraction makes all the money. These two are obviously from other star regions, who came just to join the fun. The rules of the Ascending Platform Challenge state that the prize money is only awarded after reaching the 8th level, but in reality, the strength required to reach the 8th level is beyond the reach of ordinary people. For most people, the 1,000 tickets are basically not worth it. Only a few people occasionally manage to reach the 8th level, but they usually give up after the 10th level. Su Jintang took the tickets from Song Tianqi and slowly raised his eyes to look up at the ascending platform. A floating light screen hangs near the 8th level of the ascension platform, clearly recording the names of everyone who has ever reached that level. Each name is highlighted in gold, making them highly visible from below. Su Jintang's gaze lingered on the top level. So, no one has ever successfully challenged the top level yet? I don't know. Song Tianqi shook his head blankly. A passerby nearby, overhearing this, explained, that's right. The ascension platform restricts mental strength levels. Only those with 5th tier mental strength or below can challenge it. Generally, those capable of challenging higher levels are 6th tier or higher experts. They could easily reach the top. However, it's conveniently restricted. Those without the ability can't climb up, and those with the ability aren't qualified to challenge. That's why the owner of the Sky platform is such a shrewd guy. He's made all the money. Su Jintang crossed her arms and silently flexed her wrists. Seeing her movement, Song Tianqi instantly felt a surge of fighting spirit. Class monitor, who's going first? The staff member reminded them, we support simultaneous challenges here. Both of you can go together. Okay. I go. Song Tianqi clenched his fists, his eyes practically blazing with fury. The staff quickly stepped aside to make way, simultaneously pressing the door open button for the ascent platform. Song Tianqi rushed into the first floor of the ascent platform. Su Jintang, slightly more composed, slowly walked into the ascent platform while adjusting her clothes. The entrance to the ascent platform was a semi-transparent barrier. Su Jintang stepped through, her body seemingly passing through the barrier, blocking out all outside light. It was pitch black inside, so quiet that only the sound of her own footsteps could be heard. Ding! First level challenge begins. Challenger's mental strength level detected as 4th tier. Your enemy's strength level for this round will be set to 3rd tier. A cold, electronic notification sounded in his ear. Then, the figure of a burly man in black slowly appeared before his eyes. His facial features were blurry, impossible to discern. Before Su Jintang could even observe him, the burly man in black swiftly attacked. Bang! The burly man in black leaped through the air, raising his machete high and bringing it down with force. Su Jintang raised his hand, and a thick layer of solid ice quickly covered his arm, so hard that it chipped a nick in the blade of the machete. After several fierce exchanges, the burly man in black was kicked 10 meters away, collapsing helplessly to the ground, never to wake again. 3 seconds later, the electronic notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for successfully completing the challenge. The next level of the challenge will automatically begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. At the same time as Su Jintang's successful challenge, an announcement rang out outside the platform. Challenger number 973 has completed the first level of the challenge. Many onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. They only been inside for less than 2 minutes. And they already succeeded on the first level? Really? The first level isn't particularly difficult, but that's incredibly fast. As the crowd discussed this, another announcement rang out. Challenger number 974 has completed the first level. Holy crap! These two are amazing! Successfully completing the first level wasn't difficult, but to succeed at this speed was something they'd never seen before. Everyone turned and looked up, staring in astonishment at the golden platform that was now shimmering. Chapter 180. The staff guarding the entrance to the Ascension platform were also taken aback. Every day, there were always reckless youngsters coming to challenge, but this was the first time they had passed the first level so quickly. The commotion on the Ascension platform quickly attracted the attention of the staff inside. A moment later, the staff at the entrance received a communication from their superior. What's going on? My system shows that 2 people just passed the first level challenge in less than 2 minutes. The staff nodded hurriedly. That's right. These 2 don't seem to be from this star region. They're probably from another star region who came to join the fun. Keep an eye on them. If anything seems amiss, notify me immediately. Yes, sir. After ending the communication, the staff looked up at the Ascension platform, which was still shimmering with golden light. The 10-minute break ended. Su Jintang, inside the Ascension platform, stood up again and stretched her wrists. At the same time, the familiar burly man in black reappeared before her eyes. His attire and aura were exactly the same as the one on the previous level, but his strength and presence were far greater than the previous man's. Ding! Your enemy's strength level this round is peak tier 3. Su Jintang cracked his neck, his face turned cold, and he quickly rushed towards the opposite side. Challenger number 973 has completed the second level of the challenge. Challenger number 974 has completed the second level of the challenge. 2 announcements rang out almost simultaneously outside the Ascension platform. The onlookers were dumbfounded. It's only been 2 minutes, right? They already passed the second level of the challenge? What kind of strength do they need? Are these 2 going to break the record today? The murmurs quickly attracted the attention of passers-by, and more people began to gather around. Soon, 15 minutes later, the familiar announcements rang out again. Challenger number 973 has completed the 3rd level challenge. Challenger number 974 has completed the 3rd level challenge. The onlookers were even more shocked. Completed the 3rd level in 5 minutes? Could there be a mistake in the announcements from the ascent platform? That's too fast. Impossible. This ascent platform has been around for so long. How could there be a mistake? The staff on site also found it strange and immediately contacted their colleagues in charge of back-end operations. The response was quick. There was no problem. The two people did indeed complete the challenge that quickly. Inside the ascent platform, Su Jintang sat cross-legged, eyes closed, adjusting his breathing. The countdown timer floating in the air beside him was rapidly ticking away. Until 10 minutes had passed. The electronic notification sounded again. Your enemy's strength level this round is Tier 4. After entering the 4th level, all the enemies encountered were stronger than the challengers. From the outside, the golden light on the 4th level of the ascension platform was already flashing, indicating that the challengers inside had begun their fierce battle. The onlookers looked up expectantly. This can't be over in 5 minutes, can it? Every level after the 4th is a challenge against opponents of higher levels. Those two are probably going to be held back. I bet on them, they only make it to the 5th level at most. Judging from how fast they advanced in the early stages, their strength is probably extraordinary. Maybe they can even reach the 7th or 8th level. The on-site staff also secretly sent messages to their colleagues. Meanwhile, in the control room behind the sky platform, several staff members curiously gathered around the monitor, discussing, who are these two? Their strength is incredible. I wonder how quickly they can finish the 4th level. I really think they have a chance to reach the 8th level. In the blink of an eye, another 5 minutes passed. The familiar announcement rang out again. Challenger number 973 has completed the 4th level challenge. Due to the challenger's choice, from the 5th level onwards, the challenger's combat process will be kept confidential. The onlookers, who had been hoping to see the challenge footage publicly, were immediately disappointed. Strange, the previous challengers couldn't wait for it to be made public. Why is this person keeping it confidential? After a while, Song Tianqi also completed the 4th level challenge, and he, too, chose to keep the combat footage confidential. The onlookers were even more astonished. This person also chose secrecy? These two. There's something else. They managed to keep this from going public. Because the two chose secrecy, even internal staff couldn't view any of the subsequent challenges. Inside the control room, the staff who had initially been prepared to watch the spectacle sighed and returned to their posts. Inside the ascending platform, Su Jintang was still locked in combat with the burly man in black. This challenge took longer than the previous one. But Su Jintang still finished it off within 10 minutes. After being defeated, the burly man in black slowly disappeared from sight. The familiar notification sound rang out, ding. Congratulations to the challenger for successfully completing the challenge. The next level of challenge will automatically begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Su Jintang shook his wrist, then immediately sat cross-legged to recover his mental energy. Song Tianqi, who was also attempting the challenge at the same time, finished 3 minutes later. However, his challenge speed was still far above average. The announcement of his successful challenge rang out outside the ascension platform. The passers-by were once again astonished. They succeeded on the 5th floor in less than 10 minutes. These two are incredibly strong. Do you think the ascension platform will lose money this time? Probably not. They only got 3,000 star coins for reaching the 8th floor. The speed at which Su Jintang and Song Tianqi completed the challenge attracted even more onlookers. Previous challengers, who had attempted the ascension platform, were also drawn to the scene. One of the former challengers, hands on his hips, pushed his way through the crowd with a skeptical look. So, you guys at the sky climbing platform are starting to use these kinds of gimmicks now? Are you kidding me? What kind of skill level would it take to get past the 5th level in under 10 minutes? He had challenged the sky climbing platform several times before, and knew how terrifying the enemies were after the 5th level. Let alone finishing in 10 minutes. Finishing in 20 minutes would be considered exceptional skill. A staff member immediately stepped forward, explaining impartially, "Don't worry, our sky climbing platform challenge never cheats or rigs." The challenger sneered, "Then why weren't the battle videos of these two challengers shown today? Who knows if you just randomly picked two people from your own ranks, deliberately lowering the difficulty for them to create the illusion that the challenge is easy, then attracting other naive newbies to buy your tickets and try it out." Upon hearing this, the passers-by who had initially just come to watch the spectacle suddenly realized what was going on. Yeah, I was wondering why these two challengers weren't playing by the rules today, and they were both so aggressive. They might even be shills. Seeing them rushing so fast, I almost couldn't resist buying tickets. Now that you mention it, it's actually a bit creepy. My god, even a major tourist attraction like the Sky Terrace is starting to scam people to make money off tickets? The staff at the site immediately panicked upon seeing this. He quickly raised his hand to calm everyone down. Don't worry, everyone. Our Sky Ascend platform has been operating for so many years, and we have an impeccable reputation. We never had any fraudulent or deceptive practices. Please trust us on this. Then show us their battle footage. Let's see how those two managed to push through so quickly. The staff member looked embarrassed. Well, since the challengers themselves chose not to show it, to respect their privacy, we can't just show you the video on our own. The former challenger scoffed, TCH, if they won't show it, then what I just said is true. Once a challenger reaches the 5th level, they can choose to have their battle footage made public. Those who challenge the Sky Ascend platform are all there to show off. Almost no one would specifically keep their battle footage secret. This unusual behavior made everyone increasingly suspicious that the Sky Ascend platform was exaggerating its own abilities. The staff member stood awkwardly on the scene, constantly explaining, but no one believed him. Until the announcement of a successful challenge rang out again. The previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the Ascension platform. The flashing golden light had now moved to the 7th level, signifying that the two challengers would be attempting to reach the 7th level next. No, I can understand marketing inside the Sky platform, but isn't this speed a bit fake? I'm increasingly convinced those two challengers, who just went up, were planted by insiders. While everyone was chattering, Song Tianqi also successfully passed the challenge, reaching the 7th level. The crowd, Fine beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the staff member on site. His smile had frozen, and he awkwardly raised his hand to silently wipe his sweat. If he hadn't already confirmed with his colleagues that the two inside weren't actually from their team, he probably would have suspected it was a scam by now. Soon, news of the Sky platform being a scam for marketing purposes spread, attracting a huge crowd. The massive crowd put even more pressure on the staff member. He quietly wiped his sweat and sent another message to his colleague to confirm. Are you sure those two challengers inside weren't planted by us? Colleague, really not. The staff member fell silent even more. He sighed softly and raised his hand to wipe his sweat again. How did he end up in this mess? Dude, say something. We already reached the 7th floor, and you still won't admit it was an internal marketing ploy? Give us at least an explanation. We can't even see the battle footage, and so many of us are waiting. The staff member kept wiping his sweat and explained, how about this? If everyone really has doubts, we wait until those two challengers come out and confront them face to face, okay? If it was any internal sabotage, we definitely apologize. This temporarily silenced the scene. All eyes turned to the Ascent platform. Meanwhile, Su Jintang, still engaged in the challenge, was unaware of the chaos outside. Once the break ended, the familiar burly enemy in black reappeared before him, and the challenge continued. Su Jintang stood up, slowly clenching his fists, and as he looked up, he swiftly charged towards the other side. This round of the challenge was clearly more difficult than the previous ones. A full 20 minutes passed without another announcement. The stunned crowd breathed a slight sigh of relief. I knew it. If this round was resolved in 20 minutes, it would be too fake. Just wait, the 8th level will probably appear soon. We confront them face to face. About 4 minutes later, the announcement of Song Tianqi's successful challenge rang out. The onlookers were already used to it, so their reaction wasn't particularly intense. At this moment, Xie and his group, who had gone out for a walk to clear their heads, were walking towards the ascending platform. After losing the competition, Xie and his group of 5 were still in low spirits. The military academy instructors, worried about the pressure, gave them 2 days off to relax. Strange, why are there so many people here today? The team members wondered, looking into the crowd. Xie, holding a glass of crushed ice cream, looked up with them. Let's go join the fun. After squeezing through the crowd for a while, Xie and his group finally reached the foot of the Ascension platform. Many people were still discussing and denouncing the Ascension platform for having an insider rig it. After listening for a while, Xie and his group finally understood the whole story. To be able to successfully challenge the 6th level in just over 10 minutes, that's not just terrifying, that's downright freakish, Xie muttered, shaking his head, and continued sipping his cold drink. The team member hesitated. So it really is a marketing ploy by the Sky Ascendant itself? Xie turned to the team members. Have you guys ever tried the Sky Ascendant? 3 of the team members immediately nodded, yes, but we couldn't get past the 7th floor. Me too, the enemies get increasingly terrifying after the 7th floor. Xie eyes lit up with interest. I never tried it before, how about? I go join the fun. Give it a try, it'd be worth it if you can make it to the 8th floor. With the captain's strength, he should at least reach the 8th floor. Let's give it a try. We came out here to relax anyway. Siegali gulped down the rest of his cold drink and threw it in the trash can. He clapped his hands and strode towards the ticket window. The team members exchanged glances and immediately followed with great interest. Hello, I'd like to buy a ticket. The staff at the ticket window was taken aback. It's so noisy outside, and someone's still buying a ticket. She snapped out of her daze and quickly forced a smile. Okay, just a moment. Half a minute later, Siegali received his ticket and went straight to the entrance of the ascension platform. Although there were many onlookers nearby, they immediately made way for him when they saw someone coming to challenge. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Siegali passed through the entrance barrier. Beep. Challenger number 975 has begun the challenge. With another challenger joining, the crowd's excitement surged again. Another one? Is this a reckless fool? Or did they arrange for someone else to go inside the ascension platform? A new round of discussion ensued. About 5 minutes later, the announcement of Siegali's successful completion of the challenge rang out. His speed was slightly slower than Su Jintang's, but his efficiency was still impressive. Immediately afterward, Su Jintang once again took the lead, completing the 7th level and advancing to the 8th. The crowd, already accustomed to this, showed little reaction, only casually remarking, so fast, they already reached the 8th level. Just as everyone thought the challenger would continue to break records, the announcement of the challenge's end rang out. Challenger number 973 has decided to terminate the challenge. The 8th level challenge record is about to be broken. As the words fell, dazzling golden light flashed on the 8th level of the ascension platform. A new name, embossed in gold, instantly appeared on the light screen floating beside the 8th level, Masked Squad, the Dry Eater. A moment later, the second announcement of the challenge's end rang out. A new name, embossed in gold, slowly appeared on the light screen beside the 8th level, Masked Squad, the Hot Air Balloon. Entry to the ascension platform was initially anonymous. But after the challenge, challengers will be given the opportunity to choose a name, which will automatically appear on the light screen recording the highest level they reached. The onlookers below were all stunned. Wait, were those two people who just went in from the Masked Squad? I didn't even notice what they looked like. Really? Oh no, did anyone see what those two looked like? Were they wearing ghost masks? I don't know, there were so many people there, everyone was just watching. The members of the Elton Military Academy were also completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, if the captain knew that the Masked Squad showed up when he went to challenge the level, he'd probably regret it to death. So all those people saying there was a scam inside the ascension platform, it must be fake, right? Those who had been crowding around to watch the spectacle became excited. It's that good for nothing. I'm a die-hard fan. Don't push. Let me out first, then you can squeeze in. Inside the ascension platform, after the challenge ended, 2 teleportation options popped up. One teleported directly to the first floor of the ascension platform. The other randomly teleported her 10 kilometers away. Su Jintang decisively chose to teleport 10 kilometers away. After making her choice, Su Jintang's figure quickly disappeared from the ascension platform. 10 kilometers away, in the wilderness, Su Jintang quietly appeared behind a hillside. She glanced at the time and quickly turned to run towards the city. Song Tianqi, who had been teleported to the other side, was also running desperately towards the city, muttering, I'm doomed. I'm going to get a scolding from Teacher Zhuang when I get back. That's right, just 2 minutes ago. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi simultaneously received an urgent communication from Zhuang Silin. They were supposed to attend Principal Alice's banquet today and needed to be back at the hotel within 20 minutes. The two of them hadn't reported their trip to the rooftop challenge. So, upon hearing Zhuang Silin's voice, they immediately chickened out and decisively ended the challenge on the spot. Meanwhile, at the rooftop challenge site, chaos reigned. The crowd was already jostled together. Where are they? Where are the rice-eating man and the hot air balloon? Haven't they come out yet? Damn it, I think there are too many people here, so they probably teleported away randomly. The members of the Elton Military Academy struggled for a long time to squeeze out of the crowd. After breathing in some fresh air, the members patted their chests and glanced back at the crowd with lingering fear. That was terrifying. Chapter 181. The noise and chaos at the scene continued 40 minutes later, when the announcement that Siegali had successfully reached the 6th level rang out. The crowd of onlookers calmed down slightly. So those two must have been from the Masked Squad. Otherwise, using those names to break records would definitely be exposed if it wasn't them. If it really was Gan Fanrin and Hot Air Balloon, then I think their speed in clearing the level just now isn't unacceptable. Whether it's true or not, we see if Masked Squad fans come out to expose them in a couple of days. Then who's this guy currently clearing the level? I don't know, I didn't notice him just now. The staff at the scene stared at the sky platform with shining eyes. So the two who went up just now were from the Masked Squad. There's no need to elaborate on how popular the Masked Squad was recently. Their sudden appearance on the sky platform will definitely cause a surge in the attraction's popularity. He gets paid daily for his shift. The other onlookers abandoned their search for the two members of the Masked Squad and started taking pictures of the rooftop with various cameras. Hello everyone, the location behind me is the rooftop, currently the most popular attraction in the K006 star system. Just now, members of the very popular group, the Masked Squad, appeared here. Masked Squad fans received the message and rushed towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, in the control room behind the rooftop, several staff members stared dumbfounded at the monitor screen. Were those two really members of the Masked Squad? No wonder they were hiding the battle footage. Damn! I didn't even notice what they looked like on the security footage. I was too busy watching their fighting moves. To ensure the privacy of all challengers, the security cameras inside the sky platform will be automatically destroyed after the challenge. The staff can't find the video of the fight either, and can only lament their disappointment. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi met at the hotel entrance. Both were breathing heavily, clearly having run all the way. Song Tianqi, hands on his knees, waved his hand. My God, I'm exhausted, thank goodness I made it. Su Jintang was slightly better, taking a few deep breaths before gradually calming down. Just then, Yin Yuding came out of the hotel. Seeing their disheveled appearance, Yin Yuding was taken aback. What have you two been doing? Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Shi followed closely behind. The two also looked at Su Jintang and Song Tianqi with puzzled expressions. We just visited some nearby attractions, Song Tianqi explained, panting. Su Jintang nodded, The others didn't think much of it, and quickly changed the subject. I heard that Principal Alice is over 50, but she looks like a woman in her 20s, Shui Zhongqi gossiped. Yin Yuding immediately turned around, really? How does she maintain her youthful appearance? Su Jintang, also intrigued, looked over as well. Jiang Shi explained, it's said to be related to her special ability. For example, Ice-type abilities give ability users natural cold resistance. Principal Alice's ability seems to be with type healing, possibly related to longevity. That's amazing. Over 50, and still looking like she's 20. Song Tianqi stroked his chin and sighed. Just as they finished chatting, the hotel's automatic doors slowly opened to both sides. Zhuang Silin and Yuan Yao, along with 3 others, emerged one after another. Let's go. Principal Alice is already waiting for us, Zhuang Silin said. The others immediately fell silent and followed Zhuang Silin. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Principal Alice's residence. Su Jintang looked up and surveyed the seemingly endless manor before her. The manor's walls were covered with blooming flowers. The steps at the entrance were crafted from exquisite jade, gleaming with a faint silver-white sheen under the light. The guards standing on either side had serious expressions, each with an infrared mechanical gun at their waist, looking rather intimidating. Principal Alice is quite wealthy, Song Tianqi remarked. Shui Zhongqi explained, the Alice family has been the richest family in the K006 star system for 3 generations. How could they not be wealthy? Su Jintang stroked her chin and clicked her tongue. So they're 3rd generation rich. Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler emerged from the manor. He had silver hair and a warm, approachable smile. Upon appearing, he greeted them with a smile. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Ms. Alice is already waiting for you in the reception room. I take you there. Zhuang Silin nodded politely and followed the butler. The group entered the manor together. Su Jintang curiously looked around. The manor's interior courtyard also had a high-tech style, filled with silver-white metallic sheen. Several spherical automatic cleaning robots floated back and forth in the air. Everywhere they passed, the dust on the ground was instantly sucked up. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, a small palace made of various prismatic mirrors slowly appeared ahead. The prismatic mirrors refracted the light, making the entire palace look like a shimmering planet. The butler stopped and introduced the palace with a smile. This palace was personally designed by Ms. Alice, and 3 years ago, it was awarded the title of one of the most aesthetically pleasing buildings in the K006 star system. Su Jintang looked at the palace architecture. It must have cost a lot, right? Indeed, it cost a total of 150 million star coins from design to completion, the butler said calmly. This staggering figure made everyone hold their breath instantly. Zhuang Silin was also surprised. However, she had already heard about the Alice family's extravagance and quickly regained her composure. After the butler finished his introduction, he led everyone into the palace. In the reception room, Alice sat elegantly in the main seat, holding a teacup and taking small sips from time to time. A maid standing to the side gently fanned her with a folding fan. As Su Jintang and his group entered, Alice immediately looked up, put down her teacup, and stood up, a smile spreading across her face as she greeted them. "Hello, I'm the principal of Sophie Military Academy. Just call me Alice." Su Jintang's gaze swept over Alice's face. Her skin was so smooth and delicate, without a single wrinkle, that it was impossible to tell Alice was over 50. "Hello, I'm Zhuang Silin from Recta's Military Academy. These two teams behind me are our students," Zhuang Silin introduced briefly. "Hello, please sit down." Alice smiled, her red lips curving upwards as her gaze swept over Yuan Yao and the others. As soon as she finished speaking, several servants filed in carrying teacups and desserts. Soon, a cup of hot, fragrant tea and a freshly baked cake were placed in front of Su Jintang. "Please enjoy," a servant said respectfully, bowing deeply before slowly retreating. The service, the treatment. Su Jintang clicked her tongue, a feeling of envy welling up inside her. "By the way, have you seen the trending topics?" Alice suddenly remembered something and brought up the subject. "There's a rumor circulating on the Starnet that members of the masked squad suddenly appeared at the Sky Terra scenic spot in our K006 star system. I don't know if it's a rumor or true." This broke the previous silence. Zhuang Silin, who was about to sip her tea, paused in midair, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then glanced at Su Jintang out of the corner of her eye. Su Jintang choked on her tea and quickly put down her cup. Song Tianqi, feeling guilty, suddenly straightened his back, adopting the posture of an honest child. Alice's attention was still on the trending topic of the masked squad, and she didn't notice the strange behavior of the others. The masked squad was really hot recently. Their appearance this time will probably bring a lot of buzz to the Sky Tower, Alice sighed, then picked up her teacup and took a sip. "Luckily, I invested in the Sky Tower franchise when I had some free time recently." At this moment, Yuan Yao and the others also turned their gazes to Su Jintang. Until Zhuang Silin withdrew her gaze and changed the subject. "I heard that your school's official team members are all quite strong, and they haven't participated in any public competitions yet. I wonder if Principal Alice would be willing to tell us a little about it." This finally brought everyone's attention back to the important matter. Principal Alice's smile deepened. "Teacher Zhuang, don't try to trick me. Your students from Rectas are so powerful, why would you care about us little minions? Inviting you all here today really has no other purpose than to have afternoon tea with you all." Zhuang Silin didn't press further, but instead steered the conversation elsewhere. "On the way here, my students were quite curious about Principal Alice's abilities." Alice's expression faltered for a moment, then she chuckled lightly. "Indeed, quite a few people are curious about my abilities." Her gaze fell on Yuan Yao and the others, a smile playing on her lips. "Then let me show you little ones." Su Jintang recovered from her earlier embarrassment. She put down her teacup, cleared her throat, and sat up straight, her gaze fixed curiously on Alice. The others also gradually looked away. Alice slowly raised her hand, her slender white hand unfolding, a soft green light rising from her palm, followed by a miniature green ancient tree appearing above it. Su Jintang carefully examined the ancient tree. "This is a tree?" "Yes." Alice nodded. "My superpower is the Bodhi tree. This is a type of ancient tree passed down from ancient times, possessing healing and life-extending effects." Song Tianqi exclaimed, "It can really extend lifespan? Wow, that tree is amazing." Alice chuckled. "Indeed, who wouldn't want to live a few more years? I owe my current state largely to it." Zhuang Silin stared intently at the Bodhi tree, lost in thought. The reason the Alice family has maintained its position as the richest family in the K006 star region for generations is because they have amassed a fortune by selling health products that supposedly prolong life. Their chain stores have expanded to over 100 locations, with branches not only in the K006 star system, but also in other areas. Their business is booming, rivaling even Wanbeige. Alice withdrew her powers, her smile unchanged. "All right, I satisfied everyone's curiosity. Now, let's begin afternoon tea. I recently found quite a few delicious desserts, which I like to share with you all." The servant who had just left returned with trays. Soon, several plates of different flavors and types of desserts were placed in front of Su Jintang and the others. In truth, when they first agreed to the invitation, Zhuang Silin and Yu Wanyao all thought Alice might be testing their strength. But as afternoon tea began, plate after plate of food was placed before them. Everyone realized that Alice genuinely just wanted to share food with them. Until the sun set. After their meal, Su Jintang and the others, satisfied, were personally escorted out of the manor by Alice. On the way back to the hotel, Su Jintang quietly commented that richest lady is quite enthusiastic. Yes, Song Tianqi patted his stomach contentedly, she's so kind, sharing so much delicious food with us. Shui Shengqi, being more vigilant, was a little worried. Could it be that the food she prepared for us is poisoned, and the poison will take effect precisely when we challenge the dojo tomorrow? Zhuang Silin shook her head. No, the food this afternoon should be fine. Unless she can develop a poison that even I can't detect. The group gradually relaxed and continued walking towards the hotel. As evening approached, the trending topic on the Starnet about the masked squad appearing on the rooftop exploded. Oh my god, I happened to pass by the rooftop this morning, but it was too crowded, so I didn't go in. Turns out the masked squad was there. Several hours have passed, and the official masked squad account hasn't clarified anything. So those two on the rooftop really are just a bunch of useless people and a hot air balloon, right? Chapter 182. Inside a suite at a space hotel. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi bowed their heads, adopting a posture of devout repentance. Zhuang Silin stood opposite them, her face stern, her anger barely concealed. You two are not allowed to leave my sight for the next few days. Also, double your training load for the time being, and by next weekend, each of you will have to catch up on sleep and write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Yes. We guarantee to complete the mission. Su Jintang stood ramrod straight. Then, Song Tianqi, in the same manner, raised his head and puffed out his chest, making a guarantee. I also guarantee to complete the mission. Zhuang Silin rolled her eyes at the two of them. I rather believe that green-eyed worms can die than you two. As everyone knows, green-eyed worms are insect monsters unique to tropical climates, and they die instantly upon contact with water. Su Jintang forced a smile, not daring to say anything more. Song Tianqi leaned against her, obediently offering a smile, remaining silent. The buzz surrounding the masked squad's appearance at the rooftop continued until the following day. During this time, the official account of the rooftop attraction kept tagging the masked squad, reminding them to collect their challenge prize money. Having experienced that incident, Su Jintang and his companion naturally dared not show their faces again, acting as if nothing had happened. Until the challenge match against Sophie Military Academy began. The result was unsurprising. Rectas won the challenge 4-1. Yu Wanyao and her group fought harder and harder, their initial nervousness and restraint transforming completely by the time they challenged the 4th Military Academy. After finishing another challenge match, Zhuang Silin called Yu Wanyao and the other 4 to the conference room for a debriefing session. Midway through the meeting, there was a sudden knock on the door. A hotel staff member's voice came from outside. Hello, there's a visitor downstairs. They want to see Ms. Zhuang Silin. Zhuang Silin paused. Looking for her? She didn't know anyone in the K006 star system. After thinking for a moment, Zhuang Silin replied, Wait a moment, I'll be right down. You 5, do your own debriefing first. I listen to your analysis when you come back, Zhuang Silin instructed, then turned and left. Meanwhile, in the hotel's first-floor lounge area, Su Jintang rested his hands on the tea table, lazily squinting, the sunlight warm on him. A few minutes later, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Zhuang Silin stepped out with a staff member. The two walked to the front desk and quickly saw a petite figure. Judging from her build, she was probably a woman, but for some reason, she was wearing a hat and a mask, completely obscuring her facial features. Teacher Zhuang, it's me. The gentle voice carried a hint of familiarity. Zhuang Silin paused, then quickly realized you are Principal Alice? Sensing that the other person seemed reluctant to reveal her identity, Zhuang Silin deliberately lowered her voice. Alice nodded quietly, yes. Shall we find a quiet place to talk? Okay, Zhuang Silin replied. Teacher, where are you all going? Song Tianqi's boisterous voice suddenly came from behind. This shout also woke Su Jintang, who was lying down next door. She stretched, instinctively glancing towards the front desk. At that moment, Song Tianqi had already rushed to Zhuang Silin's side. Alice lowered her head quickly when she saw someone approaching. Song Tianqi curiously sized up Alice. Who is this? Zhuang Silin didn't answer directly. Don't pry. Alice seemed hesitant for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Teacher Zhuang, why don't we let him come along? Zhuang Silin hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? Yes. Let your student from your side come along too, Alice said. Su Jintang was stretching and walking towards them. Su Jintang, come with us, Zhuang Silin called out to her. Su Jintang, who had intended to take a break, stopped. She turned her head, and her gaze swept over Alice, pausing for half a second. This person's figure looked a bit like Principal Alice. 15 minutes later, Su Jintang and the others entered a private room in the tea house. Su Jintang walked last, closing the door behind her. Alice, who had been covering her face, removed her hat and mask, revealing a tired expression. I apologize for bothering you all today, but there's a real reason I need your help. As she spoke, Alice bowed deeply to the three men. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi, who had been suddenly pulled over, were stunned. Zhuang Silin also looked puzzled. What happened? Alice sighed softly. My family's pharmaceutical factory is in trouble. To be honest, just these past few days, a large batch of substandard drugs was discovered at our factory. But the quality of our pharmaceuticals has always been acceptable, so there must be something fishy going on. If news of our factory being found to have substandard drugs gets out, it will directly affect the sales of all our stores. So I asked the staff at the Quality Supervision Bureau to hold off on issuing a report for now. They're only willing to give me a week to investigate. If this isn't handled properly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhuang Silin frowned. Then why did you come to us? Alice continued, I want to commission your student to help me investigate the whole matter. Of course, the reward will be substantial. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi exchanged a glance, their faces simultaneously revealing a hint of excitement. Investigate a pharmaceutical factory? This is interesting. Zhuang Silin wasn't as excited as the two, instead, she seemed somewhat resistant. There should be quite a few people who can help you investigate this. Why did you choose my student? Alice explained, because I believe that the people of Lakitas won't side with any faction, nor would they do anything to frame or betray their teammates. The impact of this matter on our family could be fatal. I need to find someone I can absolutely trust to help me investigate. Zhuang Silin's attitude remained somewhat resistant, but I'm worried that my student won't be able to handle this. I know Professor Zhuang is worried about your student's safety. During the investigation of the pharmaceutical factory, I will send my own bodyguards to closely follow and protect them, absolutely guaranteeing their personal safety. My bodyguards cannot usually appear in public, so the overt investigation will still require the help of your students. Zhuang Silin raised her hand to rub her temples. To be honest, she certainly didn't want Su Jintang and the others to get involved in this matter. But Alice had just explained the whole story, which meant they had been forced into it. Su Jintang and Song Tianqi, already burdened with criminal charges, dared not speak rashly, and simply sat obediently to the side awaiting instructions. After a half-minute silence in the private room, Zhuang Silin looked up at Su Jintang. Do you think you're capable of handling this? Yu Wanyo's 5-person team still had to represent Lakitas in challenging other military academies, so they definitely wouldn't have the energy to handle this. But the substitute team of Su Jintang and his 5 teammates were more free. This task could only be entrusted to the 5 of them. I think we can. Su Jintang nodded seriously, but I can't guarantee we find any clues. We can only do our best. Song Tianqi nodded in agreement. Alice breathed a slight sigh of relief, a grateful expression appearing on her face. She nodded to Su Jintang, thank you. Zhuang Silin continued rubbing her temples. In that case, let's give it a try. But I must make it clear beforehand that we are only responsible for the investigation. We will absolutely not be involved in how things are handled afterwards. Furthermore, if any situation arises that threatens the personal safety of my students, I will immediately have them terminate this mission. Alice nodded. Don't worry, Teacher Zhuang, I will definitely have someone protect them. After the discussion, Alice quickly shared the matters that needed to be investigated, and the clues she had already gathered with Su Jintang. Song Tianqi was responsible for calling Yan Yuding and the other 2 over. Su Jintang sat at the table, silently flipping through the information on the Alice family's history. The Alice family's pharmaceutical factory was established 358 years ago, mainly relying on the Bodhi tree supernatural ability of the Alice family's heir as its foundation, developing health products with longevity-promoting effects and medicines for healing injuries. According to records, the Bodhi tree ability of the Alice family is hereditary, which is why every generation in the family has been an only child, and every child has a 100% chance of awakening the Bodhi tree's ability. Currently, the Alice family owns over 100 pharmaceutical factories and chain stores, with an annual turnover of approximately 8.9 billion. Upon reading this, Su Jintang couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This is the terrifying power of capital. That batch of substandard drugs was discovered in a random inspection 2 days ago. The quantity is large, about 40%. If this batch of drugs hadn't been stopped in time and had been released directly, it would have severely damaged the reputation of the Alice family brand, Alice added from the side. Su Jintang questioned, is it possible that a foreman at your pharmaceutical factory picked up a leftover and produced this batch of substandard drugs? Impossible. Our pharmaceutical factory has extremely strict safety and quality control. Every step is checked and audited by designated personnel. I checked the surveillance footage at each checkpoint, and there were no problems. However, this batch of substandard drugs suddenly appeared at the stage where the drugs leave the factory, are stored in the warehouse, and are ready to be shipped out for sale. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. Isn't the warehouse under special supervision and monitoring? Yes. The surveillance footage didn't show anything unusual. I already arrested and interrogated the person responsible for guarding the warehouse, but I haven't gotten any clues. That's certainly a tricky matter, Su Jintang muttered to himself. Alice smiled helplessly. If I could solve it myself, I wouldn't have come to you. Zhuang Silin, sitting beside her, suddenly interjected, so what's the reason you trust my student so much? If this matter isn't investigated properly, it could have a significant impact on the Alice family. Therefore, Alice's willingness to entrust this to a group of students shows considerable courage. Alice glanced at Su Jintang, a shy smile appearing on her face. Actually, I already figured it out. Su Jintang felt a bad premonition. Those 5 are the masked squad, right? Alice couldn't help but smile. I always been a huge fan of the masked squad. I bought 10,000 of all their figurines. Zhuang Silin, who was drinking tea, froze, her gaze falling on Alice. How did you figure it out? Alice instantly transformed into a shy, adoring fan. Actually, for us true fans, recognizing our idols isn't difficult at all. We can recognize them just by their expressions, their walking posture, or their tone of voice. Su Jintang quickly waved her hand, trying to distance herself. Teacher, I didn't intentionally reveal it. Zhuang Silin's brows furrowed deeply, as if they could crush a green-eyed insect. So, for you fans, recognizing them is easy? Alice nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Then why did you invite us to afternoon tea that day? Zhuang Silin continued. That day, I just wanted to get closer to my idols. I know you didn't want to reveal your identities, so only I know about this. I haven't even told other fans or my best friend. Don't worry, I will absolutely keep it a secret that the masked squad are wrecked as students. Alice solemnly raised her hand to swear. Zhuang Silin suddenly felt even more exhausted. Although Alice could help keep it a secret, what if they ran into die-hard fans of the masked squad again and were recognized? She rubbed her temples and waved her hand. You guys talk first. She still needed to report to the principal that Su Jintang and the others' masked squad identities might not be able to be kept secret any longer. Chapter 183. As Zhuang Silin walked out of the private room, Song Tianqi arrived with 3 others. Yin Yuding and the others, unaware of the situation, wore blank expressions. Zhuang Silin gestured for them to go in first. Song Tianqi didn't think much of it, pushed open the door, and led the 3 into the private room. Zhuang Silin reached the end of the corridor and sent a communication to Miao Mingji. The call was quickly answered, and a miniature image of Miao Mingji popped up in front of her. What happened? Zhuang Silin hesitated for a moment before explaining that the masked squad had been recognized. Miao Mingji chuckled twice. When we started the experimental class project, our original intention was to keep a trump card for Rectus. But judging from that superhuman competition, I believe that even if their identities are exposed, no one can stop their brilliance. Let things take their course. These words reassured Zhuang Silin somewhat. Her furrowed brows relaxed. After ending the call, Zhuang Silin returned to the private room. Alice had already explained the whole story to Su Jintang and the other 4. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi reacted excitedly. Sounds so exciting. I love this mission, Yin Yuding said, rubbing his hands together. Shui Zhongqi's eyes also lit up. Interesting. So, the 5 of us will be undercover agents this time. Song Tianqi slammed his hand on the table. That's right, we officially change our name to the undercover team. Jiang Shi calmly looked at Alice. Principal Alice, have you considered who's behind this? Alice sighed. There are too many people who dislike our family, but the number of forces that could quietly switch the substandard drugs into our warehouse should be no more than a handful. Jiang Shi continued, could you give us a list of the forces you think might be involved in switching the medicines? That would make our investigation much easier. Of course, Alice nodded. A smile appeared on her face. Now, I have even more confidence in you. Su Jintang tentatively looked at Alice then. Shall we start tonight? Alice replied, sure. Our newly recruited interns are starting work at the pharmaceutical factory tonight. I can place you among them. Wang Hongxiao, the workshop supervisor at the factory, is one of my men. If you encounter any problems at the factory, you can go directly to him. That evening, night fell in a remote suburb of the K006 star system. The massive pharmaceutical factory complex was still brightly lit. At the factory entrance, dozens of interns stood in neat rows, undergoing facial recognition, preparing to enter the factory. Su Jintang and his group of 5 were at the end of the line. The interns trained by their pharmaceutical factory were all recruited from different branches and didn't know each other, so they didn't suspect anything about Su Jintang and her group of 5. Sister, which branch were you recruited from? I'm from the branch on Lanha Street. The girl at the front of the line suddenly turned around and spoke enthusiastically. Luckily, Su Jintang had prepared beforehand, and she quickly replied, I'm from the main city branch. Song Yaya's eyes widened, her face full of shock. The main city branch is recruiting interns now? Song Tianqi leaned out and nodded seriously. Yeah, we were lucky. They were recruiting 5 people, and then they hired all 5 of us. You guys are really lucky, Song Yaya remarked. Once you finish your internship at the pharmaceutical factory, you'll be promoted directly to full-time employees at the main city store. Stop chatting, you lot. Come over and register your facial information, the security guard at the factory gate shouted. Song Yaya quickly turned around and stood in line. Su Jintang and the other 4 also lined up. A few minutes later, it was Su Jintang's turn to register his facial information. Beep. Authentication successful. Welcome to Alice Pharmaceutical Factory. Wang Hongxiao, the workshop supervisor in charge of this group of interns, glanced over. His gaze swept across the employee information on the screen. Su Jintang and the 4 behind you. Come with me, Wang Hongxiao said calmly, his hands behind his back. This immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Song Yaya also looked at Su Jintang and the others with envy. These 5 people received special attention from the workshop supervisor on their very first day at the factory. Their future prospects were undoubtedly bright. Wang Hongxiao led Su Jintang and the other 4 to his private lounge. After locking the door, Wang Hongxiao turned around, his previously serious expression instantly relaxing. He bowed slightly, his tone becoming extremely respectful. Greetings, everyone. Miss Alice has instructed me to cooperate fully with all your operations while at the pharmaceutical factory. Please feel free to give me any instructions. Su Jintang waved his employee badge. Does this employee badge grant access to everywhere? Wang Hongxiao shook his head. Only employees at the supervisor level and above can use their badges to access the core area. However, to facilitate your investigation, I prepared 5 universal access cards in advance. He took out the universal access cards from his storage space and handed them to Su Jintang and the other 4. These universal access cards can be used anywhere. If anyone asks where you got the cards, just say I sent you on a mission. Su Jintang put the cards away. Anything else we need to be careful about? Wang Hongxiao thought for a moment. There are a lot of rules in the factory. The 5 of you should try to keep a low profile. Otherwise, attracting too much attention might expose our investigation into the substandard drugs. Su Jintang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Alice believed that there was an enemy spy infiltrated the factory, and their position must be quite high, which was why they were able to switch the substandard drugs so quietly. Therefore, the investigation definitely needs to start with people at the supervisor level or above. Okay, thank you for your help. We contact you again if we need any more assistance. Su Jintang snapped out of his thoughts and nodded to Wang Hongxiao. Wang Hongxiao's smile widened. We're all on the same side, no need to be polite. Squad leader, then we? Song Tianqi was about to ask about the next plan. Su Jintang raised her hand to interrupt him. Let's go check out the factory environment first, and we talk as we walk. Okay. Song Tianqi nodded. The others didn't say anything more and followed Su Jintang out of the lounge. After walking a distance, Su Jintang said, we'd probably have to split up later. Song Tianqi and I will be in one group, and Yin Yuding and the other 2 will be in another. First, make sure you know who the managers and above are in the factory, and then investigate them one by one. Yes. The factory was large, divided into 18 processing areas, 15 workshop operation areas, 23 product packaging areas, and 20 warehouses. Each district has more than 5 supervisors, and investigating all of them thoroughly would be a massive undertaking. A card swipe sounded at the entrance of Processing Zone 1. Authentication successful, please enter. The security door slowly opened to both sides. Various automated machines were operating, with some staff members patrolling back and forth. The entire area was so quiet that only the sounds of the machinery could be heard. Who are you? Someone approached, looking at Su Jintang and his companion with a puzzled expression. We were sent by Supervisor Wang Xiaohong to check on everyone's work status. Su Jintang calmly showed off his universal access card. The person opposite him immediately became respectful upon seeing the universal access card. So your supervisor wants people. Please come in, I show you around. Su Jintang glanced at the man's name tag. He was just an ordinary employee. Is your supervisor here? The employee's smile froze, and he stammered, our supervisor. He went out today. Song Tianqi suddenly understood and winked at him. Got it. Your supervisor went to slack off, right? This could be a big or small problem. The employee immediately cowered and pleaded, brother, sister, I'm just a lowly employee. Please don't drag me into this. Su Jintang turned and exchanged a glance with Song Tianqi. Su Jintang stepped forward, crossed his arms, and adopted a bossy stance. How about this? You explain exactly how your supervisor usually slacks off, and I can guarantee that this matter will absolutely not involve you, and your supervisor won't know that you were the one who snitched. The employee nodded hurriedly. I tell you. Our supervisor is usually quite lazy, and he doesn't do many things himself, so we do them for him. Basically, he's not at the pharmaceutical factory 6 days a week, only coming in on Monday mornings when there's a group meeting. Hearing this, Su Jintang raised her hand to interrupt him. That's enough, you're done, go back to work. The employee was stunned. Huh? Is that all? Yes. Leaving processing area A, Su Jintang said to Song Tianqi, this supervisor is too lazy. No time to commit the crime. Let's move on to the next one. Song Tianqi nodded. He's even lazier than me, only coming in half a day a week. Do you think we should report this to General Manager Wang Xiaohong? Our purpose is to investigate substandard drugs, nothing else matters. Okay. Song Tianqi nodded. Soon, the two followed suit and continued investigating processing areas 2 and 3. The supervisors in those two districts didn't have time to commit the crime either, Su Jintang concluded. Song Tianqi stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with gossip. These supervisors are all so incompetent. How did they even get promoted? I suddenly feel like I could be a supervisor too. Su Jintang glanced at him. Stop gossiping, move on to the next one. Yes. Song Tianqi suppressed his gossip and returned to his serious demeanor. After investigating 5 districts in succession, the factory's announcement for a work stoppage and rest sounded. Su Jintang and his colleague had no choice but to pause their investigation and head towards the employee dormitory. On their way back to the dormitory, Su Jintang and his colleague encountered Yan Yuding and his group. They quickly exchanged information but found nothing, deciding to wait until tomorrow to continue. I always thought a pharmaceutical factory this big would have strict rules and regulations, everyone working hard, a thriving atmosphere, but, sigh. Yan Yuding sighed beside her. Jiangxi calmly added, the bigger the profit, the more messy things there are, it's unavoidable. As they entered the dormitory building, more people appeared around them. The group no longer dared to discuss openly. Su Jintang and Jiangxi were assigned double rooms. After returning to their rooms, they locked the doors and sat on their respective beds, silently looking at each other. A few seconds later, Su Jintang broke the silence. You have something to say? You do too? Jiangxi asked. Su Jintang paused, then nodded. I suddenly thought that Wang Xiaohong is at least a managerial level, and his power should be quite considerable. Jiangxi's gaze met hers. That's what I thought too. So? Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. Jiangxi, I want to investigate Wang Xiaohong tonight. Su Jintang smiled. We're on the same page. Okay, let's go together. Jiangxi nodded. As night deepened, the pharmaceutical factory dormitory gradually quieted down, and everyone drifted off to sleep. Su Jintang and Jiangxi quietly left the dormitory, discreetly heading towards Wang Xiaohong's private rest room. Beep beep. Authentication error. Su Jintang unsurprisingly retrieved the universal access card, looking at Jiangxi beside him. Sure enough, this universal access card can't open his rest room. Let's talk about it back home. Jiangxi pursed her lips and immediately turned to walk back to the dormitory. The two hurriedly returned to the dormitory. After locking the door, they sat down facing each other. Wang Xiaohong probably didn't expect us to suspect him. We still have a chance to investigate him, Jiangxi said. Su Jintang stroked his chin, pondering repeatedly. I'm wondering, Wang Xiaohong has already climbed to this position. He's not short of money or status. What would his purpose be in betraying Alice and the pharmaceutical company? Chapter 184. He might not be the one who switched the substandard medicine, but it's necessary to investigate him as well, Jiangxi said. Su Jintang hummed in agreement. Go to sleep, we continue tomorrow. While Su Jintang and his group were infiltrating the pharmaceutical factory to investigate, Yu Wanao and her 4 teammates continued their challenge missions. As their success rate increased, the online buzz surrounding Recta's challenge missions grew. Almost every day upon waking, videos of Yuanya's team's challenge battles were trending on the Starnet. This year's Recta's team is quite formidable. They already challenged 6 military academies, with a 100% win rate. This record is about to surpass last year's Clifford Military Academy. Ha ha ha. It's likely Recta's is aiming to surpass them. Inside Alice Pharmaceutical Factory. As dawn broke, employees gradually got up and entered the factory to begin work. All interns assemble. Roll call. The supervisor in charge of each intern's group stood at the front, holding a list, and began calling out names. Song Yeye. The girl with the chestnut brown short hair from yesterday immediately raised her hand and answered, Here. Su Jintang looked up and glanced at her. Song Yeye was also looking at her, smiling and waving as she walked over. Good morning. How did you all sleep last night? Su Jintang, pretty good. How about you? I'm alright too, except the dorm bed is a bit hard. Everything else is acceptable. Song Yeye chatted with her. By the way, yesterday Manager Wang called the 5 of you over. Was there some special treatment? Song Yeye winked, a gossipy expression on her face. No, I just gave a few instructions about things to keep in mind at the pharmaceutical factory. Su Jintang stopped there, not going any further. Song Yeye, being perceptive, didn't press the matter, only smiling. Then I go get busy now, we talk again when I have time. Watching Song Yeye turn and walk away, Su Jintang finally looked away. Song Tianqi leaned closer and asked curiously, That girl's so enthusiastic. Su Jintang glanced at him. You got your eye on her? Huh? Song Tianqi froze, waving his hands frantically. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Shui Zhongqi walked over, put his hand on Song Tianqi's shoulder, and teased, So what if you got your eye on her? How about I help you set her up? Song Tianqi's face instantly turned purple, and he shoved Shui Zhongqi away. Get lost. When there are fewer people later, we split up and continue. We need to speed things up today. We only have a week. Yesterday counts as 1 day, so we have 6 days left. Jiangxi walked over and said calmly. Okay. Su Jintang returned to seriousness. Let's get to work. Each in turn was assigned a different task, and everyone quickly dispersed to get busy. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Su Jintang and the others slipped away. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Su Jintang and Song Tianqi's investigation was much faster today, reaching the workshop's operating area in less than an afternoon. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Jintang and his group of 5 hid very well, attracting no attention from anyone in the pharmaceutical factory. The 5 of them squatted in a separate rest room, reviewing their work. Our investigation found that none of the supervisors had the opportunity to commit the crime. 2 of them might have had time, but both are members of a collateral branch of the Alice family, and they don't seem to have a motive to frame the pharmaceutical factory. Yin Yuding summarized their team's findings. Su Jintang, our investigation results are similar. Almost no one is a suspect. Yin Yuding frowned. That's strange. Such a large pharmaceutical factory can't be haunted, can it? There's one more person who might be a suspect, but we haven't investigated them yet. Shui Zhongqi suddenly looked up and said, as if remembering something. You mean Wang Xiaohong? Jiangxi looked over. Shui Zhongqi paused. You suspect him too? Su Jintang, on the first day at the pharmaceutical factory, she and I wanted to investigate his private lounge, but our universal cards couldn't open the access card. Jiangxi nodded. We were afraid of causing a stir, so we didn't continue. Song Tianqi's eyes widened, his tone full of shock. Huh? But didn't Alice say that Wang Xiaohong is one of her own? One of her own, framing her boss. It's not impossible. Su Jintang said frankly, hands behind her back. Yin Yuding frowned and objected, but it wouldn't benefit Wang Xiaohong to do this. Besides, he's been with Alice for over 20 years. If he were really an undercover agent for another force, how could he have remained hidden for so long? Shui Zhongqi nodded. Right, unless he has some fatal weakness that other forces have seized upon, threatening him to do this, then it makes sense. Su Jintang felt something was off. But after eliminating all the impossibilities, what remained must be the truth. She stood up, clapped her hands, and said, "It's settled then. I go tell Alice." The others exchanged glances, probably also finding the investigation too smooth, which was rather strange. "Could we have guessed wrong?" Yan Yuding asked. Shui Zhongqi shook his head. "None of the other supervisors are suspects, leaving only Wang Xiaohong. Then it can only be him, otherwise, it really must be a ghost." Jiangxi said calmly, "Besides employees at the supervisor level or above, is there anyone else who could have switched the substandard medicine?" Shui Zhongqi pondered for a moment. "The workers who moved the medicine into the warehouse?" Su Jintang immediately rejected this possibility. The process of moving it into the warehouse was always supervised. It's impossible for the medicine to be switched at that stage. The group brainstormed for nearly half an hour, but couldn't reach any other conclusions. In the end, they could only accept Wang Xiaohong as the culprit who switched the medicine as the final investigation result. Warning! Warning! Unauthorized personnel are intruding into the core workshop operating area. Warning! Warning! A sharp alarm suddenly blared, and warning lights in every area of the pharmaceutical factory flashed frantically. The 5 people, including Su Jintang, who were crouching in the break room reviewing their work, were startled and scattered. "What's going on?" Song Tianqi rushed to the door, opened it, and saw chaos outside. The pharmaceutical factory's security personnel stormed in menacingly, indiscriminately arresting people. The pharmaceutical factory employees, unaware of the situation, ran around in terror, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. "What are you 5 doing huddled together? Take them all away." The security captain suddenly spotted Su Jintang and his group of 5 in the break room, pointing his weapon at them. At his command, the security guards behind him immediately rushed over and surrounded Su Jintang and his group. Shui Zhongqi snapped out of his daze and quickly explained with a smile, "You misunderstood. We're interns, just resting here." The security captain sneered, completely ignoring him. "Take them all away." The security personnel hired by the pharmaceutical factory were at least at the 5th level of strength. With so many people around, Su Jintang and his group had no chance of escape. They could only obediently surrender and be taken away by the security personnel. The alarm blared for more than 10 minutes before stopping. After this incident, the security personnel arrested over 100 suspicious individuals for interrogation. Su Jintang was also innocently identified as a suspicious person. "No, what happened at this pharmaceutical factory? Why are so many people being arrested all of a sudden? It seems like some strangers infiltrated and were detected by the detection system. Are they trying to steal the drug formula?" I tell you, actually, some members of the Reform Society infiltrated. When I was brought here just now, I overheard those security guards muttering something about the Reform Society. Oh my god, the Reform Society? It's them again. The conversation of the people nearby reached Su Jintang's ears. She frowned slightly. The Reform Society again? Has this group been operating far too frequently lately? She pursed her lips, pondering for a moment, then glanced at the security guards watching over them. The 2 security guards were engaged in a serious conversation, oblivious to her. Su Jintang licked her lips, quickly turned, and dashed into the workshop. Someone escaped. A shout suddenly rang out from the crowd, startling the security guards, who immediately turned and gave chase. After several quick maneuvers, Su Jintang shook off her pursuers and ran directly towards the warehouse area. She had a premonition that the Reform Society's sudden arrival at the pharmaceutical factory was likely related to the switch of substandard drugs. Su Jintang arrived quickly. Many security guards hadn't even had time to search the warehouse area. She swiped her universal access card and entered warehouse area 1. All the warehouses here were connected. She quickly scanned area 1, and finding no one, continued to area 2, then area 3, and area 4. By the time she reached area 5, the pharmaceutical factory's security personnel had already caught up. This warehouse area hasn't been searched yet. Everyone's surrounded. If you find anyone suspicious, take them away immediately. Su Jintang tiptoed silently towards the next area. Who's there? A familiar voice came from across the hall. Su Jintang immediately turned around. She saw Song Ye hiding nervously in the opposite corridor. Sister? It's you. What are you doing here? I was startled by the alarm, and was afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so I ran around aimlessly and ended up here. Su Jintang stared at her without saying a word. Song Ye continued, Do you know what happened? It seems the security personnel are searching us. Will they mistake us for suspicious individuals? Su Jintang licked her dry lips. Weren't you on duty in the workshop operations area? How did you end up in the warehouse area? I was terrified. I panicked when I heard the alarm and didn't know where to run, so I accidentally ended up here. Song Yaya's face was filled with panic, and she didn't seem to be lying. Su Jintang placed his hands behind his back, his palms silently gathering spiritual energy. A thin layer of ice silently spread towards the opposite side. Chapter 185. Song Yaya's gaze was fixed on Su Jintang, her expression seemingly panicked, but her eyes remained calm. Her hand, hidden behind her back, subtly gathered spiritual energy, ready to strike at any moment. Go check if anyone's over there. The security team's voice came from nearby. The two who had been facing off turned their heads simultaneously. Song Yaya, who had been on guard, immediately waved her hand, sending a gust of wind towards them. Strange flowers and plants suddenly appeared, bringing with them a faint, peculiar fragrance and a gentle breeze. A soft wind blew, carrying the fragrance in all directions. Su Jintang quickly held her breath. She turned to look at Song Yaya, and at the same time, she attacked. Thick layers of ice instantly erupted from the ground, attacking Song Yaya. Song Yaya, her intentions already revealed, no longer concealed her actions. Gone was her earlier panic, her face hardened, and she quickly retreated to dodge. As the ice surged to her feet, Song Yaya performed a backflip and leaped backward. Her arms outstretched, her feet resting on a strange, suspended flower, she soared into the air. The sounds of fighting quickly attracted the attention of the security team. Who's over there? Go check it out. Song Yaya coldly looked at Su Jintang. When did you spot me? Just now, Su Jintang replied calmly, then attacked again. Neither would back down, and the fight intensified. The security team, arriving late, stopped a short distance away. The team members looked at the two fighting in surprise, turning back to ask, Captain, why are they fighting? The security team leader was also puzzled. If both of them are suspicious, what are they even doing fighting? Never mind, surround them, arrest them both. The security captain said sternly, his face grim. The team members answered in unison, yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, the team members swiftly moved to both sides to encircle Su Jintang and Su Jintang. Song Yaya, while keeping an eye on Su Jintang, observed the security team that had surrounded them. She pursed her lips and glanced at the other side. We have no grudge. Let me go, and I tell you what you want to know. Su Jintang's attack paused for a moment. She raised an eyebrow. What news? You're probably here to investigate the substandard drugs for Alice, right? Song Yaya also stopped her attack, her tone returning to calm. Su Jintang was even more surprised. How did you know? The Reform Society's intelligence network is wider than you think. Song Yaya's tone revealed a hint of arrogance and confidence. At this moment, the security team members had completely surrounded the two of them. Su Jintang glanced around. The security captain, brandishing his infrared mechanical gun, approached. You two had better surrender now, and stop your futile resistance. Song Yaya ignored him, giving him only a fleeting glance before turning back to Su Jintang. Cooperate? Su Jintang paused for 2 seconds, then slowly smiled. Sorry, I can't cooperate with the Reform Society. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly activated her supernatural power. A massive glacier instantly surged towards Song Yaya. The security captain, hearing their conversation, brightened and immediately ordered, She really is from the Reform Society. Everyone, hold nothing back. Make sure she's captured. In the blink of an eye, everyone present simultaneously attacked Song Yaya. The glacier surging in from all directions trapped Song Yaya, making her spin in place. In just a few seconds, the glacier solidified and froze. The security captain, who hadn't yet made a move, had an even brighter look in his eyes. Quick, quick! Take her down. The Reform Society members were a big catch. If he personally led the capture and reported it to the governing bureau, it would be a major achievement. Everyone's attention was focused on Song Yaya, and they didn't notice Su Jintang's movements. As the glaciers quietly froze Song Yaya, Su Jintang turned and ran. A few seconds later, the security team members worked together to break the glaciers apart. Everyone looked on expectantly, ready to claim credit for capturing the Reform Society members. But when the ice cracked, Song Yaya mysteriously vanished. Huh? Where did she go? How did she disappear? The team members looked around in horror. The security captain was the first to spot the used inscription on the ice pile. It's a teleportation inscription. They probably teleported nearby. Everyone, hurry and find them. Su Jintang, who had already slipped away, dashed out of the warehouse area in a few flashes. She stopped only when she reached a safe zone. She opened her palm, revealing a crumpled piece of paper. This was something she had secretly given Song Ye during their last fight. So, in return, she had also slipped a teleportation inscription to the other side, while freezing the glacier. Unfolding the paper, 3 simple words appeared: Quality Inspection Bureau. Su Jintang reacted for a moment, then her brows slowly furrowed. She seemed to know something. Who's over there? Footsteps approached. Su Jintang quickly destroyed the note in his hand, and ran towards the factory exit. The chaos caused by the Reform Society didn't end until an hour later. Most of the factory's employees were indiscriminately arrested by security. Alice herself was also notified and rushed to the scene. Because of the presence of suspected Reform Society members, the chaos at the pharmaceutical factory quickly alerted the regulatory authorities. Another round of very strict investigation and questioning ensued. However, with Alice's guarantee, Su Jintang and the other 4 were released from the regulatory authorities that afternoon. How are you? Nothing happened? Alice asked with concern as soon as she saw them, her tone full of apology. After all, Su Jintang and the others were implicated because of her. Su Jintang shook his head. I'm fine. The others were also familiar with this procedure and shook their heads as well. It's nothing, it's nothing. We're used to it. We often encounter Reform Society members causing trouble. Alice breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then her gaze tightened again. Then, about the substandard drugs. Song Tianqi spoke up. It's all been investigated. All the supervisors and managers are cleared. So, our final conclusion is that General Manager Wang Xiaohong is the suspect who switched the substandard drugs. Alice paused. Wang Xiaohong? It can't be him. He's been by my side since I was very young, supporting me. He was a long-time employee at the pharmaceutical factory, even before my father was alive. He wouldn't betray me. Yin Yuding suggested another possibility. Does Wang Xiaohong have any leverage that could be used against him? Perhaps by threatening his closest or most trusted people, forcing him to betray you? Alice continued to shake her head. That's even more impossible. He's an orphan, has no children, and has very few friends. He's always just helped me with chores. Xue Zhongqi and the others were completely stunned. They hadn't expected this. Jiangxi seemed to have anticipated this. We considered this, but there's really no one else to suspect, especially if Wang Xiaohong isn't a suspect either. The person who switched the substandard drugs might not be someone from your pharmaceutical factory. Alice frowned. But outsiders wouldn't have access to the factory warehouse. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, Su Jintang, who hadn't spoken until now, raised his head. During quality inspection, besides people from your pharmaceutical factory, people from the Quality Inspection Bureau could also access the drugs, right? These words immediately made Song Tianqi and the others' eyes widen. Yin Yuding's expression turned to terror, and he remained silent. They all understood the implication in Su Jintang's words. But this guess was far too audacious. Alice's lips tightened slightly, a serious look flashing in her eyes, as if she were deep in thought. Jiangxi remained calmly standing to the side, neither speaking nor refuting. Silence filled the room. Until Alice spoke, this matter could be a big deal or a small deal, so I trouble everyone to keep it a secret. Su Jintang immediately raised his hand to assure her, don't worry, we keep our mouths shut. Song Tianqi and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. To be honest, even if Alice didn't ask them to keep it a secret, they wouldn't dare to spread this kind of thing around. What if they accidentally got caught? Regarding whether it's the Quality Inspection Bureau, I will continue to investigate. You 5 have put in a lot of effort and thought into investigating this matter. I already prepared your reward. I have someone bring it to you later. Alice looked at everyone gratefully again. Soon, the manor servants entered one after another, carrying treasure chests. There were 5 treasure chests in total. Inside were high-level magical weapons, inscribed runes, and gold-plated star travel cards. Wow, aren't star travel cards only available with a deposit of over 10 million? Song Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim. Alice smiled slightly at him. Yes, each star travel card has 10 million in it. It's your reward. There are also some other things in the chests, as small gifts for you. Oh, and we also included our factory's best-selling longevity pill. You can all try it. Besides Jiangxi, the other 4 widened their eyes upon hearing such an astonishing reward amount. Su Jintang's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the golden boss star card at the bottom of the box. The servant responsible for carrying the treasure chest bent slightly and handed it to Su Jintang, saying, Please keep it safe. Don't be so polite, everyone. This reward is what you deserve, Alice said again. Thank you, boss. Thank you for your kindness. We will keep this strictly confidential, so please rest assured, Shui Zhongqi said, first to recover, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Alice smiled and nodded at him. The pharmaceutical factory incident was temporarily resolved. Su Jintang and the other four took their rewards, said goodbye to Alice, and left the manor together. Class monitor, you just said that the person who switched the medicine might be someone from there. Are you joking or serious? Yin Yuding hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Seriously? Su Jintang replied. Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat subtle, probably a little apprehensive, and neither dared to continue the topic. Everyone knew to some extent that there might be some corruption in departments, like the Quality Inspection Bureau. But directly encountering such matters was definitely unsettling. This matter ends here. No matter what happens afterward, our transaction with Alice is complete. Everyone can just pretend they know nothing, Su Jintang emphasized. She had a premonition that this matter would continue to escalate, but it wasn't suitable for the five of them to get involved anymore. Song Tianqi and the others quickly nodded. Yes, this matter ends here. News of the Reform Society members appearing at Alice Pharmaceutical Factory quickly leaked, followed by the discovery of substandard drugs within the factory. Overnight, all of Alice family's businesses were thrown into turmoil. Chapter 186. This turmoil lasted for a week before finally coming to an end. Ultimately, Alice Pharmaceutical Factory was shut down pending economic penalties, after being found to be producing substandard drugs. According to insiders, half of the revenue from all of Alice's family's businesses this year was confiscated, resulting in substantial losses. Do you think Alice will go bankrupt because of this? Song Tianqi speculated. Shui Zhongqi immediately denied it. How could that be? The richest man's assets are unimaginable. He wouldn't go bankrupt because of this small penalty. Yin Yuding also joined the discussion. If the Quality Inspection Bureau really did switch the substandard drugs, Alice probably won't be able to confront them directly, she'd just have to accept the punishment. That's why it's so corrupt. Shui Zhongqi shook his head and sighed. Su Jintang didn't participate in the discussion, remaining deep in thought. A week ago, they had already informed Alice of the likely conclusion from the Quality Inspection Bureau. Alice certainly has many ways to avoid public punishment. At worst, she could bribe the Quality Inspection Bureau with a couple of gold cards or something. But the result is still the same, which only means Alice voluntarily accepted the punishment. Jiangxi walked over, poured a glass of water, and quietly said, the Alice family has dominated the richest position in the K006 star region for so many years, which is bound to arouse a lot of envy and jealousy. Their public punishment this time is actually a good thing. Could it be that Alice willingly accepted this punishment? It's like paying money to avoid disaster? Yin Yuding continued to speculate. Possibly. Shui Zhongqi nodded. So the biggest winner in this round is still the Quality Inspection Bureau, easily reaping a hefty fine. Su Jintang picked up her water glass, took a sip, and said, just talk about it amongst yourselves, don't mention it outside. Understood, everyone replied in unison. The news of Alice Pharmaceutical Factory being shut down quickly died down, and everyone's focus returned to the Rectus challenge. Yuan Yao and her group of 5 hadn't been idle during this time, consecutively completing their challenges against 5 military academies, their momentum growing stronger with each victory. Their popularity soared with each win. How many military academies does Rectus still need to challenge? It feels like they're about to surpass Clifford's record from last year. Only 3 military academies left to surpass Clifford. Really efficient. No wonder they're the #1 military academy. Their captain, Yuan Yao, is indeed formidable. The other 4 team members also possess the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels, making this team far stronger than Clifford's team last year. Meanwhile, inside the hotel conference room, Zhuang Silin stood before the conference table and said, with only 3 military academies remaining, our mission will be successfully completed. I was quite worried before coming, but I didn't expect you all to perform so well. Congratulations on successfully completing the previous challenge. Keep it up, you received plenty of rewards after returning to school. Wei Zixuan and the others excitedly replied in unison, yes. Su Jintang and his group of 5 returned to their idle state, spending their days eating, drinking, and going out to have fun. Alice had given them too much in terms of compensation. Shui Zhongqi stayed in the hotel, buying a bunch of expensive materials to study new inscription runes. Several times, Song Tianqi urged Su Jintang to try the ascending platform again, but because the commotion caused last time was too great, Su Jintang was afraid of getting into trouble and never went again. A week later, Yuan Yao and her group of 5 faced their final military academy challenge match. At the challenge site, a huge crowd of spectators sat around the ring. Yuan Yao and her group of 5 climbed onto the ring one by one, stopping in the center. They shook hands with each of the 5 members of the opposing military academy and introduced themselves. Su Jintang sat in the rest box, holding a bag of snacks, occasionally popping a piece into her mouth. This team seems to be the strongest of all the military academies we challenged this time, Shui Zhongqi said. Yan Yuding nodded, yeah, but it's not a big problem. Wan Yao and the others are getting more and more coordinated, taking them down is a piece of cake. Su Jintang didn't say much more. Yesterday, when Yuan Yao and her group of 5 were training, she watched from the sidelines. Their combined combat strength had increased by more than 1 or 2 times since the beginning, making them more than capable of handling today's opposing team. Zhuang Silin had also predicted the outcome. Today, she appeared completely relaxed, showing no sign of tension. Buzz? The communicator vibrated. Su Jintang stopped chewing and glanced down at the communicator. It was a news notification. The Reform Society has recently been frequently appearing in various star systems. Please be aware of your safety. She clicked on the news topic, and immediately saw various incidents recently caused by the Reform Society. The comment section below was filled with various onlookers eager for gossip. What's going on with the Reform Society lately? Why are they suddenly making such a big move? Are they planning something big? I'm speechless. Groups like the Reform Society should just disappear completely. Fighting monsters already takes up a lot of manpower and resources. We're all human. Why are we fighting amongst ourselves? Exactly. I hope the Federation will increase pressure quickly and wipe out the Reform Society. Online, the attitude towards the Reform Society is overwhelmingly one-sided. Everyone is condemning them. Su Jintang stared at the news, lost in thought. From the Quality Inspection Bureau and Alice Pharmaceutical Factory incident, it's clear that the Federation isn't entirely innocent. And the Reform Society's sudden appearance at the pharmaceutical factory, what are they investigating? She stroked her chin, pondering repeatedly. Not long after, a burst of enthusiastic cheers suddenly came from the arena below. Go! Go! Su Jintang's thoughts were pulled back to the present. She looked down. She saw that Yuan Yao, for some reason, was the first one knocked off the arena. At this moment, only Wei Zixuan and his 3 companions remained on Recta's side. The cheers from the surrounding audience had just been for the opposing military academy team. What happened? How did Sister Wan Yao get knocked off the stage? Song Tianqi quickly looked up and asked. He had just been distracted for a moment, and this was the result. Huh? I didn't notice either. Yan Yuding looked up, a blank expression on her face. They had all assumed Yuan Yao and the others were fine, and hadn't paid much attention to the battle. Zhuang Silin said gravely, the opposing team temporarily replaced a member. It's the one who just knocked Yuan Yao off the stage. Su Jintang looked in the direction she was looking. There was a blue-haired girl in the opposite team. Her hair was just past her shoulders, and her expression was as cold as ice, giving off an aloof and unapproachable air. Her ability was rather peculiar. It was a silver liquid that could change shape at will, solidifying instantly. Moreover, when it solidified, it became incredibly hard, impossible for ordinary human force to penetrate. Furthermore, the solid could revert to liquid form, so even if it were pierced, it wouldn't be significantly affected. Teacher, what kind of ability is this? Yan Yuding asked curiously. Zhuang Silin, it's a toxic liquid called Western Silver. This liquid can solidify at any time. When solid, its hardness is comparable to diamond, the hardest substance in interstellar space. Ordinary swords and blades simply cannot pierce it. When liquid, it's incredibly flexible, able to instantly envelop an enemy. Once an enemy comes into contact with the Western Silver liquid, they will be briefly paralyzed and poisoned. Yuan Yao was just poisoned and was knocked off the stage. Su Jintang's eyes lit up with interest. This ability sounds interesting. My god, won't Wan Yao and the others lose? Song Tianqi asked worriedly. Zhuang Silin pursed her lips, her expression relatively calm. No, we were careless just now. We didn't expect the other side to make a last-minute substitution. Before today's challenge match, they had specifically studied the opposing team of 5. But the member with the Western Silver ability wasn't on their research list. Everyone relaxed slightly. The battle on the stage continued. Lacking Yuan Yao's firepower support, the remaining 4's morale plummeted. Furthermore, Wei Zixuan and the others were unfamiliar with the Western Silver ability, leaving them momentarily bewildered. A few minutes later, the first match ended. Recta's lost. A deafening roar of cheers and applause erupted from the surrounding stands. The 5 members of the military academy team opposite them were ecstatic. We won. We actually beat Rectas. Soon, the remaining 4 surrounded the blue-haired girl with the Western Silver ability, celebrating together. Yu Wanyao stood below the stage, her gaze sweeping over the 5 members of the opposing military academy team. Captain, that blue-haired girl wasn't on our research list yesterday. She must have been someone they temporarily replaced. What do we do? Wei Zixuan jumped off the stage, walked to Yu Wanyao's side, and asked in a low voice. Yu Wanyao pondered for a moment. It's alright, just a little accident. We lost the first match, but we win the next one. Wei Zixuan and the others nodded in agreement. Okay. The 10-minute break ended quickly. To many people's surprise, Zhuang Silin didn't appear during those 10 minutes to personally guide Yu Wanyao and the others. During the break, instructors from each military academy are allowed to provide tactical guidance to their students. But given Rikita's first loss, their instructors shouldn't be so calm. Aren't Rikita's instructors going to come down and give their students any pointers on how to play next? Aren't they afraid the students' mentality will collapse? They only lost one match. Why are they panicking? Maybe they want to train the students' self-reliance. When the break ended, Yu Wanyao and the other 4 returned to the stage. Although Zhuang Silin didn't come down to guide them, the 5 of them weren't flustered. In fact, their mentality was more stable than in the first match. The referee stepped back to the edge of the ring, raising his hand to signal, the second match begins. The battle erupted instantly, both sides charging towards each other, a fierce roar erupting. Compared to her panic reaction to Shihian's supernatural abilities earlier, this time Yu Wanyao directly confronted the blue-haired girl. I hold her off, you deal with the others. Yu Wanyao shouted. Wei Zixuan, who had just summoned the stone gate, knelt on one knee, summoning demonic beasts as he replied, understood. Chapter 187. The second duel begins. The sounds of fierce battle rang out frequently. Yu Wanyao and the blue-haired girl clashed repeatedly. Having learned about the unique nature of her opponent's ability, Yu Wanyao became much more cautious. After several rounds of fighting, she and the blue-haired girl were evenly matched. Wei Zixuan, riding his summoned third-tier fire lion, charged towards the opposing team. Less than 5 minutes into the battle, Yu Wanyao and her group of 5 had firmly gained the upper hand. The 5 opponents were forced to retreat steadily. Except for the blue-haired girl, who could barely put up a fight, the other 4 were completely powerless. A few minutes later, the members of the opposing military academy team were successively eliminated. Soon, only the blue-haired girl remained on the stage. Yu Wanyao and her group of 5 surrounded her. The blue-haired girl slowly raised her hand, her face cold, and said, I concede. The referee beside her simultaneously announced, Rectas wins this match. The audience, who had just been cheering and clapping, fell silent, beginning to whisper among themselves. Rectas 5 guys or something else. They turned the tables so quickly. It's okay, we still have a chance. Winning one match isn't easy. I heard some of the other challenged military academies were completely shut out. Even worse. Inside the rest box, Su Jintang relaxed, continuing to stuff snacks into her mouth. Yin Yuding whispered in admiration, Wanya's skills are impressive, she adjusted her state so quickly. Didn't you notice how well their teamwork is improving? Shui Zhongqi said. We need to work harder too. Song Tianqi clenched his fists, his expression revealing a hint of fighting spirit. Soon, the third match began. This time, without any setbacks, Yu Wanyao and her 5 teammates won smoothly, securing the final victory in this round of the challenge. Thus, the Rectas team, after 18 days, challenged 15 military academies, completing all their challenges with a 100% win rate. Their record completely surpassed the record set by Clifford last year. The next morning, the topic of Rectas completing the challenge round-robin tournament trended on the StarNet's hot search list. Wow, Rectas completed the challenge so quickly, with a 100% win rate. It was just normal performance. After all, they're the top military academy. It would be unacceptable if their record was worse than Clifford's. These 5 military academies are all incredibly tough. It feels like the next military academy league is going to be exciting. Ha ha ha, looking forward to it. Inside the Cosmic Interstellar Hotel, Zhuang Silin and Su Jintang's group had already checked out and were preparing to return to the Federal Starfield. Su Jintang, hands in his pockets, had just stepped out of the hotel when he caught sight of a familiar figure. Alice, wearing a black hat and mask, stood at the bottom of the hotel steps. 2 burly bodyguards followed behind her. Su Jintang stopped and turned to look at Zhuang Silin and the others. Zhuang Silin clearly recognized Alice as well. She gave Su Jintang a wink. Go ask what's going on. Okay. Su Jintang quickly turned and walked towards Alice. You're... Su Jintang looked Alice up and down curiously. Alice removed her mask. I heard you're returning today, and I wanted to see you off personally. Also, I know someone at that interstellar airline. I can ask them to upgrade you to a cabin class. Su Jintang quickly became polite. You're too kind. It doesn't really matter what class we sit in. You've done me such a big favor. This is nothing, Alice said with a genuine smile. Despite Su Jintang's attempts to decline, he couldn't persuade Alice otherwise. Originally, Su Jintang and his group had booked economy class cabins, but thanks to Alice's enthusiastic help, they were all upgraded to the top-tier Radiant Gold class. Upon boarding their private Radiant Gold class cabin, Su Jintang looked around in amazement. So the Radiant Gold class is privately partitioned. No wonder, I never seen one before. The others also stared in astonishment. The Radiant Gold class cabin had 6 levels, divided into several different areas including a dining area, a rest area, a training area, and a viewing area. Each area had its own dedicated staff, all on call 24 hours a day. The lounge area was quiet, and the decor was much more luxurious than the economy class, with better soundproofing and shock absorption. Hello, are you Ms. Su Jintang? Our airline records show you experienced dizziness during a previous flight. As soon as she boarded the plane, a flight attendant warmly greeted her. Su Jintang paused, then nodded. Yes, it's me. The attendant's smile widened. To ensure your comfort throughout the flight, I give you a preliminary treatment now. She raised her hand, and a healing white light rose from her palm. Feeling the warm current flowing into her body, Su Jintang slowly exhaled. This service only proved 4 words. Money talks. Teacher Zhuang, thank you so much this time. I told my friend that only your group was arranged to stay in the entire Radiant Gold cabin, so you can relax and enjoy yourselves as you please. If you have any questions, just contact the cabin staff. Alice waved from the cabin door. See you again sometime. Su Jintang leaned against a window and waved back. Thank you for the upgrade, boss. The cabin door slowly closed, and a few seconds later, the spacecraft spiraled upwards, beginning its flight towards the Federation Star region. After a day and a night of flight, Su Jintang and his group landed safely in the Federation Star region. As soon as they landed, Zhuang Silin took Yuan Yao and the other 4 back to the military academy for a report. Su Jintang and his group returned to their villa dormitory to begin their self-study for the new semester. Time flies. It feels like we just started school a few days ago, and now we're already seniors, Yin Yuding remarked, leaning on the edge of the dining table. Shui Zhongqi walked over, clutching a bunch of newly developed inscription runes. Come on, who wants to try my new inscription runes? I plan to give them to the freshmen, as a welcome gift at the freshman ceremony. Su Jintang curiously leaned closer. What kind of runes are these? Fireworks runes. Using them will make colorful fireworks bloom for 5 minutes. This is a water spray rune. Using it will allow you to spray water at will. Shui Zhongqi began to introduce them one by one. Each type of rune had a niche function, and wasn't very useful, but it was fun. Su Jintang took several firework runes, and went to the villa's courtyard, crushing them all. 5 or 6 colorful fireworks of different shapes instantly rose into the air and bloomed. Brother Shui, you're really something. Those fireworks inscriptions are pretty good. Give me a few, I use them to give to my junior. Song Tianqi said, gazing at the fireworks in the sky as he moved closer to Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi, unusually generous, grabbed a handful of fireworks inscriptions and shoved them at Song Tianqi. Take them, take them. Su Jintang looked up at the sky, resting his hands on the courtyard railing, lost in thought. Until the fireworks in the sky gradually faded, and the surroundings returned to silence. Su Jintang then turned and walked into the villa. Back in his room, he closed the door, went to the cultivation room, sat cross-legged, and quickly entered a meditative state. Once you reach the 5th rank, some of the dragon bone and dragon blood energy sealed within you will be released. Hurry up and cultivate. The Ice Soul Dragon, which hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly awoke and spoke. Su Jintang quickly replied, okay. After returning to school, the schedules of Su Jintang and his group of 5 returned to normal. Besides daily self-study and cultivation, they also had to undergo weekly intensive training from Zhuang Silin. Time flew by, and the Recta's military academy soon welcomed its new semester's freshman ceremony. This freshman ceremony is held every year, its main purpose being to assess the overall strength of all new students. Su Jintang's class had a lot of time spent on auxiliary class matches, so they didn't hold a separate freshman ceremony afterward. You didn't participate in last year's freshman ceremony, so I explained the process and arrangements to you separately, Zhuang Siling continued, standing at the front. This freshman ceremony is actually a large-scale assessment, but there's a rule about seniors mentoring new students, so you upperclassmen will also participate in the PK competition. Su Jintang's interest was piqued. What's the mentoring rule? The others also looked up curiously. Zhuang Siling continued explaining, each senior student is responsible for mentoring a freshman, forming a pair, and then they participate in various mini-games and competitions together. You find out how to play in a bit. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go wreak havoc on the freshmen. Yin Yuting was the first to rush out of the courtyard, sprinting towards the military academy. Shui Zhongqi was a step behind, taking out the fireworks inscriptions he had prepared a few days ago and distributing them to Su Jintang and the others. Here, one for each of you, as a welcome gift for the students. Zhuang Siling also glanced over curiously. What's this? Fireworks inscriptions. The kind that make fireworks when used, they're really pretty. Shui Zhongqi proudly straightened his back and introduced. As he spoke, he grabbed another handful of firework inscriptions and shoved them into Zhuang Siling's hand. Teacher, here you go, you can play with them. Zhuang Siling examined the firework inscriptions in her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. Okay, thanks. Su Jintang didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing a large handful and stuffing them into his storage space. A quarter of an hour later, the group arrived at Rectus. At this time, the newly enrolled first-year students were already gathered at the training ground. Their faces were still youthful, their eyes clear, and they seemed very curious about everything in Rectus, whispering among themselves. I heard the senior students are coming to lead us in the freshman ceremony later. I'm so excited. Our senior students just came back from the challenge tournament. They're super popular online. I wish senior Yuan Yao could lead me. Hee, I like senior Wei Zixuan. His ability to summon monsters is so interesting. Ha ha ha. It's like buying a lottery ticket. After a round of challenge tournaments, Yuan Yao and her 4 friends had become the goddesses and gods in the hearts of these freshmen. Until Zhuang Siling, Miao Mingji, and various leaders walked in together. The scene immediately fell silent. Chapter 188. The freshmen's eyes all fell on Miao Mingji and his group, their faces full of anticipation and curiosity. After the leaders entered, Yuan Yao and her group of 5. When they appeared, the entire arena erupted in various exclamations. It really is senior Yuan Yao and her group. Oh my god, we're so lucky. Ah, let me be in a group with senior Yuan Yao. Compared to the overwhelming attention Yuan Yao and her group received, the cheers were much quieter when Su Jintang and his group of 5 entered. Few of the freshmen recognized Su Jintang and his group, and they weren't particularly excited. Song Tianqi entered, wondering, why isn't anyone welcoming us? Because you're not as popular as Sister Wan Yao. Yin Yuting glanced at him. Song Tianqi snorted unconvinced, TCH. Besides their 2 groups, other senior students from the second-year ranged attack and melee combat classes also entered one after another. The training ground gradually became lively. Senior students and freshmen stood on either side of the training field, ready to welcome the start of the freshman ceremony. First of all, welcome to all the freshmen joining our Rectus family. Miao Mingji smiled as he walked onto the stage, offering a few polite words before quickly steered the conversation towards the freshman ceremony. This year's freshman ceremony is the same as before, with seniors mentoring freshmen to participate in interactive games and activities. This serves as a test of the freshmen's overall abilities, and also helps everyone get to know each other quickly. So, without further ado, let's begin with the seniors and freshmen choosing their teams. You have 10 minutes. As soon as the words left her lips, the eager freshmen swarmed towards Yuan Yao, completely surrounding the 5 of them. Senior, I want to be in your group. Senior Wei Zixuan. Me. Look here. I want to be in your group. Senior Mu Guang. Senior Xu Shui, I like you so much, sob sob. The training ground instantly turned into a scene of fan frenzy. Su Jintang and her friends were pushed into a corner by the crowd, looking quite pathetic. Su Jintang, Yin Yuting was also getting impatient. Seriously? Shui Zhongqi patted his collar and snorted, these freshmen don't know their place. I wasted so much effort preparing these meeting gifts for them. A few minutes later, Yuan Yao and her group of 5 formed their own teams, and the other freshmen calmed down and began looking for other seniors to team up with. Hello, senior. I'm a first-year student in the ranged attack class. I wanted to ask, Do you have a team yet? A girl with short black hair walked up to Su Jintang cleverly, blinking her eyes with an expectant look. Su Jintang looked up and glanced at the girl. Not yet. Want to team up with me? Yes. Jiang Yingxue nodded. After thinking for a moment, Su Jintang took out a firework-themed inscription from her storage space and handed it to her. Okay, you're in. This is a small gift. Jiang Yingxue looked down at the inscription in her hand, hesitating for a long time. Firework inscription? There are such inscriptions? It's no wonder she was shocked, because before Shui Zhongqi developed this inscription, it didn't exist on the market at all. Su Jintang directly crushed the remaining firework inscription in her hand. The next second, the energy stored within the inscription exploded and soared into the sky, blooming into a blue firework that slowly descended like a shooting star. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of those around. Various gazes turned towards it, followed by exclamations of surprise. My God, how can there be fireworks? So beautiful. Fireworks? Where did they come from? Did the military academy set them off for us? It doesn't seem so. They came from over there. Jiang Yingxue looked at the still blooming fireworks in the sky with delight, quickly crushing a second firework inscription. Another dazzling shooting star firework rose into the sky, blooming together with the first one. The spectacular sight of the two fireworks blooming together attracted even more attention from those around. They set them off. Finally, someone noticed Su Jintang and the other person. The freshmen nearby gathered around curiously, asking, "What's that? Are the fireworks coming out of here?" Jiang Yingxue proudly puffed out her chest. It's called a firework inscription, a gift from my senior. Su Jintang, standing to the side, finally caught the attention of the younger students. Within seconds, dozens of people surged around her, chattering, "Senior, where can we buy these firework inscriptions? Wow, that's amazing. I never heard of firework inscriptions before. Senior, are you looking for someone? Take me with you." Seeing Su Jintang attracting so much attention because of the firework inscriptions, Song Tianqi couldn't resist either. He quickly grabbed a handful of firework inscriptions and held them up. "I have firework inscriptions too. Team up with me, and I give them to you." A large group of younger students immediately turned and rushed over. Following closely, Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding also revealed their fireworks inscriptions as a greeting gift. "Senior, you have a greeting gift too. Senior sister, you have one too." With the groundwork laid by the previous four, when it was Jiangxi's turn, she didn't say anything, but a junior student approached her and asked, "Senior sister, do you have a greeting gift too?" Jiangxi calmly took out her fireworks inscription. "Yes, I do." The junior student who had asked immediately rushed over excitedly, "Senior sister, let's team up." "Sure." After saying that, Jiangxi gave away all the fireworks inscriptions she had. Not long after, Su Jintang and her group of 5 also completed their team formation. The freshmen who hadn't managed to get fireworks inscriptions were somewhat disappointed and had to disperse to find other senior students to team up with. 10 minutes later, most of the freshmen had formed teams, leaving only a few who were still single and would automatically form groups. Meanwhile, dozens of fireworks continued to bloom in the sky, like a magnificent painting. Zhuang Silin walked onto the stage and continued the process. "Next, we start with a warm-up game. It's very simple. It's called picking the flower ball." As soon as she finished speaking, a flower ball woven from various colored flowers slowly descended onto the training field. The flower ball hung high in the air, about 10 meters above the ground. Zhuang Silin continued explaining the game rules. As the name suggests, the goal of this warm-up game is to pick this flower ball from above the training field. We will score each group based on their time and performance in picking the flower ball. The points earned by each group will be automatically accumulated to that team. At the end of the game, the total score will be calculated, and the top 50, top 20, and top 10 teams will receive different rewards. Su Jintang tilted his head back, shielding his eyes from the light, his gaze falling directly on the flower ball. The flower ball wasn't far away. For these superhumans, it would only take a few seconds to pluck it. So, to get a higher score than the other groups in this round, they'd probably have to rely on something else. Soon, someone raised their hand and asked, "Does the performance of plucking the flower ball count towards the score? How exactly is it judged?" Zhuang Silin replied, "Simply put, the more spectacular your performance in plucking the flower ball, the higher the score we judges will give you. As for how to make that more spectacular, that's a question for you to consider." A clamor of discussion immediately erupted in the room. "What do you mean by spectacular when picking the flower ball?" "It means having a highlight. Others might just fly up and pick it, but if we fly up, Do a couple of somersaults, and then pick it? Wouldn't that be more spectacular? I think so. I get it. Jiang Yingxue immediately rolled up her sleeves and turned to look at her. Senior, I thought of a brilliant idea. Su Jintang crossed her arms and glanced at her. What? Jiang Yingxue leaned closer. My special ability is a wind chime, a bell that can summon wind elements to attack. I summon the wind, then use the bell as accompaniment to let the wind blow me up and pick the flower ball. How about that? Su Jintang stroked her chin, thinking for a moment. Great. And let's add my special ability too. How about an ice queen? Jiang Yingxue's eyes lit up. Senior, is your special ability ice-based? That's awesome. Together, we definitely earn a lot of performance points. 2 minutes later, Zhuang Silin returned to the stage. Now, we begin the random selection of groups for the flower ball picking competition. Miao Mingji and several other military academy leaders sat at the back of the judging panel, their faces already showing expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. Rhythmically flashing lights began to illuminate the students randomly from behind the judges' panel. The lights flickered for a few seconds before suddenly focusing on Yu Wanniao and her junior. Both of them were startled by the light. Zhuang Silin on the stage raised her hand to signal to them. You two can begin. The lights are randomly selecting people. Interesting, haha, I'm starting to look forward to everyone's performance. Wow, the first group is Senior Yu Wanniao. She's going to blow the show. Those standing next to them immediately stepped back to make room. Soon, a vacuum was created around Yu Wanniao and her junior. All eyes were on them. Yu Wanniao remained relatively calm, but the junior student beside her became nervous and stiffened. Su Jintang leaned against the railing of the training platform, scrutinizing the two. Jiang Yingxue, standing beside her, rolled up her sleeves with great enthusiasm. Senior, do you think we can beat Wanya's group? If you try your best, you should have a chance, Su Jintang encouraged. Jiang Yingxue immediately became even more motivated. Okay. I try my best. Yu Wanniao and her junior student quickly discussed their options. Presumably to get more performance points, Yu Wanniao decided to personally try to pick the flower ball. Zhuang Silin raised her hand and activated a countdown screen. Game begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the time on the screen began to tick rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds. Yu Wanniao quickly clenched her fist, gathering her mental energy. The ice beneath her feet surged forth, lifting her up with all her might, propelling her rapidly towards the flower ball in the air. Chapter 189. In just 2 seconds, Yu Wanniao reached the top and touched the flower ball. The instant she plucked the flower ball, several vibrant roses slowly bloomed around her. Yu Wanniao held the flower ball in one hand, her feet resting on shimmering ice, surrounded by flowers of various colors, as if she were in a sea of flowers. The crowd stared in amazement at the sea of flowers, exclamations rising one after another. What a beautiful sea of flowers! Will this count towards the performance score? It's so beautiful. I feel like the score won't be low. The sea of flowers was the effect of a skill used by the junior student in Yu Wannia's group. The two supernatural abilities combined to create this scene. The military academy leaders sitting on the judging panel watched this scene with great interest. This is interesting. Let's give it full marks. It's only the first group. Isn't giving full marks a bit too fast? It's even more impressive that the first group did this well. Let's give them a high score to encourage them. Half a minute later, the leaders finished their discussion and gave their scores. The first leader generously gave full marks. The second gave 8 points, the third 9 points. Finally, the average score was calculated to be 9 points. At the same time, a score ranking screen slowly appeared on Zhuang Silin's other side, and the names of Yu Wanniao and her partner quickly rose to the top. Various envious glances followed. Being in a group with Senior Wanniao really gets you high scores. But that freshman is really amazing. I heard he was the top scorer in this year's All-Star Domain Joint Examination. Very impressive. The top scorer in the joint examination. No wonder Senior Yu Wanniao chose him. Soon, the lights randomly selected another group of people. A new round of flower ball picking began. Senior, the boy who was in the same group as Senior Yu Wanniao just now, is the top scorer in our Star Region Joint Examination this year. I heard he's incredibly arrogant. He actually rejected Recta's special recruitment invitation, saying he would get into Recta's based on his own merit. And now he's actually in, and he got in with the top score. Jiang Yingxue whispered in Su Jintang's ear. Su Jintang glanced over. That arrogant? Back then, if she could have gotten a special recruitment spot from Recta's directly, she would never have refused. Yeah. When we first entered the joint examination simulation battlefield, he almost eliminated me. I had to admit defeat, and give him all my points before he let me go. Jiang Yingshua's tone was tinged with resentment. Su Jintang rolled up her sleeves, her expression finally turning serious. It's nothing, I get revenge for you later. Jiang Yingxue was stunned, then looked up in surprise. Get revenge for me? See that first place? It definitely be yours later. Su Jintang crossed her arms, making a crisp cracking sound as she flexed her wrists. Jiang Yingshue's expression was a mixture of bewilderment and hesitation. Was her senior really this assertive? But their opponents were Yuan Yao, and this year's top scorer in the joint entrance exam. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Yingxue finally steeled herself, clenched her fist, and nodded emphatically. Okay, trust me, senior, let's give it our all. Several more groups then took to the stage to perform their flower-picking demonstrations. However, these groups didn't perform as spectacularly as Yuan Yi's group, and their final scores were only average. The random lights continued to flash. A few seconds later, with a snap, the overhead lights shone on Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue. The entire audience's attention was drawn to them. Shuang Silin, who was in charge of hosting the event, smiled slightly. Now, let's have this senior and the freshman demonstrate how to spectacularly pluck this flower ball. The stage was handed over to Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue. Many freshmen were unaware of Su Jintang's exploits, and their reactions were rather lukewarm. But the students in Su Jintang's year were much more emotionally invested. It's Su Jintang and her group? Those 5 haven't been seen since last semester. Weren't they supposed to be sent on some secret mission? Now that you mention it, it's true. We haven't heard anything about Su Jintang and her group in ages. I wonder how they compare to Yuan Yi's group of 5. Who's stronger? Yuan Yao, who had already finished the flower ball plucking game, crossed her arms and gave Su Jintang a cold glance. Others might not understand, but she knew Su Jintang all too well. In such a crowded setting, Su Jintang couldn't possibly not put on an act. Wei Zixuan next door sighed, my sister's going to blow up the place again. Senior, is this senior really that amazing? A junior student beside him cast a curious glance. Wei Zixuan smiled slightly. Today, I teach you the first rule of survival in rectas. Ask less and listen more. You gradually understand what you want to know. The junior student scratched her head, confused. Okay. Mu Guang knew he was too lazy to explain Su Jintang's identity and deeds, and also afraid of accidentally revealing the experimental class, so he couldn't help but chuckle. You're really good at bluffing. Wei Zixuan shrugged, I learned it from my sister. While the group chatted, Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue had already arrived at the base of the flower ball. Faced with everyone's gaze, Jiang Yingxue immediately became reserved, her palms sweating. Senior, I'm a little nervous. Su Jintang patted her shoulder, just go for it. Don't think about anything else. Okay. Jiang Yingxue pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Shuang Silin raised her hand and gestured, countdown to picking the flower ball, begin. As soon as she finished speaking, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from Su Jintang's palm. A delicate, small ice lotus slowly rose from beneath Jiang Yingshue's feet, lifting her upwards. The ice lotus petals bloomed in all directions, shimmering with a cold light under the illumination. Immediately afterward, miniature lotus flowers began to bloom around the ice lotus, each one lifelike and emanating a chilling aura. Within a 10-meter radius of Jiang Yingxue, the area instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. Even the air was filled with exquisite miniature ice lotus flowers. The entire area was enveloped in cold and silence. Jiang Yingxue, regaining her senses, finally remembered her purpose. At this moment, she was already lifted beneath the flower ball by the ice lotus beneath her feet. With a simple gesture, she could touch the flower ball. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath, raised her left hand, and quickly channeled her spiritual energy around her. A string of wind chimes crafted from refined bronze appeared behind her. Ding ding. The crisp sound of the chimes rang out, and a gentle breeze blew in her face. The ice lotus flowers, which had been stationary in the air nearby, immediately swayed in the wind, dancing like fairies. Jiang Yingxue easily plucked the flower ball, raised both hands, and leaped down effortlessly. Holding the flower ball steadily in her hands, as she descended, an ice lotus appeared beneath her feet for every meter she fell, briefly lifting her before bursting open and scattering fragments in all directions. Accompanied by the melodious sound of bells, a gentle breeze swirled and danced the nearby miniature ice lotuses. 2 seconds later, Jiang Yingxue landed smoothly on the ground, flower ball in hand. The countdown on the light screen stopped. Their group took a little longer, a total of 5 seconds. But in terms of splendor and exquisite beauty, Su Jintang and her companion had almost reached the pinnacle. Su Jintang withdrew her spiritual energy, placed her hands behind her back, and turned her gaze to the judges' panel, awaiting the scores. Jiang Yingxue returned to Su Jintang's side with a flower ball, took a deep breath, and also turned to look at the judges' panel, waiting. The scene was completely silent. After a long while, those around her recovered from their shock. That ice lotus was so beautiful, and the timing and frequency of its appearance during the descent were so exquisite. That must require incredibly skilled control over one's abilities. She also has ice-based abilities, just like Senior Yuan Yao. And that bell? Was the wind that appeared later summoned by the bell? The combination of ice and wind is truly perfect. Discussions rang out continuously. The leaders on the judging panel exchanged smiling glances. They knew Su Jintang's true strength, and naturally knew her performance wouldn't be simple, so the scene was within their expectations. Miao Mingji led the scoring. This is good, I give it full marks. The second judge quickly followed suit. 9 points, I'm afraid giving full marks will make you arrogant. Full marks. I love the combination of ice and wind. 9 points. The final average score from the judges was 9.5. The Yuan Yao duo, who were originally at the top, were pushed down. The Su Jintang duo's name shot straight to first place. Jiang Yingxue, who witnessed this scene, slowly opened her mouth wide. Her senior had actually led her to first place. Wei Zixuan and Mu Guang, who were watching the excitement from the sidelines, huddled together and whispered, "Did you feel that immense spiritual power just now? It hasn't been long, and my sister's strength has improved so much already?" Mu Guang nodded solemnly, yes. It's strange, Jintang's spiritual power is completely different from her level. That's probably just a freakish characteristic, Wei Zixuan said seriously. Yuan Yao, on the other side, remained calm, having expected the scene. Her junior, who was in the same group as her, frowned. Senior? That senior was incredibly strong. Her mental energy fluctuation seemed 4 or 5 times stronger than mine. He was the top student in this year's joint entrance exam, and his mental energy level had reached the peak of level 2. For him to have such a feeling, it would have to be at least level 5 or higher. But Su Jintang was only a second-year student. How could she possibly be above level 5? Yuan Yao glanced at the junior and, like Wei Zixuan, began to flatter him. Listen more and ask less. In time, you understand why she has such strength. The junior was stunned. Huh? Oh, okay. Since it was the senior's words, he didn't dare to argue and quickly nodded obediently. The first round of the minigame continued. But no more scenes, like Su Jintang's, appeared. Until Song Tianqi, Shui Zhongqi, Yin Yuding, and Jiang Shi led the new students onto the field. It was just a small game, and the 4 didn't reveal too much of their strength, only using a fraction of it, making the process of picking the flower ball a little more exciting. Even so, their impressive performance still drew a lot of cheers. The previously unknown Su Jintang group of 5 began to shine in front of the freshmen. The first competitive game allowed the freshmen to learn about each other's special abilities. Soon, Zhuang Silan announced the second competitive game. Have you ever played a free-for-all? Our second game is an elimination free-for-all, with teams of 2 battling it out. There are no extra rules. Everyone will directly engage in a 2-minute collective free-for-all. During the game, if one member of a team is eliminated, the other is automatically eliminated as well. So, seniors, please remember to protect your juniors. With so many people in a free-for-all, it's not entirely based on luck. It's not entirely based on luck. If you have absolute strength, you can definitely last 2 minutes. Chapter 190. Oh no, what do we do, senior? This is a free-for-all. I feel like we could easily be eliminated if we're not careful. Jiang Yingxue immediately panicked. Su Jintang gave her a reassuring look. It's not over, relax. Jiang Yingxue nervously swallowed. I feel like we finally made it to first place. It would be such a waste if we got eliminated this round. Su Jintang patted her shoulder. Stay close to me from now on. For some reason, her tone was strangely trustworthy. Jiang Yingxue gradually relaxed and nodded. Okay. Yuan Ya's side wasn't panicking much. After all, they had the skill. The top-scoring student in the joint entrance exam, hands on his hips, looked eagerly at Yuan Yao. Senior, any advice? Yuan Yao, just keep a low profile. Also, don't mess with those 5 over there. She gestured with her chin towards the location of Su Jintang's group of 5. The student frowned slightly and turned to look. He'd been quite resentful that those 5 had stolen the spotlight in the first round of the mini-game, and now his senior was telling him not to provoke them. Being able to represent Lakitas in the challenge proved that senior Yuan Yao and her group were definitely the strongest among this batch of students. Could those 5 be stronger than his senior and them? He pursed his lips, his eyes full of confusion. After a few minutes of discussion, Zhuang Siling gave the order, announcing, "The 2-minute free-for-all begins now." A dark glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes, and his mental energy quietly gathered in his palm. An invisible force of domain slowly spread outwards. Jiang Yingxue immediately moved behind Su Jintang, forming a defensive circle with her back to back. The sounds of fierce fighting came from all directions. Soon, people rushed towards them, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 groups, a whole bunch of people suddenly surged forward. "Senior, someone's coming," Jiang Yingxue quickly warned. Su Jintang turned around, and saw the group of unknown senior students rushing towards them. She grabbed Jiang Yingxue by the collar, lifted her up, and rushed towards the next side. The next side was peaceful, there wasn't a sound of fighting. Yuan Yao, Wei Zixuan, and their group of 5 immediately huddled together, forming a circle around their juniors. These 5 were too famous, and their strength was extraordinary. Those around them only glanced in their direction before quickly turning and rushing in other directions. At that moment, a blur of movement appeared in their direction. Sensing the commotion, Yuan Yao immediately raised her hand to defend herself. Wait, let us hide for a bit." Su Jintang's voice rang out. Yuan Yao's hand froze in midair, staring in astonishment at Su Jintang, who was rushing over with his men. "What are you doing?" Without a word, Su Jintang forcefully shoved Jiang Yingxue into their protective circle, then jumped in himself. "Just protecting me and my junior sister while you're at it." Yuan Yao, ? "The junior girls and boys, ? Jiang Yingxue, who was forcibly shoved in, ? Wei Zixuan, however, was already used to Su Jintang's unexpected actions, and quickly gave an okay sign. Okay, stay inside." Mu Guang and Qin Shuxue exchanged a glance, neither of them speaking, silently turning around to continue their defensive posture. Yin Zitao remained motionless the entire time, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings warily. The sounds of fighting nearby made the surrounding area seem even quieter. Jiang Yingxue stared blankly for a long time, swallowed hard, and awkwardly greeted the people around her. "Hello." The junior who ranked first in the joint entrance exam looked over with a complicated expression. "You guys." As he spoke, he hesitated and glanced at Su Jintang. He had never seen a senior girl bring her junior to someone else's side for protection before, and he didn't know how to react. But judging from the reactions of senior Yuan Yao and the others, they seemed to know this senior girl quite well. The junior hesitated for a few seconds, then swallowed the rest of his words. "Damn! The class monitor is so smart. Let's go and tag along too." Song Tianqi, after fending off several groups of people, dragged his junior over. A few seconds later, 2 more people joined the protective circle. Song Tianqi's junior classmate stared wide-eyed, his clear eyes filled with shock. He was also seeing things for the first time. Could it really be done like this? With the newcomer joining, Jiang Yingxue's embarrassment eased considerably. She quickly shook hands with the new junior. Hello. On the other side, Shui Zhongqi, Jiang Shi, and Yan Yuding had been pushed to a relatively far distance and couldn't run towards Yuan Yao in time, so they could only form an alliance on the spot. Those who wanted to rush over to fight were basically forced back by the 3, and they were temporarily safe. Song Tianqi raised his hand and patted his junior classmate. Relax, we got this in the bag." The junior classmate swallowed awkwardly. He knew it was in the bag, of course, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. Time flew by, and the chaotic battle intensified, with shouts of fierce fighting ringing out continuously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 groups would accidentally rush over, only to be quickly repelled by Yuan Yao and her team. Only 5 seconds remained on the countdown. Few teams remained on the field, all wary and on guard. This stalemate continued until the countdown ended. Zhuang Siling announced simultaneously, "This chaotic battle is over. The scores of the eliminated teams will be reset to 0. Thank you all very much for participating. You can now stay on the sidelines and continue watching the excitement." The eliminated teams were a little disappointed, but it was just a game after all. Soon, they composed themselves and stood by to watch. Besides Yuan Yao's group, there don't seem to be many teams left. It was so chaotic just now, I didn't even notice who knocked me out. Oh well, it's all about participation. Yuan Yao relaxed and turned to look at Su Jintang and Song Tianqi, who were still standing in the protective circle. "You two can come out now." Song Tianqi quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Thanks." Su Jintang raised an eyebrow at her. "Thanks." The two were used to getting in on the action, and didn't seem embarrassed at all. However, their junior classmates looked a little awkward. Jiang Yingxue and another junior classmate huddled together, whispering, "Do you think we're considered to have won by default?" The junior hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I guess so. But as long as we win, that's fine." Jiang Yingxue, "Yeah, as long as we win, that's fine." After the second round of the free-for-all, the score ranking list was instantly emptied of many names, leaving only 27 groups. Zhuang Silin's gaze swept across the score rankings. Now there are only 27 groups left. Let's play a slightly more peaceful game for the third round, passing the flower ball. Once the game starts, I will be the bell ringer, and will ring the bell for the entire round. The remaining participants will pass the flower ball in turn, according to their positions, until my bell stops ringing. Whoever has the flower ball is eliminated, along with their entire group. After hearing the rules, everyone quieted down. Su Jintang stroked his chin, lost in thought. That means the key to this round is to try to get someone else to get the flower ball. Also, we don't restrict the use of special abilities in this round, and the order in which the flower ball is passed isn't fixed. Feel free to use your abilities, Zhuang Silin added with a slight smile. The expressions of the students, who hadn't been eliminated yet, gradually became serious. This game isn't peaceful at all. Where's the peace? I can already imagine how intense it will be when the game starts. Ugh, it would have been better if we'd just been eliminated in the previous round. Those who had already been eliminated seemed more relaxed. They leaned against the sidelines, chatting idly. The top 20 get rewards, and there are still 27 groups left. That means 7 groups will be eliminated this round. This round feels even more intense than the previous free-for-all. Just then, Yuan Yao suddenly turned around. "Are we teaming up again this round?" Su Jintang looked up. "Sure." Song Qianqi immediately chimed in. "Me too. Me too. Me too." Shui Zhongqi ran over from the opposite side, waving as he went. Yin Yuding and Jiang Shi followed behind him. The senior students who knew the strength of Su Jintang and Yuan Yao's teams immediately turned green. It's over, their two teams are paired together. Then what's the point of playing? We just have to rely on luck in the end, see who's unlucky enough to get picked. Zhuang Silin didn't give them much time, announcing 2 minutes later, "The game begins now." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuang Silin raised the baton and rang the bell. The melodious bell sounded in all directions. The first to receive the bouquet were Yuan Yao and her partner. She held the bouquet, weighing it up and down, hesitating to pass it to the next person. Next to her was Wei Zixuan. He wasn't in a hurry either, his arms crossed in front of him, looking like he was ready to watch the show. Zhuang Silin rang the bell with her back to everyone, unaware of what was happening behind her. The bell continued to ring. After waiting about 20 seconds, seeing that Zhuang Silin showed no sign of stopping, Yuan Yao finally raised her hand and tossed the flower ball. The flower ball flew north. The team members standing nearby immediately scattered warily. According to the rules, if the flower ball wasn't in their hands when the bell stopped, the person who threw the flower ball in the previous round lost. Therefore, passing the flower ball to the back was a crucial skill. Get out of the way. None of us should catch this flower ball. When the bell stops, Yuan Yao will be eliminated. The crowd shouted as they ran. In the blink of an eye, the crowd below the flower ball had completely dispersed. No one wanted to catch it. Yuan Yao's gaze darkened slightly, and she opened her arms. A cold glacier quickly emerged from behind her, attacking the crowd on both sides. Some who were slower were directly blocked by the glacier, staggering in place. The flower ball also fell from the sky at this moment, landing in the hands of an innocent person. The junior student, forced to accept the bouquet, instantly panicked. "Oh no, it's in my hands." Those nearby, seeing the bouquet in her hands, quickly retreated, running to the side as fast as they could. The junior student was clearly facing this situation for the first time, momentarily flustered and at a loss. Su Jintang enthusiastically waved to the junior student, "Come on, give it to me." This shout immediately filled the air with terror among the retreating crowd. A senior student, intimately familiar with Su Jintang's monstrous strength, shouted, "No! Don't give it to her." If the bouquet fell into Su Jintang's hands, they would all be lambs to the slaughter. However, the shout was already uttered. The junior student, unaware of the situation, was eager to drop the bouquet and, without thinking, tossed it directly to Su Jintang. The next second, the bouquet landed steadily in Su Jintang's hands. The faces of those nearby darkened instantly. Only 2 words remained in everyone's minds. It's over. Chapter 191. The bells were still ringing. Su Jintang weighed the bouquet in her hand, her smiling gaze sweeping over her surroundings. Those nearby who were dodging seemed to freeze instantly, their faces ashen. The junior student, reminded of something, snapped out of her daze, realizing she might have accidentally done something wrong. She nervously looked at the person next to her. Shouldn't I have passed it to her? The senior student in charge of her pulled her behind her, with a serious expression. It's all right, it's already been passed. The junior student nervously swallowed, not daring to speak again. All eyes in the vicinity fell on Su Jintang. At this moment, the bouquet in her hand felt like a ticking time bomb. The frequency of the bells began to increase. Su Jintang pursed her lips, her gaze slightly darkening, and tossed the bouquet into the air. At the same time, eyes spread outwards from beneath her feet. The junior student closest to her immediately turned to run, but he was too slow. Before he could reach a safe distance, his feet were frozen solid. Immediately afterward, a flower ball flew towards him. The senior student leading the junior shouted, wielding his long sword and slashing down, golden blade slash. A golden beam of light struck, shattering all the surrounding ice. The junior student seized the opportunity to break free, and quickly ran behind the senior student. Su Jintang's gaze fell on the two who had escaped. She slowly raised her hands, and layers of ice containing even greater energy surged forth, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. Many people instinctively shivered. Song Tianqi, behind her, crossed his arms and shouted, "Class monitor, just don't throw it this way." Only 40 seconds had passed since the game began. The flower ball, which hadn't been thrown, landed back in Su Jintang's hand. She held the ball steadily, a thin layer of frost gradually covering its surface. The next second, her eyes darkened, and she forcefully threw the ball. As the ball flew, the ice surged forth instantly. The crowd, who were dodging and weaving, jostled and pushed each other. "Don't push me. Didn't we agree to be allies? Senior, save me. It's coming." The flower ball is flying over. As if encountering a demon, everyone screamed and fled. Until Su Jintang's eyes surged forth in large quantities. In an instant, several younger students were frozen, unable to break free. The flower ball, hurtling towards them, showed no signs of slowing down, and was about to hit them. Their seniors panicked and began to fight. Starry arrow. Growth of all things. Diamond slash. Various supernatural lights flashed in the air. The senior students fought fiercely to prevent the flower ball from falling into their teammates' hands. The frequency of the bell tolled faster and faster. Sensing that Zhuang Silin was about to stop, everyone intensified their attacks. At this moment, Su Jintang and Yu Wanyao attacked simultaneously. With two ice-type attacks, the scene was instantly covered in ice, and everyone fighting was immobilized. The flower ball fell into the hands of the senior student in the center. The bell tolled just as the flower ball was in his hand. Zhuang Silin turned around. This round of the game is over. The person who got the flower ball and their team members will be eliminated. The senior student looked at the flower ball in his hand, his face turning ashen. He hid for most of the round, thinking he was safe, but at the last second, the pom-pom ended up in his hands. The first round ended, and the senior student and his female classmate were eliminated. After a 2-minute break, Zhuang Silin quickly started the second round. This time, everyone remembered, and no matter how they passed the pom-pom, they didn't throw it to Su Jintang. Yu Wanyao and the others also safely passed this round. As the number of rounds increased, so did the number of eliminations. In the 7th round, perhaps accidentally, someone threw the pom-pom to Su Jintang again. Everyone let out a groan and desperately began to scatter. The 7th round ended, and the pom-pom fell into the hands of an innocent group, who were eliminated. Alright, that concludes our 3rd round of mini-games. There are now 20 teams remaining. Congratulations on advancing to the final round. In the 4th game, we will eliminate half of you. Please prepare yourselves. Soon, Zhuang Silin announced the rules for the 4th game, a chase and escape duel. After the game begins, I will randomly assign you 2 role cards, Pursuer and Escapee. The Pursuer has the right to indiscriminately chase and capture. The Escapee cannot initiate attacks, but can defend and escape when attacked. If the Pursuer fails to catch their target at the end of the game, they lose. If the Escapee is caught, they also lose. Upon hearing the rules, Song Tianqi immediately became excited. I want to be the Pursuer. Yan Yuding glanced at him. The role cards are randomly assigned. God help me, I must draw the Pursuer role card. Song Tianqi clasped his hands together and began to pray. Apart from Song Tianqi, who had a strong desire for the Pursuer's identity card, the others were indifferent. The team members next to him remained silent, all praying that the 10 people opposite them wouldn't become pursuers. Soon, random matching began. Red and blue lights randomly swept back and forth across the field. Zhuang Silin explained from the side, those illuminated by the red light will be assigned pursuers' identity cards, and those illuminated by the blue light will be escapees. A few seconds later, the frequency of the alternating red and blue lights increased. Su Jintang looked up, scanning the surrounding lights. The light suddenly stopped, and a striking red light shone on her, slowly revealing the scarlet text pursuer above her head. Song Tianqi, standing next to her, was unfortunately selected by the blue light. He wailed in despair, "It's over. Why am I an escapee?" Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Shi were also selected as escapees. Yin Yuding and Su Jintang were both surrounded by a striking red glow. The three large characters pursuer were prominently displayed above their heads. Yin Yuding rubbed her temples speechlessly. Why the hell did they choose pursuer for me? Su Jintang smiled, leaned closer, and put her hand on Yin Yuding's shoulder. Do you think we should start with Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi? Shui Zhongqi spoke first. Let me tell you too, you know about my ability. If all else fails, we all die together. Why don't you two start with Sister Shi? Song Tianqi muttered. Hearing her name, Jiang Shi slowly turned her head. What? Yin Yuding quickly waved her hand. No, nothing. Song Tianqi immediately backed down, shaking his head, it's nothing. Su Jintang stroked his chin, glancing towards the next room. Besides Yuanao and Mu Guang, who were the pursuers, everyone else was a fugitive. There were plenty of opportunities to make a move. This round of the chase has no target lock. A pursuer succeeds by catching any fugitive. The time limit is 10 minutes. The game begins now. Zhuang Silin gave the order, and the countdown started. The red and blue lights shining above everyone's heads didn't disappear, making it easier for pursuers and fugitives to identify each other. However, this also made the chase more intense. Su Jintang was the first to rush out, his target directly at Wei Zixuan next door. Damn it! Why are they all chasing me? Wei Zixuan looked up and saw several people with red lights above their heads rushing towards him. After cursing, he quickly turned and ran. The first minute of the game had passed. Those who received their pursuer identification tokens rushed in all directions. The escapees, enveloped in blue light, ran incredibly fast, circling the area. Having shaken off a group of people, Wei Zixuan quickly summoned a stone gate. But his luck wasn't good, he summoned a thunder bamboo rabbit. This thunder bamboo rabbit was known for its high damage lightning attacks and agility, but it was particularly bad at defense and escape. Brother Wei. Let me win a round. Yin Yuding suddenly shouted as she rushed over. Wei Zixuan, who had just caught his breath, immediately felt his heart leap into his throat again. Without a word, he turned and ran. Good sister, let me win a round too. The two chased and fled, quickly circling the area. Meanwhile, Su Jintang on the other side began indiscriminately grabbing people. Centered on her, layers of ice spread outwards from her feet, freezing some people in place simply by slowing their pace. Su Jintang spread her arms and ran towards the other side. She was about to grab a junior student frozen in the glacier. At that moment, a golden bolt of lightning struck from the side, hitting the ice precisely. The ice shattered instantly, scattering into countless fragments all around. The junior student was freed and immediately turned to run. Su Jintang missed, frowning slightly. Let's join forces to stop the pursuers. Maybe we still have a chance to win. One of the senior students, who had obtained the escapee's identification tag, suddenly shouted. The escapees who had been scattered around responded, Okay, let's team up. Many hands make light work, don't be afraid. Stop Su Jintang first. Capture her, and the threat will be reduced by at least half. And so, most of the escapees suddenly united, surrounding Su Jintang. Unable to directly attack their pursuers, the fleeing fighters could only defend themselves. The fleeing fighters immediately huddled together, back to back, defending themselves against the pursuers. Su Jintang narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, and summoned a layer of ice that instantly attacked the other side. However, the ice layer was shattered by the combined efforts of those around him, before it even reached halfway. Seeing this, the other pursuers nearby stopped and began to move closer together. They're teaming up, so let's team up too, Yin Yuding, who hadn't been able to land a hit, said in a low voice, giving up the pursuit and returning to Su Jintang's side. Class monitor, shall we team up too? At this point, 3 minutes had passed since the game began. The 10 fleeing fighters were still alive. Su Jintang pursed his lips, clenched his fists, crossed them, and stretched his limbs. Time to get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible detection field immediately spread outwards. The every move of the escapees was immediately clear in Su Jintang's mind. At the same time, the other pursuers nearby gathered around Su Jintang. Should we team up? If you ask me, let's just take them all out at once. How can we take them all out at once? There are so many of them. We can't catch them all at once. We have to do it one by one. If we do it one by one, who gets the escapees first? Everyone had their own ideas, and soon a heated argument broke out. Yin Yuding stood in the middle, trying to maintain order. Don't rush, we're all teammates. We can discuss the order. The important thing is, we only have less than 7 minutes left, but there are still 10 escapees who haven't been caught. Chapter 192. These words finally drew everyone's attention back. All eyes turned to Yin Yuding. So what do you suggest we do? Who to catch first is a problem. Many of the opponents are your teammates, right? This round, the seniors and juniors are paired up. Besides catching people, we also need to spare some energy to protect our own. No problem, the other side is the same. At this moment, Song Tianqi from the escapee camp next door suddenly put his hands on his hips, his attitude becoming arrogant. Come on, come and catch us. The junior hiding behind him bent over, his face full of embarrassment. Su Jintang was already annoyed because she hadn't caught anyone. Upon hearing this, her gaze immediately locked onto Song Tianqi, and she said coldly, then catch him first. Jiang Yingxue, standing behind, watched with amusement. The others quickly reached a consensus. Okay, let's catch him. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Song Tianqi across from them. Song Tianqi, who had been arrogantly shouting, stiffened, suddenly realizing he might have been a bit too high profile. Shui Zhongqi glanced at him speechlessly. What were you shouting for? Song Tianqi awkwardly touched his nose. I'm sorry. The stalemate was quickly broken. Su Jintang led the charge, his gaze fixed on Song Tianqi's location, raising his hand to activate his mental power. The other pursuers swarmed forward, rushing over with extremely fast movements. The sounds of intense fighting rang out one after another. Miao Mingji and the others on the judges' panel watched with great interest. The overall strength of this year's freshmen is quite good. Yeah, but the difficulty lies in encountering Su Jintang and her group of senior students. Experiencing a little setback early isn't necessarily a bad thing, ha ha. As the leaders chatted and laughed, the battle on the field intensified. Led by Su Jintang, all the pursuers focused on Song Tianqi alone. Even with his strength, he was struggling to keep up. The others wanted to help, but fearing they might get caught in the crossfire, they dared not act too ruthlessly. A moment later, Su Jintang smirked, grabbed Song Tianqi by the collar, forcefully pulled him up from the ground, and then slammed him down. With a bang, Song Tianqi was slammed to the ground without resistance, letting out a groan of pain. Ouch! 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 A notification sound rang out simultaneously. Beep! First escapee eliminated. The other pursuers launched an even fiercer attack, scattering the escapees like headless flies in all directions. Unbeknownst to them, the ice had silently spread across the entire arena. Su Jintang slightly raised his hands, and the ice that had covered the entire ground instantly erupted, spewing forth sharp icicles. The fleeing fighters, preoccupied with their escape, were tripped up, several falling to the ground. Yin Yuding, who had been hiding in the back waiting for an opportunity, seized the chance to charge. Brother Shui Zhongqi, who was running towards the edge of the arena, was tripped by the suddenly appearing icicles. Just as he was about to get up, Yin Yuding suddenly flew in from behind. No, no, no! Shui Zhongqi waved his hands as he ran. Let me go. Yin Yuding drew his wind shadow whip from his waist, and lashed it out at Shui Zhongqi's waist with a snap. Shui Zhongqi, who had been trying to run, was forcibly pulled back. Before he could even use his supernatural ability, Yin Yuding touched him. The notification sound rang again. Beep. Second escapee eliminated. Immediately afterward, Yuan Yao and Mu Guang also began their attack. With their combined efforts, 3 more escapees were quickly captured. With only 2 minutes left in the game, only 4 escapees remained. Jiang Shi stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the safety railing, her gaze sweeping across the entire arena, her expression utterly expressionless. Yin Zitao had the same expression, hands on the safety railing, a grin on his face, seemingly eager to try. The freshmen they were leading were protected in the middle. Unless they broke through their defenses first, they couldn't even touch the freshmen. The pursuers exchanged glances, and quickly gave up. Forget it, no one can beat these two. Even Su Jintang moved aside to rest. The others dared not even dream of winning. Jiang Yingxue hid behind Su Jintang and whispered, Senior, are those two really that strong? I wonder why no one's trying to catch them. Su Jintang glanced at her out of the corner of her eye. Their combined strength is probably in the top 5% of our military academy. Jiang Yingshua's eyes widened. That strong? The other junior students around her also looked astonished upon hearing this. At this moment, the game time entered its final countdown. After the 10-second countdown, Zhuang Silin announced the end of the game. 8 groups of escapees were caught in this round. The game is over, and these 8 groups will be disqualified from further competition. The names of 8 groups disappeared from the score rankings once again. Only 12 groups remain to be eliminated. Song Tianqi, eliminated in this round, sighed, "Oh well, I can only watch the show now." Shui Zhongqi leaned against him. "Let's watch together. The game is nearing its end. Let's relax a bit. The eliminations for the final round will be decided by drawing lots." Zhuang Silin waved her hand, and a new light screen appeared in front of her. The screen displayed the names of the 12 remaining teams. "Now, please welcome Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue, who are currently ranked first. You two will participate in the elimination draw this round." All eyes turned to Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue. Wow, their luck is amazing. They even got to participate in the elimination round. What does this mean? Are they going to decide who gets eliminated? Isn't that a bit unfair? It shouldn't be like that. There are probably other rules and restrictions. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue slowly walked onto the stage. Jiang Yingxue, head slightly lowered, followed cautiously onto the stage. Once the two were in position, Zhuang Silin began explaining the elimination rules for this round. Although the eliminations this round will be decided by these two, to be fair, we will use a blind selection method for this round. After the game begins, the names of all remaining participants will randomly flash and pop up. Su Jintang and her partner will be facing away from the screen during the blind selection. When they each shout stop, the randomly popped names on the screen will freeze, and that group will be directly eliminated. Someone asked, "So, are those two also among those eliminated this round?" "Of course." Zhuang Silin nodded, then turned to Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue. "You two get ready. They might call your own names." The audience, who had been marveling at Su Jintang and Jiang Yingshue's luck, immediately turned to watch the spectacle. Hilarious. I thought they advanced directly, but it turns out they could be eliminated too. If they eliminate themselves later, that'd be pretty tragic. Jiang Yingxue was a little dumbfounded. We might be eliminated too? Yeah, so let's leave it to fate. Su Jintang rolled up her sleeves, pulled her around, and turned their backs to the screen. We're ready. Zhuang Silin gestured. The list of participants on the screen immediately began flashing randomly. It started. Who wants to go first? Zhuang Silin gestured for Su Jintang to prepare. Su Jintang raised her hand. I go. The list on the screen behind her flashed rapidly, too fast for the audience to see clearly, thus preventing cheating. Su Jintang, with his back to the light screen, paused for about 10 seconds before suddenly speaking stop. The flashing light screen froze instantly. The first group of names was revealed, Wang Yuze, Sun Yuyu. The two chosen immediately deflated. I give up. We finally made it to this round. Just a little bit more. The others who had been watching the spectacle also tensed up. Jiang Yingxue also nervously held her breath. The light screen displaying the names started flashing again, and this time it was Jiang Yingshue's turn to call stop. She swallowed hard, took several deep breaths to calm herself, and then raised her hand to call stop. The flashing light screen stopped. The names were displayed at the top. Yin Zitao, Wang Li. Yin Zitao, who had been watching the spectacle, muttered, eh. The junior student beside her sighed softly. What a pity, we finally made it to this round. After calling for a stop, Jiang Yingxue quickly turned to look at the screen. Seeing that her and her seniors' names weren't on it, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she realized what was happening, jumped up excitedly, and hugged Su Jintang Sr. We're in the top 10. And we're number 1. Su Jintang patted her shoulder gently. Calm down, calm down. With that, the welcome game at the freshman ceremony officially ended. Zhuang Silin began announcing the scores of each group in turn. First place, Su Jintang and Jiang Yingshue's duo. Second place, Yuan Ao. One group after another was announced. The team members whose names were called all stood tall and proud, feeling a sense of triumph. This concludes the welcome games for this year's freshman ceremony. We wish all freshmen a pleasant and fulfilling military academy experience in the days to come. After speaking, Zhuang Silin went to the judges' table to ask, do any of you have anything to say to the freshmen? Miao Mingji smiled and waved his hand, standing up and saying, let them play by themselves. We won't waste everyone's time. The other leaders also stood up and followed Miao Mingji off the stage. Only after watching Miao Mingji and the other leaders leave did the freshmen and upperclassmen begin to excitedly celebrate. Ah! We made it into the top 10. So the rewards for the top 10 will be especially generous? I don't know yet, but Rectus's rewards can't be bad. I'm looking forward to it, ha ha ha. Jiang Yingshua's emotions calmed down slightly. She looked at Su Jintang with admiration, her eyes full of stars. Senior, thank you for leading me to first place. To be honest, she initially chose Su Jintang simply because she thought this senior might be easy to get along with. The result was such a pleasant surprise. It's nothing, Su Jintang waved her hand. Your potential is quite good. Cultivate it well, and you'll be fine in the future. Jiang Yingxua immediately nodded. Yes, I definitely work hard. This time, both freshmen and upperclassmen will receive rewards. After the freshman ceremony, everyone can register and collect them at the Academic Affairs office. The rest of the time is yours to do as you please. Zhuang Silin finished her last sentence, then silently stepped down from the stage and turned to leave. The freshman ceremony concluded. The freshmen officially began their military academy studies at Rectus. Inside the villa dormitory. Now that she had some free time, Su Jintang began to take stock of the items in her storage space, including the reward Alice had given them before, and the rewards from this freshman ceremony. Her storage space was already 1/3 full. Chapter 193. Adding to the pile of ice-type spiritual herbs she dug up in the extreme cold forest, her inventory was so abundant she had to organize it. 5 elements spiritual fruit. The green membrane progenitor bird, returning from a stroll outside, exclaimed in surprise, instantly transforming into human form. It stared in astonishment at the various precious treasures Su Jintang had spread out on the room's floor. 5 elements spiritual fruit, cinnabar blood grass. These are all good stuff. If you don't need them, you can give them to me. The green membrane progenitor bird's eyes gleamed as it stared at the spiritual herbs, its mouth practically watering. Su Jintang ignored it, continuing to silently count the number of spiritual herbs and high-level inscriptions. There were 23 spiritual herbs over 100 years old, 15 over 1,000 years old, and 3 over 10,000 years old. The high-level inscriptions were countless. Besides that, there were also quite a few high-level magical weapons. These things were all very valuable, but they weren't of much use to Su Jintang. Only the ice-type herbs were somewhat useful to her, the others were probably only good for selling. After calculating the costs, Su Jintang put everything on the ground back into her storage space. She clapped her hands, stood up, and glanced at the green membrane Archaeopteryx. What are those 2 things you mentioned for? The green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately explained enthusiastically, the 5 elements spirit fruit contains the natural attribute energy of the 5 elements. Consuming it is extremely beneficial to us demon beasts, and this one is from 2 years ago, so its medicinal power is even stronger. The cinnabar blood grass is taken with it. Because the 5 elements spirit fruit itself has too much energy, the cinnabar blood grass is needed to balance it. Su Jintang pursed her lips and continued, then these 2 must be expensive, right? Definitely. This 5 elements spirit fruit greatly enhances my abilities, let alone you humans. It's probably the kind of thing that's priceless and unavailable. But then again, that Alice is really rich, she can just give away such treasures so casually. The green membrane Archaeopteryx also sighed. Su Jintang rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Actually, she was thinking of selling the 5 elements spirit fruit and other useless spirit herbs for a good price, then saving up to buy some spirit herbs that would be even more effective in enhancing her ice-type abilities. Brother Long, do you have any ideas? Should we keep the 5 elements spirit fruit or sell it? The Ice Soul Dragon, who had been dormant, was forcibly awakened. He let out a long breath. The 5 elements spirit fruit has very strong energy, and it will also have a special boost to ice-type abilities. Keep it. Sell the other spirit herbs, and buy a jade frost bamboo that's over 1,000 years old. Consuming it with the 5 elements spirit fruit will enhance your ice-type abilities even more. Okay, I'd be going now. A few minutes later, Su Jintang arrived at the Wanbage flagship store in the central commercial street of the Federation Star region. Since Su Jintang's previous purchases here had reached VIP level, she was immediately identified by facial recognition upon entering. Nearby staff were immediately alerted and quickly ran to greet her. Hello, are you Ms. Su? I'm the acting deputy store manager on duty today. I'd be responsible for receiving you. Please feel free to ask me any needs or questions. The deputy store manager placed his hands on his hips and bowed respectfully. Su Jintang glanced around, looking at all the items in the display cases. What good stuff do you have lately? The assistant store manager thought for 2 seconds. There are actually some. Soon, the assistant store manager led Su Jintang to the VIP lounge on the top floor. Shortly after, a row of service staff carrying trays entered. Our auction this month is the day after tomorrow, and we still have quite a few items in stock. As our highest level member, you have the privilege of pre-ordering items. As he finished speaking, the assistant store manager unveiled the red cloths on the trays one by one. One rare treasure after another was presented before Su Jintang. In the past, she might have been shocked by these things, but now, having seen so many, her emotions were less easily stirred. Su Jintang's gaze swept over the items on the tray. The one in the middle will be useful to you. Ice Soul Dragon's voice suddenly rang out. Su Jintang's gaze shifted, landing on the tray in the very center. It was a snow date soaking in ice water, a chill rising from it, the cup covered with a thin layer of frost. Su Jintang walked up to the snow jujube, bent slightly, and casually asked, "What's the use of this jujube?" The assistant manager smiled and walked over to introduce it. This is a 1,000-year-old snow jujube, growing year-round in extremely cold regions. It's a ripe fruit harvested by our Wanbao Pavilion specialists. The water in this teacup is also from a cold pool in that region, possessing freezing and preservation properties, perfect for storing this snow jujube. Su Jintang continued, "How much is it? These snow jujubes aren't too rare on the market, so the price won't be too high. If you like it, we charge you the market price. If it were at an auction, this snow jujube would have to fetch at least a 10% premium to sell." Su Jintang calculated the cost and felt it was worthwhile. "I take it." The assistant manager maintained her smile. "Okay, I pack it for you right away. By the way, I also want to sell some things. Do you buy those?" Su Jintang looked over. The assistant manager hesitated for a moment. "We do buy back items. However, we only buy rare items that can be auctioned. Wanbage is a large business. Ordinary treasures might not even make it into their display cases, so their buyback requirements are quite strict." Su Jintang waved her hand, and the 5-element spirit fruit stored in her storage space immediately appeared in her palm. The fruit, radiating 5-colored light, was plump and beautiful, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The assistant manager's standard smile instantly crumbled. Her eyes widened, her voice filled with shock. This is a 5-element spirit fruit?" Su Jintang nodded. "Yes, do you buy this?" "Yes. Of course." The assistant manager shouted twice, unable to hide her astonishment. This 5-element spirit fruit is so rare that it only appears once every few years at Wanbage auctions, and each time it appears, it fetches tens of millions in price. Ms. Su, to be honest, the maturity and rarity of this 5-element spirit fruit are enough to qualify for our auction, and it will definitely be a top-tier item. If you are interested in bidding, we can handle the auction process for you directly. Wanbage will only charge a 10% service fee on the final auction price. The rest is yours." The assistant manager composed himself and began to explain earnestly. Su Jintang calculated the profit. A 10% service fee was acceptable. "Sure. Besides the 5-element spirit fruit, I have quite a few other things here. Take a look and see if you like to take them." Su Jintang quickly took out other spiritual herbs and some useless magical treasures. Half a minute later, the assistant shopkeeper and the shop assistant stared blankly at the pile of rare treasures on the floor, unable to react for a long time. Any one of Su Jintang's treasures could be auctioned off, but now they were piled up like junk. "This is cinnabar bloodgrass. Can we auction it together with the 5-element spirit fruit?" Su Jintang asked, picking out the cinnabar bloodgrass separately. The assistant shopkeeper snapped out of his daze and nodded hurriedly, "Of course. Selling these two together will definitely fetch a record price that breaks our auction records." The 5-element spirit fruit was already very precious, let alone the cinnabar bloodgrass. "Okay, take a look at the others too, and help me estimate how much they can sell for." Su Jintang sat down on the sofa next to him. The assistant store manager nodded excitedly. "Okay, please wait a moment." The inventory and valuation of the items took less than an hour. "You have 19 auction-worthy items to sell, and the other 7 are also valuable, but not quite up to auction standards. However, considering you're selling a large number of items, we can buy them all back together. For those not up to auction, we buy them back at 10% above the market price. What do you think?" Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. According to the rules, they shouldn't accept items that don't meet auction criteria. The assistant store manager not only agreed to buy them back, but also increased the price by 10%. Okay, auction off the ones that qualify directly. You can set the prices for the rest. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. The assistant store manager breathed a sigh of relief, his smile widening even further. Okay. While this transaction seemed like a profit for Su Jintang, Wanbao Pavilion actually didn't lose out at all. The items Su Jintang alone brought out were enough to organize a small auction. Add to that the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass, 2 top-tier treasures that could be the grand finale, and they would definitely attract a large number of distinguished guests to bid. These inherent, hidden values were the most important to Wanbao Pavilion. After signing the agreement, the assistant store manager personally saw Su Jintang out. We plan to postpone the auction from the day after tomorrow to a week later, and then add all the items you brought this time to organize a larger-scale auction. We reserve a private box with the best view for you to watch the auction. Su Jintang nodded, okay. Back at the villa, Su Jintang immediately took out the snow dates she bought from Wanbage. Brother Long, can we eat these directly? Wait a minute. Bingpalong stopped her in time. This isn't an ordinary snow date. Even the people at Wanbage probably didn't recognize it. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. So I got a bargain again? Yes, I helped you break its seal. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and domineering energy surged from between Su Jintang's eyebrows, slowly enveloping the snow date. The snow date, which had only shown a faint luster, instantly shone brightly. Then, a massive amount of energy burst forth from it. Su Jintang stared curiously at the snow jujube in front of him. Has it mutated? It is a mutation. After a snow jujube grows for 1,000 years, it may mutate into a snow crystal jujube, with much stronger energy. The energy contained in it is on a completely different level from that of an ordinary snow jujube. Ice Soul Dragon explained. Su Jintang raised her hand and retrieved the snow crystal date from the icy pool. Can I eat it now? Yes. Su Jintang held the snow crystal date in her hand, rubbing it. Then shouldn't the price of this snow crystal date double? The Ice Soul Dragon estimated, about the same as the 5 elements spirit fruit you sold. Su Jintang clicked her tongue. I made a profit again. She rubbed the snow crystal date in her hand, tossed it into the air, and then tilted her head back and opened her mouth. The snow crystal date landed directly in her mouth. The snow crystal date was crisp sweet, and had a slightly cool, icy feel. After chewing a few times, Su Jintang swallowed it. The icy energy quickly spread throughout her body. Su Jintang sat cross-legged, quickly closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. The following day, Wanbage announced that the auction, originally scheduled for the day after tomorrow, would be postponed to next week, and the final item would be a combination of the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass. In addition, Wanbage would be adding dozens of other rare treasures to the auction. This news immediately alarmed the powerful figures throughout the Federation Star region. It was common knowledge that the 5 elements spirit fruit was a miraculous elixir capable of allowing a 7th-tier ability user to directly advance to the 8th tier. If combined with the cinnabar blood grass, the probability of reaching the 8th tier would be 100%. Such an abnormally powerful treasure would inevitably attract fierce competition from many experts. Wow, did Wanbage just buy up someone's entire inventory? Where did they get so many good things? I haven't even heard of the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass for years. Not only those two, but the auction would also include many other items, including high-level magic weapons and inscriptions. Now I'm tempted to go to the auction too. Are there any tickets left? Oh no, since the news about the 5 elements spirit fruit broke, auction ticket prices have skyrocketed. Chapter 194. The Wanbage auction was a regular monthly event, though occasionally a rare and valuable finale item would attract considerable attention. However, the sudden appearance of the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass as the finale items was truly astonishing. In just half a day, news of the Wanbage auctions changed to the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass as the finale item spread across the entire internet. The auction tickets, which were initially worried about unsold stock, suddenly skyrocketed in price. I heard that several high-ranking leaders from military academies were secretly collecting auction tickets, probably all for the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass. Sigh, this auction is going to be another fierce battle. Do you predict that the appearance of the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass will break the Wanbage auction record? Definitely. Previously, the 5 elements spirit fruit appeared alone, yet it still attracted a frenzy of bidding from big shots. This time, with the addition of cinnabar blood grass, the competition is bound to be fierce. While the online buzz was intense, ticket scalpers were making a killing. At normal market prices, a single ticket would fetch at most 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, but the news of the 5-element spirit fruit set prices soaring to 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, more than 10 times the original price. 2 days later, Wanbage amplified the news even further, reaching Yan Yuding and his group. Have you heard the latest news about the Wanbage auction? The 5-element spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass, right? Speaking of which, I remember Alice gave us quite a few rare herbs as a reward before. Wait, didn't the class monitor get the 5-element spirit fruit? Song Tianqi suddenly remembered something, turning to look at Su Jintang with a searching gaze. Su Jintang, who was leaning back on the sofa sipping tea, paused. That's right, Wanbage is auctioning off mine. Are you interested too? The air froze instantly. A few seconds later, Song Tianqi's incoherent voice rang out. Damn! Why didn't you tell us about this? I should have auctioned it off too. Yan Yuding also said anxiously, is it too late for me to go auction it now? I have a bunch of useless things in my storage space, and I don't know what to do with them. Shui Zhongqi slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of that? I contact Wanbage too. So, that afternoon, Wanbage's main store received another wave of items that shocked everyone. Because Alice had sent so many, Song Tianqi and the others together had more than 30 items to send for auction. The manager of Wanbage's main store was now facing a difficult decision. Manager, many of the items delivered this time are quite valuable. How about we move them to the next auction in batches? This is the first time our store has received so many items, isn't it? Probably. The 5-element spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass alone are rare, and with the others added together, it's truly an eye-opener. After a long period of contemplation, the manager suddenly looked up. Let's not separate them. Let's arrange all the items for this auction. We hold a grand, century-defining auction. Several employees around him exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. That's a good idea. In that case, the scale and influence of our auction will likely increase even further. That's the effect we wanted. The shop manager took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and stood up. Come on, get up and rearrange the order of the auction items. The final items will still be the 5-element spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass. The other newly added items will be added in order of rarity. The staff replied in unison, yes. That evening, Wanbage issued another announcement about adding new items to the auction. The already hard-to-get auction tickets were driven up even higher. Damn, which star region's richest man's lair did Wanbage raid? They got so many treasures. Many of the newly added items are things I need, so I have to buy an exorbitantly priced ticket too. My god, how many people will this attract to this auction? The buzz surrounding the Wanbage auction is growing ever stronger. Until the day it starts. As soon as dawn breaks, customers from other star regions who have arrived early to attend the auction are already queuing outside the Wanbage flagship store. Even more strangely, there were quite a few ticket scalpers squatting at the entrance, ready to sell tickets. Because so many people were interested in this auction, the tickets were later being resold for 600,000 or 700,000 yuan each. Many onlookers were deterred by the price, and planned to come back on the day of the auction to try and get tickets. 1 million yuan a ticket, no bargaining. Buy it or don't, the auction starts soon anyway, a scalper said arrogantly, holding a stack of tickets. The person opposite him hesitated for a moment, head down. Fine, I buy it. Give me one. He gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. The auction started in half an hour. Who knew if the scalper would raise the price again? He better get it first. A ticket scalper pulled out a ticket and handed it over. You're lucky. If it were any later, the price would have gone up even more. Buying early is always a good deal. After paying and receiving the ticket, the man quickly turned and walked into the auction hall. A few minutes later, Su Jintang and her group appeared discreetly. At this point, many people's attention was focused on the ticket scalper. Su Jintang went to the entrance, took out the exclusive admission ticket the shop manager had given her earlier, and handed it to the clerk in charge of checking tickets. After verifying the ticket information, the clerk's gaze towards Su Jintang and her group immediately became respectful. He bowed slightly and gestured for them to come in. Please come in, everyone. We have prepared private boxes for you. The auction hall gradually became lively, with people entering and taking their seats. Many acquaintances were chatting together. Various conversations echoed throughout the hall. Above, in a VIP box, Su Jintang stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the spectacular scene below. There are quite a few people here today, even more than the last time we went, Song Tianqi said, strolling around with his hands behind his back. Of course, All 5 of our items combined make this a much bigger event than before, Yin Yuting muttered as he poured water. Shui Zhongqi leaned lazily against the sofa, hands draped over his shoulders. What do you guys think? When the auction starts, should we go up and bid a little? Su Jintang understood his meaning. We could, but we better be careful not to bid too high and end up losing money. Shui Zhongqi chuckled. Don't worry, I'm good at that. Another 15 minutes passed. A staff member in a wan-beige uniform walked onto the stage. He wore a standard smile and waved to the guests below. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaowei, the host of this auction. This auction features 67 items and is expected to conclude within 2.5 hours. Please plan your schedules accordingly. As he finished speaking, a low-key gray-clad man entered the hall. He kept his head down, his clothes simple, and didn't attract much attention. He walked to the first row of seats and took a seat. Only then did people notice the gray-clad man. He's sitting in the first row, he must be someone important. Have you seen him before? His figure looks familiar. No, I don't recognize him. I never heard of him. The seating arrangement at the auction was based on membership level. For example, Su Jintang and his group of 5 were the highest level VIPs, so they always had their own VIP boxes, regardless of when they arrived. The seating arrangement at the auction was similar. The higher the rank, the closer the seats, allowing for closer observation and viewing of the items. The man in gray noticed he was being watched, shifted his posture, and lowered his head in silence again. He was sent by the principal of Clifford Military Academy to assist with the auction. His main task was to successfully bid for the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass. Look at the front row, quite a few big shots have come. Isn't that the vice president of the K967 Star Region Association? Even he came to participate in the auction in person. Later, they added quite a few new items. I guess they're all after those high-level inscriptions. 5 minutes remain until the start of this auction. All guests who have entered, please take your seats and await the commencement of the auction, the host, Xiaowei, calmly announced from the stage. The previously noisy hall gradually quieted down. Guests ended their conversations and took their seats. At the same time, the lights in the auction hall slowly dimmed. The auction countdown began. A giant light screen slowly appeared at the front of the hall, displaying a loop of images and information about all the auction items. Wow, this auction is really high profile. Over 70 items. This is probably the biggest Wanbeige has ever held. A few minutes later, the display of all the auction item information finished. The host walked to the center of the stage. I hereby announce the official commencement of this year's Wanbeige auction. Without further ado, let's move directly to the first item. A 1,000-year-old red mountain pearl fruit. This is a fire elemental spiritual herb, a rare herb known for its ability to enhance and nourish the meridians of fire elemental ability users. The starting price is 1 million star coins. Compared to other more valuable spiritual herbs, this red mountain pearl fruit was relatively insignificant. The audience wasn't overly shocked, only a few who were particularly interested raised their hands to bid. Meanwhile, inside the VIP box, it's mine. It's mine. Song Tianqi excitedly stood up, eager to try his luck. Should I raise the price? Yin Yuting hesitated for a moment. Why don't you give it a try? Song Tianqi rubbed his hands together and immediately pressed the bidding button in the box, directly calling out, 2 million. Although this red mountain pearl fruit was ancient, its effect was limited to fire elemental ability users, making it quite limited. Its usual market price would be around 1,800,000. Secondly, those who could enter the VIP box are basically distinguished guests, with extraordinary status and immense wealth. Competing with them is a pure waste of money. Therefore, Song Tianqi's bid resulted in a complete silence. 2 million once, 2 million twice, the host said, looking around. 2 million 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in the VIP box for winning this 1,000-year-old red mountain pearl fruit. Chapter 195. Song Tianqi was completely stunned. Wait, what does this mean? Why isn't anyone bidding against me? Yin Yuting glanced at him speechlessly. You raised the price so aggressively. Who would dare to compete with you? Song Tianqi, After this experience, Song Tianqi became completely obedient. He slumped back on the sofa and started to slack off. After the first item was auctioned off, murmurs arose from the VIP seats below. This scene today is truly rare. Even the VIPs from the upstairs boxes have come. Why is he auctioning off the red mountain pearl fruit? This kind of spiritual herb shouldn't be particularly rare. I don't know, maybe it's a gift for someone else? Those who can enter the VIP boxes of the Wanbeige auction are all big shots at the top of the pyramid. And for those big shots, the red mountain pearl fruit is basically useless. When the second item was brought up, the room returned to silence. This item comes from Su Jintang. 5 high-grade inscriptions with calming effects. Used during cultivation, they can improve concentration and efficiency, and are particularly effective for ability users between the 5th and 8th rank. Starting bid, 600,000 star coins. Each bid must be at least 20,000 star coins. The auction begins now. The host's words had barely finished when bidding erupted from the audience. 1 million. The bidder was a VIP seated in the second row. Many who recognized this VIP turned to look. He's here too. This auction at Wanbage is truly unprecedented. Then I won't join the fun. I save my money for what I really need later. The host glanced around the room. 1 million once. 1 million twice. The call went on for the second time, but still no one bid. Just as the host was about to ring the bell to announce the end of the auction, Su Jintang's voice came from the upper VIP box. 1,100,000. The host, Xiao Hui, froze, then quickly added, 1,100,000 once for the VIP box. The other guests looked up. Why is the person in that VIP box bidding again? This inscription function is quite useful, especially for high-level ability users cultivating. The effect should be even stronger. A guest sitting in the second row frowned slightly, glancing at the upper VIP box out of the corner of his eye. This inscription was very useful to him. He had to bid for it no matter what. After thinking for a moment, he raised his paddle. 1,500,000. The host rang the bell. 1,500,000 once. Then, he glanced up at the upper VIP box. While the inscription was valuable, it wasn't quite rare enough. If the bidding continued, the price would be inflated significantly. This time, the box fell silent. After the host rang the bell 3 times, he announced, this item goes to VIP number 18 in the second row. The auction ended, and many people glanced at the box, their faces full of confusion. Strange. Why did everyone in the box want to buy everything today? But they didn't raise the price to the maximum. It feels like they were deliberately driving up the price? Huh? While the audience below was puzzled, a few people in the box started to exclaim. I told you I should learn from the class monitor. Song Tianqi rolled up his sleeves, looking like he learned it all. Next time it's my turn to bid, I do the same. Soon, the third item came up, this time belonging to Shui Zhongqi. He stood with his arms crossed in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the scene below. He had originally intended to raise the price, but his item was exceptionally popular. Before he could even raise the price, the guests below had already begun bidding. The final price was far higher than the market price. At the end of the auction, Shui Zhongqi raised his hands in a victory pose. Sigh, what can I do? My things are just that popular. Yen Yuding, Time flew by, and several items were successfully sold. Su Jintang and his friends, having nothing better to do, would occasionally bid, and the private room was filled with laughter and chatter. Until the intermission, the guests finally realized something was amiss. Have you noticed? There might be more than one person in the private room today, because the bidding sounds have been different several times. Sometimes it's a man, sometimes a woman. That's strange. Who's in this private room? They keep bidding on random things today. Winning isn't the problem. It's that they always stop halfway through. That seems like deliberate price manipulation. Despite their suspicions, no one had the right to go into the private room to investigate. They could only make a few comments before continuing to analyze the items for the second half of the auction. The first half was just an appetizer. The main event was yet to come. At this moment, new guests began to enter the venue. Damn, aren't those people from the management bureau? Someone noticed the newcomer, wearing a management bureau uniform. The management bureau personnel were always domineering and never concealed their identities when out in public, so it was common to see groups of them openly entering and exiting various venues in their uniforms. Upon seeing the group, the auction staff immediately approached, their voices tinged with nervousness. What brings you all here? Song Yuanlang, the leader, glanced at him. We're here for the auction. Oh, please come in. The staff member secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been startled, thinking something had happened to attract the attention of the management bureau. Song Yuanlang's gaze swept across the room, then he looked up at the private rooms above. Noticing the lights were on in one of the rooms, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Is someone in the private room today? The team members behind him looked up. I wonder which leader from the Federal Bureau has come. Even their management bureau personnel could only sit in the lower seats. Those who could sit in the private rooms must be of much higher status than them. Song Yuanlang looked away and quickly found a seat. Two team members stood on either side of him, hands behind their backs, their expressions serious. Then, another group of people entered through the entrance. This time it's the Armaments Bureau. The captain in charge of the auction, idly playing with a jade gourd pendant, walked in with a slightly nonchalant smile. "Hey, that's strange. Captain Song's here too." As soon as he entered, he noticed Song Yuanlang sitting in the first row, smiled, walked over to Song Yuanlang, and patted him on the shoulder. Song Yuanlang looked up coldly. "What is it?" The Armaments Bureau captain smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Captain Song came here specifically to bid for the 5 elements spirit fruit? Is it even necessary to ask such a pointless question?" Song Yuanlang replied speechlessly. The Armaments Bureau captain chuckled twice. All right, looks like we're enemies again today." After speaking, he turned and sat down next to him. His team members, standing on either side of him, assumed defensive stances. The appearance of these two bigwigs, Song Yuanlang and his companion, quieted the room considerably. The guests in the back lowered their voices, observing the two men. They only came in for the second half, probably just for the last 5 elements spirit fruit. The Administration Bureau and the Armaments Bureau are fighting. Ha ha, that's interesting. It feels like the second half of the auction is going to be a nightmare. 10 minutes remained before the second half of the auction began. Several captains from the federal branch entered and took their seats in the first row. These captains were clearly there on orders from their superiors. Even before the auction started, they were already at odds, and a tense atmosphere quickly filled the room. The host, Xiao Hui, returned to the stage. "There are 5 minutes left before the second half of the auction. Please return to your seats and wait patiently." The lights dimmed, and the murmurs ceased. Inside the private room, Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa, her gaze sweeping over the team leaders from various bureaus seated in the front row. "These guys are all here for the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass, aren't they?" she asked, stroking her chin. Yan Yuding nodded. "Probably." Su Jintang's lips curled slightly, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. "These bureau leaders probably aren't short of money. It seems she's destined to make a fortune today. I hereby announce that the second half of the Wanbage auction is now continuing. Next up is our 35th item for today's auction." The fierce bidding resumed. Many items in the second half were exceptionally valuable, and the guests became increasingly competitive. As the last few items were being auctioned, Song Yuanlang suddenly raised his hand and bid 5 million. This item was a relatively rare spiritual herb, extremely potent for high-level ability users. The captain of the adjacent Armaments Bureau glanced over, with a smile, and deliberately raised his hand to bid 6 million. Song Yuanlang frowned. 7 million. 8 million. Song Yuanlang coldly glanced at the captain opposite him. "What? You really need this spiritual herb?" "Not really, just something to bid on since I'm bored." The captain shrugged with a smile, his deliberate gesture making Song Yuanlang clench his fist. He continued bidding with a grim face. 9 million. This spiritual herb was something he wanted himself. He had specifically withdrawn all his savings a couple of days ago for the auction, and the highest price he could accept was 12 million. 10 million. At this price, the breathing in the room subsided. Inside the private box, Su Jintang watched the bidding below with a satisfied expression, wishing the two would bid even more fiercely. However, when Song Yuanlang gritted his teeth and bid 12 million, the other side finally stopped. They probably saw that Song Yuanlang's expression was out of control, and knew he had reached his limit. "Wow, the class monitor made a killing again." Song Tianqi exclaimed enviously, "I wish my items could be bid on like that someday." Soon, the next item went to Song Tianqi. The further along the bidding, the rarer and more valuable the items became, and the more intense the bidding became. Song Tianqi and the others stared wide-eyed at the scene below. At the peak of the bidding, millions upon millions soared, the money seeming like just a string of numbers. Su Jintang kept clicking his tongue in amazement. It's so good to be rich. The second-to-last item was finally sold for 80 million, going to a captain from the federal branch. Then, the highlight of the day finally arrived, the auction of the final item. Chapter 196. 2 staff members carried the auction display case onto the stage. All eyes turned to it. The distinguished guests in the front row also looked up, intently watching the stage. Next up is our grand finale, the combination of the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass. The host stood beside the display case, lifting a red cloth to reveal the items inside. The exquisitely crafted 5 elements spirit fruit floated gently in the case, radiating a colorful halo and exuding a faint sense of holiness. In another glass display case was the cinnabar blood grass, shimmering with a crimson light. To ensure the cinnabar blood grass remained fresh, Wanbao Pavilion had specially prepared a red soil pot to replant it. The unveiling of these two items instantly captivated the entire audience. Even from this distance, I can feel the energy of the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass. They truly live up to their reputation. Do you think we have a chance to snag a bargain? What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Can't you see a bunch of people in the front row are watching? It's not like we're going to get a bargain. The VIPs in the front row all turned their gazes to the stage. Song Yuanlang pursed his lips, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze revealed a powerful aura of certainty. The other team leaders sitting next to him also straightened their backs and sat up straight. I won't go into too much detail about the effects of the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass. Everyone should be familiar with them. The last time the 5 elements spirit fruit appeared at Wanbao Pavilion was 2 years ago, and that auction broke our Wanbao Pavilion's auction record, fetching a sky-high price of over 100 million. The host, Xiao Hui, spoke excitedly. Who will win the 5 elements spirit fruit and the cinnabar blood grass today? Let's wait and see. The lights in the room instantly switched on, several beams of light shining on the glass display cases, making the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass shine even brighter. The starting price for the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass is 60 million. Each bid must be at least 1 million higher, with no upper limit. Guests interested in this item may now begin bidding. As the announcement was made, the host, Xiao Hui, struck the bell. The bell rang, and the first bid rang out, 70 million. The voice came from the captain of the military equipment camp. The playful expression on his face had vanished, replaced by seriousness and focus. Immediately afterward, Song Yuanlang raised his paddle and called out, 80 million. 90 million. 100 million. In less than 10 seconds, the price had reached 100 million. Song Yuanlang glanced at it and raised his paddle again, 110 million. 120 million. Inside the private box, several people stared in disbelief at the fierce bidding below. Is everyone this rich? Song Tianqi asked incredulously. Shui Zhongqi clicked his tongue in amazement. Looks like the leaders of these bureaus have been skimming off the top. Under normal circumstances, what price would the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass fetch at auction? Yan Yuding asked curiously. Jiangxi, who hadn't said much until now, finally spoke up. Probably at least 200 million. The last time the 5 elements spirit fruit was auctioned alone, it fetched a staggering 100 million. With the cinnabar blood grass added this time, the price will definitely double. Su Jintang also clicked her tongue in astonishment. Although the money would ultimately end up in her hands, it came too quickly. Song Tianqi leaned closer to her and nudged her elbow. Class monitor, you're about to become rich again. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on me. Su Jintang patted his shoulder generously, her gaze sweeping over the others across the table. Yin Yuding didn't stand on ceremony either, the most expensive one. I second that. Shui Zhongqi raised his hand in agreement. Song Tianqi patted his stomach, chuckled, and licked his lips, saying, Then I want an all-you-can-eat buffet. Su Jintang turned to Jiangxi. What about you, Sister Shi? Jiangxi. Anything's fine with me, I'm easygoing. Having gathered all the opinions, Su Jintang clapped her hands. All right, then let's book the most expensive Piaoxiang restaurant. At this moment, the bidding below the private room had already reached 150 million. The atmosphere became tense. The guests in the back rows, who had been watching the spectacle, held their breath, their eyes glued to the front. 160 million. Song Yuanlang raised his paddle again, his expression no longer as relaxed as when he arrived. 170 million. The captain of the adjacent military equipment battalion shouted confidently, seemingly unfazed by the price. The other captains of the federal branches looked conflicted, seemingly hesitant to raise the price further. The 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass were indeed precious, but in such a short time, the cash they could raise was limited. None of them were exactly flush with cash. The highest price offered by their leaders was 200 million, which they thought would be more than enough, but they hadn't expected the others to be better prepared. 180 million. One of the federal branch captains shouted through gritted teeth. But soon, someone else followed suit, raising the price. 200 million. The military equipment battalion captain directly raised the price to 200 million. The air in the room froze for a moment. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the front row, barely daring to breathe. Song Yuanlang's brows furrowed deeply. His superiors had only allocated him 230 million in funding. The price had already reached 200 million, 2 more rounds, and the 5 elements spirit fruit and cinnabar blood grass would likely be gone. The military equipment battalion captain calmly raised his bidding paddle, continuing to raise the price. 230 million. Upon hearing this price, the other captains sitting in the front row froze. The captains from the federal branch looked extremely grim, because at this price, they simply couldn't participate any further. Song Yuanlang also looked utterly dejected. This price was right within his budget. He couldn't afford a single penny more. Why aren't you guys bidding anymore? The military equipment battalion captain asked with a smile, glancing around. Song Yuanlang looked over with a grim face. Looks like your armory battalion is still making the most money. Several other federal branch captains chimed in. Yeah, directly auctioning off 2 spirit herbs for over 200 million. Their assets must be at least tens of billions. Do your armory battalion leaders earn that much every year? It can't be. The captains exchanged wicked glances. The unspoken words instantly understood. Each federal branch enjoys certain privileges and resources. For them, easily pocketing some benefits is a piece of cake. It's just that these things aren't usually discussed openly. Song Yuanlang narrowed his eyes, also scrutinizing the armory battalion captain. The other side remained completely unfazed. The armory battalion captain sneered and began to retort. Our armory battalion just acquired a batch of tracking inscriptions this year and developed quite a few new military weapons. This money is all bonuses from above. What's wrong? You've been doing so much petty theft, now you think everyone else is dirty, huh? This silenced everyone immediately. The arms battalion had indeed been making headlines lately, because they somehow acquired a batch of tracking runes, enabling them to create a number of highly lethal missiles. The host on stage began ringing the bell. 230 million once. 230 million twice. Before the third call, the host glanced around the room. If no one else bids, our final item of this round will go to VIP number 8 in the first row. This price exceeded everyone's budget, and no one raised their paddle again for a long time. The host, Xiao Hui, smiled slightly and rang the bell. 230 million 3 times. Congratulations to VIP number 8 in the first row for successfully bidding on this final item. The auction officially ended. Song Yuanlang stood up with a cold face, glanced at the military battalion captain, and quickly turned and left. The other federal branch captains also stood up and left the venue. Only after these important figures left did the tense atmosphere ease slightly. My God, it actually sold for 200 million. This truly breaks the Wanbage auction record. Aren't you all curious about which tycoon Wanbage snatched so many treasures from this time? Probably the richest person in some star region, or maybe some big shot in the Federal Bureau. While everyone was discussing, Su Jintang and his group discreetly left the private room. The proceeds from all the auctioned items, after deducting handling fees, would be deposited into Su Jintang and his group's accounts the following day. Su Jintang earned the most. After leaving Wanbage, Su Jintang and her group went to the VIP room at Pyongyanglu. Everything on the menu except these few dishes, please. Song Tianchi said generously, slamming his hand on the table. The waiter's smile immediately brightened. All right, coming right up. At the same time, a related trending topic appeared on the Starnet forum. Wanbage auction's closing item fetches a record-breaking 200 million. My God, 200 million? This must be the highest price ever paid by Wanbage. It's good to be rich. But I'm more curious about who the owner of this closing item is. Why wouldn't they keep such a treasure for themselves and put it up for auction? Perhaps their cultivation level has already reached the peak, and they don't need the 5 elements spirit fruit at all. The truth is that Su Jintang already possesses the Eye Soul Dragon's bone and blood energy, and her spiritual power enhancement has reached its maximum effect. Instead of keeping the 5 elements spirit fruit, it would be better to exchange it for other spiritual herbs that could effectively enhance Ice-type abilities, which would be more beneficial to her. That afternoon, Su Jintang and the other 4 spent the entire afternoon in the private room, indulging in a feast. The final bill only amounted to 100,000 star coins. Time flew by. The second year of military academy life proceeded smoothly, with classes and cultivation every day, a very fulfilling and busy life. In the blink of an eye, the end of the semester arrived. That's right, the warm-up phase for the Military Academy League has already begun, Zhuang Silin said seriously, her hands behind her back. Chapter 197. So far, the number of military academies that have registered for the next league has reached over 300. Compared to the last league, the competition this time will obviously be much fiercer. For us, retaining the honor of first place will be even more difficult. Therefore, starting today, your training schedule will be doubled. Su Jintang and the others became serious, stood at attention, and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Outside the federal headquarters, Jing Hongyi stood with his hands behind his back, his expression somewhat indifferent. Until someone reported, "Commander Jing, the Military Academy League has already started its pre-tournament activities. This year, we expect over 300 military academies to register." Turning around, Jing Hongyi's face had already donned a familiar, friendly smile. "Good. Pass the word down. Have all bureaus actively cooperate to ensure the smooth running of the Military Academy League. Furthermore, considering the high enthusiasm of many newly established military academies for the League, we can relax the policy this year, allowing military academies established within the last 2 years to register as well." His subordinate immediately clasped his hands in a fist and replied, "Yes, sir." After his subordinate turned and walked away, Jing Hongyi's smile gradually faded, leaving only cold indifference in his eyes. He raised his hand, gazing at the distant scenery, a slight curve appearing at the corners of his downturned lips. This year's Military Academy League is expected to be very exciting. The news of the lowered registration requirements for the Military Academy League instantly attracted hundreds more military academies to register. A heated discussion erupted online. With such relaxed policies this year, even newly established military academies are allowed to participate. More than 400 military academies have already registered. It seems this year's competition is bound to be even fiercer. Sigh, this is going to be interesting. Do you think the 5 major military academies can hold onto their positions this year? There are over 400 military academies participating. The 5 major military academies still have a strong foundation. They've probably all been secretly training their teams. At the same time, the top leadership of Lakitas also held an emergency meeting. Miao Mingji sat at the head of the conference table with a grave expression. She rested her arm on the table, her tone serious. The relaxation of the competition policy this year was quite sudden. I don't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Anyway, we deal with whatever comes our way. Principal, there's something. One of the leaders suddenly hesitated before speaking. A while ago, someone from the Federal Bureau came to me, basically asking if I wanted to switch jobs to the Federal Bureau. I refused, but this whole thing feels strange. Miao Mingji looked over, frowning slightly. Trying to recruit you to the Federal Bureau? Yes, logically speaking, if the Federal Bureau is short of talent, they shouldn't be trying to poach people from our military academy. I find it quite odd. Miao Mingji pursed her lips, lost in thought. In recent years, the 5 major military academies have developed rapidly, and the number of teachers and students graduating from them is enormous, basically occupying most of the positions in the various federal bureaus. To the point that the reputation of the 5 major military academies has begun to subtly overshadow the Federal Bureau. Everyone is aware of this, but they don't usually bring it up openly. But it was unusual for the Federal Bureau to suddenly poach their staff. Let's prepare for the Military Academy League's pre-tournament activities first. We can discuss other matters later, Miao Mingji said. The other leaders exchanged glances, then nodded. Okay. Inside the villa dormitory. After waking up, Su Jintang received a message from Zhuang Silin. Yu Wanyao and the others are going to participate in a league exhibition match this afternoon. The 5 of you should go too, so you can see the strength of the other military academy's regular team members. Su Jintang, okay. After getting up, Su Jintang knocked on each door. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi had clearly stayed up late again last night. When they came downstairs, they both had huge dark circles under their eyes, yawning as they collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. I'm so sleepy. I told you to go to bed early last night, but you insisted on making me play games, Shui Zhongqi complained, rubbing his temples with a headache. Song Tianqi retorted indignantly, if you didn't want to play, I didn't hold a knife to your throat and force you to play with me. Now you're blaming me. What are you two arguing about so early in the morning? Yin Ying walked downstairs impatiently. Her morning grumpiness was severe. The two who had been arguing immediately shut up, turning their heads away and refusing to look at each other. A little while later, Jiang Shi and Su Jintang walked downstairs one after the other. Let's go! Su Jintang gave the order, and everyone immediately got up to prepare to depart. Half an hour later, Su Jintang and his group of 5 disembarked from the Interstellar Maglev train and arrived at the Interstellar Plaza. The Interstellar Plaza was located in the northwestern central region of the Federation. While commercial development was limited, as the political and economic center of the Federation, it had long been a famous landmark, attracting tourists from other star systems. However, after the pre-event activities began, the entire Interstellar Plaza area was temporarily closed off and converted into a pre-event venue for the Military Academy League. My God, is it really this big? Song Tianqi exclaimed as soon as he got off the train. Su Jintang looked up at the suspended spherical building directly in front of him. The entire spherical building completely obscured the interstellar plaza, its surface made of diamond-patterned glass that refracted colorful halos under the light. Supporting the spherical building was a pillar shaped like a tree trunk, crafted entirely of silver metal, reportedly costing at least tens of millions. Which military academy team are you from? A staff member immediately came to greet them. Su Jintang announced the name of the Rectus team and added, "We are the reserve team." The staff member smiled and gestured, "This way, please. I take you to the viewing area." Reaching the tree trunk pillar, the staff member pressed a button. A long staircase immediately descended from the top of the spherical building, and the staff member stepped up first. "Please follow me." There were over 80 steps, and it took Su Jintang and his group quite a while to reach the top. Upon entering the spherical building, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. The entire circular hall was filled with all sorts of exotic and unusual spiritual herbs and plants. Surrounded by floating cosmic lounge chairs, the atmosphere was relatively quiet. "Hi, which military academy are you from?" A handsome young man with dyed red hair greeted him with a smile as he approached. His skin was fair and delicate, and his blue eyes, gleaming with intelligence, landed on Su Jintang. Su Jintang cleared her throat, "The Lecta's reserve team." "Oh, what a coincidence, I'm from the Clifford Military Academy reserve team." Chu Air smiled and extended his hand. "You're also going to the spectator area, right? Shall I take you there?" Su Jintang shook his hand and nodded without changing her expression. "Sure." With outsiders present, Song Tianqi and the others straightened up, their faces serious and aloof as they followed Su Jintang and his companion. A short while later, they followed Chu Air around a corner to the observation deck. "Please sit wherever you like. The reserve teams from various military academies will be coming here later." Su Jintang looked up at Chu Air. "Where are you sitting?" "We sit with you." Chu Air hesitated for a moment, then chuckled, "Sure." He turned and pointed to the first row. "We sit in the front. We want to observe the strength of the other military academies' regular teams up close." Su Jintang gestured to Song Tianqi and the others. "Let's go!" There were only 20 seats in the first row. After Su Jintang and his group of 5 sat down, they quickly occupied half the seats. Chu Air returned to his group and sat down. His seat was right next to Su Jintang's. Chu Air, beaming, leaned closer and struck up a conversation. "I heard your Recta's official team is quite strong this year. They really stole the show during the challenge rounds. Your official team also stole the show in last year's challenge rounds. We're even." Su Jintang began, exchanging pleasantries. Chu Air's smile deepened. "Little sister, how about we be honest? Is your Recta's reserve team even stronger than the official team?" Su Jintang crossed her arms and glanced at him. "What about your Clifford team?" Chu Air patted Su Jintang's shoulder familiarly and pulled her closer. "It's all an open secret. Which of the 5 major military academies would dare to deploy their secret weapons in their official teams now? Ultimately, all the other military academies are watching us closely. We're all in the same boat, so there's nothing wrong with telling the truth, right?" Su Jintang pursed his lips and raised an eyebrow. "So your Clifford's reserve team is stronger than the official team?" Chu Air smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Otherwise?" Seeing his frankness, Su Jintang shrugged. "Then we're about the same." They looked at each other for a few seconds, smiled, and understood each other implicitly. Soon, reserve teams from other military academies began to enter. Chu Air and Su Jintang remained silent, both turning their gazes towards the audience. The spectator stands were on the second-floor platform, offering a panoramic view of the entire arena. At this time, the official team members from the 5 major military academies had assembled and were sitting in the waiting areas on either side of the arena. The members of the 5 military academies' official teams this year are all exceptionally strong. Sigh, the official teams are just the ones on the surface. Who knows if they're hiding some secret weapons? Looks like everyone's thinking the same thing. I think the reserve teams of the 5 military academies might be something else entirely. A murmur of discussion arose from the audience. Su Jintang, sitting in the front row, shifted his posture, resting his hands on the armrests of his chair, pretending to be nonchalant as he continued to relax. Chu Air, clearly having anticipated this possibility, sat ramrod straight, as steady as a mountain, completely unfazed. Since no one else knew what the reserve team members of the 5 military academies looked like, the discussion quickly subsided. At this moment, Zhuang Silin, who was in charge of hosting today's exhibition match and arena match, leaped onto the arena. Today's exhibition match rules are as follows. The 5 military academies will compete against each other in an elimination tournament to determine a single winner, who will serve as today's defending team. The exhibition match will consist of 2 rounds. In the first round, one team will receive a bye and advance directly. The other 4 teams will be drawn into matches, with the winner advancing directly to face the team that received a bye in a new elimination tournament, until a final winner is determined. Furthermore, this exhibition match and the defending match will be broadcast live. All participating team members, please be prepared. After announcing the rules, Zhuang Silin waved her hand, and a screen displaying the team draw immediately appeared behind her. At the same time, members of the official teams from the 5 military academies stood up, their eyes fixed on the drawing screen, waiting. Yuan now kept her lips pressed together, her expression serious, showing how much she valued today's exhibition match. Although this exhibition match wasn't a formal competition, it would still attract a lot of attention. As the top military academy, Rektas, naturally wanted to defend its first-place position in this warm-up event. Chapter 198. At this moment, the live stream of the Military Academy League's pre-tournament event began. The Military Academy League, held every 5 years, is considered the most anticipated event in the entire Federation, so even though it's just a pre-tournament event, it still attracts a lot of attention. In less than 2 minutes, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream. The pre-tournament event started so early this year, because the policy has been relaxed this year, the number of military academies registering to participate has increased. I heard that more than 400 have already registered, and it might break 500 in a while. Sigh, with the policy relaxed, many newly established military academies can participate. Will the positions of the top 5 military academies change hands again? The last time the positions of the top 5 military academies changed hands was more than 10 years ago. The Shiha Alliance Military Academy, currently ranked 5th, was an inconspicuous small military academy more than 10 years ago. Before the league started, no one thought that such an unknown small military academy as Shiha Alliance could suddenly break through the ranks. Until the final ranking results were announced, the entire audience was shocked. Since then, Shiha Alliance Military Academy has maintained its 5th place ranking, remaining stable to this day and never falling out of the top 5. Who can say for sure? Who knows, maybe another dark horse military academy will emerge, ha ha ha. Let the top 5 military academies handle the tension, we just watched the show, ha ha. The names of each military academy flashed continuously on the draw screen. A few seconds later, the image froze. Rektas Military Academy versus Imperial Military Academy. Jinghui Military Academy versus Clifford Military Academy. This round's by Shiha Alliance Military Academy. Shiha Alliance's luck is incredible. They got a bye and advanced directly. Chu Er, chin in hand, sighed. Su Jineng looked down. How strong is the Imperial Military Academy's regular squad? Chu Er chuckled. Just average. Your regular squad members would be more than capable of taking them down. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow and turned to look. What about the Imperial Military Academy's reserve squad? Chu Er shrugged. I don't know. The Imperial Military Academy was a very old and prestigious military academy. In the last Star era, interstellar society was still in the feudal imperial stage. Ordinary citizens had none of the freedom and rights they had now. Until later, when monsters launched a collective attack, humanity faced a huge crisis. At this time, the ancestors of the Jing family appeared, leading the people of various alliance tribes to unite, resist the monster attacks, and readjust the federal social system. From then on, the feudal imperial interstellar society began to develop into a new era of federal cooperative society. Because of the numerous glorious achievements of the Imperial Military Academy's teachers and students in the war against the demon beasts, the Imperial Military Academy was not abolished even after the collapse of the imperialist system. Through generations of inheritance and strength, their teachers and students maintained their position among the top 5 military academies. Compared to the other 4 military academies, the Imperial Military Academy's beliefs lean more towards a steadfast adherence to traditional culture, possessing a solid foundation like the earth itself. Upon seeing the matching results, the 5 members of the Imperial Military Academy's official team all became serious. Before coming, everyone had watched the battle videos of Yu Wanyo's 5-person challenger in the round-robin tournament. Compared to their own strength, Yu Wanya's group was far superior. Captain, The team member hesitated before speaking. Songrenny took a deep breath, his hands clenching slightly. It's okay, just do your best. From the moment he was selected for the official team, he knew he was only a pawn thrown out by the military academy to distract others. He felt resentment and defiance. He even challenged the military academy's secret team. The result was obvious. He lost miserably, without any chance to fight back. In the end, he had no choice but to accept his fate as a pawn. Song Rennie slowly raised his head, his resolute gaze landing on the arena. Everyone, prepare for battle. Imperial Military Academy, shining eternally. The other 4 team members extended their hands, stacking them together and shouting in unison, Imperial Military Academy, shining eternally. There was still a quarter of an hour before the exhibition match began. After announcing the match results, Zhuang Silin turned and stepped off the arena. At this moment, the promotional video for the Military Academy League began playing on a loop on the screen projected above the arena. The logo of the Military Academy League is a silver ring entwined with blue vines, symbolizing unity. A few seconds later, highlights from the 5 military academies began playing on the screen. The first to appear was Recta's Military Academy, showing scenes of new student enrollment, the orientation ceremony, and students' daily classes and training. Next was Clifford Military Academy. The substitute teams Chu Air and a few others also briefly appeared in the highlights. After all the highlights from the 5 military academies had finished playing, the screen gradually dimmed. The arena fell silent. Zhuang Silin returned to the stage. Now, please welcome the members of the Recta's Military Academy regular team and the Imperial Military Academy regular team to the stage. I will be the chief referee for this round of the exhibition match, responsible for the safety of all participating team members. As soon as she finished speaking, the lights on the arena suddenly illuminated. Yu Wanyao and her group of 5 from the waiting area on the left turned and stepped onto the arena. Song Rennie and his group from the other side also stepped onto the arena simultaneously. The 2 teams stood facing each other in the center of the arena. After introducing themselves, both sides took a step back and prepared for the battle. This match is probably pretty much a foregone conclusion, right? Recta's wins? The biggest suspense is how long the Imperial Military Academy can last. I make a blind guess. 5 minutes. Ha, maybe they can last 10 minutes. Zhuang Silin glanced at both sides, and seeing that both sides were in good condition, she gestured, the duel begins. As soon as the words fell, both sides instantly charged towards each other. Yu Wanyao raised her hands, her spiritual power surging into her palms, and a vast layer of ice rapidly spread across the entire arena. Wei Zixuan also summoned a stone gate at the same time. A series of loud clashing sounds rang out. Yan Zitao charged towards Song Rennie, the 2 exchanging punches, engaging in close combat. After a few exchanges, both were knocked back several steps. At this moment, the stone gate summoned by Wei Zixuan slowly opened, and a peak stage 3rd-tier winged beast quickly emerged. Wei Zixuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaped onto the winged beast's back, wing attack. Receiving the command, the winged beast swiftly spread its wings and attacked the opposing Imperial Military Academy team members. Mu Guang and Qin Shushu each summoned their abilities, facing off against the other 2 members of the Imperial Military Academy. The arena was filled with various kinds of supernatural light. The reserve teams from various military academies in the spectator stands all became serious, staring intently at the stage. Chu Air commented as he watched, "Your military academy's official team is pretty formidable. Then how strong is your reserve team?" Speaking of which, Chu Air turned his head and smiled as he sized up Su Jintang. Su Jintang crossed his arms in front of him. "If you want to know our strength, first reveal your mental power level and special ability." Chu Air chuckled a few times. "Let's wait for the official match." With that, he withdrew his gaze and continued watching the battle on the arena. 2 minutes into the duel, the battle had already entered a fierce stage. Yu Wanyao and Yan Zitao directly launched a pincer attack on Song Rennie, forcing him to retreat steadily. Song Rennie's special ability was the Golden Bell Ancient Elephant. The phantom of the ancient elephant slowly appeared behind him, its white tusks engraved with mysterious patterns and symbols, the meaning of which was unknown. The power amplification provided by the ancient elephant was at least 4 times. After being knocked back once more, Song Rennie clashed his fists together, unleashing a terrifying surge of power from between them. The ancient elephant phantom behind him shone with golden light, so bright that many in the spectator stands were forced to close their eyes. Song Rennie from the Imperial Military Academy is quite something. This Golden Bell Ancient Elephant is an ancient inherited ability, extremely rare, and its future prospects are likely promising. But it's still a bit inferior to Recta's Wei Zixuan and Yu Wanyao. 3 minutes have passed. Let's see if Recta's can defeat him within 5 minutes. Everyone has no doubt that Recta's will win. The only uncertainty is when. A countdown screen stands at the edge of the arena, displaying the duel's duration. As Song Rennie was knocked back to the edge of the ring again, he quickly glanced at the duel timer. Only 3.5 minutes had passed. He forcefully stopped his retreating body. Song Rennie gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and when he looked up, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Even if this wasn't a formal match, the Imperial Military Academy's team would lose with dignity. Captain, let's press our advantage and take them down directly. Wei Zixuan, increasingly engrossed in the fight, took a break and turned to look at Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao clenched her fist and cracked her knuckles. Don't underestimate him. Song Rennie's ability isn't that simple. Before she finished speaking, Song Rennie seemed to have triggered some kind of skill effect. A blinding golden light erupted from his body, and a powerful energy surged from the opposite side. Yuan Yao and Wei Zixuan exchanged a glance. The two decisively retreated, creating a safe distance. However, they had still underestimated Song Rennie's explosive power. With his strength amplified dozens of times, Song Rennie's speed increased to the point of leaving after images. Just as Yuan Yao and her companion retreated, Song Rennie charged forward, fist raised, a golden phantom of an ancient elephant gradually solidifying behind him. Bang! This time, it was Yuan Yao who was forced back to the edge of the arena. Wei Zixuan sensed something was wrong and dared not be careless any longer, quickly summoning his winged beast. Captain! He shouted, leaping onto the winged beast's back and attacking Song Rennie. Sensing the danger behind him, Song Rennie was forced to turn and defend. The winged beast's wing-spreading attack was powerful, but Song Rennie, with his increased strength, was completely unfazed. His gaze was resolute as he clenched his fists, seemingly impervious to pain, pounding the winged beast's wings again and again, actually forcing it back with the sheer strength of a human. At this moment, Song Rennie's fists were covered in bloody welts. Wow, aren't the students at the Imperial Military Academy afraid of pain? They're probably trying to force themselves to last 5 minutes, to save face for the Imperial Military Academy. Even in defeat, Song Rennie, fighting 2 against 1, is still honorable. Chapter 199. Sensing Song Rennie's determination, Yuan Yao and Wei Zixuan dared not confront him directly, and continued to retreat. Song Rennie, his eyes bloodshot, chased the two around the arena in circles. Seeing their captain fighting so desperately, the other 4 members of the Imperial Military Academy no longer held back and unleashed their trump cards. In just a few seconds, the Imperial Military Academy members launched a collective counterattack. Yuan Yao and her group of 5 were instantly in grave danger. Qin Shushua also sensed something was wrong and accelerated the release of her buff skills. However, before she could react, Song Rennie had already charged at her. A punch landed, and Qin Shushua was instantly knocked off the stage. As she flew through the air, her face was contorted with pain. Zhuang Silin immediately rescued Qin Shushua, signaled to the medical team, and announced, Qin Shushua from Rekta's military academy is out. The duel continues. Could the Imperial Military Academy be planning a comeback? Not likely. At most, it just delayed their defeat. They're still impressive. At least they cost Rekta's a key general. After losing 1 member, Yuan Yao and the others' expressions turned serious. The cauldron resounds. Mu Guang slowly raised his hands, his lips tightly pressed together, channeling his mental power to control the Shaoshan cauldron as it slammed towards the opponent. At this moment, Song Rennie's superpower enhancement began to weaken. He was struggling to withstand Mu Guang's attack. He bit his lip, his hands raised in front of him, desperately resisting the impact of Mu Guang's Shaoshan cauldron. The vibrations from the Shaoshan cauldron repeatedly shook his meridians, a sharp, needle-like pain spreading rapidly throughout his body. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on Song Rennie's forehead, and he pressed harder with his feet, trying to withstand the attack. At this moment, Wei Zixuan flew overhead on his winged beast. Flanking cross slash. At his command, the winged beast beneath him immediately unfurled its wings, which overlapped and quickly formed a cross shape. The overlapping wings shimmered with silver light. The cross-slash attack struck Song Rennie directly. Already struggling to hold on, he immediately began to falter. He clenched his teeth, his lips bleeding slightly from where he had bitten him. Captain, let's help. The team members rushed over anxiously. Everyone attacked together, working together to block the cross-slash attack. At this moment, Yuanya's Xuanjia turtle attack also came crashing down. The team members, already struggling to withstand the attack, were immediately scattered. Song Rennie was struck directly in the chest, his body jerking backward, a mouthful of bright red blood spurting from his mouth. Captain, are you alright? A team member caught Song Rennie in a panic. Song Rennie's face was pale, and his lips had lost all color. Seeing this, the team members immediately raised their hands to stop, we concede. Yuan Ao and the others, who were preparing to continue their attack, stopped. Wei Zixuan jumped off the back of the winged beast, waved his hand, and the summoned winged beast immediately disappeared. Mu Guang and Yan Zitao also stopped. Zhuang Silin stepped forward and gestured. This round is over. The Recta's Military Academy official team wins. Hearing the result, Song Rennie's tense nerves finally relaxed. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Oh well, we were going to lose sooner or later anyway. Captain, we at least lasted 7 minutes, a team member comforted him. The other team members nodded in agreement. Yes, we improved a lot this time. On the other side, Yuan Ao and her group walked over one after another, extending their hands to the members of the Imperial Military Academy. Song Rennie paused for a moment, then stood up, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. He extended his hand to Yuan Ao. Congratulations. Yuan Ao shook his hand and replied, you guys are very good too. The first round of the competition ended, and both teams stepped off the stage. The second round soon began. Jingwei Military Academy versus Clifford Military Academy. The rivalry between these two military academies had been long-standing. Clifford, a military academy known as the perennial runner-up. Jingwei Military Academy, a military academy often ridiculed for being half-baked and incompetent. After the members of both teams introduced themselves, the competition quickly began. In the spectator stands, Su Jintang leaned back leisurely in his chair, glancing at Chu Er across from him out of the corner of his eye. Nervous? Chu Er shrugged and smiled. Why would I be nervous? It's not an official competition anyway. Although he said that on the surface, Chu Er was still somewhat worried. Clifford Military Academy had been unable to shake off its reputation as the perennial runner-up for so many years, and the teachers and students naturally harbored a lot of resentment. Being the perennial runner-up wasn't a good reputation to begin with, but losing in an exhibition match would only make it worse. Chu Er wasn't the only one thinking this. The participants in the exhibition match naturally shared the same thought. During the duel, the Clifford Military Academy team went all out from the start, showing no mercy. In less than 5 minutes, the Jingwei Military Academy team members were being knocked off the stage one after another. Zhuang Silin raised her hand to stop the match. Clifford Military Academy wins this round. Sigh, the result of this match was indeed not surprising at all. Although Clifford is often called the perennial runner-up, he still has considerable strength. To put it bluntly, the most awkward position is Jingwei Military Academy, stuck in the middle of the rankings, which is quite difficult. So, Recta's is still the best. After seeing the results, Chu Er's tense body relaxed slightly. He leaned back in his chair, glancing at Su Jintang. Guess which military academy will get a bye in this draw? Su Jintang didn't hesitate at all, pointing to herself, our military academy, of course. Chu Er chuckled, suddenly crossing his legs. Not necessarily, maybe our military academy will get a bye. The two had barely finished speaking. The match results on the arena were announced. The team with a bye was Recta's Military Academy. Su Jintang glanced across at the other side and shrugged. What did I tell you? Chu Er grumbled, your military academy is always number one, and you're so lucky too. Seeing the draw results, the Shiha Alliance Military Academy members waiting in the waiting area all looked serious. If Recta's got a bye, they would have to compete against Clifford. But Clifford's players were clearly stronger than them. This meant they might face elimination as soon as they entered the arena. Captain, what about us? The Shiha Alliance team members looked troubled, unsure how to handle the situation. In the first round, Shiha Alliance was lucky, getting a bye and advancing directly. But this wasn't necessarily a good thing. The main purpose of the exhibition match was to showcase the strength of each military academy team to the public. Shiha Alliance's bye meant they lost an opportunity to demonstrate their abilities. And in this second round, they were directly facing Clifford, with almost zero chance of winning. In other words, their very first appearance was destined to end in defeat. This was certainly not good for the military academy's reputation. Oh well, just do your best, the captain said helplessly, shaking his head. He certainly wanted to win, but that wasn't just talk. The duel between Shiha Alliance Military Academy and Clifford Military Academy quickly began. After the battle started, both sides quickly activated their superpowers and charged towards each other. Bang bang. The sounds of collisions rang out continuously. The two sides quickly entered a heated phase. Compared to the previous two matches, the two military academies fought much more fiercely, and the battle scenes were much more exciting. Hey, is Shiha Alliance Military Academy really that tough this year? They're actually putting up a good fight against Clifford. After all, they've been at the bottom every year, so they have to work hard to improve, right? Ha! interesting. Do you think Shiha Alliance won't win in a bit? The Shiha Alliance Military Academy team had been conserving their energy in the first 2 matches, but in this one, they immediately gained an absolute advantage. Clifford's team seemed to be losing momentum. Around the 5th minute, Clifford, who had been on the back foot, suddenly launched a fierce attack. The situation changed instantly. The Shiha Allied Military Academy team, who had dominated the first half, began to falter. They couldn't hold on for long. One by one, the Shiha Allied Military Academy players were knocked off the stage, until only their captain remained. He helplessly raised his hand. We concede? Zhuang Silin stepped forward and gestured. Clifford Military Academy wins this round. The final exhibition match will begin after a 15-minute break. Wow, sure enough, it really is the first and second place teams facing off in the final. I'm a little curious, if the first round had been between Rectas and Clifford, who would have made it to the end? Definitely Lectra. Without a doubt, absolutely Lectra. Su Jintang, sitting in the spectator section, crossed his arms and stretched. It's another match between our 2 military academies, sigh, so boring. Chu Er suddenly stood up and waved to Su Jintang. We're leaving now, see you next time. Su Jintang paused, not watching the rest of the matches. Chu Er spread his hands. The result is obvious. What's the point of watching? He then turned around and waved to the crowd with his back to them. His teammates also politely said goodbye to Su Jintang and the others. Song Tianqi leaned over, squad leader, when he said the result was obvious. Who did he mean by it's obvious? Us. Su Jintang turned to look. After speaking, Su Jintang clapped his hands, stood up, and snapped his fingers at the others. Let's go, we don't need to watch anymore. Yin Yuding and the others exchanged glances, then stood up and followed Su Jintang. The departure of the 2 teams didn't attract much attention. Because they were both reserve teams, very little public information was revealed, and no one knew which military academy the opposing teams belonged to. Many people didn't even associate Su Jintang's and Chu Er's teams with the 5 major military academies. The result of the final match was unsurprising. Rakitas won as expected. The Rakitas team also served as the defending champions in the subsequent title defense match, and many newly registered military academy teams launched challenges. Everyone came eagerly, but left disappointed. Yu Wanyao and her 5 teammates fought fiercely, giving them no chance to fight back. In this absolute domination, the title defense match slowly came to an end. As everyone expected, Rectas maintained its status as the top military academy. Following this victory, the preseason activities for the Military Academy League spread far and wide. Promotional videos for the league began to be broadcast extensively throughout various star systems. Chapter 200. The second year of high school was drawing to a close. The atmosphere at Recta's Military Academy gradually became tense. Students of all grades began preparing for their final exams. Senior, I'm so nervous. Do you think I fail the final exams and be expelled? Junior Jiang Yingxue grabbed Su Jintang's arm and shook it with a worried expression. Su Jintang's arm began to go numb from her grip. Taking advantage of Jiang Yingxue's distraction, Su Jintang quietly pulled her hand away, shook it off, and then patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't overthink it. You're quite capable. How could you possibly end up being expelled? Rectas did have cases of expulsion, but only if the student showed no improvement in skill throughout the year, was disobedient, and arrogant. Jiang Yingxue lowered her head and sighed. Actually, I'm just under a lot of pressure. At the freshman orientation ceremony, I got first place, and a lot of people paid special attention to me because of that. I'm afraid I won't get a good ranking in the final exams, and will be laughed at by others. When she first entered university, Jiang Yingxue's grades and ranking weren't particularly outstanding, just above average. But at the freshman orientation ceremony, she won first place in front of the entire school, completely overshadowing the top students in the joint entrance exams, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Su Jintang stood up and came behind her, placing his hand on her shoulder and giving it a squeeze. Don't worry, I'll be there to watch you take your final exams. You definitely pass. Jiang Yingxue slowly exhaled, nodded slightly in relief. Okay. Because the experimental class was separate from the regular classes, Su Jintang and his 4 classmates didn't have to participate in the Military Academy's annual final exams. Therefore, they were quite free recently. Soon, the day of the first-year students' final exams arrived. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Su Jintang got up early specifically to arrive at the site of the first-year final exams. A considerable number of people had already gathered around the training grounds arena. They were all first-year students who had just enrolled, waiting for the final exams to begin. Su Jintang discreetly stepped onto the spectator stands. As he sat down, Jiang Yingxue below looked up in his direction. Su Jintang sat down and waved to her. Jiang Yingxue, who had been a little nervous, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Su Jintang. They waited a while longer. A familiar, carefree voice came from the side. "Hey, my junior has his final exams today, so as his senior, I had to come and check on him." Su Jintang looked up and saw Song Tianqi walking towards them with his hands on his hips, swaggering over. Shui Zhongqi walked over beside him. "Hey, isn't this the class monitor?" Song Tianqi noticed Su Jintang first and stopped. "You're here to watch the first-year final exams too?" Su Jintang patted the seat next to him. "Yeah, sit with me." Shui Zhongqi had also come to watch the juniors' exams. The three sat side by side, their eyes all fixed on the arena. At this moment, the first-year headmaster had already stepped onto the arena and begun explaining the rules for this year's final exams. The experimental class was completely hands-off in its teaching, except when they needed money, which the military academy would actively provide. Su Jintang and his 4 classmates were entirely self-taught. As for this kind of formal final exam, none of the 5 had ever experienced it before. "The rules are quite strict. No wonder my junior said he was nervous," Song Tianqi remarked, stroking his chin. Shui Zhongqi's attention was clearly not on the exam. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, have you found out any information about the reserve teams from the other 4 military academies?" Su Jintang shook his head. "No. This year, the 5 major military academies were all very careful, keeping information about their secret teams extremely confidential. As for Chu Air from Clifford Military Academy's reserve team, aside from a brief greeting at the pre-existing event, they hadn't had any further contact." Shui Zhongqi fell into thought. "Although Teacher Zhuang didn't mention it, I think we should take some time to find out the strength of the other military academies, just in case." "That's right," Song Tianqi nodded. "But how do we find out?" Su Jintang rested his chin on his hands, deep in thought. The league pre-existing events had already begun. It was naturally necessary to find out about the opponent's strengths beforehand. After a few seconds of thought, a glint of light flashed in her eyes. "I know how to find out." Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi both turned to look at her, asking in unison, "How?" "Watch the assessment first. We talk about it when we get back." Su Jintang sat up straight calmly, looking very confident. Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi exchanged a glance, both of them intrigued. However, at this moment, the final assessment had already begun, so the two had to suppress their curiosity for the time being and turn their attention to the arena. The overall strength of this year's first-year students was quite strong. The first few assessment matches had left Su Jintang and the other 2 quite surprised. "These freshmen are something else. They're getting stronger with each generation. I feel like we're getting old so fast." "Class monitor, when is your freshman girls' match?" Shui Zhongqi turned to look at him. Su Jintang pointed to Jiang Yingxue not far away, the third one from the left in the second row. "She'd probably be up soon." Shui Zhongqi turned around, relaxing back in his chair. "Okay, let's see how strong the people the class monitor's team is." Song Tianqi looked worried. "Is your freshman girl going to fight with my freshman boy later?" The final exam rules for this year's freshmen are a points-based competition. All freshmen compete in a round-robin tournament. A loss deducts 1 point, a draw neither adds nor deducts points, and a win adds 2 points. Finally, rankings are based on each student's points. Su Jintang's gaze swept over the freshmen. Judging by their positions, they really might run into each other. "It's all right, let them fight it out." Song Tianqi's worries had barely subsided when the grade head, who was overseeing the assessment, announced on the stage, "Next match, Jiang Yingxue and Qi Shan, please prepare to come up." Jiang Yingxue nervously looked up. "Here." Qi Shan beside her also looked up and replied, "Here." The two had met before at the freshman orientation ceremony. After exchanging a glance, they politely nodded to each other. Half a minute later, the two stood facing each other in the center of the stage. The grade head glanced at them, took a half step back, and retreated to the edge of the stage. "The duel begins." Jiang Yingxue, who had been tense just a second ago, instantly became serious. Qi Shan also rushed forward. The sounds of fierce fighting filled the stage. The two were giving it their all. "TSK, TSK." Song Tianqi clicked his tongue. These two were quite polite just now, but once the assessment started, they became ruthless. "No wonder this year's freshmen are even more ruthless than us," Shui Zhongqi echoed. Su Jintang stared intently at the two on the stage. Since entering the university, she had personally coached Jiang Yingxue several times. This junior was quite quick to learn, Aside from being a bit timid, she had no major problems. After watching for 2 minutes, the situation on the stage began to become clear. Jiang Yingxue completely dominated, landing blows on Qi Shan in several rounds. After being forced back, Qi Shan gritted his teeth, his face showing difficulty. Class monitor, this junior's fighting style is a bit like yours, Song Tianqi said. Su Jintang, yeah, it wasn't a waste of time teaching her. After fighting for a while longer, Qi Shan finally couldn't take it anymore, and was forced back off the stage. At the same time, the great head announced, Jiang Yingxue wins this round, adding 2 points. Jiang Yingxue took a few deep breaths, her emotions gradually calming down, and slowly looked up at Su Jintang in the stands. Su Jintang stood up and clapped. Through several rounds of intense competition that morning, Jiang Yingxue grew more and more confident, her performance improving steadily. She only lost 2 matches, ultimately ranking 3rd overall and advancing directly to the next round, passing the assessment. Senior, I ranked 3rd in the assessment. As soon as the assessment ended, Jiang Yingxue rushed towards Su Jintang, excitedly hugging her. Su Jintang, I told you were sure you'd be fine. You were just nervous for no reason. Jiang Yingxue's eyes shone brightly. Senior, and those close combat moves you taught me were really effective. I beat my opponent completely. Of course, those moves you learned are the essence distilled by our class monitor from a bunch of defeated opponents, Shui Zhongqi added, leaning in. You guys chat, I'm going to comfort my junior, Song Tianqi said, quickly leaving. His junior's ranking wasn't good, and he was probably still feeling down. Senior, let me treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Jiang Yingxue excitedly clung to Su Jintang's arm, looking at her expectantly. Anything's fine. Su Jintang thought of something. I'd probably be very busy next semester and won't be able to teach you much. Just work hard, and if you really don't understand something, you can text me. Jiang Yingxue was stunned. Senior, what are you going to do? Some personal business. Su Jintang couldn't tell her about the Military Academy League, so she just made up an excuse. Jiang Yingxue's initial excitement vanished instantly. Oh no, does that mean I won't see you again? When will you be finished, senior? You'll be graduating from Military Academy after your 3rd year. I don't know when I see you again. It depends on fate. Su Jintang patted her shoulder. Let's go eat at the cafeteria. It's on you. Jiang Yingxue finally snapped out of her daze and nodded. Okay. After the farewell meal, Su Jintang and Jiang Yingxue parted ways at the cafeteria entrance. Su Jintang put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk towards the Military Academy gate. 2 days passed, and the final exams for all grades at Rectas gradually ended. The students collectively welcomed a new holiday. At this moment, inside the villa dormitory, Su Jintang and his 4 friends gathered in the conference room for an impromptu meeting about how to gather information on the strength of other Military Academy reserve teams. It's certain that we're not the only group trying to find out about the strength of other military academies, Su Jintang said, his hands resting on the edge of the conference table, his gaze fixed on everyone. Yan Yuding nodded. Yes, that's for sure. Jiang Shi roughly guessed Su Jintang's idea. Are you trying to lure them out? Su Jintang smiled and snapped his fingers at Jiang Shi. That's right. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi were a bit confused. They exchanged a glance, neither quite understanding. What do you mean? Isn't everyone eager to find out about the strength of other military academies? Then we release some false information first, stir things up, and those who can't stand it will naturally expose themselves soon enough. Yan Yuding also understood the situation. Got it. So how do we fabricate this false information? Su Jintang slightly curled his lips. I think of something. The various military academies gradually began their holidays. At this moment, a message suddenly spread online. The members of the masked squad are actually a secret team trained by Clifford Military Academy.